Long Live Summons Chapter 472 to Chapter 518. Sea Anemone Royal Princess pointed angrily at the Storm Mermaid and screamed, "Quick, someone come quickly, go kill her immediately." A few sea generals and dozens of Ocean Emperor's royal guards heard this and charged forward. Another sea marshal saw it and bravely swooped down, preparing to obstruct the Storm Mermaid's summon. A golden arrow pierced through the air and nailed into his shoulder. In an instant, the sea marshal's shoulder started to turn into stone. Before he could react, another lightning bolt came down from the sky and directly hit his head. His head and face were charred black. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. At the last moment before he fell down powerlessly, the heavily injured sea marshal saw 2 sharp ice blades slashing his throat like the wind. His consciousness instantly disappeared. Since the Storm Mermaid appeared, how could Stone Element Medusa, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon not be here? The remaining 5 sea marshals quickly retreated to a safe area, afraid to follow in their companions' footsteps. The combination of Stone Element Medusa and Thunder Naga was already fatal enough. Furthermore, there was an even stronger Ice Serpent Demon. Furthermore, they were all under the protection of the Thorny Flower Sea. With the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen here, entering the Thorny Flower Sea was undoubtedly courting death. 3 out of the 8 sea marshals were now gone. The enemies were increasing in number. Less than 10 minutes had passed. They needed at least another 20 minutes to complete the Ocean Emperor's mission. Shark King saw the grim situation and couldn't help but feel a headache. Yu Clan's 3rd young master was 10 times stronger than imagined. Not only did he have Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, he also had super fast speed and powerful beasts. He didn't look like a young innate at all. His battle techniques were more like a cunning old fox that had trained for thousands of years. The scariest thing was that this Yu Clan's 3rd young master did not use his full strength. He was still holding back. He was probably still holding back to obtain the Mother Earth potion, but even so, no one could defeat him. Even Tai Hu, who was a peak innate level 9, was extremely afraid of Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel. These 2 were his nemesis. What made Tai Hu, Shark King, and the rest collapse the most was that there was a little Lamia Loli. For some unknown reason, she suddenly swam out from the deep sea. Her swimming posture was beautiful and her speed was extremely fast. She completely disregarded the seawater that all life forms in the sea and the sea tribe were unable to swim in. She easily split the water and split the waves. The most maddening thing was that she was holding the sea calming pearl in her little hand. She easily held the sea calming pearl in her hand, which no sea creature or sea clan could touch. How was this possible? He watched as she passed through the mirror-like surface of the sea without being affected by any obstacles. She floated up to Yu Yang and handed the sea calming pearl to him like she was presenting a treasure. Shark King and Tai Hu wanted to hug each other and cry bitterly. The perfect plan that they had thought of, using all sorts of methods. They did not expect that a little Lamia Loli would turn into bubbles. He even lost a treasure like the sea calming pearl. Good girl. Yu Yang took the sea calming pearl and hugged little Wenli before kissing her. Heh. Little Wenli laughed and hugged Yu Yang obediently and kissed him back. Her beautiful big eyes were like the crescent moon. Her smile was curved and cute, very cute. Once the sea calming pearl entered Yu Yang's hand, the mirror-like surface of the sea immediately collapsed and returned to its original state. Because of the innate's aura, the sea water started to churn. In addition to the Storm Mermaid Storm Conch summon, the sea was even more turbulent. Countless ocean emperors, Imperial Forest Palace and sea generals fell into the water. The 4 lava devil kings that were almost drenched into stone let out their final cries and sank to the bottom of the sea. The situation on the Ocean Emperor's side changed drastically. And the hybrid fishmen who had been fighting for half a day all roared at the sky. This time, it was finally their turn to show their might. They had already become hybrid fishmen and could not fight in the water. Their battle power had been reduced by at least half. On the contrary, if they could fight in the water, their battle power would immediately double. Just how great was the difference between them? Of course, the Ocean Emperor's subordinates would not lose out in the water. They could even gain a small boost in strength. However, they were definitely not willing to fight with the hybrid fishmen in the water. This was because they needed to face more than 30 innate rankers whose strength had been doubled. Little Titan, leave this to us. Octopus Man boss indicated that Yu Yang could leave. He now had enough confidence to fight. Even if he could not obtain the final victory, a draw was definitely not a problem. Quickly send people into the Crystal Canyon and block the 5 whirlpools. Sea Dragon Crown Prince shouted anxiously. Because only 5 people could enter the Crystal Canyon. There was already the Ocean Emperor and Xianxia inside. If 3 more people were sent, then no one would be able to enter. Immediately, 3 of his most loyal subordinates entered the 5 great whirlpools. Yu Yang watched from the side and did not stop them. Shark King also had a headache. Sea Dragon Crown Prince was too arrogant. If this method of blocking people worked, then why did the Ocean Emperor let everyone out? Wouldn't it be better to just let people block it? One must know that there was still the super assassin Xianxia inside. Not to mention Xianxia, there were also 100 ancient guardians inside. How many seconds could the 3 of them survive? If the Crystal People's ancient guardians did not make a move and Xianxia did not make a move, how many seconds could the 3 of them survive in a battle between 2 innate level 10 super innates? They would probably turn into ashes the moment they entered. So smart, Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Your brain is so useful. Did you eat too many retarded pills? Yu Yang applauded and praised. You. Sea Dragon Crown Prince was so angry that his whole body was trembling. If it was another person, he would have already rushed up and torn the opponent into pieces. However, the person in front of him was Yu Yang. He did not dare to make a move. Even if Yu Yang said that he would not make a move or fight back, Sea Dragon Crown Prince did not dare to make a move. He had seen his sea generals being sliced in half by Yu Yang's Nirvana flame wings or burned into ashes more than once. He hated Yu Yang, he gritted his teeth in hatred. However, he did not dare to take a step closer to Yu Yang, even if it was just 1 step. At this moment, Taihu jumped out and pretended to be an old senior. He waved his thunder snake staff and faced Yu Yang head-on again. Now, he was no longer arrogant. He displayed the power of a peak innate level 9. It could be said that the current him was slightly stronger than Xianxia and the Black Prince. However, he could not be compared to the Scarlet Emperor and the Black Hell King. Even the weakest Scarlet Emperor could kill him in an instant. Yu Yang, who had experienced the attacks of the Scarlet Emperor, Scarlet Concubine, Xianxia and the Black Prince, felt very relaxed against Taihu, a pretentious old senior. Even when he sparred with the Impatiens, it was not as easy. Taihu's main advantage was his mental attack and speed. In addition, the Thunder Snake Staff's paralysis. Others might be afraid of these, but to Yu Yang, these were just like a drizzle. In terms of mental attacks, Taihu was not even worthy of carrying Phoenix Fairy Beauty's shoes. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charm, inherent skill could charm all living things, while Taihu's Ghost Eye would only make Yu Yang feel that it was a joke. To put it bluntly, Hui Tai Lang's angry stare might even be stronger than his Ghost Eye. In terms of the killing power of eyes, when did Taihu's Ghost Eye become the strongest? Barbarian Cow Shadow A man's death stare would probably make Taihu cover his face and cry in shame. Hit. Taihu's Thunder Snake Staff hit Yu Yang's shoulder. He was extremely pleased with himself. He quickly shouted and prepared to add another sentence. Fool. Yu Yang laughed coldly. His Nirvana Fire wings had already turned into Nirvana Fire armor to protect his shoulder. This attack was practically useless and only caused him a slight pain. However, Taihu, who had fallen into Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill, was unlucky this time. Before Shark King could save him, Yu Yang attacked with extreme speed. His right fist heavily hit Taihu's heart. His left hand's index and middle fingers pierced into Taihu's Ghost Eye. Taihu could no longer close his eyes. Even if he could close his eyelids, he would not be able to defend against Yu Yang's innate invisible sword chi. After destroying Taihu's Ghost Eye, Yu Yang kicked Taihu's lower body. It was a heavy kick that could send you 1,000 miles away. Amidst the roar of the attack, one could faintly hear the sound of his balls exploding. Raging Sea Devour. Shark King finally arrived, but it was already too late. Slow. Yu Yang imitated Shun Tian's Dracophant power and used Fatty Hai's Hippopotamus Meteor Fist to bombard Shark King's body like raindrops. With the support of the Giant Shadow and the external assistance of the Energy Giant, Shark King's entire body was dented with deep fist marks. Fortunately, his shark skin was extremely strong and he had the strength of a level 8 innate. After snatching Taihu back, he quickly escaped and did not fight with Yu Yang. In the sky, the other three kings got rid of the entanglement of Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhang and Swordfish Man Blast and rushed over to protect Shark King and the dying Taihu. Yu Yang held the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and charged into the Ocean General and the Ocean Emperor's imperial army. He started a massacre. Yu Yang only stopped when no one dared to approach him and everyone fled in panic. Yu Yang, who was covered in blood from head to toe, looked like an ancient demon god. Wherever he looked, there was no one who wasn't terrified. Yu Yang glanced at Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Clever Crown Prince, do you still want to send people to stop them? If no one is willing to continue sending themselves to death, then I should go and greet your father, the Ocean Emperor. Crown Prince, you want to play with me? You are still too inexperienced. Don't think that just because you have the Ocean Emperor as your father, you are really a Crown Prince. You are actually a cowardly and useless quail. Quickly go back and hide under your father's dragon bed, the outside world is very dangerous. Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face turned red and green at Yu Yang's merciless mockery. He did not dare to retort. This was because the murderous Yu Yang scared him. Seeing the powerful Taihu in such a miserable state, Sea Dragon Crown Prince almost peed in his pants. It was not easy for him to hold it in. Shark King was coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, while Taihu was still being treated by a few sea generals with all their might. The other three kings of the sea were occupied by Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhang and Swordfish Man Blast. No one dared to stop Yu Yang from entering the Crystal Canyon. Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Prince lowered their heads and pretended not to see anything. Yu Yang only brought Little Winli, Hui Tai Lang, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen Red and Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon were all left outside. With these powerful beasts around, the Ocean Emperor's subordinates would not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, there were still Mudskipper Man and more than 30 hybrid fishmen in the sea. Crystal Canyon. When Yu Yang entered the Crystal Canyon, there were still 10 minutes before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. However, he did not expect that it had already turned into a bloody hell. More than 10 huge beasts had died here. Their blood almost dyed the entire Crystal Canyon red. Even the ancient guardians had more than 10 bodies that were badly damaged and were currently absorbing the energy from the crystals to recover. There seemed to be 2 suns in the sky. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan and the hemp-clothed old man, and she had already fought to the climax. Both sides attacked without holding back, clashing head-on, in the middle of the Crystal Canyon, at the deepest concave. Slowly, countless crystals began to grow, like flowers blooming from the ground. The process was very slow. That was the birthplace of the Mother Earth potion. The terrifying shockwaves from the battle between the 2 rankers spread out wave after wave. The shockwaves from the battle between the Ocean Emperor Guanlan and the hemp-clothed old man, and she could overturn rivers and seas. If not for the fact that the Crystal Canyon was made of pure crystals, it would have been flattened. Countless broken crystal pillars and crystal shards flew into the air. Because they were at the center of the explosion, the ancient guardian crystal men would be smashed into pieces if they fell into the explosion. Yu Yang was lucky enough to pick up the remains of 2 crystal men. However, he soon realized that he could not take away the ancient guardians' souls. As long as he kept the crystal men's bodies in the platinum ring, the souls of the 2 crystal men would immediately escape and float to another pile of crystals to be reborn. Maybe it was because of the restriction of the ancient code, or maybe they could not leave the Crystal Canyon and were just a special life form that depended on the Crystal Canyon. Even so, Yu Yang, who had obtained the crystal men's bodies, had gained a lot. As long as he studied the structure of the crystal men's bodies, it would be very helpful for Yu Yang to complete the ghost genius Yu Gong's 3rd wish. Yu Yang had also collected a lot of crystal shards and broken crystal pillars. The energy of these crystals was beneficial to sickly beauty. Impatience, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sisai, and Shui Wuxia all had their own improvements. Although sickly beauty was not a battle type, Yu Yang felt that there was a need to increase her fighting power. Especially now that there were such energy crystals, it would be a waste not to pick them up. However, what Yu Yang was most concerned about was the crystal lotus that was gradually growing in the Crystal Canyon. In there, the Mother Earth potion was about to be born. In another 5 minutes, then the unique Mother Earth potion would be born. Now, it was already at the final stage of brewing. Even if 2 innate level 10 rankers were to fight, its natural birth would not be affected at all. The shockwave could not damage the growing crystal lotus at all. Around it, there were countless giant crystal pillars that protruded from the crystal ground like guards, blocking the shockwave from the explosion. An indescribable fragrance had unknowingly pervaded the entire crystal canyon. It will not scatter with the wind. That was because it wasn't like the fragrance of flowers, but a kind of natural fragrant energy that directly refreshed the mind and nourished all life in the entire space. Under the envelopment of the heavenly fragrance's energy, the crystal men who were badly injured recovered quickly. They rushed to the crystal lotus and guarded the birth of the Mother Earth potion with all their might. The crystal lotus was still growing. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. In the sky, the battle between the Ocean Emperor Guanlan and the hemp-clothed old man and she was coming to an end. The Ocean Emperor was obviously more skilled and had the upper hand. Yu Yang did not intervene immediately. Instead, he put the huge war beasts that had died in battle into his platinum ring one by one. He did not even let go of the broken limbs. He even thought of ways to pull out the blood-stained crystals and put them away one by one. One must know that all of the Ocean Emperor and Enshi's war beasts were diamond ranked and above. They were excellent leveling items for the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Hui Tai Lang, and even the Reaper Mantis and the Spirit of Earth Fire. How could Yu Yang miss this opportunity? The battle with the Black Hell King was coming soon. Yu Yang had to quickly raise the strength of each of his war beasts. Compared to the Ocean Emperor, the Black Hell King who had reached innate elder level 1 or even innate elder level 2 was much more terrifying. Boom. Boom, when the third huge explosion sounded in the sky. The hemp-clothed old man and she fell down like a meteor. He crashed heavily onto the crystal ground, smashing a large piece of the crystal ground. A deep hole was formed around his body. The broken spider web spread in all directions, extending to the feet of Yu Yang. He looked at the hemp-clothed old man and realized that his chest had been pierced through. His heart had suffered the heaviest damage. His head and spine were also heavily injured by the Ocean Emperor. Compared to the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, and she, the #1 assassin, was defeated in the end even though he had tried his best. And she spat out blood and gave a weak look, indicating that he would leave the rest to Yu Yang. He was not far from death. His only wish was to see Yu Yang kill the Ocean Emperor and let the Ocean Emperor die in front of him first. Yu Yang looked up to the sky. The powerful Ocean Emperor Guanlan was now battered and exhausted, his whole body bathed in blood. He was wearing the Ocean Emperor armor, a holy dagger pierced through his chest. The shining dagger pierced through his chest and reached his back. This was Enshi's last attack. Even the Ocean Emperor with the Ocean Emperor armor and his guardian beast, the 3-headed Dragon King, would not be able to withstand such a fatal attack. The Ocean Emperor's heart was pierced by the dagger, but he did not fall. In an instant, he forcefully moved his muscles to change the position of his internal organs and moved his heart away from its original position, dodging Enshi's fatal attack. The holy-ranked God-killing dagger was undoubtedly stronger than the holy-ranked Ocean Emperor armor. The Ocean Emperor armor was a high-ranked holy-ranked weapon. But the God-killing dagger was of the highest quality. When the two of them clashed, the God-killing dagger won in the end. The only pity was that Enshi could not kill his nemesis, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, on the spot even though he used his full strength. The Ocean Emperor pulled out the God-killing dagger and threw it away lightly. Before Enshi died, no one could use this God-killing dagger that had already recognized its master. The Ocean Emperor, whose head, limbs, and even chest were severely injured, slowly descended and stood in front of Yu Yang. He was a giant that was more than 2 meters tall. He looked extremely mighty, with a head full of black hair that moved even though there was no wind. His tall and sturdy body was like a mountain that was filled with strength. His limbs were not full of fat like a muscular man's. On the contrary, they were very slender and his muscles were bulging like a tiger's. Every part of his body was in accordance with the golden ratio. He looked like a rare emperor. Even if he did not open his mouth, his aura had already suppressed everyone. The Ocean Emperor's eyes were clear, black with a hint of gold, as if he could easily see through people's hearts. Wearing the Ocean Emperor armor and a holy ranked weapon, he looked mighty and unparalleled. Yu Yang had seen many kings, but he had never seen any king who could surpass the Ocean Emperor. Jun Wuyu also had a strong aura, but compared to the Ocean Emperor, he paled in comparison. The great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, was also weaker. Even the great demon King Baruth, the ruler of the demon abyss, could not compare. The only one who could completely defeat the Ocean Emperor was not the Black Hell King that Yu Yang had met before, but the other overlord who was as famous as the Prison Emperor 6,000 years ago, the Scarlet Emperor. Needless to say, the Scarlet Emperor was a demon-like existence. He could no longer be described as an emperor. This fellow was basically a half-god ranker. Even in his weakest state, the Scarlet Emperor could still suppress Shun Tian and the Black Prince, forcing them to bow down to him. Comparing the Black Hell King and the Scarlet Emperor, one was a general, the other an overlord. The difference between the two could not be compared at all. The Ocean Emperor could not be compared to the Scarlet Emperor, the demon-like senior innate, but it did not affect the prestige of the Ocean Emperor that dominated the entire Tongtian Tower. Guanlan was indeed the one and only Ocean Emperor in the world. No matter who, no one could erase his existence. The Ocean Emperor in front of Yu Yang, at this moment, even after the battle of life and death within Shi, he still looked down on the world. "You want to kill me?" the Ocean Emperor asked. "If you can let me come and get the Mother Earth potion, I will consider not starting a war with you." Yu Yang said an unchangeable fact. "Why must I let you?" The Ocean Emperor Guanlan was not angry. In the last 3 minutes before the birth of the Mother Earth potion, he still had the time to ask Yu Yang. "Ocean Emperor Guanlan, I don't think I need to tell you to understand that your potential has been completely exhausted and there is no possibility for you to improve anymore. Even if you break through your current state and reach innate elder level 1, you can't improve anymore unless you get the Mother Earth potion or God's blood. It can be said that it is a waste for you to consume the Mother Earth potion. It could even be said that it is an unforgivable waste. I am younger than you and have more potential than you. My future is limitless, why should I let you have it? Back then, you did not hesitate to betray the whole team for the sake of your future and became the Ocean Emperor today. My future achievements will not be lower than yours, I will only be above you. Why should I let you have the Mother Earth potion? I am just being selfish, it should be a little better than your betrayal." After Yu Yang finished, he paused and said, "If I let you have it, Ocean Emperor, you will still kill me because you will not be able to watch me grow. You will not wish for a junior to surpass you so easily. Your daughter once asked me, why should I kill you? If you did not force me, I would not have provoked you. My growth is all because of the pressure from you seniors. Let me sum it up with one sentence. Ocean Emperor Guanlan, you are not the strongest and the most talented one. If you want to sit at the highest position, or try to stop others from sitting, you are destined to fall. That makes sense." The Ocean Emperor nodded and affirmed Yu Yang's words. He then asked, "One last question, do you think you can kill me? I have no confidence to fight against every supreme innate, but it doesn't matter. I am still young, I can afford to lose. I have learned my lesson and can fight again. As long as I am not afraid of fighting and persevere, the final victory will belong to me." Yu Yang answered. There were only 2 minutes left before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. At this moment, the giant crystal lotus was already high above the crystal canyon. Countless crystals pointed towards the sky. The heavenly incense's energy enveloped the entire crystal canyon. In the crystal lotus, the light started to shine bit by bit, from weak to strong. Countless of energy was accumulating, preparing for the final stage. The Mother Earth potion was about to be born. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan looked at the crystal lotus from afar and nodded sadly, "It's a pity you are not my son, otherwise I would definitely give it to you." With that, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan moved. His whole body exploded with a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. Yu Yang immediately unsealed his innate level 4 energy. The current him was equivalent to a level 9 innate. Although there was a gap between him and the Ocean Emperor who was a peak level 10 innate, with the help of the Nirvana armor, World Exterminating Wheel and innate sword chi, he was confident that he could fight. Even if he had to pay the price of being heavily injured, Yu Yang would defeat the Ocean Emperor Guanlan and obtain the Mother Earth potion. Kill! Yu Yang shouted and moved at the same time as the Ocean Emperor. The two of them clashed with each other, using all their strength to determine who was stronger. At this moment, there was only 1 minute and 30 seconds left before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The battle between Yu Yang and the Ocean Emperor Guanlan had officially begun. The shockwave from the collision between the two was not much weaker than the collision between the Ocean Emperor and Xianxia. With the support of the three-headed Golden Dragon King, the strength of the Ocean Emperor's fist was enough to flatten a small mountain. Yu Yang's strength was also earth-shattering with the support of the two giant shadows. Not only were their strengths similar, their attacking methods were also the same. No matter if it was the Ocean Emperor or Yu Yang, they did not attack each other's body. They both attacked each other's face at the same time. Yu Yang had the protection of the Nirvana Flame armor, so the Ocean Emperor would definitely not attack his body. Similarly, the Ocean Emperor also had the protection of the Holy Ranked Ocean Emperor armor, and also had the support of the strengthening type Guardian Beast, the three-headed Golden Dragon King. Yu Yang also did not attack his body. Even the Ocean Emperor's heavily injured chest and defenseless heart did not become Yu Yang's first target. Attack the opponent's face. This was the choice made by the Ocean Emperor and Yu Yang at the same time. With great chemistry, they clashed head-on. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan's speed was extremely fast, however, Yu Yang's speed was slightly faster. If he had not experienced the Scarlet Emperor's attack, he would probably be much slower than the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. The Ocean Emperor's speed was the fastest that Yu Yang had seen other than the Scarlet Emperor. Compared to him, the speed that the Black Prince was so proud of was like a snail. No wonder the Ocean Emperor could compete with the fastest assassin, and in the blink of an eye. The World Exterminating Wheel was swung by Yu Yang and slashed towards the Ocean Emperor. It easily cut through the Ocean Emperor's protective aura and slashed towards the Ocean Emperor's face. On the other hand, the Ocean Emperor didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he punched Yu Yang's face with all his might, intending to perish together with him. He had the strength of a level 10 innate and the support of the three-headed Golden Dragon King. He could definitely take it. Just now, it was because of the three-headed Golden Dragon King's support that the Ocean Emperor was able to defeat the hemp-clothed old man and Yu Yang advanced instead of retreating. He bent his left arm in front of his face. He waved the World Exterminating Wheel in his right hand. The Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, the Arctic Snow Frost, and the Purple Gold Electric Snake distorted the entire space. It was as if the World Exterminating Wheel had slashed past, and even the space was shattered. This was the strongest power of Yu Yang's new realm. Even if the Ocean Emperor had a strong body, as long as the World Exterminating Wheel hit him, he would be heavily injured and fall to the ground. The three-headed Golden Dragon King suddenly grew a giant head from the Sea Emperor's body. It charged towards the World Exterminating Wheel fearlessly. The World Exterminating Wheel slashed through its head. The heavily injured World Exterminating Wheel continued to move forward and devoured Yu Yang's body. At the same time, the Ocean Emperor's giant fist fiercely landed on Yu Yang's left arm that was blocking. The fist was about to break Yu Yang's left arm. Yu Yang was in extreme pain. His upper body spun backwards. He raised his right leg high and stepped on the Ocean Emperor's chest. The innate invisible sword chi pierced through the gap created by the god-killing dagger on the Ocean Emperor's armor and pierced through the Ocean Emperor's heart. An arm in exchange for a life. This was a plan that Yu Yang had planned for a long time. Even 3 days ago, Xianxia and Yu Yang had discussed this plan. Xianxia recklessly opened up a small hole in the Ocean Emperor's saint-ranked Ocean Emperor's armor, then handed it over to Yu Yang to deal the fatal blow. After the Ocean Emperor's heart was pierced, his body became sluggish. He did not stop immediately. Instead, he attacked even more crazily. On his body, another giant golden dragon's head extended at the same time. It bit Yu Yang's body and smashed him heavily onto the crystal floor. Before Yu Yang's pain and dizziness had passed, the Ocean Emperor's body grew a third dragon head. It was huge and had an aura as cold as the sun. It spat out a strange forked halberd. The Ocean Emperor took it and fiercely stabbed it towards Yu Yang's body. F***ck. Yu Yang was shocked. The Ocean Emperor actually had a saint-ranked weapon. Even Xianxia did not know about it. The saint-ranked Ocean Emperor's halberd carried golden lightning and fiercely stabbed towards Yu Yang's body. If it pierced through him, Yu Yang's little life would be in danger. At the critical moment, Yu Yang's body escaped the pressure of the Ocean Emperor's domain. He used the graceful sword dance to dodge the attack. At the same time, he kicked his right leg, hoping to borrow the force to escape the threat of death. The giant dragon's head on the Ocean Emperor's body fearlessly opened its mouth and bit Yu Yang's body. Even though the Nirvana battle armor's Nirvana flame rapidly burned its huge mouth, it did not let go. Just 1 second of delay was enough for the Ocean Emperor to attack 100 times. The Ocean Emperor's halberd ruthlessly nailed down. Yu Yang could only do his best to retreat and avoid being hit in his vitals. However, he could not retract his right leg in time and was pierced by the Ocean Emperor's halberd. He was firmly nailed to the crystal floor. The largest giant dragon's head on the Ocean Emperor's body had been accumulating power for a long time. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a dragon breath that was 100 times more terrifying than hellfire. The Golden Dragon King's dragon breath was also in existence that could instantly kill all living beings. It was unstoppable. Just when the Ocean Emperor thought that he had won, the Nirvana battle armor on Yu Yang's body instantly turned into a fire phoenix made of Nirvana flames. Facing the dragon breath, he pounced towards the Golden Dragon King's huge mouth that was spewing dragon breath. Although the dragon breath was strong, it was far from being comparable to the Nirvana flame. The fire phoenix burned and purified all the dragon breath. It shot towards the Golden Dragon King's huge mouth and burned the Golden Dragon King until it disappeared and returned to the Ocean Emperor's body. If it had been a second later, it would have been incinerated alive by the fire phoenix. The Ocean Emperor's beast was not as strong as Yu Yang's. He still had the strength of a level 10 and 8. Yu Yang immediately summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield. Although it was broken by the Ocean Emperor's fist, he managed to stop it for half a second. Little Wenli appeared on Yu Yang's body. Her beautiful eyes widened and her binding chain's inherent skill was activated. The Ocean Emperor's fist paused again. The barbarian Cow Shadow Man jumped out and punched the Ocean Emperor's waist heavily. As the Ocean Emperor's holy ranked armor rebounded, the barbarian Cow Shadow Man shouted again. She lifted the Ocean Emperor, who was still in a binding state, and threw him far away. At this moment, there were only 30 seconds left before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. Yu Yang and the Ocean Emperor were both seriously injured. The only difference was that Yu Yang only injured his left arm and right leg. His internal organs were injured and he could still fight. The Ocean Emperor, who was already seriously injured, was on the brink of death after being hit by Yu Yang's world-exterminating wheel and stabbed in the heart. Furthermore, his guardian beast, the three-headed Golden Dragon King, had lost 2 of its heads. His strength was greatly reduced and it was even harder for him to hold on. When he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Ocean Emperor's body was on the verge of collapse. Yu Yang was nailed to the crystal floor by the Ocean Emperor's halberd and was unable to struggle for a moment. The Ocean Emperor supported his heavily injured body and staggered towards the crystal lotus. If he consumed the Mother Earth potion, his body would definitely recover to its peak state and he might even break through to the Elder Innate Realm. The barbarian Cow Shadow Man used all her strength to pull the Ocean Emperor's halberd out of the crystal ground. However, holy level treasures already had a certain level of spirituality. It followed its master's will and firmly nailed to the ground, resisting the barbarian Cow Shadow Man's violent pulling. The Ocean Emperor's halberd was pulled out bit by bit, but it would definitely not leave the ground within 30 seconds at this speed. In other words, it was almost impossible for Yu Yang to make it in time for the birth of the Mother Earth potion. Guanlan, it's time for you to apologize to everyone. The hemp-clothed old man and she flashed behind the Ocean Emperor. The god-killing dagger in his hand was completely nailed into the Ocean Emperor's carotid artery. The Ocean Emperor held on to Nshi's hand to stop him from cutting off his head. He used the last of his strength to lift Nshi up and smashed him heavily on the crystal stone pillar far away. It's not the time yet. When I die, I will go and meet those guys. The Ocean Emperor forcefully pulled out the god-killing dagger, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. At this moment, the crystal lotus began to bloom. It was extremely beautiful. Thousands of golden lights shone from the crystal lotus. The whole crystal canyon became a golden world. The Ocean Emperor, who was drenched in blood, jumped onto the crystal lotus and looked at everything in front of him excitedly. The Mother Earth potion that he had been waiting for was finally here. The barbarian Cow Shadow Man angrily pulled out the Ocean Emperor's halberd and threw It far away. But it was too late. Even if Yu Yang got up, he would not be able to stop the Ocean Emperor from getting the Mother Earth potion. Because it was already born, countless golden lights shot out from the crystal lotus, forming a beautiful pillar of light. A rainbow-like spring water gushed out from the crystal lotus. Following the golden pillar of light, it slowly rose into the sky. The Ocean Emperor used the fastest speed in his life to conjure a jade bottle that he had prepared earlier and stored the spring water in an instant. Before she could rush over, he danced in the air and waved his hand to call back the Ocean Emperor's halberd that was connected to his mind. He blocked She's already weak attack with his halberd. Huge dragon wings spread out from his back and he broke through the air faster than lightning. The Ocean Emperor quickly left the crystal canyon through the teleportation gate. Yu Yang could only watch the entire process. The barbarian cow Shadow Man was furious. She lifted the huge crystal pillar and threw it at the Ocean Emperor. But it was too late to stop the Ocean Emperor from leaving. Little Wenli also looked at Yu Yang pitifully. Her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry. Yu Yang carried her up and lightly touched her little nose. What are you crying for? The real Mother Earth potion is still here. What the Ocean Emperor took just now was just the crystal spiritual liquid. If he took the real Mother Earth potion, how could I just stand by and watch? It would be weird if I didn't fight him to the death. Stop crying, let's go get the real one. Around the crystal lotus, the crystal men and the ancient guardians all knelt down. They did not move. It was as if there was a song that was 100 times more beautiful than the sounds of nature. It was not a sound, but it could resound through one's heart. This sound was the sound of the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The entire crystal canyon had a fragrance that was 100 times more fragrant than all the flowers in the world. It made one's soul intoxicated. This was the fragrance of the Mother Earth potion. The crystal lotus was in full bloom and unfolded. Countless rays of light fell from it like a rainbow. All the crystal energy in the entire crystal canyon flowed towards the huge crystal lotus like a river flowing into the sea. It then condensed and all the essence returned to the center of the lotus. The crystal men and the ancient guardians fell one by one and the energy in their bodies disappeared. Their souls merged back into the crystal and fell into a deep sleep. When Yu Yang brought little Wenli to the front of the crystal lotus, he realized that there was only one drop of the Mother Earth potion left. In an instant, the melon that was ripe fell. The crystal lotus instantly shattered into millions of pieces, and the entire crystal canyon began to shake and collapse. The energy of the crystals had almost completely disappeared, and the entire crystal canyon had turned into ordinary white stones. Only a few crystal shards remained on the ground. The existence of the Mother Earth potion that was floating in front of Yu Yang could not be described with words. The energy it contained was unimaginable and extremely pure. It was golden and liquid, but it gave off a strange light. Yu Yang turned back and looked at Anshi, who was struggling to sit up. If Anshi wanted to live, Yu Yang could save him even without the Mother Earth potion. However, Anshi did not care about life and death. He lived only to kill the Ocean Emperor. Now that the Ocean Emperor was on the verge of death, Anshi had no more regrets. What could Yu Yang do to a person who was determined to die? Don't be courteous with an old man like me. If eating it could help me live, I would definitely fight to eat it. The hemp-clothed old man smiled weakly. Yu Yang knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he could only nod his head silently. Rest in peace, he slowly laid down. I have seen the Mother Earth potion, I have no more regrets. Brat, bury me here. With a toss of his hand, the god-killing dagger flew over. The hemp-clothed old man and she left his last words in this world. It was also his last wish. I won't give it to you for free, take it and cut off the Ocean Emperor's head. With that, he closed his eyes. A gigantic black demon dragon separated from his body. It gradually faded, turned into light, and disappeared into the sky. Before disappearing, it even roared softly, as if bidding farewell to its owner. The hemp-clothed old man's heart stopped beating and his breathing stopped. Just like that, the ultimate king of assassins in the entire Tong Tian Tower. Just like that, he passed away. Although he passed away, his wish of hundreds of years was fulfilled. There was still a faint smile on his lips. Although he did not personally kill his nemesis, he knew that the Ocean Emperor Guanlan would not live for long. Furthermore, He had seen the birth of the Mother Earth potion with his own eyes, so he had no more regrets. After being alone for hundreds of years, today, he could finally throw everything away and return to nature. He could go back to his old friends and reunite with them. In the sky, countless strange lights transformed into all kinds of beautiful flowers. The Mother Earth potion would not exist forever. As the Mother Earth potion was about to disappear, Yu Yang guided it with his hand and sent it into his throat. At first, his body did not have any reaction. However, 3 seconds later, the grimoire floated out automatically. The sleeping hornless dragon Xianxia, spirit of earth fire, reaper mantis, and even the quintet golden puppet mice all came out automatically. The hornless dragon was still in a deep sleep and the spirit of earth fire was confused. For a moment, Yu Yang's body emitted an indescribable strange light, as if his entire body had become transparent. At the same time, the strange light that carried the heavenly fragrance's energy fluctuated around Yu Yang. It changed into various strange patterns along with the runes, or naturally formed various kinds of beautiful rainbow flowers. Little Wenli, barbarian cow shadow man, hornless dragon Xianxia, spirit of earth fire, reaper mantis, and quintet seeking golden mice were all bathed in this strange light that carried the pure heavenly fragrance's energy. After the barbarian cow shadow man fused with the heart of the earth, her body evolved once again, and she took another big step towards becoming a human. Little Wenli, who was hugging Yu Yang, benefited the most. She absorbed the most energy, even more than the summoning grimoire's halo beast world. After this absorption, with just a little more, she would be able to advance from her current level 5 diamond ranked to level 6 diamond ranked and continue to lead all of Yu Yang's beasts in terms of battle power and support. The hornless dragon Xianxia, spirit of earth fire, reaper mantis, and even the quintet seeking golden mice all benefited to varying degrees. Of course, the one who reaped the most was Yu Yang. After consuming the Mother Earth potion, Yu Yang's body was instantly filled with an indescribable and unimaginable amount of energy. It was as if his body was stuffed into a crystal canyon or an even bigger terrain, making Yu Yang feel as if his body was about to explode. The injuries on the surface of his body were completely healed in less than 3 seconds. And his body, which had been purified by energy many times, once again received a huge amount of energy. The fire phoenix's nirvana flame burned rapidly in Yu Yang's body, helping Yu Yang to digest this torrent of energy, allowing this huge amount of energy to fuse into every cell in his body. Not a single bit of energy was wasted, forming the foundation of his body. The innate chi was also circulating at a high speed. If there was no circulation, Yu Yang's body would not be able to take it and would explode. The innate invisible sword chi level 6 circulated, bringing along the torrent of energy from the Mother Earth potion, circulating through all the meridians in Yu Yang's body, speeding up the absorption. Even though the innate invisible sword chi did not level up, Yu Yang's grimoire started to turn pages and level up. From Yu Yang's original innate level 4 to innate level 5 easily, and was even trying to break through to innate level 6. The current Yu Yang was already breaking through to the elder innate realm. His mind was in a mess and he was completely unable to control himself. He could only let the innate chi and nirvana flame in his body circulate automatically. Yu Yang knew that it would not be good to forcefully break through to the elder innate realm with his current body. It would be a waste of the hard work he put into relearning his cultivation. If he suddenly jumped to the elder innate realm, all his previous efforts would be wasted. To level up, he had to level up step by step, that was the most beneficial. The problem was that Yu Yang could not control himself now. The pure energy of the Mother Earth potion was too great, so much so that Yu Yang could not imagine it. Drinking it in one gulp was equivalent to digesting the energy of the Crystal Canyon or even more. His body would not be able to take it. Fortunately, he still had the innate chi and nirvana flame. Otherwise, Yu Yang's body would definitely explode and turn into a soul energy body. The golden light pillar of leveling up pointed towards the sky. However, Yu Yang had only absorbed a little of the energy in his body, not even 1/10 of it. There was definitely a possibility of leveling up further. If he completely digested and absorbed the Mother Earth potion, Yu Yang estimated that he would definitely break through to the elder innate realm. So you secretly ate something good. Wow, I want it too. A rainbow flashed and the Qilin girl jumped out. When she saw Yu Yang's body emitting a strange light, she immediately flew over excitedly and hugged Yu Yang. Her little mouth was like a child fighting for candy as she sucked hard on Yu Yang's lips. She only let go of Yu Yang after she sucked away at least 1/10 of the pure energy of the Mother Earth potion. On the surface, she looked cute as if she had not done anything bad. Little Wenli followed suit and also sucked in a mouthful. The clear cry of the phoenix echoed throughout the entire crystal canyon, causing people's souls to tremble. A gigantic pillar of nirvana flame rose from Yu Yang's body. Accompanied by countless rays of light, the Phoenix sisters descended from the sky, riding on a fire phoenix that was close to 1,000 meters long. They commanded the fire phoenix to enter Yu Yang's body. They forcefully suppressed the vast energy in Yu Yang's body that had not been digested in time in Yu Yang's dantian. They condensed it into a drop and sealed it so that Yu Yang could slowly refine it in the future. I did not secretly eat anything. The Qilin girl waved her hands cutely, indicating that she had always been a good child and did not eat anything secretly. Little Wenli was more obedient. She did not admit it, but at least she did not deny it. She only laughed secretly. The two Phoenix sisters turned into intertwining rainbows and quickly entered Yu Yang's body, disappearing without a trace. Once they disappeared, the Nirvana flame pillar also dissipated quickly and disappeared in a few seconds, as if it had never appeared. As soon as they left, Yu Yang, who was still in a state of confusion, fell to the ground with a thud. The barbarian cow Shadow Aman quickly wanted to pick him up. The Qilin girl Bing Yin waved her hand, "Don't, let him rest. It's not a good thing to improve too quickly. His body can't take it. He's sleeping now, so his body can adjust automatically." "Ah, I'm sleepy again. Let's go back to sleep." She yawned cutely and was ready to slip away. Looking at the god-killing dagger on the ground, her interest was piqued. With a wave of her hand, the god-killing dagger flew into her hand. She furrowed her brows and said, "Which idiot used the god-killing dagger like this? I've never seen such an idiot. The impure demonic energy has almost made this dagger rusty. The god-killing dagger is not a good item to begin with. If this continues, this little dagger will become a piece of trash." If the hemp-clothed old man and she heard this, he would cry. Fortunately, he died. Otherwise, he would probably commit suicide out of shame. The Qilin girl Bing Yin spewed out a white light, and instantly purified the black god-killing dagger. The god-killing dagger, which had returned to its original form, flickered with light, and there was at least a meter of brilliance around its edge. The Qilin girl waved it slightly, and it stabbed out a sharp light that was more than 10 meters long. The sword chi that was shot out even cut the hard crystal ground into cracks of tens of meters. "I'll give it to you. It's not very useful." The Qilin girl Bing Yin was generous, and she gave Yu Yang's things to Little Wenli. Little Wenli waved her hand and didn't want it. "Then give it to him. Tell him that it's from me. He must remember to thank me. I rarely give gifts to others." The Qilin girl's last sentence was more honest. She always took other people's things, and the things she gave out were indeed very few. Yu Yang was the one who benefited more. The golden coffin that the Qilin girl carried back last time had not been opened yet. Yes. Little Wenli nodded, and accepted the god-killing dagger for Yu Yang. It was already very good that the god-killing dagger could be brought back after being in the Qilin girl's hands. If Yu Yang knew about this, he might break out in cold sweat. The Qilin girl yawned, and went back to sleep. Little Wenli, Man, and the rest continued to stay behind to look after the sleeping Yu Yang. It was only until 3 hours later that Yu Yang had completely adjusted the energy in his body. He tried his best to absorb 1/10 of the Mother Earth potion, but he found that his strength had increased greatly. He estimated that he was now equivalent to a level 10 innate, which was comparable to the impatience before she broke through. He was not far from breaking through to the Elder Innate realm. To others, this was a good thing. But to Yu Yang, it was a bit of a headache. He had to think of a way to not break through to the Elder Innate realm and continue to stay in the Innate realm. At the same time, he could absorb the energy of the Mother Earth potion. Of course, it didn't matter if he couldn't think of a way. He could ask the Heavenly Sword Goddess, she would definitely have a way. Since there was no time to ask immediately, Yu Yang decided to go out to the graveyard of the sea to take a look. This was because when he was sleeping, he could feel the bloody Queen Reds call more than once. how did the god-killing dagger become like this? Yu Yang took the dagger and looked at it. He found that the god-killing dagger, which was originally a saint-ranked god-killing dagger, was close to becoming a divine weapon. It had become a super holy weapon. Little Winli made a cute pose with horns on her head. Yu Yang immediately understood that it was the Qilin girl's doing. This girl was usually a troublemaker, but sometimes she could help out a little. The god-killing dagger that had become a super high-grade god-killing dagger made people drool. Yu Yang quickly kept it. Just as he was about to keep his grimoire, he looked at it. He had already known that innate level 4 had leveled up to innate level 5, so he could skip this. However, the divine vision that he had been looking forward to leveling up had made Yu Yang the happiest. He had been looking forward to leveling up this divine vision for a long time. With the upgrade of Heaven Eye's divine vision, its abilities had increased again. From level 5 to level 6, Heaven Eye's divine vision had gained the ability to see through the enemy's blood vessels and energy circulation. To Yu Yang, this was a timely upgrade. When fighting against Shun Tian, Black Prince, Ocean Emperor, and other super innates, Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision couldn't see through the enemy's weaknesses. It could only see the weaknesses of the enemy's items or techniques. As for energy circulation and body characteristics, especially after merging with beasts, Yu Yang couldn't see through them. That was why he couldn't directly attack the enemy's hidden weaknesses. He could only use tactics to lure the enemy to reveal their flaws. With the upgrade of Heaven Eye's divine vision combined perfectly again. The power was completely different. Now, it wasn't just low-level martial artists. Even inborn experts, sacred beasts, and other powerful existences could see the hidden weaknesses. Yu Yang reckoned that Shun Tian and Black Prince could announce the beginning of their tragic fates. However, Heaven-ranked level 1 Black Hell King and Scarlet Emperor wouldn't be able to see through it. Because they were stronger existences, their divine vision, inherent skill still needed to increase. When it reached level 7, level 8 or even level 9, divine vision, at that time, not to mention the Scarlet Emperor, even the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm or even stronger existences should be able to see through it. Of course, this couldn't be rushed. It had to be upgraded slowly. He had to use Heaven Eye's divine vision more often in the future. Now that he could see through the blood vessels and energy circulation, it would be a great help for cultivation and healing. Let's go. Yu Yang kept Aman, Spirit of Earth Fire, Reaper Mantis, and Quintet Golden Puppet Mice. He only brought Little Winli back to the graveyard of the sea. Aman returned to digest the energy she had absorbed. Spirit of Earth Fire was reluctant to leave the remaining energy here. From her point of view, there was still a lot of energy to absorb. However, she still listened to Yu Yang. After Yu Yang left, in the broken crystal canyon, a small crystal man crawled out of the broken crystal pillar. It turned out that there were 100 crystal people in the entire crystal canyon. Now, there was only one left. It was not that the other 99 had died, but that the energy in the entire crystal canyon could only revive one crystal person. Perhaps, after another 10,000 years, the crystal canyon could be restored to its original state, and all the crystal people could be revived. However, the Mother Earth potion might not be born here anymore. He teleported out of the 5 great vortexes. Graveyard of the Sea. Yu Yang was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. Everything that happened in the graveyard of the sea made Yu Yang unable to believe his eyes. Half of the sea surface, including those sunken ships, were densely packed with thorny flowers. To be more accurate, there were thorny flowers digesting corpses everywhere. Bloody Queen Red and Hui Tai Lang were chasing after Tai Hu's 9-headed magic fox. This was more normal. On the other side, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan was not sure if he had gone crazy, but he was massacring his subordinates and children. Not only were the hybrid fishmen attacking the Ocean Emperor, there were also a dozen unfamiliar innate rankers, and even the princes and princesses led by Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess. Cuttlefish King, Jellyfish King, and Manta Ray King were all dead. They did not know who killed them. Shark King was heavily injured and was lying on the wreckage of a sunken ship, vomiting blood. It was estimated that he would not live for long. The Ocean Emperor's injuries were even more severe. Initially, he was fatally wounded by Anshi and Yu Yang. Now, he was surrounded by more than 30 hybrid fishmen, more than 10 innate rankers and as many children. After fighting for 3 hours, he had already reached his limit. He did not even have the strength to wield the Ocean Emperor's halberd. If not for the Ocean Emperor's armor's super defense and the three-headed Golden Dragon King's powerful body, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan would have fallen long ago. Even if I die, all of you will accompany me to the grave. The Ocean Emperor roared crazily and used the last of his strength to wave the Ocean Emperor's halberd. In an instant, he exploded with the power of a level 10 innate, killing a few hybrid fishmen who rushed to attack him. He also cut 2 of his children who could not retreat in time into 2. Finally, he angrily shot out the Ocean Emperor's halberd, killing an innate ranker who was retreating hurriedly. His power was unparalleled in the world. For a moment, no one dared to go near him. Even the old man Tai, who hid far away, screaming as he ran, everyone continued to surround him. He has no more strength left and will die soon. This is the best chance, we must not let him leave. The last 3 minutes, hold on for the last 3 minutes and we will succeed. Yu Yang was clear now. It was a betrayal. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan had suffered the biggest betrayal in his life. Not only his friends, his subordinates, even his children and daughters had all betrayed him. If he was not seriously injured, if he was not the first to come out from Crystal Canyon, if he was a little more vigilant and guarded against his children, the Ocean Emperor would not have fallen to such a state. Those who did not betray him were all dead. The 3 kings, the 8 great ocean marshals were all dead. The only one who was still alive was Shark King. However, Shark King was not far from death. If anyone attacked him, Shark King would die before the Ocean Emperor. A prince secretly flew towards the wreckage of the sunken ship, preparing to kill Shark King and further attack the Ocean Emperor. Shark King suddenly leaped into the air and similarly exploded with the power of a level 8 innate. A huge shark shadow flashed in the sky and killed the prince with a raging sea devour. He then killed several of the prince's personal guards. Finally, he grabbed the body of a low-level innate and forcefully tore it apart. He raised his neck and opened his mouth to swallow the enemy's blood. When the Ocean Emperor, who no one dared to go near, slowly landed on the wreckage of the sunken ship, Shark King strode forward and knelt in front of the Ocean Emperor. "Your subordinate is useless. I am willing to die with your majesty." Shark King heavily kowtowed 3 times on the deck of the sunken ship. "Asha, don't call me your majesty anymore. I remember that you are also my son. Now, I will restore your real identity. You are my, Guanlan's, son. In the past, in order to obtain more power and a better future, I did not hesitate to betray my friends and family. I even married the daughter of my enemy and established the Ocean Emperor's hegemony. I have gained a lot. However, I have lost even more. Actually, I know that you are my best son. However, I have no way of letting you inherit my position. I can't even admit that you are my son. Without the support of the Sea Clan, I can't become the Ocean Emperor. I can't conquer the ocean of Tong Tian Tower. With my own strength, I can't compare to the absolute ruling emperor of the underworld. I can't compare to the parliamentary system Sky Emperor. I can't even compare to the divided and rebellious Dragon Emperor. The power of the Sea Clan has never truly been in my hands. I have always been working hard, but what I have obtained is only superficial obedience and illusory power. At this moment, before I die, Asha, call me father. I am no longer the Ocean Emperor. I am only a lonely father who has been deserted by his family." The Ocean Emperor Guanlan personally helped Shark King up and looked straight into his eyes. "Your Majesty, father." Shark King was an unyielding man. At this moment, he couldn't help but burst into tears. "Your son is useless. I can't help you reverse the situation. Indeed, the world's most outstanding son is not you. However, Asha, I am already satisfied to have a son like you." The Ocean Emperor Guanlan stretched out his hand and caressed Shark King's head. He sighed at Shark King, who insisted on kneeling. "Son, if I have the ability to save your life, I will do it at all costs." "It's okay, father. I have no regrets to be able to die with you in this ocean." Shark King wiped his tears and kowtowed to the Ocean Emperor. "Your son will be leaving first." Shark King roared and pounced towards Sea Dragon Crown Prince. He wanted to help his father and this unfilial son before he died. However, how could Sea Dragon Crown Prince be willing to fight? More than 10 innate rankers rushed forward to help and besieged Shark King. The remaining hybrid fishmen and that old fellow Tai who pounced towards the Ocean Emperor. The betrayal of his family and the bloodbath between his brothers started again. In less than 3 minutes, Shark King, who had forcefully activated his strength after being heavily injured, quickly weakened. When he broke out of the encirclement and pounced in front of Sea Dragon Crown Prince, he already had no strength to raise his fist. Sea Dragon Crown Prince kicked Shark King heavily onto the wreckage of the shipwreck and sneered, "You still want to throw a tantrum in front of me after being hit by my poison dragon plague? So you are the illegitimate son of that old fellow, no wonder you are so loyal. Hee hee, this Crown Prince will now send you to reunite with that old fellow." On the other side, the Ocean Emperor was also gradually unable to hold on. After killing 2 hybrid fishmen, the Ocean Emperor was hit by Tai whose thunder snake staff and fell onto the wreckage of the shipwreck. His whole body was trembling in pain. However, he still insisted on standing up. Even when Tai who repeatedly hit him onto the deck, the Ocean Emperor still insisted on standing up, his body as straight as a spear. What an unyielding character. What a great Ocean Emperor who conquers the 4 seas. You are indeed different. Sea Dragon Crown Prince clapped his hands and praised. He kicked the almost unconscious Shark King heavily to the front of the Ocean Emperor, then flew down and stepped on Shark King's head. He kicked hard and grabbed Shark King's scalp, showing Shark King's painful and distorted face to the Ocean Emperor. "Old fellow, do you see this? This is the son you gave birth to, just like this trash. You think this Crown Prince is your son? You idiot, this Crown Prince is a pure-blooded member of the Sea Clan, not a lowly human like you. You are only fit to breed with the fishmen and give birth to a bastard. Pay." Shark King spat a mouthful of blood on the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face. Courting death. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was furious and beat Shark King up like a madman. He then spat a few mouthfuls of thick phlegm on Shark King's body. In the end, he sneered, "You want to die? It's not that easy. This Crown Prince will hang you up to dry as a dried fish. Old fellow, do you see this? If you want your bastard son to die more comfortably, then hand over the treasure map, the key to the door to Heaven Realm and the Mother Earth potion." You idiot, do you really think that there is a key to the door to Heaven Realm? Do you really think that I have treasures? Incurable stupidity, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan laughed loudly. Tai whose Thunder God staff had knocked him down. He was still laughing non-stop. In the end, the Ocean Emperor struggled to stand up and face the direction where Yu Yang was hiding. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "I've let you see a joke. I can't help it, this is retribution. Let's make a deal. As long as you save my son, I will give you the Mother Earth potion." When he said this, everyone was shocked. No one knew of Yu Yang's existence. When Yu Yang's figure appeared behind the dark clouds and appeared in front of the Ocean Emperor, all the people surrounding him were shocked. Only Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Bloody Queen Red, Hui Tai Lang and the other beasts knew that Yu Yang had already returned. At this moment, Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhang, Swordfish Man Blast, Cancer Man and Mudskipper Man who had been watching from afar saw Yu Yang appear and immediately became spirited. They quickly rushed over. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon were even faster than them. They formed another encirclement and surrounded Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the other rebels. When Yu Yang appeared, Sea Dragon Crown Prince was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. He quickly escaped and returned to his tribe. The Ocean Emperor took out a white jade bottle that was shining with 7 colors and handed it to Yu Yang. "My life and this Mother Earth potion can be given to you. Take Asha away." "No, father." Shark King was on the verge of death and was too weak to speak. However, hot tears flowed down his face. "I said before, as long as I can get your life back, I will do anything. I have lost everything and only have one son left. Luckily, I, Guanlan, still have a son. Haha, this is not bad, the heavens have let me go in the end." The Ocean Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. He coughed out blood but he laughed happily, as if he had obtained the best thing in the world. "Do you know what I want to say? This Mother Earth potion is fake, it's just 100-year crystal spirit liquid, it's worthless. But forget it, if it's just cleaning up some rubbish, I will occasionally do good deeds for free. Just treat it as doing good deeds to accumulate merit. Yu Yang snatched the white jade bottle from the Ocean Emperor's hand and kept it without even looking at it. The Ocean Emperor was stunned and dumbfounded. He never thought that the Mother Earth potion he obtained was fake. Yu Yang did not explain and kicked Shark King into the air. Hui Tai Lang cooperated well and caught it with his mouth. A few innates who were ready to make a move looked at the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in Bloody Queen Red's hand and then looked at the gold-ranked arrow in Stone Element Medusa's hand. They all shrunk back, no one dared to be the first to make a move. Tai Hu's expression was even uglier than death. The heavily injured Ocean Emperor had consumed the poison dragon plague and had been besieged for 3 hours before finally reaching his limit. Now, another Yu clan's third young master had appeared. This Yu clan's third young master was a super pervert who gave people headaches. Tai Hu would rather besiege the Ocean Emperor again than fight him. Thinking of his world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame, Tai Hu wanted to bang his head against the wall. Cough cough, this matter has nothing to do with you. The Ocean Emperor is also your enemy. Tai Hu expressed that if Yu Yang was willing to stop asking about this matter, he could give the Ocean Emperor's halberd and Ocean Emperor's armor, the two holy ranked treasures from the Ocean Emperor. In other words, as long as Yu Yang was willing to stop, the Sea clan could give him even more. No matter if it was beauties, gems, or anything else Yu Yang needed, as long as he asked. The Ocean Emperor is indeed my enemy. I must kill him. Sea Dragon Crown Prince's expression immediately turned for the better after hearing Yu Yang's words. That is, we have the same goal and can be said to be on the same side. Just say it, we can give you anything you want. Sea Dragon Crown Prince pretended to be very respectful. From his point of view, the two holy ranked treasures had already moved the other party's heart. Although it was a little painful, but to make this Yu clan's third young master stop, he could only reluctantly give up his treasures. He secretly swore that as long as there was a suitable opportunity in the future, he would definitely gather all the Sea clan's elites and join hands with the Black Hell Army to destroy the Soaring Dragon continent. Then, he would use all means to torture this Yu clan's third young master. What do you want? I want your life. Yu Yang raised the god-killing dagger and a long sword she pierced through the air. Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who was dozens of meters away, only felt a slight chill on his neck. His head fell off and blood spurted out. When Yu Yang's power exploded to innate level 5, the entire sea churned. The waves were 1,000 feet high. Including Tai Hu, all the enemies saw this scene and their eyes were filled with despair. Even the Ocean Emperor Guanlan sighed. He had painstakingly guarded the secret of the Crystal Canyon for hundreds of years, but in the end, it was all for this young man. The Mother Earth potion, in the end, was obtained by this young man. What's in one's life will always come to pass, but what's not in one's life should not be forced. The Sea Emperor had finally come to terms with the fact that everything that did not belong to him was just an illusion. Not to mention the Mother Earth potion, even Tong Tian Tower's hegemony of the ocean was the same. In the end, it was just a lie. Everything he had sacrificed for the past 1,000 years, in exchange for a betrayal, even if the matter of the Ocean Emperor being betrayed by his children's subordinates did not happen, Yu Yang was not prepared to let the people who knew the inside story leave alive. Unless they were people he could control, they would all be buried in this graveyard of the sea. Yu Yang did not hide his power anymore. He continuously unsealed his innate power, from innate level 1 to innate level 5. With his current power equivalent to innate level 10, even if the Ocean Emperor was not injured, Yu Yang could still fight. So, including Tai Hu, that cunning old man, no one was a match for Yu Yang. The massacre was about to begin. Yu Yang did not hold back anymore and decided to end the battle quickly. All the rebels, princes, and princesses, the innates that Yu Yang did not know, and even the greedy hybrid fishmen, could all end this sea battle. The graveyard of the sea would be their final resting place. Ha! Yu Yang's earth-shattering roar was 100 times louder than a bolt from the blue. The entire sea was trembling. Countless shockwaves under Yu Yang's control formed a huge tornado, sucking in the boiling seawater and shooting up to the sky. The Storm Mermaid took the opportunity to blow the storm horn to assist her master, making the storm even more violent. Countless whirlpools rumbled and spun at the bottom of the sea, devouring the wreckage of the sunken ship like a prehistoric monster. The Thunder Naga summoned bolts of lightning. Apart from killing the enemy, it also illuminated the graveyard of the sea, making it look like a bloody hell. The stone element Medusa and the ice serpent demon worked together to reap the lives of their enemies. Every time they attacked, a seafolk rebel soldier would fall. The bloody Queen Red let out a soul-shaking banshee scream as she dove down. As if struck by lightning, the nine-headed demon fox fainted on the spot. He fell like a meteor. The golden crowned thorny flower queen wielded the Tong Tian dragon blade that the golden beast had transformed into. With one slash, the cunning nine-headed magic fox was decapitated. Instant kill, Hui Tai Lang's doppelganger chased after the Shark King while he himself killed his way into the seafolk rebel soldiers. He was also invincible. Any claw or bite would kill a life on the spot. Below him, countless thorny flowers devoured the corpses. They did not even let off the fresh blood that was spilled, absorbing and digesting everything. The golden tiger shark summoned by the stone element Medusa could only pick up some small pieces of the enemy's body. However, it was still considered lucky. There was a prince's corpse that fell into the sea just now, so it was able to swallow it first. After digesting it, it would at least level up. 3 minutes. When Yu Yang started his massacre, the battle ended in 3 minutes. Taihu resisted stubbornly, but under the attacks of Yu Yang's god-killing dagger and world-exterminating wheel, he could not escape the fate of being killed in an instant. All the seafolk's traders, innate rankers and hybrid fishmen became the thorny flower's food. None of the enemies of Yu Yang survived. When the storm gradually calmed down, other than Yu Yang, Bloody Queen Red and the other beasts, there were only 7 people left on the surface of the sea. The dying Ocean Emperor Guanlan, Shark King, who was heavily injured and unconscious. Other than that, there were 5 hybrid fishmen. They were the Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhang, Swordfish Man Blast, Mud Skipper Man Sui Zue and Crab Man Ao, who had stuck to the alliance and did not work with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The remaining 30 or so hybrid fishmen were either killed when they surrounded the Ocean Emperor, or killed by Hui Tai Lang, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Stone Element Medusa and the other beasts after they violated Yu Yang's alliance and cooperated with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The last few were killed instantly by Yu Yang before they could beg for mercy. Yu Yang would never mercifully give those who betrayed him a second chance. It's over, everything is over. Octopus Man Boss was a little sad. After all, his companions who had accompanied him for thousands of years were all dead. Fools, they are all fools, they can't blame anyone else. Moreover, we have advised them not to do stupid things. These beasts are still alive and well. How could Yu Clan's third young master be in trouble? How could he be defeated by the Ocean Emperor? They were greedy and cooperated with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince for treasures and power. If they did not surround and attack the Ocean Emperor, how could they die? I feel that they deserve to die. Nothing is better than freedom, what we want is freedom. Mud Skipper Man sneered. He actually despised the betrayal of his companions. He felt that those fellows were short-sighted and short-sighted. They would rather believe the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's idiotic promise than to keep their original promise. Indeed, they deserved to die. Swordfish Man Blast actually wanted to kill his traitorous companions, but Octopus Man Boss dissuaded him. That's good too. Only the few of us are left, we are united. Crabman Ao was more optimistic and felt that this was a good thing. That's right. Whale Man Zhang hummed in agreement. When the few hybrid fishmen were looking around the graveyard of the sea and reminiscing about the last time before leaving, Yu Yang landed in front of the Ocean Emperor. Grey Wolf also tried to curry favor with Shark King and threw his hill-like body in front of the Ocean Emperor. The last step was to kill the Ocean Emperor and fulfill Anshi's wish. However, this was just a procedure. Even if Yu Yang did not make a move, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan would definitely die. Yu Yang waved his hand magnanimously. I must take his head. I promised Anshi, but I can give you 10 minutes. The Ocean Emperor transferred a little bit of energy into Shark King's body. He then looked at Yu Yang and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that you are not my son, otherwise. Although Asha and I are related by blood, our attributes are completely opposite. He would not be able to inherit my energy and treasures. What a pity. Shark King had already woken up. He struggled to get up. Kneeling in front of the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, the man's tears flowed down his face. He understood his father's regret, but he was helpless. It was as painful as when he saw his father being surrounded and attacked, and he was unable to save him. I didn't want to say it at first, but the Ocean Emperor, there might still be a little hope. You have an illegitimate daughter with the same attributes as you, and her potential seems to be not bad. Yu Yang took out Hai Yingguo, who had fainted previously, from the grimoire world and handed her to the overjoyed Ocean Emperor. You didn't kill her? That's great, the Ocean Emperor, finally have a successor. The Ocean Emperor's face flashed with an excitement that he had never shown before. Tears welled up in his eyes as he signaled Shark King to come over and take a look. Ah Shah, you will assist my sister in the future. You are destined not to become the Ocean Emperor, but my sister, who has inherited my power, still has a chance. Yes, father, I swear, I will definitely assist my sister to truly become the female Ocean Emperor who unifies the entire Tong Tian Tower Ocean. Shark King knelt down and solemnly swore. I, Guanlan, have a son and a daughter, my bloodline will be passed down, I have no regrets even if I die, I have no regrets even if I die. The Ocean Emperor laughed loudly. He first placed Hai Yingguo on the deck of the sunken ship. He used the Ocean Emperor halberd to pierce through her heart. The blood-stained Ocean Emperor halberd and Ocean Emperor armor turned into golden light and entered Hai Yingguo's body. Soon after, it flashed on Hai Yingguo's body. He recognized her as the new master. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood mist, the heavily injured and dying three-headed golden dragon king appeared. It turned into a crippled woman with dragon wings on her back. She also pierced through her heart with the Ocean Emperor halberd, letting the boiling dragon blood flow down the halberd and into Hai Yingguo's body, dyeing her in blood. When the Dragon King's blood reconstructed Hai Yingguo's body, the woman with dragon wings spat out a shining dragon pearl. It entered Hai Yingguo's forehead. In an instant, Hai Yingguo's body emitted thousands of rays of light, forming a dazzling light cocoon. Soon after, the woman with dragon wings slowly turned around and hugged the Ocean Emperor. Her body was on fire. The dragon flame continued to burn her body. Come, I owe and she and the blood debt from back then. Now, I will return it to him. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan waved his hand and flicked the god-killing dagger that Yu Yang threw over. The middle finger of the god-killing dagger spun and flew back to Yu Yang's hand. But while it was spinning, the meter-long sharp sword Qi directly cut off the Ocean Emperor's neck. The first-generation Ocean Emperor died. Shark King cowed out heavily and respectfully sent his father off for the last time. The raging dragon flame burned the Ocean Emperor and the woman with dragon wings into ashes. The entire sunken ship exploded, thick smoke billowed and slowly sank. Holding Hai Yingguo, who was still evolving in the dragon blood cocoon, Shark King painfully closed his eyes. On the same day, he first obtained the father that he never had, and at the same time, he lost his father forever. The only thing he inherited was his father's last wish to conquer the ocean. Wah, wah 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 wah. Mudskipper Man Sui Zue suddenly let out a dry howl, as if he was crying, but there were no tears. That look was very comical. Why are you crying? Swordfish Man Blast was confused. He thought that the Ocean Emperor was not Mudskipper Man's father. What does his death have to do with you? Even if the Ocean Emperor dies, he still has a son and daughter to send him off. When I die, I will have nothing. When Mudskipper Man said this, Swordfish Man Blast and the others almost sweated to death. So this was what he was thinking. After you go out, find a woman and let her give birth to 8 to 10 sons for you. Then wouldn't there be people to send you off? Octopus Man Boss comforted him. I have become a mudskipper. Now I am neither a human nor a fish. Who would marry me? Wah wah wah. Mudskipper Man howled even more sorrowfully. At least you still have some self-awareness. Swordfish Man Blast evaluated Mudskipper Man Yu Yang, who had dived into the ocean without anyone noticing, surfaced from the deep sea. He looked at Shark King and Hai Yingguo, who was inside the dragon blood cocoon. He did not say anything and just turned to leave. Whale Zhang and Swordfish Man Blast looked at each other. Surprise flashed in their eyes. Could it be that the ancient seal at the bottom of the ocean had been removed? Octopus Man boss hurriedly chased after Yu Yang and asked, "Has the ancient seal at the bottom of the ocean been removed? It can't be, so fast?" Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders very humbly. "Actually, I'm already considered slow this time. It's been too long since I've solved the runic circle, I'm a little rusty." This brat was so arrogant that the few hybrid fishmen seniors who heard him all fainted. One by one, they fell headfirst into the water. 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Thunder Fortress. In the middle of the night, Yu Yang, who left Fire Island, wanted to return to Soaring Dragon Continent, but he didn't expect that a few hybrid fishmen would follow him closely. It was no wonder, they hadn't been out for thousands of years. Even if Octopus Boss and Mudskipper Man were seniors, they were still not used to it. With nowhere to go, they could only chase after Yu Yang. How could Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai, the old fox and the other old fogies endure bringing a few level 5 and 8 hybrid fishmen back to the Soaring Dragon Continent? Moreover, to the Black Hell Army and Zijin Kingdom, if they knew that Yu Yang had such strong reinforcements, they would have some scruples. The original plan of luring the snake out of its hole would then fail. Therefore, Yu Yang could only bring them to the Thunder Fortress. It was definitely impossible to bring them there openly, so he could only secretly bring a few hybrid fishmen who had lived for God knows how many years into the Thunder Fortress. There is a lake here and a few houses beside it. If you like to swim, go ahead. If you like to sunbathe, go ahead. If you want to eat, just order the servants to prepare it. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Yu Yang felt that it was good to have a few seniors as guards for free. How is this a lake? This is a bathtub. Mudskipper Man Sui Zue complained that this man-made lake was too small. Senior, the underwater graveyard is very big. Yu Yang reminded him. It was already good enough that they had water to overcome the difficult conditions. Hearing that Yu Yang's tone was not right, Mudskipper Man Sui Zue quickly smiled. No, I was saying that this bathtub is small and exquisite, it is also quite fun. I have decided, I will stay here. Oh right, when are you going to release the seals in our bodies? We are neither human nor fish now, it's so miserable. If I can recover my human form, I can recover my grimoire. With the grimoire, my strength can also recover. Quickly think of a way, I only have so little strength left, the days are worrying. Yu Yang ignored him, releasing the seals in his body was not an easy task. What's more, he had to train harder to deal with the Black Hell King. How could he have the time to care about the hybrid fishman's recovery? Octopus Man Boss and Swordfish Man Blast were not in a hurry, they still had the strength of innate level 8, they were more than enough to protect themselves. Whale Zhang and Crabman Ao didn't care about anything else as they ordered several hundred types of food. Apart from fish, he ordered a portion of everything. This was because they had not eaten any food other than fish for thousands of years. They missed it very much. When Yanjing and the fat toad saw Whale Zhang's mountain-like body, they had already instructed the servants to prepare the food. After half an hour of preparation, they served the food like roasted camel, roasted turkey, and roasted goat. This time, Mudskipper Man and the others no longer discussed the size of the artificial lake. They pounced on it like hungry wolves and opened their mouths to gnaw on it. Their table manners were even worse than Grey Wolf's. The fat toad even secretly asked, "Young master, where did these hungry ghosts come from?" As Yu Yang enjoyed the roasted dragon wing alone, he casually explained, "They are all prisoners who have just been released. They are temporarily staying here. That octopus man is the boss, Mudskipper Man is the boss. If anyone comes to cause trouble, just let them handle it." Yanjing had always been a steady person. He asked, "What level of rankers are they?" "The weakest one, Mudskipper Man, is innate level 5. As soon as Yu Yang said that, the fat toad Jiada fell to the ground. Mr. Chen, who was drinking, almost choked to death. Even Yanjing the butler, who always had a poker face, was stunned. "Greetings to the seniors." Mr. Chen hurriedly got up and bowed. He really didn't sense that these weird-looking fellows were seniors. After thousands of years, I finally heard a descendant call me a senior. Third young master didn't count that time, he was threatening and mocking me. Mudskipper Man Sui Zue looked like he was about to cry. When the fat toad heard this, he fell to the ground again with a bang. The rest of the matter was simple. The matter of receiving the guests was handed over to Mr. Chen, who respected his seniors, and the fat toad, who flattered him. When Yu Yang returned to his room to rest, Xia, who was hiding at the corner of the corridor wearing a policewoman uniform, coughed lightly to indicate her presence. She didn't want Yu Yang to ignore her, but she didn't know what to say to him. Yu Yang suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched Xiaoyi's face lightly. Is your body still in pain recently? Xiaoyi just realized that this brat was teasing her and was furious. She wanted to punch him, but felt that he was concerned about her. She could only put down her raised fist resentfully and replied, "It's all your fault for making me like this." After saying this, her bright eyes were a little wet. She felt that this brat's concern was too late. If he had done it earlier, she might have forgiven him. But it was too late for him to care now. Actually, gradually, she realized that her body was not that uncomfortable anymore. She was also getting used to the strange power. The current her, compared to the past, was more than 10 times stronger. Xiaoyi also knew that this was a good thing, but he didn't tell her earlier and only let her suffer in fear. So, she definitely couldn't forgive him. Even if he had good intentions, she couldn't forgive him. Especially this set of clothes, he must have done something to it. There was an indescribable oddity. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't wear it for a day. This kind of self-righteous brat is not worthy of forgiveness. Thinking about this, Xiaoyi wanted to bite him. She definitely couldn't win against him, but she still wanted to bite him to death. Anyway, it's not over yet. Yu Yang was wearing the Gemini mask. Although she couldn't see it, she could see that he was smiling brightly. If you don't want to feel uncomfortable, come and find me at night. Xiaoyi was a little dazed after seeing this. She strangely realized that this brat's eyes seemed to be glowing. That smile of his seemed to be able to shine into her heart. She was stunned for a moment until he reached out to touch her face. Then, she struggled out of it and pushed his hand away angrily. Dream on, I'm not going to find you at night. I'd rather die than find you, don't touch me. She hurriedly turned around and ran back to her room. She closed the door tightly and leaned against the door as if she was relieved of a burden. She clutched her thumping heart. That was close, I almost forgave him just now. This brat's eyes were a little weird. I definitely shouldn't look at him in the eyes in the future, or else I would definitely be fooled. Xiaoyi realized that her heart was beating very fast and her face was burning as if she was having a fever. Touching the face that was touched by Yu Yang just now, Xiaoyi's face became even redder. After a long while, she suddenly slapped herself lightly on the cheek that was being touched. She scolded herself resentfully, "Are you a pig? Why didn't you hit him just now? You even talked to him. Xiaoyi, you're really an idiot." Yu Yang originally wanted to return to the grimoire world and count his spoils of war. When he returned to his room, he realized that the half-elf girl in maid attire was actively making the bed over and over again, not letting go of even the slightest detail. It was simply perfect. From her practiced movements, it could be seen that it wasn't the first day that she did this, it had become a habit. Even if Yu Yang never rested here, she would always be ready without any complaints. Master is back. When the half-elf girl saw that Yu Yang had returned, she cheered. She thought that Yu Yang would directly return to the grimoire world. She didn't expect that he would come back here to greet her. She immediately ran over happily and bowed. Before you rest, let me massage your legs, okay? Yu Yang took off the Gemini mask on his face. Anyway, this half-elf girl already knew what he looked like. There was no need to wear a mask in front of her. When Yu Yang saw her making the bed, he decided to rest here tonight. Although she was a little maid, she was really very cute. The half-elf girl was stunned at first, but the smart girl immediately reacted. She was so excited that her face turned red, like a pink apple. She immediately rushed over and hugged Yu Yang tightly, not letting go. She even asked in disbelief, "Master is going to rest here tonight?" Xianxia was overjoyed. Was this for real? Is this true? Yu Yang lightly scratched her little nose as an answer. The half-elf girl's beautiful big eyes immediately became moist. Her mouth also flattened, looking like she was so excited that she was about to cry but was holding it in with all her might. I'll go get some water. The half-elf girl suddenly remembered that she had to help her master wash his face and feet, so she quickly ran out. When she went out, because she was too excited, she tripped on the doorstep and almost fell. Yu Yang saw her running out. Along the way, several drops of happy tears splashed on the ground. He couldn't help but feel pity for her. This half-elf girl was really pitiful. She was very lonely here. If he had time, he would bring her back. She liked to serve people, and the delicate girl at home needed it. This way, this little slave wouldn't be so lonely. When she came back with the water, the half-elf girl's face was red. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yu Yang, afraid that he would make fun of her. Yu Yang took a towel, wet it, and helped her wipe her face. At this time, the half-elf girl's eyes seemed to have opened a gate. Her tears fell down. She hugged Yu Yang's arm and sobbed, "Grandma didn't lie to me. Master is really the best in the world." With great difficulty, Yu Yang coaxed her to stop crying and smile. After wiping her tears, the half-elf girl was even gentler than a kitten as she served Yu Yang. She massaged his shoulders and legs. After Yu Yang lay down, she resisted her shyness and put down the silk curtain. Seeing that Yu Yang didn't object, she entered the bed like a cat and slipped into the bed. At first, she curled up nervously. Then, she gathered her courage and stretched out her small hands. After searching for a long time, she found Yu Yang's big hands and hugged them. She slowly stretched out her legs and peeked at Yu Yang with her big eyes. Seeing that he still didn't object, she used her legs to clamp Yu Yang's legs and pressed her whole body against him. Sleep. Yu Yang originally wanted to take the opportunity to enter the dream realm and ask the heavenly sword goddess about how to absorb the Mother Earth potion without becoming an innate elder. However, hearing the half-elf girl's heartbeat, he reached out his hand and stroked her soft hair. Yes. But there's still that thing that hasn't been done yet. Master must be feeling very uncomfortable. The half-elf girl resisted her shyness and pulled Yu Yang's hand to her fragrant butt, indicating that she was ready to serve her master at any time. She felt that if she couldn't make her master happy, it would be the biggest failure of her life. She didn't even consider whether it would hurt. Don't think too much, sleep obediently. Yu Yang patted her perky buttocks and kissed her forehead. NN. The half-elf girl felt extremely happy. Although her master didn't want her, he didn't reject her. Being able to hug her master to sleep so comfortably was more blissful than a dream. With sweetness and satisfaction, she snuggled into Yu Yang's arms like a kitten. Before falling asleep, she decided to work harder in the future to make her master the happiest person in the world. 2 hours later, she felt very hot and kicked away the blanket. She put one of her legs on Yu Yang's chest and turned upside down. She, who was originally hugging Yu Yang's arm, was hugging Yu Yang's leg. 5 minutes later, she, who was murmuring that she would make her master happy, turned over and fell off the bed. She felt pain from the fall and woke up from her dream. She looked again and kicked the blanket to the ground. There was nothing to cover her master's body. She stuck out her tongue cutely and quickly put the blanket on Yu Yang's body. Finally, she sneaked under the blanket and hid for a long time. In the end, she realized that Yu Yang didn't wake up and didn't notice her embarrassment. Only then did she feel relieved. Serving her master was indeed not an easy task. The half-elf girl felt that she still had a lot of things to work on. However, she finally had a good start. After returning to the Soaring Dragon continent, the Yu clan castle had nothing to do. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others also went to the outskirts of the Death Canyon to train. After Yu Yang strolled around, he slipped away to Tianluo Palace's mirage. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and the others were all there. Since it was daytime, they were too embarrassed to be too intimate with Yu Yang. If it was nighttime, the guy from another world would probably have a threesome again. On the other hand, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had left. She might have gone to look for the Night Empress. Yu Yang was not worried about her. As the new female Jizun, even if she met the Black Hell King, she would be able to retreat easily. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of exposing his true strength and causing the Black Hell King to retreat, Yu Yang would have brought Phoenix Fairy Beauty to the mysterious space to stop the Black Hell King. Fourth Mother and Yu were happy for Yu Yang from the bottom of their hearts after killing the Ocean Emperor clan in the graveyard of the sea. His younger sister, Yu Bing, worshipped him even more. One of the 5 emperors of Tong Tian Tower, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, was actually defeated by her brother. Although his death was mainly due to the ultimate assassin and Shi's battle and the Sea clan's betrayal, the final victor was her brother. On this trip, not only did he obtain the Mother Earth Potion and the God-killing dagger, he had also leveled up to innate level 5. Yu Bing felt that her brother was simply the most perfect man in the world, no one could compare to him. It was too dangerous, it was a narrow victory. When the sickly beauty heard about the battle at the Crystal Canyon, she patted her chest with lingering fear, expressing that she was afraid. I'm dying of laughter. The Ocean Emperor actually got the fake Mother Earth Potion and treated the crystal liquid as the real one. Ha ha ha, the Ocean Emperor's taste is really. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had already become Yu Yang's wife, but her bold and sexy laughter was still the same. She held on to Yu Yang and laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. She almost fell into Yu Yang's embrace. Actually, not only her, Yu and Yu Bing also found it funny. The Ocean Emperor guarded for hundreds of years and finally got a fake one. He even thought that he successfully snatched the treasure. Just thinking about it made people speechless. Traitors can't escape such a fate. But the Ocean Emperor is lucky to have a son and a daughter. Sanner, you did well this time. Fourth Mother admired Yu Yang's decision to hand Hai Yingguo over to the Ocean Emperor. She felt that he had done a good deed. Usually, Fourth Mother rarely praised Yu Yang. No matter how many treasures he obtained, Yu Yang gave up the Ocean Emperor's armor and Ocean Emperor's halberd and gave Hai Yingguo to the Ocean Emperor to inherit. This action made Fourth Mother extremely gratified, and she happily praised Yu Yang. Actually, it was not that Yu Yang did not want to get the Ocean Emperor's armor and Ocean Emperor's halberd, but those were items with special requirements. Even if he got them, he would not be able to use them. So he might as well go with the flow and do a good deed. Moreover, letting Hai Yingguo become the new Ocean Empress might not be a bad thing for Yu Yang in the future. Even if Hai Yingguo had Shark King's help, she would definitely not be able to become the Ocean Empress. The Sea Clan, especially the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's mother and clan, would definitely plot to take over the position. In the future, Yu Yang reckoned that he would have a lot of things to do. Of course, Yu Yang could not predict how things would develop in the future. But this could be considered as him planting a chess piece in advance. Brother, we can't look at the Mother Earth Potion now. Take out the God-killing dagger and let us have a look. Let us broaden our horizons. Yu Bing pulled Yu Yang's arm. Her face was flushed with excitement. She was still unable to calm the excitement in her heart and had to look at the spoils of war. Be careful, it's very sharp. Don't hurt your hand. Yu Yang was worried that she would ride on a holy ranked artifact. He gently grabbed her hand and put down the God-killing dagger. It doesn't look good at all. Yu Shuang was not interested in weapons. In fact, she was only interested in delicious food. Fire Island has a type of snow coconut that is very delicious. When Yu Yang said this, Yu Shuang immediately beamed with joy. She called him brother the best and pulled him down to kiss him. In the end, she held the Fire Island specialty, snow coconut, and jumped around. Even though she was hungry, she still wanted to play with it for a while before eating it. She could not bear to eat it all at once. Seeing her cute look, Luohua City Mistress and the sickly beauty couldn't help but laugh. Mother Earth Potion and God-killing dagger, the rewards are not bad. Yu Bing praised. Actually, what Yu Yang obtained was not as simple as the Mother Earth Potion and God-killing dagger. Almost all of his beasts had leveled up in this sea battle. Little Winley obtained the energy of the Mother Earth Potion and was about to level up from Diamond Ranked Level 5 to Diamond Ranked Level 6. Bloody Queen Red was about to level up to become a divine beast and only needed Yu Yang's help. Barbarian Cow Shadow Man did not gain much. However, after merging with the Heart of Earth and gaining the energy from the Mother Earth Potion, she would definitely evolve more perfectly after digesting it. Even the Spirit of Earth Fire, Reaper Mantis, and Quintet Golden Puppet Mice had gained something. It was just a matter of how much they gained. Yu Yang felt that the Quintet Golden Puppet Mice, which had never shown any signs of evolution, seemed to have undergone some changes after absorbing the energy from the Mother Earth Potion. There was no time to study the specific situation. However, Yu Yang felt that ghost genius Yu Gong's hard work was about to find a breakthrough in his research. Needless to say, the one who gained the most was the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, who had leveled up to gold ranked level 1, had swallowed so many innate rankers and Sea clan members. Breaking through to platinum-ranked level 1 or even diamond-ranked level 1 was a sure thing. One must know that there were more than 30 hybrid fishmen that were innate level 5 and above. There were also more than 10 innate rankers that Yu Yang did not know. There were also the 3 kings of the Sea clan who were equivalent to the Shark King, 8 sea marshals, 108 sea generals and 3,000 ocean emperors royal guards. After swallowing more than 10 princes and princesses, the golden crown thorny flower queen had also swallowed a huge tonic, the innate level 9 Tai who, although only a small portion was eaten by Hui Tai Lang, it was almost insignificant. Yu Yang reckoned that if the golden crown thorny flower queen came out again, it would be incredible. He reckoned that even without his help, she would be able to reach the divine beast realm. The golden beast had swallowed Tai Hu's lightning god staff and digested it into a pile of scraps. Yu Yang did not find it a pity. As long as this little thing could eat, it did not matter what treasures it ate. In reality, Yu Yang had obtained countless rings, treasures and magic crystals from Sea Dragon Crown Prince, Sea Anemone Princess and the others. For the time being, he did not have the time to sort them out. Yu Yang no longer stopped the golden beast from eating the magic crystals crazily. No matter how big its stomach was, it would still eat one magic crystal at a time. Compared to the Halo Domain's world, it was truly abnormal. No matter how many magic crystals were placed in the Halo, even if it was a small mountain, it would still absorb them all. It would not be satisfied at all. Yu Yang would of course prioritize nurturing powerful beasts. The Black Hell King was covered in holy ranked treasures. Yu Yang reckoned that the god-killing dagger might not be able to kill him. The one who would most likely kill him would be the golden beast that could ignore everything. After it transformed into Tong Tian Dragon Blade, coupled with Yu Yang's innate chi, even if the Black Hell King had the holy armor to protect his body, he would not be able to handle it. This is the 9-headed demon fox's magic crystal. I have already purified it with Nirvana Flame. Yu Yang passed a crystal-clear energy crystal to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Aya, it's just right. If only I could find another strange flower. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' 6-tailed fox spirit had already evolved into a fox lady, but she was still a step away from becoming a holy beast. Normally, 6-tailed fox spirit would maintain the form of a 3-tailed snow fox. However, she could transform into a fox lady at any time, and could even transform for a long time. The biggest obstacle for her to break through was the lack of an inner pellet from the Eastern Goblin tribe. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had been working hard to help her evolve. However, Yu Yang felt that becoming a holy beast was not considered slow. If she wanted to become a divine beast, she would probably need to mutate into a 9-tailed fox spirit. Take your time, you will level up. What about Tigress and Anan? Yu Yang asked about the 2 girls, Princess Sisai and Anan. Anan is in the 100 Flowers Valley. Her training is not bad. When she came back last time, you weren't there, so she went to the 100 Flowers Valley to train. She is improving very quickly now. The next time you see her, you will be shocked. Xianxia doesn't know. The last time she sent a letter, it has been almost 10 days, and she still hasn't received a letter. Sickly Beauty understood Yu Yang the most. She knew that the person Yu Yang was most concerned about was Xue Wuxia, but she didn't ask. Xue Wuxia was currently training with Jizun. She probably wouldn't be back for the time being. Yu Yang nodded, alright, everyone is improving. This is a good thing. I have to work hard too. While I still have time, I want to see if I can fulfill the 3rd regret of Ghost Genius Yu Gong. 4th Mother was sitting beside Yu Yang at this time. She immediately corrected Yu Yang, you are not allowed to call the ancestor's nickname like that. You have to call the ancestor respectfully. Yu and Yu Bing were secretly happy. Usually when 4th Mother wasn't around, Yu Yang would casually call the Yu clan's ancestor's name. Now, he was finally caught by 4th Mother. Yu Yang immediately pretended to be an obedient child. He thought of something else, last time I got a gold coffin, but because I was very busy, I didn't have the chance to open it. Now, I want to open it and see what's inside. Gold coffin? City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others were very curious when they heard this. Last time I got it from the mysterious palace. Yu Yang didn't mention it to City Mistress Fallen Flowers the last time he came back. When he came back, he hugged the beauty and had a bath together. He didn't even think to tell them about the gold coffin. After that, he went to look for impatience. After a series of tests, he ate impatience. The girls were also absorbed by the fact that impatience became an innate elder. Yu Yang almost forgot about the gold coffin. After that, he went to look for hornless dragon Jiangying to fight for the Mother Earth potion. Many things happened in between. He got to know Hai Yingguo and Jiangying, who almost pushed him down. In the end, he joined forces with Anxi and the hybrid fishmen to fight against the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. They obtained the Mother Earth potion and buried all the elites of the Sea clan. Only then did he remember about the gold coffin. When the gold coffin was taken out, even Yu Yang couldn't understand the strange and mysterious carvings on it. Fourth Mother was surprised and blurted out, "This looks like the gold coffin that sealed the god's servant in the god's ruins." "Ah, Fourth Mother, you know it?" Yu Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at Fourth Mother. No, I only heard about it from my sister." "Sanner, you guys take your time to study it. I will open that snow coconut for Xianxia." Fourth Mother's expression froze for a moment. She waved her hands, indicating that she didn't know it. Then, she led the little girl to open the coconut. Yu Yang, Yu Bing, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at each other for a while. They couldn't believe that Fourth Mother, who never left her house, actually recognized this gold coffin. She even said that it was the god's servant's coffin in the god's ruins. Could it be that Fourth Mother had also entered the god's ruins? Fourth Mother didn't admit it, so Yu Yang was too embarrassed to ask again. However, after hearing what she said, Yu Yang felt more at ease. It seemed like there wouldn't be any monsters inside the gold coffin. If there was any danger, she would have warned them. Yu Yang decided to open it on the spot and see what was inside the gold coffin. The gold coffin. After studying the gold coffin for a long time, Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty realized that the runic circle was very complicated. There were more than 10 links and 3 large runic circles. Moreover, they corresponded with each other and were connected from head to tail. Balanced, mysterious. Anyway, it was extremely complicated, completely different from normal runic circles. Although there were many ancient seal circles under the graveyard of the sea, they could not be compared to this one. As long as one of the seal circles was unlocked, all of them could be unlocked without much effort. Yu Yang could successfully unlock them in a few minutes. However, this gold coffin could not be unlocked. He estimated that it would take a few hours to unlock. As the Sickly Beauty studied, she copied down the runic circle at the same time. She had a strange intuition that these 3 runic circles that resonated with each other would be of great use in the future, so she became even more focused. After 2 hours, Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty had only unlocked the simplest small runic circles. To unlock the 3 main runic circles, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty felt that the more they unlocked the runic circles, the more they gained. They were full of energy and did not need to rest to continue studying. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that the progress of unlocking the gold coffin was so slow. She, who was originally full of enthusiasm, immediately became discouraged. She yawned and decided to return to the grimoire world to catch up on her sleep. She estimated that she would have to fight with her sweetheart at night, so she needed to rest first. "Brother, you must call me when you're done." Yu Bing also went to train. She wouldn't be able to help Yu Yang even if she was by his side. "Let's just return to the grimoire world, this little girl is too annoying." Yu found that the naughty little girl Yu Shuang would come and disturb her brother from time to time. She would give her brother some coconut at one moment, and then climb onto his back to ride on his horse at another moment, seriously affecting his progress. Yu Yang could only move the gold coffin back to the grimoire world. Since their last separation, Yu had not returned to the grimoire world. Now that she saw this warm little home that she had helped build, she could not help but sigh. Actually, she liked living here. However, she knew that there were some things that could not be crossed, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. She wasn't worried about others, but she was worried about herself. Fate made fools of people. There was nothing she could do about it. When Yu saw that her room was still the same, her heart ached, and her eyes reddened. While Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty were still discussing the runic circle on the golden coffin, She quickly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and continued to copy the changes of the runic circle. Perhaps this way, quietly doing something for him, was already the best ending for her. She didn't want to think about it anymore. As long as he was living well, it was fine. I will always be like this, Yu forced herself to pull herself together. Sure enough, once she got rid of all the distracting thoughts in her mind, her work efficiency greatly increased. After another 2 hours, she had copied down all the runic circles and the way to crack them. Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty also discussed again, and felt that it was time to start. This place, and the star position above are all important points. Sickly Beauty estimated that with Yu Yang's strength, it would take at least 10 minutes. Do you want to drink some water first? Yu poured a cup of water for Yu Yang and Sickly Beauty, indicating that they should rest first. Sister Yu, it's good to have you here. Usually, no one would pour water for me, but I have to serve the ladies instead. Yu Yang's unintentional words made Yu blush slightly. She said lightly, what nonsense are you talking about? Who would bother you, the Yu clan's third young master? You always look like a master, waiting for others to serve you. Actually, Yu's criticism was right. Yu Yang usually did not help much with their daily lives, he was always in charge of enjoying himself. However, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the Impatiens were used to being served by servants. Pouring water for Yu Yang was a rare action. Princess Sisai, if she was thirsty and her cup did not have any water, she would directly pour some water from Yu Yang's cup into hers. Or, when she saw Yu Yang drinking water, she would snatch it and drink a few mouthfuls first to save time. After training, body fusion, Princess Sisai no longer resisted Yu Yang's items. According to her, her lips had already been kissed by this brat, drinking water was nothing. Of course, this was only limited to the grimoire world. She would never do this outside. The Sickly Beauty was very good at serving people and took good care of Yu Yang. However, most of the time, she was copying runes or studying some ancient books. Once she was engrossed, she would forget about Yu Yang. This was true. If Yu was here, with her meticulous care, not only could she take care of Yu Yang, even Sickly Beauty, Princess Sisai, and City Mistress Fallen Flowers could be taken care of. Hence, when Yu Yang picked up the cup of water, he reminisced about Yu's good points in the past. Yu rebuked and rolled her eyes, but she was secretly happy. This brat did not forget his roots, he still remembered that he had an older sister. The unsealing continued. When the innate chi in Yu Yang's hands flowed through the runic circle of the gold coffin immediately shone brightly. Without any external influence, the gold coffin opened automatically. There wasn't a mummy jumping out like what Yu Yang had imagined. Instead, there was a mysterious fragrance. It wasn't like the fragrance of flowers, but a kind of pure energy. It was similar to the Mother Earth potion, but it wasn't as pure and vast. It was similar to the 100-year crystal liquid, but it wasn't. Inside the gold coffin, there was a long silver box. At the head and tail of the silver box, there were 2 crystal bases that bloomed like flowers. They were overflowing with energy and were more beautiful than the crystal pillars in the crystal canyon. Not only were they transparent, they were also emitting green, cyan, blue, purple, and silver lights. These 2 crystal bases are very suitable for you. Wu Hen, I have waited for so long, I think it's time for you to increase your power. There was always a small regret in Yu Yang's heart. Although he had increased Sickly Beauty's power and realm, and was the first to practice husband and wife body fusion, he had benefited a lot from her. However, because Sickly Beauty had studied heaven runes in the past, her body was damaged. Although Yu Yang had used his innate chi and nirvana flame to repair her body many times, he was still unable to reach the perfect state. Yu Yang had to find the best crystal energy to help her repair her damaged body, potential and guardian beast. This was also Yu Yang's biggest wish. Yeah, it's nothing. I'm not a battle type, it's fine even if my body is slightly weaker. Of course, Sickly Beauty was happy, but she was a gentle person. If it wasn't for this opportunity, she would not force Yu Yang to help her find this kind of treasure. Even without these 2 crystals, I have obtained a large amount of crystals, God's water and 100-year crystal liquid from the crystal canyon. Wu Hen, I have said before that you will definitely get better. Not only must you be perfect, you must become my most perfect crystal bride. Yu Yang embraced Sickly Beauty and kissed her lips. Alright, put me down first. Sickly Beauty saw Yu and hit Yu Yang lightly, a little embarrassed. When Yu Yang put her down, Sickly Beauty saw that Yu was not looking, so she quickly kissed him back. She was actually very grateful for what he had done for her. Her lover cared about her so much, of course it was sweet. Yu pretended not to see the two of them being intimate, and bent over to take out the long silver box. After spending half an hour, Yu Yang opened the silver box. It opened. The three of them were stunned again. There was actually a bronze box inside, but inside the silver box, there were two crystal bottles. They did not know what was inside. Yu Yang picked it up and gently pulled it open. He sniffed it and looked at it with his heaven eyes divine vision. He immediately covered it and cried out involuntarily, "This is the fountain of youth." Oh my God, there are two big bottles. The fountain of youth, as the name suggested, was a spiritual spring that could extend the youth of living beings. It was extremely rare, and was a level 7 treasure like the Wishing Dutchman's pipe, dream jadeite and sand of time. Although it could not make one immortal after consuming it, it could extend one's life and maintain one's youth. It was said that 1,800 years ago, there was an emperor called Jun Tianxing in the Xia kingdom of the Soaring Dragon continent who obtained a small cup of the fountain of youth. This emperor, Jun Tianxing, was a good and devoted man. He only loved the ordinary-looking but knowledgeable and intelligent empress. He was prepared to drink the fountain of youth with the empress and enjoy the time of youth together with his lover. If this legend ended here, it would be very touching, but in fact, it was a tragedy. Anyone could be devoted, but an emperor could not. This was because the emperor only loved the empress, but the empress did not have any children. The concubines who married her and were responsible for giving birth to princes were all extremely jealous of the empress. A concubine who could not obtain the emperor's love poisoned the cup of fountain of youth with hatred. In the end, this emperor Jun Tianxing and the empress drank the poisoned fountain of youth together. Not only did they not retain their youth, they even died together, becoming a pair of mandarin ducks. After the prince succeeded the throne, he placed his father and the empress into a silver coffin and buried them together in the same tomb. 300 years later, the most savage tomb robber secretly dug up the emperor's tomb and dug out the silver coffin. After opening it, he discovered that the bodies of Emperor Jun Tianxing and the empress did not decompose, but were instead very lifelike. It was a miracle, so he quickly put the pair of mandarin ducks back. It was not until 10 years later that the robber was caught and confessed everything. Only then did the world know that the fountain of youth had such a miracle. If a normal person drank a mouthful of the fountain of youth, how long could they maintain their youth? The innate rankers had already determined that a normal person's physique could absorb the least energy from the fountain of youth, and the power of the fountain of youth was the weakest. It was estimated that drinking a mouthful would at most maintain 10 years of youth. If it was an innate rancor, it would be more than 50 years, or even 100 years. Of course, the greatest benefit of the fountain of youth was not to maintain youth, but to increase the potential of the human body. It was a necessary item for the martial god pill. The martial spirit pill that made the lesser innate rancors crazy could stimulate the potential of the human body. The martial god pill, which was more advanced than the martial spirit pill, could break through the limit and increase the potential of the human body. It was the most popular medicine among the innate rancors, and its medicinal ingredient was the fountain of youth. In the past, the Night Empress had given a small bottle of the fountain of youth to Yu Yang. At that time, Yu Yang did not know its value. Only later did he know that the fountain of youth was a priceless treasure. No matter how much money one had, it could not be bought. Yu Yang was having a headache over the fountain of youth. Many of his pills required the fountain of youth, but the one given to him by the Night Empress was almost used up. Now that there were 2 large bottles of the fountain of youth, Yu Yang had picked up a treasure. This is good, everyone can drink a small cup. Last time, everyone wanted to try it, but unfortunately, it was too little. Hearing the news, the city lord of Fallen Flowers was overjoyed. She jumped over and hugged Yu Yang. Ignoring Yu, she kissed Yu Yang repeatedly. Scoundrel's luck is really good. I thought there was a set of rotten bones inside. I didn't expect it to be full of treasures. Oh right, what's in this bronze box? Continue to open, maybe there are even better treasures inside. The three girls were extremely excited and full of expectation. Are they blueprints? After Yu Yang opened it, he found that there were only a few blueprints, there were no other special treasures. City Lord of Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and Yu were a little disappointed. They had thought that the best treasures were at the end, but they did not expect it to be a few blueprints. Furthermore, they did not look like runes, they were just a bunch of weird objects and special lines. Damn, this is what I really wanted. The Qilin girl was right, this is indeed the most helpful thing for Yu Gong's third wish. Yu Yang was so happy that he burst out with vulgarities. Seeing that he was extremely happy, the three girls pretended not to hear him and surrounded him to look at the blueprints in his hands. What kind of blueprints were these? What made him so excited? These, could it be the blueprints of the legendary ancient war dolls? These papers were indeed the blueprints of the ancient war dolls. Out of Yu Yang's expectations, these blueprints not only surpassed the standard of the Soaring Dragon Continent's war dolls, but also exceeded Yu Yang's imagination. It was a combination of life and machinery, but it wasn't a silicon-based life like the Transformers. Instead, it was a life form that was between silicon-based and carbon-based, a perfect combination of flesh and crystal. To be precise, if this ancient war doll was designed, it would be more advanced and perfect than the Crystal Canyon's ancient guardians. Not only could it have life, it could also have intelligence. Furthermore, this ancient war doll could even have many forms like special innates. Some forms were suitable for fighting, some were suitable for living, and some were suitable for learning. According to different needs, it could change into different forms. To a certain extent, it was superior to humans and elves who couldn't change their forms. Of course, these ancient war dolls had a huge weakness. That was the problem of growth. Its ability was completely fixed. Once it was successfully created and born, its ability would reach its peak. It didn't need to grow. This also meant that it was the same as other war dolls. Its ability would never change and it couldn't grow. No matter how much time it had to learn, it could only use its own fighting skills or absorb energy to improve. It couldn't really improve. For example, it was like a warrior whose potential was completely exhausted and couldn't be improved anymore. Battle Angel, Holy Tier, All-Purpose War Doll. 3 forms. Possesses a special life form and high intelligence. Uses its instincts and learned skills to fight. Needs to contract a strong soul as its spiritual host. Will never betray, self-repair. When the master of the contract dies, the battle angel will disintegrate. Any additional battle equipment could only be used through relative learning. As for the original battle equipment, it could use its instincts and awareness to unleash its power. Depending on the degree of its instincts and awareness, the final effect would be determined. There's a Holy Tier war doll? Once this thing comes out, all the innates who were complacent about owning a Golden King beast would kill themselves. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that this was too abnormal. A Holy Tier war doll with life and intelligence, how could other people live? It's really scary. Sickly Beauty also felt that if a war doll had life and intelligence, it would be like a frog turning into a prince. It looks very complicated. It won't be easy to create, right? Yu was worried that the requirements to create a Saint-tier ancient war puppet were too high. Having the blueprint is already half the battle. I think we should be able to overcome it. Yu Yang now had 2 crystal man bodies. He had also prepared a lot of materials, such as meteorite gold essence, Emperor's Heart obsidian and other high-quality materials. He also had the divine molten meteorite gold that could be used to create divine equipment. Furthermore, the ghost genius Yu Gong had already prepared some materials. Therefore, although the materials were still lacking, it shouldn't be a problem. At most, he would just spend a lot of money to buy them. No matter what, he had to fulfill Yu Gong's third wish. The real puppet grimoire, the mysterious crystal pillar and Yu Gong's third unfinished work. It could be said that Yu Gong had prepared a part of the conditions for Yu Yang. Most importantly, he had pointed out a new path for Yu Yang. That was a battle puppet with life. The enlightenment that Yu Yang obtained from the ghost genius Yu Gong's original experience was undoubtedly the best gift. One must know that if some things were not solved properly, the entire world's science and technology would be stuck for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, once it was solved, it would be extremely simple. For example, before Yu Yang transmigrated, the sailors in Europe suffered from scurvy. Countless of them died. All the sailors feared scurvy like a tiger. However, in the East, almost no sailors would get this disease. The reason was simple. The sailors in the East would bring some beans to their ships and grow them into bean sprouts, easily solving the problem of scurvy. Another example was the Black Death. At that time, it caused 75 million deaths in the world. Europe lost a third of its population. It was said that this disease was spread by the ancient Xianxia dynasty. There were many records of the plague in the ancient Xianxia dynasty. However, if all the damages were added up, it would not be as serious as the Black Death in Europe. Although the grass roots and tree barks used in traditional Chinese medicine looked backward, if one looked at the history, one would realize that the doctors of the ancient Xianxia dynasty were quite effective in treating the plague. There were many small disasters, but the plague was usually controlled very quickly. If it was another method, such as using the most advanced bloodletting treatment in Europe, or using urine baths to treat the plague, the people of the ancient Xianxia dynasty would have long been extinct. Experience was very important, this was undeniable. The medicine that was passed down from generation to generation, using grass roots and tree barks to treat the plague might not be able to achieve the best results, but it was still better than bloodletting and urine baths. If someone pointed out that bloodletting and urine baths were not effective, would the European doctors of that time still do it? Obviously not. Let's take our time in creating this battle puppet. The most important thing is to increase traceless strength. When Yu Yang said this, Sickly Beauty's face turned red. Yu rushed out of the door and went back to her own room. She knew that her brother was going to do something inappropriate with her sister-in-law. Then I'll go back first. Castellan Fallen Flowers knew that she would not be of much help here. However, she guessed that she would need to join the battle after the upgrade was over. Yu Yang took out the bottle of crystal spirit fluid and poured it out. He used his ability to condense it into a ball in the air, then used his innate true chi and nirvana flame to purify it. Although this would reduce a lot of energy, it would definitely be purer. In an instant, Yu Yang turned the purified crystal spirit fluid into a rainbow water dragon and slid it into Sickly Beauty's mouth, allowing her to swallow it slowly and fully absorb it. At the same time, he used his innate true chi to drive the energy of the crystal spirit fluid to circulate in her body. Sickly Beauty hugged Yu Yang lightly and kissed her lover tightly. She closed her eyes and let him use body fusion to drive her. The crystal pillar, countless crystal shards, and the two glittering crystal bases from the golden coffin were all placed beside Sickly Beauty. Yu Yang guided their energy into Sickly Beauty's body, seeping into every part of her skin. The energy of the crystal spirit fluid, on the other hand, nourished the interior of Sickly Beauty's body. Yu Yang's body ignited with nirvana flame, turning his clothes into ashes. Sickly Beauty hugged her lover tightly in the burning pain. She endured the process of nirvana flame purifying her perfect body. Fortunately, Yu Yang had his innate true chi to support him, otherwise she would have fainted from the pain. Countless runes appeared on Yu Yang's body, repairing Sickly Beauty's previously damaged body one by one. Although it had been repaired once before, it became even more perfect with the help of Yu Yang's innate true chi, nirvana flame, and the crystal spirit fluid. Sickly Beauty cooperated with Yu Yang. Under the guidance of body fusion, she lifted her jade-like feet and swayed her buttocks, hanging on Yu Yang's waist. Then, she slowly sat down and joined with her lover tightly. As a wife, Sickly Beauty was definitely qualified and outstanding. As the two energies of the body fusion officially merged into one, Sickly Beauty's body finally completed its final repair, reaching a perfect state. Countless crystals quickly gathered on her body, forming a unique and wondrous armor. That was her guardian beast. After the perfect repair, it had evolved. What was even more amazing was that not only did it form a crystal armor on Sickly Beauty's body, it also formed a crystal armor on Yu Yang's body. However, it was more majestic and more suitable for a man's body. The only difference was that Sickly Beauty had long crystal wings that extended out from her back, while Yu Yang had nirvana flame wings that extended out from his back. A golden pillar of light rose from both of their bodies. Thousands of runes flew everywhere and interweaved into a new pattern before returning to their bodies. Sickly Beauty's grimoire automatically floated out. Turn the page, level up. After an unknown period of time, both of them finally recovered from this wonderful state. Under the control of Sickly Beauty's mind, the crystal armor returned to her body. At this moment, Sickly Beauty's body was even more flawless than a crystal. She was like a transparent crystal doll, her whole body glowing and crystal clear. After her body was perfectly repaired, Sickly Beauty's body had another change. Her originally black waterfall-like long hair had become crystal-like thin strands, looking clean, flawless, and extremely soft. Yu Yang moved closer and sniffed. He could even smell the beautiful fragrance of the crystal liquid that was faintly emitting from her hair. It complemented the fragrance of Sickly Beauty's body perfectly. Sickly Beauty also felt that her hair, which she couldn't control with her mind before, was now like her own fingers. She could control it freely and release it as she wished, just like the crystal armor and crystal wings. The first time, Sickly Beauty didn't have a perfect repair, which made Yu Yang secretly feel regretful. Until today, Yu Yang finally achieved his wish. Wow, so beautiful. No wonder you're my crystal bride. Yu Yang praised. A great sense of achievement arose from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Sickly Beauty became even more shy. Her starry eyes didn't dare to look at him anymore. She lowered her head and closed her eyes, burying her head in his chest. When her lover started to play tricks on her, the virtuous Sickly Beauty resisted the pleasure of her whole body trembling. Her fragrant buttocks cooperated with her lover and tried her best to satisfy his various attacks. She gave him the most comfortable tolerance, and at the same time, she enjoyed the pleasure that he brought to her. Originally, her weak physique couldn't withstand his fierce attacks. But now, she felt that she had improved a lot. Her physique and strength were better, and she could control her body more freely. Even if it was a position that would easily tire her out, she could still easily cooperate with him. Yu Yang also quickly noticed the change in Sickly Beauty. He kissed her excitedly while he attacked even more fiercely, giving her even greater pleasure. Very quickly, Sickly Beauty reached her climax. Her heart and soul floated in bliss. Scoundrel, it's starting so soon. I want it too. City Mistress Fallen Flowers heard the noise and sneaked over. Her jade face was flushed because of excitement. She quickly closed the door, undressed herself and joined the battle. Sisters flying together. This wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty did their best to serve Yu Yang. Their moans could be heard from time to time. The battle was intense. They indulged themselves in the pleasure brought by their lovers. However, the Yu clan's second miss, who was hiding in her room and covering her ears, was unable to stop the sounds from entering her ears. Even though she was curled up in her blanket and covered her ears, the faintly discernible sounds still occasionally entered her ears. In the past, it was fine when there was only Sickly Beauty. Her voice wasn't very loud. She was shy, so she would suppress it a little. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was so excited that she lost herself. Her happy moans were completely unrestrained. Yu clan's second miss, who was extremely embarrassed, could only pretend that she didn't hear anything. This was human nature. Her younger brother had a wife, so it was natural for him to do this. Yu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was just that she heard it and it was inevitable that she would feel a little embarrassed. Moreover, this sound made her heart beat faster. Yu tried hard to let herself fall asleep, but this was really a little difficult. She was actually a little happy in her heart. She had returned here again. Although it was a little awkward here, it was better than letting her imagination run wild outside. At least she felt much better. Yu, who had let go of the knot in her heart, did not care about anything else. When Yu Yang was creating the holy ranked battle doll, the attentive Yu gave Yu Yang the greatest help. Sickly Beauty was in charge of runes and focused on researching the 3 runic circles on the golden coffin. Her intuition told her that if these 3 runic circles were to be researched, it would definitely be useful to Yu Yang. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers, she spent most of her time nurturing her 6-tailed fox spirit. She lacked the patience to organize the materials. Thus, Yu, who was observant, meticulous, and had a gentle personality, was the best choice to be Yu Yang's assistant. Sometimes, when Yu Yang's research was not going well, she could still comfort him gently and cheer him up. In just 2 days, Yu Yang had almost finished preparing all the materials. The first thing he needed to break through was to research the life characteristics and body structure of the ancient guardian crystal man. The crystal man had no gender. Unlike humans, there was no difference between male and female. It was a neutral life form that was born from the crystal and relied on the energy of the crystal to live. It was different from the cycle of birth, aging, sickness and death of humans. But it was indeed a life form. Yu Yang couldn't imagine how its soul could control its body even after studying it for a long time. It was impossible for the hard crystal body to move like a human, but in battle, the crystal man was even more agile than a normal human. After observing for a long time, Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision saw through some of the truth, but he was unable to study it further. Yu Yang was in a state of enlightenment. Maybe we can ask the Night Empress when she returns. Yu suggested. She might not understand. Yu Yang thought that he might be able to gain something if he entered the mysterious palace again. Not only did the mysterious palace have the Black Hell King, it also had a strong defense golden barrier. Even the upgraded Yu Yang had no confidence of entering. Lu Ye's perforate deer might be able to try, but it might not succeed. He could only try. Moreover, Lu Yi, Bao Er and the others had gone to the outskirts of the Death Canyon to train and would not be back for a while. Yu saw Yu Yang's troubled look and quickly changed the topic. She passed a blueprint to Yu Yang. Why don't we study weapons first? We can't make battle dolls in a short time. We are not in a hurry. Yu Yang thought that was a good idea. Yu Yang felt that it was a good idea. Since he was at a bottleneck, it would be good to change his thoughts. Yu Yang's thought that of the battle puppet was the hardest created. This was because a saint-ranked battle angel's weapon had to be at least a platinum-ranked treasure, so it was not easy to defeat her. Forging a platinum-ranked weapon required a large amount of materials. Although Yu Yang had the Nirvana flame to refine and extract the materials, it was still extremely tiring. Yu couldn't help at all. She could only pass water to Yu Yang, wipe his sweat, or record the materials that he had forged. Forging a platinum-level weapon required a lot of materials. Although Yu Yang had Nirvana's flame, he was exhausted. Yu could not help. She could only pass water, wipe his sweat, or record the materials. In order to ensure the success rate, Yu Yang and Yu discussed and decided to use secondary items to make one. Once they were 100% sure of success, they would start making it. This way, they would not waste the materials that they had worked so hard to make. Rune circle here and here. The star position is not accurate enough. Adjust it again. Yu Yang, Yu, and Sickly Beauty were exhausted. They finally completed 2 angels' blades that could be freely expanded, folded, rotated, and even turned into mechanical wings. They were just short of activation. Since they were made with secondary items, these 2 angels' blades had to be platinum level at least. Even if they did not fail, they would only be silver level. Yu Yang did not care about the level, but he had to succeed. After activating it with energy. 5 minutes. The 2 angels' blades that were connected together slowly deformed and twisted under the powerful energy. It did not seem to be able to withstand such a powerful energy flow. Yu Yang felt dizzy and had to melt it with Nirvana flame again. Sickly Beauty went back to think about whether it was a problem with the rune circle and whether it could be combined with the 3 major circles. Yu suddenly saw a problem and said excitedly, in fact, we may be close to success, but we don't have a carrier. This weapon must be made on the basis of the battle angel. If we have a carrier, that is to say, a person wearing it, then activate it and control it with the mind, just like a battle doll, we may be able to succeed. These words stunned Yu Yang. He was immediately overjoyed. Yu was right. All treasures above platinum level had a certain spirituality and were connected to the master spirit. Angel's blade was the same. Even if it was activated successfully, it would lose control without the master's control. This should be the case with the failure just now. But then again, who was going to be the experimental carrier? It had to be someone with strong mental strength and good at communicating with treasures. City Mistress Fallen Flowers cultivated flowers to improve the spirit fox. She definitely did not have the time to accompany him in experiments every day. Bing Er could not practice combat skills. Inan's mental strength was not bad, but she was in the 100 Flowers Valley. Sickly Beauty needed to help determine the runestar position. He could not do it either. Whether it was the assembly or the last step of energy input, he had to be busy outside. The only candidate was Yu Yu. However, her physique was weak. If an accident happened, it would be very dangerous. Let me do it. It's okay. I believe in you. You can do it. Yu Yu encouraged Yu Yang. She had absolute trust in him. Alright, let's make some changes this time. We'll modify the design again. It turns out that there are breastplates and wings in the front and back of the battle doll. Sister Rain, you don't have these. We'll set the 2 angels' blades on the back, shoulders, and arms. This will be more reasonable, and the rune map will be easier to distribute. In the front, we'll add a breastplate to connect and fix the angel's blade. In case you start to lose control of it, it won't hurt your body. Of course, the weight here will also be more balanced. Yu Yang boldly made an improvement. With the new plan finalized, Yu Yang seemed to see the light of hope in the darkness. In his mind, new ideas kept coming up. He created 2 new angel's blades. Because of the experience, the angel's blade this time was more perfect and more suitable for women to use. After all, he had to let Yu Yu control it. The huge angel's blade had shrunk a lot. In order to make the breastplate, Yu Yang also accurately measured Yu Yu's chest, waist, and hip circumference. Yu Yu was a little embarrassed when she saw him measuring. But she didn't refuse. Do you feel uncomfortable with such a width? Yu Yang knew that even the slightest mismatch would cause serious consequences. Therefore, he had no choice but to measure accurately and ask repeatedly. No, it's good. Yu Yu wore a sample mold made by Yu Yang. She tried to sit, walk, and fight, and fed the feeling to her brother. Then it's finally confirmed. That's it. Yu Yang felt that Yu Yu's chest circumference was actually a little bigger because she used her clothes to tie it too tightly. Once she wore the metal and crystal breastplate, it might feel very tight. However, he was embarrassed to say it out loud because he was peeking with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. He found that Yu Yu had tightly bound her plump breasts and did not expand them to their fullest state. Okay. Yu Yu was also a little embarrassed. She felt that her body was becoming more and more mature. Her breasts were getting bigger, and her hips were getting rounder. She was afraid that her breasts would tremble when she walked, so she had to use tight clothes to bind them. However, it was not convenient for her to ask her brother to increase the circumference of her breasts. The winged angel's blade with the breastplate was made. Yu Yu officially tried it for the first time. Sickly Beauty did not come. She had been in a meditative state recently because she was studying the 3 major runic circles of the golden coffin. She hoped that she could understand it. City Lord Fallen Flowers was also not here. There were only 2 people in the entire laboratory, Yu Yang and Yu Yu. For Yu Yu, it was at least a little less awkward. Seeing him busy assembling the angel's blade on her back and chest, sweating profusely, Yu Yu felt a little sorry for him. This brother of hers, no matter what he did, he was too serious. When it came to research, he did not sleep or rest. If no one took care of him, his body would probably collapse from exhaustion. After installing the energy crystal, he activated the runic circle. Yu Yang used his innate chi and nirvana flame to fuse it. The heaven runic circle float, haste and transform shone with a brilliant brilliance. Following Yu Yu's mental control, the angel's blade finally fused with her, becoming a superweapon that supported her. In battle, while maintaining its wings, the angel's blade could shoot out a 2-meter-long angel's blade from its left and right arm to attack the enemy. The angel's blade had at least 18 modes that its master could control. When the enemy was attacking, the angel's blade could also be folded and transformed to form a shield to defend. It could also be combined with the wings on its back to form a rotating wheel to defend against the enemy's attacks. Furthermore, during special attacks, the angel's blade could even be used to form a crystal shield that lasted for 10 seconds. In the Soaring Dragon Continent or even in the Tong Tian Tower, the weapons of the war dolls could not reach this level. This was a divine weapon from ancient times. Although it wasn't made of the best materials, Yu Yang felt that this silver-ranked breastplate, Angel's Blade, would be the best among silver-ranked treasures. It was even better than many gold-ranked treasures. Yu Yu controlled the Angel's Blade and happily showed it to Yu Yang, performing various combat skills. Even she could easily control this outstanding ancient divine weapon. It's very comfortable. I feel like it's my wings, my arms. It's easy to control and I can do whatever I want. Yu Yu did not know that the reason why this ancient divine weapon was so suitable was because Yu Yang had secretly expanded the chest of the armor a little. Moreover, he had made 2 corresponding arcs according to the wonderful shape of Yu Yu's breasts, just like a bra to hold her treasures. That was why it was so fitting. If I had known that I could succeed on my first try, I would have made a gold-ranked one for you. Yu Yang sighed with slight regret. No, this is very good. I like this. Yu Yu was very excited. She wanted to caress Yu Yang's head and praise him. Because of the height difference, she could only touch his face. She quickly withdrew her hand and smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, Xiao-san. This is the best gift you have given me, and the best gift I have received in my life. With the experiment off to a good start, Yu Yang's research was finally on the right track. The successful birth of Yu Yu's Angel's Blade was a great inspiration to Yu Yang. His inspiration suddenly surged like a spring. On this day, Yu Yang and Yu Yu were experimenting. City Lord Fallen Flowers was very filial as she brought a cup of fragrant tea to Fourth Mother. Normally, she rarely did this because she was used to being served by others. However, today was a little different. Because the cup of tea she held was made with the fountain of youth and the petals of starlight serene indigo grass. Drinking it had the effect of retaining one's youth, especially for women. The effect was even more obvious. In short, Luo Huasidi mistress, this little daughter-in-law, wanted to curry favor with Fourth Mother, this elder. At first, Fourth Mother didn't notice it and only thought that it was an ordinary flower fragrance. She opened the lid and happily took a sip. Her body shook slightly and she cried out, "This is the fountain of youth? And the starlight serene indigo grass? Fallen Flowers, do you have a lot of fountain of youth? You actually used it to make tea. Forget about you girls, I am the mother of Bing Air and Shuang Air. It is such a waste to use this tea on me." City Lord Fallen Flowers quickly patted her shoulders to please her. "This is everyone's good intentions, please drink it." Fourth Mother heard and smiled bitterly. In the end, she didn't let down her daughter-in-law's good intentions and drank it gracefully. She reached out and caressed City Lord Fallen Flowers' face. "You are all very obedient, but these things are useless to me. In the future, you can drink it yourselves. Fourth Mother will accept your good intentions." "Oh right, San Air didn't give this to Bing Air and Shuang Air, right?" "What? San Air is really messing around." When Fourth Mother heard that Yu Bing and Yu Shuang drank the fountain of youth, she was not happy, but shocked. City Lord Fallen Flowers was afraid that Fourth Mother would be angry, so she hurriedly explained, originally, he only wanted to give it to Bing Air so that she could cultivate faster. However, when Shuang Air saw it, she insisted on drinking it. You know how greedy that little girl is. She drank the fountain of youth. Could it be that she won't grow up and will always be a little girl? After saying that, even City Lord Fallen Flowers was shocked. Fourth Mother waved her hand, indicating that she didn't know. Then, he sighed, "How can I not know that San Air cares about his sister? It's just that Bing Air and Shuang Air are the same as me. Drinking this won't have much effect." Fallen Flowers returned and told Yu Yang, Yu Yu, and Sickly Beauty. The 3 of them were puzzled. Anyone who drank the fountain of youth would have the effect of retaining one's youthful appearance. Why did Fourth Mother say that it had no effect on her? She said that she was being modest and didn't want to waste it. However, she also said that Yu Bing and Yu Shuang didn't have much effect on them. This aroused Yu Yang's suspicion. Could it be that in Yu Bing and Yu Shuang's bodies, there was some kind of secret that Yu Yang couldn't see through with his Heaven Eyes Divine Vision? Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes Divine Vision could even see through an innate level 10 innate. Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes Divine Vision would not be able to see through it unless it was a Heaven Ranker or an innate Supreme Ranker. Fourth Mother, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang couldn't be innate level innate rankers. If there was a secret in their bodies, who was it that hid it? The pitiful guy's mother, that was fourth mother's sister. In Yu Yang's heart, this mysterious woman flashed in his heart again. It seemed that the pitiful guy's mother was really not simple. She was the first woman in history to enter the god's ruins. In the entire Tong Tian Tower, she was unknown, even in the soaring dragon continent. However, the mysterious ability that she displayed was simply beyond Yu Yang's imagination. She inherited knowledge like a vast ocean, possessed the black jade necklace that sealed Queen Vivian Li, and also knew the secret of the heaven stairway. She even left behind the heaven ascension scripture that could allow one to enter the heaven realm without going through the heaven realm door. The pitiful guy's mother was even more mysterious than the strongest human Ji Zun. Now, Yu Yang felt that fourth mother was very mysterious. Fourth mother definitely knew some secrets, but for some reason, she didn't mention it to everyone. Because of this small matter, Yu Yang remembered it in his heart. He was curious about the details that he didn't pay attention to before. Fourth mother's body couldn't be touched, but for Yu Bing and Yu Shuang, Yu Yang decided to study them properly. Maybe there really was some shocking secret hidden in their bodies. Don't think too much. It's not good to give the fountain of youth to a child to drink. Yu chose to believe it. She felt that if a child drank too much of the fountain of youth, she would be a little girl who couldn't grow up. That was not a good thing. Yu Yang didn't want to let Yu Shuang drink at first. After all, she was too young. However, he couldn't resist the little girl's mouth. If she saw her sister drinking and didn't have a share, she would definitely cry. Moreover, the little loli was also quite cute. Raising a little loli was the great wish of all otakus. The legendary light source plan was just like that. This matter is over. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't probe further. She brought another news to Yu Yang. I heard that Fatty Hai and the others have returned. When are you going to visit the mysterious palace again? Yi Kong and Fatty Hai are back? How's the progress? Yu Yang felt that they had returned so quickly. Could it be that the exploration had failed? Nothing. City Mistress Fallen Flowers said. As expected, these guys were all pigs. So many innates in the Death Canyon have returned empty-handed. It's normal for them to be like this. It would be weird if they had any progress. Sickly Beauty covered her mouth and snickered. She wasn't optimistic about this exploration. However, when Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others set off complacently, she didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. It could even be said that Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the others already knew that this would be the outcome. They just let Fatty Hai and Yi Kong go. The outermost area of the god's ruins was the Death Canyon. There were many restrictions and mazes here. Moreover, the beasts here were ridiculously strong. Fatty Hai and the others had no experience. If they wanted to explore it, they would definitely be overestimating themselves. Yu Yang temporarily stopped his research and returned to the Yu clan castle. Taking advantage of the fact that the Black Hell King wasn't in the mysterious palace, he decided to bring them there to train and increase their courage. He also wanted to see if Lu Ye's perforate deer could pass through the golden barrier. Yu Yang also wanted to see what the divine grimoire in the mysterious palace was like. When he returned, he found that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were all covered in dust. The Oxhead Fan Lu and Tai and the four orc girls were all lying on the ground exhausted, not caring about their image at all. Anna was healing everyone. The strongest Ice Cube man Shui Tan Lang, Prince Tian Luo and Elder Ning Hai who refused to leave were all injured to varying degrees. Only the lucky Bao Er was unharmed. Seeing that Yu Yang had returned, Fatty Hai became spirited and boasted loudly, "You don't know who we met. The strong Fierce Tooth of the North." What? You don't know who Fierce Tooth of the North is? Damn. He is one of the 5 commanders of the Black Hell Army. War Tiger of the East, Gale of the West, Blood Hoofs of the South, Fierce Tooth of the North, Thunder of the Center. One of them is a tiger, one is a condor, one is an old ox, one is a wild boar and one is a lizard. The one we met this time is that wild boar with thick skin and thick flesh, Fierce Tooth of the North. You don't know how scary he is. He is a level 7 and 8, maybe even a level 8 and 8. If we didn't run fast enough, we would have been annihilated. Then why did the wild boar run to Death Canyon? Yu Yang didn't think that a level 8 and 8 like Fierce Tooth of the North would be so bored as to chase after Fatty Hai and the others. I don't know the exact situation. When we saw him, he was hitting a giant bronze door. However, that giant bronze door had a protective shield. He was exhausted, but it was not damaged at all. It was a waste of effort. Fatty Hai was excited. He loved to see his enemies in trouble. Is he still there now? Yu Yang felt that if Fierce Tooth of the North was still there, he would go and kill him. I don't know. Fatty Hai shook his head. He shouldn't be there now. That giant bronze door actually has a time limit. It will open and close every 3 hours. I guess Fierce Tooth of the North was hitting the door because his subordinates were trapped inside. We actually walked past that door before, but it was open at that time. Elder Ning Hai respectfully reported to Yu Yang. What a pity. Yu Yang secretly felt pity. If they had found him the moment they came back, then this wild boar might not have been able to escape. It can't be? You can kill a level 7 or 8 innate Fierce Tooth of the North now? Are you really a human? Oxhead Fan Luan Tai reacted and was shocked. If I can't beat him, I can cut off one of his arms or legs. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't say that after absorbing the Mother Earth potion, he already had the strength equivalent to an innate level 10 innate. He laughed and waved his hand. Everyone still believed this statement. Yu Yang was able to kill a level 6 innate Sky Dragon previously. They reckoned that Yu Yang would have a high chance of winning even if he fought a level 7 innate ranker. Facing a level 7 or 8 innate Fierce Tooth of the North, using the World Exterminating Wheel to ambush and cut off one of his arms was really possible. As for whether he could kill Fierce Tooth of the North, everyone felt that he was still a bit off. However, even if Yu Yang had this kind of growth speed, Yu Yang was already extremely abnormal. Is there a better place for us to take a look? Lin An and Prince Tian Luo felt that Yu Yang wouldn't just come here to laugh at them. There must be something good. Let's go. Shui Tanlang was a man of action. I can't, I need to rest. If it's an abnormal place like the Five Elements Palace, then I'll pass. I don't want to die young. Fatty Hai felt that the wind-breast seabird was already troublesome enough. If another beast took a fancy to him, he might as well commit suicide with noodles. I'll raise my hand to sign up. There's nothing to be afraid of in the Five Elements Palace. Bao Er, who had been sleeping the whole time, was the only one who thought that the Five Elements Palace was a good place. It's not impossible for all of you to go, but you'll have to bear the consequences. I'm only in charge of leading the way, you guys take care of yourselves. Yu Yang stated in advance, then threw out the biggest temptation in the world, over there, there's a divine grimoire. Not to mention the treasures inside, even the trash on the ground is silver ranked. If you have the ability, then go ahead and pick it up. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly, I'm talking about the divine grimoire. Wow, does the divine grimoire really exist? Even Lu Yi, who was never tempted by material things, was so excited that her face turned red. What kind of concept was the divine grimoire? Even the Black Hell King was drooling. No one knew how many years the tragic Black Hell King had been knocking on the divine grimoire, but he couldn't even enter the golden barrier. For Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others who had never seen the divine grimoire before, when Yu Yang mentioned the divine grimoire, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't think at all. Actually, if they still had a clear mind, they would know that no matter how powerful the divine grimoire was, they wouldn't have a share in it. Because the divine grimoire chose its owner. Even if it was placed in front of it, it wouldn't choose it if it wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, why would the Black Hell King be so depressed? Only Yu Yang knew that there were only 10 divine grimoires in total. The number of divine grimoires was extremely small. Only the legendary deities could possess a divine grimoire. Of course, Yu Yang wasn't sure if the other divine grimoire was a divine grimoire. He guessed that it might be, and guessed that it was a divine grimoire that was still growing. Not to mention that Yu Yang was a guy from another world. People like Queen Vivian Li and the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm, Ming Yu Guang, only possessed a divine grimoire. The divine grimoire was something that ordinary warriors could only dream of. That was a dream that could never be touched. Even if it really existed in the world, it did not belong to mortals. Did you say that it's very dangerous there? Yi Kong suddenly asked. It's not that dangerous, it's just that the Black Hell King would appear occasionally. Yu Yang's words immediately scared Fatty Hai. Shui Tanlang and the others were also shocked. When the Black Hell King's name was mentioned, everyone was terrified. Fierce Tooth of the North, the wild boar commander, was incomparable to the Black Hell King. With Yu Yang around, if they were to meet the wild boar Fierce Tooth of the North, they would still have a chance to escape. However, even if they had Yu Yang by their side, they would still die if they met the Black Hell King. There was no chance of survival. Everyone felt that the Black Hell King was at least a supreme innate level 10 peak innate. If they knew the truth and knew that the Black Hell King had the power of heaven ranked level 1 or even level 2, they would feel even more despair. Of course, to Fatty High and the others, there wasn't much of a difference between a level 10 innate and a level 1 heaven ranker, because they would be able to kill them instantly. If the enemy was innate level 5 and above, they would be killed instantly. This included Shui Tanlang, who was the strongest in the team. "I'm not going, I don't want to die. That wild boar Fierce Tooth of the North had already scared me so much that I almost peed my pants. Black Hell King, that fellow will definitely skin me alive and roast me alive, I don't want to die." Fatty High hugged Yu Yang's leg and cried loudly. He definitely wouldn't go to such a dangerous place. Yi Kong kicked this cowardly fatty to the ground, and together with the Li brothers, they forcefully dragged Fatty High away. "Don't worry, the Black Hell King would at most kill you instantly. He has no interest in your flesh." Yi Kong's words made Fatty High cry even harder. "Let's go." Shui Tanlang's fear had already turned into battle intent. Actually, everyone knew that if the Black Hell King appeared, Yu Yang would definitely not lead them to their deaths. But even if the Black Hell King didn't appear, that place was still extremely dangerous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have warned everyone to be careful. The eyes of Shui Tanlang and the others flashed with the desire to fight. Following Yu Yang, they were playing with their hearts. Pounding. However, this was also very satisfying. As a man, rather than living a mediocre life, it was better to live a vigorous life. Since the Black Hell King was going to the place, he had to see it no matter what. Not only Shui Tanlang and the others, even the quiet Lu Yi and Anna, and even the fearless Bao Er could not suppress the excitement on their faces. Thrilling, this was really exciting. As for the brave ox-head Fan Luan Tai, she was even more impatient, urging Yu Yang to hurry up. Returning to the mysterious palace, Yu Yang had actually gone there once to investigate. He only left after seeing the Black Hell King leave. During this period, Yu Yang had already grasped a little of the Black Hell King's movement patterns. Every 3 days, the Black Hell King would appear in front of the golden barrier. He would knock on it for half an hour each time, using this as a pretext to train and open the golden barrier. The Black Hell King was extremely cautious. Even if there were no accidents, he would always carry out a routine investigation. Fortunately, Yu Yang had already figured this out. He also had a way to deal with it, and that was to secretly learn from the ultimate assassin, and she stealth. The Black Hell King wouldn't be able to detect this concealment. Even if they were discovered by the Black Hell King. Yu Yang could also throw Yi Kong, Fatty High and the rest into the grimoire world and escape with them. After being strengthened by the Mother Earth potion, even if Yu Yang couldn't defeat the Black Hell King, he wasn't afraid of him. Fatty High was so scared that his teeth chattered and his body trembled. Actually, the Black Hell King had already left and wouldn't appear for the next 3 days. Yu Yang didn't say it out as a way to train their courage. He believed that after the threat of death from the Black Hell King, they wouldn't be afraid of the Fierce Tooth of the North anymore. The whole team was very careful and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Only Bao Er wasn't afraid of anything. She even said to Yu Yang, "This place is so beautiful. Why don't we move here after we defeat the Black Hell King?" "This is a good idea." Yu Yang was a little speechless. Defeat the Black Hell King? Unless they could kill him, this home would never be safe. I don't want to be neighbors with the Black Hell King, and I don't want him to knock on my door in the middle of the night. Fatty High felt goosebumps when he thought of this. It's so beautiful. When they came to the front of the golden barrier, Lu Yi and the rest had little stars in their eyes. Looks like it won't be easy to enter. This barrier is too big and its energy is unimaginably vast. As expected of the Divine Grimoire's barrier. Before Lenin could finish his sentence, the ox-head Fan Luan Tai slashed at it with her axe. In the end, she was sent flying 200 meters away. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Wasn't the defense of this golden barrier too terrifying? The battered ox-head Fan Luan Tai immediately became listless. She knew that her brute force couldn't be used and could only rely on Yu Yang now. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Xue Tanlang all tried. Although they were mentally prepared, they quickly realized that the rebound force wasn't just their own attack force, there was also an irresistible force. When the two forces combined, they were sent flying 100 meters away. Their ending wasn't much better than Fan Luan Tai's. Anna looked at Yu Yang. Using force definitely won't work. Do you have any ideas? Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. If I had a way, I would have already gone in to move the treasures. Not to mention me, even the Black Hell King can only watch helplessly. Fatty Hai heard this and became excited. He climbed up and rushed to Yu Yang and asked excitedly, "You mean, none of the treasures inside were touched? And they're all still here? Wow, if I go in and pick up another divine equipment." Yi Kong gave a flying kick and sent this daydreaming fool flying 10 meters away. It wasn't impossible to daydream, but it had to be done at the right time. Prince of Tian Luo and Lin En started to understand why Yu Yang brought everyone here. It was because there was Lu Yi in the team. Lu Yi saw that everyone was looking at her and blushed. She lowered her head and said softly, I'll try. She summoned her grimoire and summoned her guardian beast Perforate Deer. She ordered it to rush towards the golden barrier. The result was within Yu Yang's expectations. The perforated deer didn't bounce back, but after it entered the golden shield, it instantly lost its connection with its owner. Without high intelligence, it didn't know what to do. It stood there in a daze, frozen, and trapped in the golden shield. Immediately, Lu Yi, who was afraid that it would get hurt, quickly recalled the perforate deer back into her grimoire. It was possible for perforate deer to pass through the golden barrier, but with Lu Ye's and perforate deer's current strength, it was impossible. Yu Yang nodded. As long as there was hope, it was fine. No matter what, it was better than the Black Hell King's relentless attacks. As long as Yu Yang thought of a way to increase Lu Ye's strength and level up perforate deer, it was still possible for them to pass through the golden barrier. Yu Yang had thought of this outcome before, and he was very satisfied with it. I'm sorry. Lu Yi apologized to Yu Yang in embarrassment. She knew that Yu Yang must have high hopes for her. He must be very disappointed with her failure this time, so she felt very guilty. Perforate deer didn't have any fighting power, its level was too low, and it didn't have high intelligence. Once it left its owner's control, it wouldn't know what to do. Let him help you level up your guardian beast, he should have a way. Anna quickly comforted Lu Yi. Help me level up too. Bao Er hugged Yu Yang's arm and shook it. Yes, I'm willing to serve you, beautiful Miss Golden Elf. Yu Yang's joke made Bao Er extremely happy. Everyone also laughed. Actually, Yu Yang didn't bother with Bao Er. He felt that it was necessary to level up this big lowly golden elf's guardian beast. After all, Bao Er's guardian beast was the little flower fairy that increased her luck. There was no treasure in this world that was more powerful than luck. With luck, you would have everything. Without luck, it would be the unlucky Black Hell King who could only stare at the golden barrier for the rest of his life. To Yu Yang, Bao Er was a human-shaped treasure that increased his luck. If he didn't level her up, it would be a waste of a human-shaped treasure that could be leveled up. On the way back, Bao Er, the unbeatable lucky star, gave Yu Yang another surprise. She bumped into something and actually triggered a hidden mechanism that Yu Yang didn't notice. A special and broken teleportation circle shot out from the ground with sparks. Yu Yang didn't have time to figure it out. He only knew that this was a rare opportunity. He kicked Fatty Hai into the teleportation circle and carried Bao Er and Lu Yi with each hand. He led everyone into the teleportation circle that was about to disappear due to lack of energy. Plop, plop, plop. When the last Hui Tai Lang fell into the water, Yu Yang realized that he was teleported to a dark and huge special space. Let go of me. Lu Yi shook her body shyly, trying to break free from his big hands. Yu Yang didn't see it clearly just now. He held Lu Ye's waist with one hand and pressed his big hand on her chest. He even held her small and fragrant little pigeon. Don't let go, I don't want to fall into the water. Bao Er hugged Yu Yang tightly, her long legs clamping onto Yu Yang's waist. She, who had night vision, laughed out loud when she saw Fatty Hai and the rest falling into the water. She felt that it was safer to stay on Yu Yang's body. Although everyone reacted very quickly, they were already drenched all over, and all of them were in a very sorry state. Lu Yi struggled in Yu Yang's hands for a while. She felt his big hands loosen a little, but she was still embarrassed. This is actually the ancient passage in the God's ruins. Yu Yang used his Heaven Eyes divine vision to observe and came to a conclusion that shocked him. The divine palace was actually connected to the God's ruins. Was there a connection between the two? The mysterious palace, could it be a part of the God's ruins? Anywhere is fine, as long as we can stay away from the Black Hell King. Fatty Hai finally felt more at ease. Move aside. Xue Tanlang knew that the real training for this trip had just begun. The previous dangers could be predicted, but the changes now were unknown even to Yu Yang. Being in the ancient passage in the God's ruins, if one didn't use 100% of their energy, even if Yu Yang was by their side, their lives would still be in danger. This was definitely not a place to joke around. After a while, he and Prince of Tianluo found an exit. It was a guillotine door. There were countless strange places like this in the ancient passage. No matter what passed through the guillotine door, it would be cut in half by the invisible guillotine. Xue Tanlang didn't have Heaven Eyes divine vision, but as a warrior, he instinctively felt danger. He picked up a stone and threw it towards the exit. As a result, the stone cracked into two halves. Fatty Hai was so scared that he trembled and quickly retreated behind Yu Yang. Although he claimed to be the boss, but with Yu Yang around, he definitely wouldn't stand out. He would obediently be a follower. If Lu Yi wasn't here, Xue Tanlang and the rest would have to forcefully tear down the entire mechanism wall. They would probably be exhausted and might even attract powerful ancient beasts. Go and try. Yu Yang could easily pass through, but he decided to take the opportunity to train Lu Yi. Yes. Lu Yi felt a slight pain in her breasts where his hot hands had held. Although she knew that he didn't mean it, she was still extremely embarrassed. Her chest felt weird and she wanted to reach out and rub it to soothe it. Her body was also a little weak. She seemed to have a problem walking, but everyone was watching. Lu Yi didn't want everyone to find out that something was wrong with her, so she quickly lowered her head and pretended that nothing had happened. She forced herself to calm down and summoned her guardian beast Perforate Deer. In front of the golden barrier, Perforate Deer failed to break through. This time, she decided to put on a good performance and not let him down. A silver deer flashed in the golden light. Its 4 slender limbs moved lightly, instantly turning into a stream of light, cutting through the air. When everyone's eyes refocused, they found that it was already standing safely in the passage outside the guillotine gate. Looking back, it was very cute. Although it didn't have super high intelligence, this Perforate Deer was still a very intelligent little animal. How do you bring us there? Fatty Hai felt that Lu Yi and Bao Er could ride on it, but if he rode on this deer, it would be strange if he didn't collapse. Shut up, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were natural enemies, except in battle. Who knows how to teleport? Yu Yang asked. In the end, only one person raised his hand. This wasn't surprising. What surprised Yu Yang was that the person who knew how to teleport was actually the big lowly Bao Er. You actually know how to teleport? Are you sure you know how to teleport? Even Ning Hai, the self-proclaimed master, didn't know. He was extremely shocked that Bao Er knew how to teleport. If it was super speed movement, many people could fly 100 meters in a second. Xue Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo, Yi Kong and even Fatty Hai could do it. According to their speed, their super speed movement was even faster than normal innate rankers, teleportation. When normal innates used teleportation, they might not be faster than their normal movement. However, teleportation was teleportation, no matter how fast it was irreplaceable. Of course, teleportation was related to each person's growth and attributes. Some people could easily learn teleportation. For example, Xue Wuxia could successfully use her light wind teleportation at a young age. It was completely equivalent to an inherent skill. As for Xue Wuxia's brother, Xue Tanlang, he was also extremely talented and even had the wind attribute. His speed far surpassed warriors of the same level, but he couldn't understand the teleportation skill. Looking at Yu Yang, he only watched the Marquis of Zijin use it a few times and he successfully learned teleportation. Of course, Yu Yang was a super abnormal guy from another world. It wasn't appropriate to use him as a comparison. If they were to compare the bald master Ning Hai, this old fellow who had lived for hundreds of years and knew countless skills, he just couldn't learn teleportation. That was strange. Actually, the real reason was that without comprehension, one would not be able to learn how to teleport. Teleportation is a breakthrough in comprehension. It is a challenge that surpasses the limits of one's body. It can be said to be very difficult, and some people will never be able to learn it in their entire lives. It could also be said that it was very easy. Some people, like me, could successfully master it in a day. If you want to learn it, it has to do with your perception. The better your perception, the faster you can learn it. Yu Yang's words caused Ning Hai, the old man, to cry, while Bauer was very proud. Didn't he say that she had good comprehension? Xue Tanlang clenched his fists tightly. He could be weak, but he could not allow himself to be weak. If a person's comprehension was insufficient, then what was the point of cultivating? Yu Yang actually knew that it was possible for Xue Tanlang and the others to learn teleportation. Their abilities and realms were all there, but their thinking was too rigid. They were used to moving at an extremely fast speed. What they did was teleportation. They could move very far in an instant, but it was not teleportation. They were used to it, so they could not surpass themselves. Usually, they would have a teacher to guide them. This was because Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others did not know teleportation. And the old fox who was good at teleportation, after teaching his abnormal disciple, Yu Yang, he no longer had the patience to teach Fatty Hai and the others about teleportation. He only taught them the techniques of aerial combat. The hardest part of teleportation is to sense a target. That target must be within the range of your ability. Some people can sense it very far, while others can only sense it very close. But it doesn't matter. No matter the distance, as long as you can sense it, the distance will slowly increase. Yu Yang kindly guided them. Using qi to sense it? Yi Kong asked. No, qi is only used to sense the surface. Teleportation requires more senses. To be more precise, you have to use your heart to sense it. When Yu Yang said this, Bao Er nodded her head furiously. Actually, it was because of her innate talent that she did not know any teleportation techniques. She was only born with the ability to sense it with her heart. And then? This time, it was Lenin's turn to be a humble primary school student. When the teleportation technique is successful, and you feel that you can grasp everything about the target, then you can try to move or jump closer to the target. You have to use the energy in your body, not to let it explode to your legs. Instead, you have to give the energy to your heart and let the heart control your body. During that process, you will feel a lot of difficulties. For example, your body might not be able to move, or you might be stopped by some kind of power before you teleport, or you might have the illusion that you are being pulled back by someone. There are many problems that I don't want to explain one by one, and I don't need to explain. I just want to tell you that you have to believe in me. You will definitely be able to move, and the teleportation will definitely succeed. Believe in me, and believe that you can do it. That will be enough. Yu Yang explained the method of using the energy in one's body during the teleportation technique. This was his best understanding and the best teleportation technique. He did not expect everyone to be able to learn it. However, as long as everyone could get some inspiration from this best technique, and slowly practice it, it would be enough. The most embarrassing thing was that after Bao Er heard it, she tilted her head to one side. She seemed to be unable to understand Yu Yang's words. She even asked, "Can I teleport like this? I don't need to think about anything. As long as I give it to the flower fairy, she will teleport me to the place I want to go. I think this is better." Fatty Hai and the others all fell to the ground. It turned out that Bao Er's teleportation technique was completely passive. It was not something that she could control at all. "Hey, I can teleport like this." Bao Er was about to get angry. In fact, it was true. No matter what method it was fine as long as it could teleport. Shui Wuxia's light wind teleportation was different from Yu Yang's light wind teleportation. Shui Wuxia's light wind teleportation required wind and air. In a vacuum environment, it was impossible to teleport. Yu Yang's light wind teleportation did not require it at all. The only place that could not be teleported was the place where the target could not be sensed. However, there were very few vacuum environments. Furthermore, after body fusion with Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia had also mastered Yu Yang's teleportation technique. It was just that she preferred to use the light wind teleportation that she was better at. Shui Tanlang put down his cool face and humbly asked Yu Yang a few questions. Towards this brother-in-law of his, he did not show it on the surface, but he definitely worshipped him in his heart. Learning from Yu Yang and following in his brother-in-law's footsteps was his biggest wish. Prince Tianluo also desired to learn teleportation and listened carefully. Not only the two of them, Lin En, Anna and Lu Yi also had a thoughtful look on their faces. On the other hand, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers, the ox-head Fan Luan Tai and the bald Ning Hai were completely confused. As for the ox-head Li Ao and the four orc girls, they had already given up on learning. They knew that they were not that kind of material, so they might as well save their breath. In the end, the old man Ning Hai also let out a long sigh. He had given up on learning. How could it be easy to learn a skill that he could not learn for his entire life in a few minutes? Regarding teleportation, the one who learned it the fastest was not Shui Tanlang, nor was it Prince Tianluo or Lu Yi who had the perforate deer. It was Hui Tailang. After listening to Yu Yang's words, it quickly understood. After almost failing, Hui Tailang accidentally grasped the teleportation technique and successfully teleported. Although the effect of teleportation was very bad, it deviated from its target by more than 10 meters and crashed straight into the rock wall. However, its performance still made Shui Tanlang and the others dumbfounded and ashamed. Could it be that a dignified human could not compare to a wolf? Fatty Hai was about to cry. He realized that he really could not compare to a wolf, especially when this wolf was Hui Tailang. Success. Half an hour later, Shui Tanlang successfully teleported 10 meters away. Although it deviated by 3 meters, his face was still flushed with excitement as he held excitedly towards the sky. Woof, awoo, awoo. Hui Tailang held towards the sky. He had now completely grasped teleportation and would not deviate at all. Although the teleportation distance was not considered far, it was undoubtedly much better than Shui Tanlang. Plop. Fatty Hai was so anxious that he let out a loud fart. After everyone heard it, they all scrambled to avoid it. Under this kind of pressure, Lu Yi, Prince Tianluo and Anna all successfully teleported. Especially Lu Yi, who had the most accurate grasp of teleportation. She who had a natural advantage, in order to give Yu Yang a surprise, bravely teleported to the outside of the guillotine gate. She went to the side of her guardian beast and became the first person to pass through the barrier of the guillotine gate. Of course, in front of her, Hui Tailang was already jumping around. It quickly teleported inside and outside, trying its best to provoke Fatty Hai, wanting him to let out another loud fart. Yu Yang decided to give everyone a little more pressure. He teleported to Lu Ye's side and inserted a crystal pillar that emitted energy waves into the ground. Those who can teleport, come over. Those who can't, wait for the guillotine gate to open automatically. It should open once a day. I won't wait, you guys slowly practice. When he said that, Bao Er became anxious. Wait for me. She couldn't wait to summon her guardian beast and closed her eyes. With a wave of the small flower fairy's hand, she instantly teleported to Yu Yang's side. She hugged his arm and proudly raised her small face. Let's go and find the treasure first. When we find the treasure, we'll take it first. Lu Yi originally wanted to stay and practice with everyone, but Yu Yang waved his hand. You follow too. Her heart inexplicably jumped a few times. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at his eyes. She weakly replied, yes. After Yu Yang, Bao Er and Lu Yi left. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was too painful to have such a strict teacher, especially when this teacher was still very young. It made them feel even more ashamed. Shui Tanlang, Prince Tianluo and Anna who had learned how to teleport did not follow. The three of them knew that Yu Yang had the intention to specially train Bao Er and Lu Yi, especially Lu Yi, who had the perforate deer and the purification inherent skill. It seemed like she would be the focus of his training. I'm such a pighead. Even now, I still can't learn it. Fatty Hai beat his chest and stamped his feet. Actually, he felt a little bit of it, but he kept failing. After hundreds of attempts, he did not succeed even once. You only know now that you're a pighead? Yi Kong had also failed a few hundred times. However, he had at least succeeded once. Although he was too excited afterwards and didn't manage to grasp that feeling, and had to start all over again, he had at least succeeded once. Compared to Fatty Hai, he was still considered to be a little stronger. Therefore, he hit Fatty Hai even more when he was down. La, la la la. What was even more infuriating was Hui Tai Lang. He teleported from Fatty Hai's side, shaking his buttocks and wagging his tail as he danced in the palace. His attitude was so arrogant that it made Fatty Hai cry even more. Shui Tan Lang clenched his fists tightly. Not only did he want to succeed, he wanted to be fast. He wanted to be like Yu Yang, teleporting at will. Although he knew that there was still a huge gap between him and his brother-in-law, he would never lower his requirements. Instead, he always used extremely strict standards and vowed to be as perfect as Yu Yang. In terms of training, he had always been a perfectionist. Of course, it was not only Shui Tan Lang, but also Prince of Tian Luo and even Yi Kong. Lin En and the rest were already used to their masochistic training. They also understood why humans grew so much faster than the elves, oxheads, orcs, and other races. The reason why human warriors grew so fast was not because they were superior to other races. On the contrary, humans were born with the least advantages. They had short lifespans, poor abilities, and harsh living conditions. The reason why humans were able to produce strong warriors so quickly was very simple. It was because human warriors were too focused and crazy in their training compared to the elves and oxheads. Let's not talk about Zhu Yang. If we were to compare the young human Shui Tan Lang, his 1 year of training would at least be comparable to the 30 years of training of the peaceful golden elves, or even more. With this comparison, it was not difficult to understand why a golden elf warrior who had lived for hundreds of years could not compare to Shui Tan Lang, who was not even 20 years old. While Fatty Hai and the rest continued to train hard, on the other side of the passage, Yu Yang brought Lu Yi and Bao Er forward to explore. Lu Yi lowered her head. After following Yu Yang for a long distance, she suddenly asked softly, "Do you have something to tell me?" She felt that Yu Yang had looked at her a few times along the way. Could it be that he had something to say to her? Although she was shy, she couldn't help but ask. "I'll tell you when the time is right." When Yu Yang said this, Lu Yi suddenly understood. With Bao Er here, it shouldn't be convenient for him to say it, but what would he say to her? Lu Yi was a little curious and looked up at Yu Yang's face. Seeing his smile, her heart inexplicably jumped a few times. She quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look again. Yu Yang pointed to a dark path in front of them and said to Lu Yi, "Let's do a special training first. Bao Er and I will be in charge of concealing ourselves. You have to act like hide and seek and use the perforate deer to find us. We will conceal ourselves 10 times. If you can find us 10 times, then you pass. Otherwise, I won't give you any special training in the future." "Yes, I will do my best." Lu Yi was actually very eager to have a chance to prove herself in front of Yu Yang. She couldn't tell why. On the contrary, seeing him disappointed was what she didn't want the most. For example, when the perforate deer stopped at the golden barrier and couldn't successfully pass through, it made her secretly sad for a long time. Sense it, you must pay attention to feeling it with your heart. I believe you can do it, you are very talented. Yu Yang gave Lu Yi a bright smile to encourage her. Lu Yi looked at Yu Yang and didn't say anything. She just nodded very seriously. It took a lot of effort for her to suppress the excitement in her heart. After hearing his praise, Lu Yi felt an indescribable excitement in her whole body. An hour later, the exhausted Lu Yi walked in the dark, forcing her mind to sense her surroundings. She was only left with the last 2 times. The further she went, the more difficult it would be to sense him. To be precise, every time she found Yu Yang, his next hiding would be slightly more difficult. It was fine at the beginning, but after 5 times, it would take a lot of energy to sense him. Even if he wasn't hiding very far away, even if he was within 50 meters of her and kept looking at her, she couldn't find him. She suppressed her tired spirit, focused her attention, and felt it with her heart. Lu Yi searched for the dark surroundings over and over again. She sensed wrongly more than a dozen times, and she couldn't continue sensing because of her mental exhaustion. But she didn't give up and bit her cherry lips. Finally, there was a slight flash of feeling. Lu Yi was so excited that she almost screamed. But while the feeling was still there, she immediately ordered the perforate deer to go over and determine the target. When the perforate deer arrived, Lu Yi once again resisted the dizziness in her head and used teleportation to rush to Yu Yang's side. According to the rules, she caught him. The 9th special training was considered a success. Because of the extreme mental exhaustion, there was a slight deviation in the teleportation. Her hand didn't catch him, but instead, she hit the wall behind him. "Are you okay?" Yu Yang reached out and gently supported Lu Yi, who had fallen to the ground. "No, I'm fine. I still need one more time." Lu Yi was embarrassed. She covered her hurting forehead and shook her head in embarrassment. Why was she so stupid? Why did she always make a fool of herself in front of him? "Do you want to rest?" Yu Yang rubbed her forehead and used his innate qi to disperse the blood on her swollen forehead. He asked her if she wanted to rest. "No need." Lu Yi shook her head stubbornly. She actually wanted to rest. Her body was already overdrawn and she was really tired. If she sat on the ground, she would definitely not be able to get up again. Even though she knew that the ground was full of mud and extremely dirty, she still had a desire to lie down and rest immediately. But when he asked if she wanted to rest, Lu Yi had a strong stubbornness. She didn't want him to see her weakness. Not only did she have to meet his requirements, but she also had to exceed his expectations. Lu Yi tried hard to stand up straight, trying not to let him see that she had reached her limit. She nodded heavily, indicating that she could do it. Secretly, she was holding back her tears. She also clenched her teeth. She didn't want to show her weakness, and she didn't want him to know. 3 hours later, Lu Yi stumbled in the passage. She couldn't remember how many times she had fallen or how many times she had failed to sense him. There was one time when she fell to the ground and even thought of giving up. This was because she suddenly had a kind of suspicion in her heart. She suspected that Yu Yang had already left and left her here to train alone. However, she immediately rejected that kind of thought that would waver her willpower. She firmly believed that Yu Yang was not far from her. He had always been watching her in the darkness. Her cowardly tears and her useless failure had all fallen into his eyes. He must be very disappointed in her. She must not let him down. She had met his requirements, and she had to exceed his expectations. No one had ever been sure of her, only him. Only him. With an unimaginable tenacity, Lu Yi stood up again and again and tried to sense him again and again. In a state of exhaustion, she struggled to support her body and overdraft her spirit, constantly exploring and sensing his existence. Her body reached its limit countless times, and she almost fainted. She forced herself to hold on. Finally, in one of her senses, she found a very small breath. It seemed to be his breath, but it also seemed like an illusion. But Lu Yi quickly bit the tip of her tongue and used the pain to stimulate her numb spirit, trying to sense it. At the moment when she clearly sensed it, something in her mind suddenly exploded, like a broken mirror, or like the sudden collapse of ice. In short, Lu Yi felt that something in her mind had broken. She had a terrible headache, and the tendons in her body were twitching. Even if she died, she had to teleport to his side and complete his request. Lu Yi was determined. She summoned her grimoire and summoned her guardian beast, Perforate. "Deer. Go, little deer." Lu Yi pointed to a dark place and ordered the silver deer to go. Then, before she fainted, she followed the Perforate deer and teleported. "Well done." Lu Yi felt herself falling into a warm embrace, and strong hands caught her falling body. His voice rang out. It seemed to be praising her. However, Lu Yi didn't hear it clearly and fainted. She, who was in a daze, did not see that her grimoire was emitting countless rays of golden light. A golden pillar of light rose up and enveloped her body. As for the silver deer that was bathed in the golden light, its body slowly changed shape and grew a little bigger. The tiny antlers on its head also extended into a small fork. After Lu Yi broke through her limit, her level increased. Her guardian beast perforate deer also increased at the same time. It was promoted from silver level 2 to silver level 3. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't know what she did at the last moment. When the perforate deer arrived at Yu Yang's side, she didn't take the time to sense it like usual. She didn't determine the target and hurriedly teleported. Even at the last moment, she synchronized with the perforate deer and arrived in front of Yu Yang at the same time. This was the result that Yu Yang wanted to see the most. Originally, Yu Yang had thought of using a month or even 3 months to train her so that Lu Yi could synchronize with the perforate deer's teleportation. He didn't expect that this stubborn Lu Yi only used 3 hours to do it. Her innate talent, combined with her stubborn willpower, the power that she could unleash was beyond Yu Yang's expectations. Although she had not really achieved teleportation in one body, with this successful start, Yu Yang believed that as long as he used his innate qi to open up the meridians in her body, and then used Nirvana flame to purify her body, Lu Yi would be able to master teleportation in one body with her guardian beast, perforate deer, after training for half a month or even shorter. If she could do that, then her future would be limitless. The golden barrier of the mysterious palace and the various restrictions of the gods' ruins probably wouldn't be able to stop her. With Lu Yi, Yu Yang felt that he could enter the mysterious palace before the Black Hell King. Let the Black Hell King continue to attack the golden barrier from the outside. Anyway, this guy's fate was destined to be tragic. When Lu Yi woke up, she realized that she was lying on Yu Yang's back. At the side, Bao Er the golden elf was cheering, as if she was cheering for someone. Lu Yi quietly raised her head and looked over Yu Yang's shoulder. She was shocked. She realized that there was a huge space in front of her. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others were fighting fiercely. Countless monsters were like a tide, surging out from the huge blood pool. What's going on? Lu Yi was shocked. You're awake. I was the one who found this blood lake torture chamber. I'm amazing, right? Bao Er proudly showed off. Lu Yi roughly understood what was going on from Bao Er's incoherent, confusing and illogical speech. With Yu Yang's occasional additions, she finally understood. So Bao Er was the same as her, participating in the special training. However, her special training was 10,000 times easier than hers, because the task that Yu Yang gave her was to sleep. Bao Er didn't need to do anything. She just needed to sleep and let Yu Yang adjust her body. When she woke up, she realized that she had improved a lot. She was secretly a little proud, but there was no one else around, so she couldn't show off. Lu Yi was unconscious and Bao Er had nothing to do. She was so bored that she could only wander around. When she was waiting for Shui Tan Lang and the others to come, she accidentally opened another secret door. After Yu Yang's appraisal, this ancient secret door could actually be opened. However, ordinary people's strength would not be able to move it. Only innate level 5 and above could open it. Although the person who opened the secret door was Yu Yang, Bao Er still gave most of the credit to herself. Just like that, Yu Yang and Bao Er found this blood lake torture chamber. This was the entrance to the blood lake torture chamber. Beside Yu Yang, there was a strange ancient obelisk. On it, there was a sentence written in heaven runes. If it was translated into modern words, it would be: Giant Wusu blasphemed God. He committed a heinous crime and must receive the most severe punishment. Death is not enough to atone for his crimes, so this blood lake torture chamber was specially built. He will be tortured here until 100,000 years later. When he is released, he will officially receive the death sentence. Yu Yang couldn't recognize the combination of these heaven runes, but he had a rough idea. That was to say, there was a giant called Wu Su who was imprisoned in this blood lake torture chamber. He would be imprisoned and tortured for 100,000 years before he could be executed. If it were any other powerhouse, they might have acted like a savior and thought of a way to save the Wu Su giant. Yu Yang didn't have that much of a headache. He also wanted to see Wu Su, but not to save him, but to kill him. Yu Yang guessed that there must be some kind of treasure that could trap Wu Su for 100,000 years. Whether Wu Su had to be tortured for 100,000 years, Yu Yang didn't care. What he liked was the treasure that trapped this giant. If there really wasn't any treasure, then he would kill this giant. Yu Yang felt that his Hui Jin magic blade was still lacking an evil soul. If he devoured it, he might be able to refine it into a holy ranked weapon. It wasn't that there weren't any holy ranked weapons. The god-killing dagger was one, and it was a top-grade one. However, the Hui Jin magic blade was made by Yu Yang using his own blood, so it was more important. The possibility of the platinum-ranked crescent moon being upgraded was not high, but the Hui Jin magic blade could be upgraded. As long as there was an evil and strong warrior's soul, the Bone Dragon's demon dragon crystal, the Flame Lord's flame heart, the Dark Golden Spectre's black soul pearl and the Golden Golem's silver soul pearl. With these conditions, it was definitely possible for the Hui Jin magic blade to be upgraded to a holy ranked weapon. It might even become a top-grade holy ranked weapon. As for upgrading it to a divine ranked weapon, Yu Yang didn't want to think about it at the moment. Divine ranked weapons weren't something that could be upgraded just because one wanted to. The owner had to be strong enough. Furthermore, Yu Yang didn't lack divine ranked weapons. Wasn't the prison emperor divine seal still there? Even if it didn't recognize him as its owner, Yu Yang could only use it to smash chestnuts for now. Dear best, be careful, there are a few more blood pythons coming out. Bao Er cheered Fatty Hai and the others excitedly. Little ancestor, it's fine if you don't want to help, but don't open your mouth again. My heart is trembling when I hear you. Fatty Hai begged Bao Er not to shout as if he was begging his grandpa and grandma, because if she shouted, a few strong monsters would appear out of nowhere. Of course, he knew that he couldn't blame Bao Er. This Blood Lake torture chamber was such an abnormal place. They had already killed tens of thousands of ancient beasts, but there was still an endless stream of them coming out. All of you, get out of the way. Shui Tanlang was enraged. He exploded with a terrifying aura and rotated with the storm giant. The entrance of the Blood Lake torture chamber turned into a world of ice and snow in an instant. Countless snowflakes floated down from the sky. Shui Tanlang's guardian beast, the storm giant, turned everything into ice. Sculptures wherever it passed. Even the gold-ranked level 6 giant blood pythons rolled on the ground in pain, gradually becoming stiff. Prince of Tianluo cooperated well. His guardian beast, Skyfire Meteor, was summoned and crashed down from the dome. Even the most powerful blood python was unable to withstand the dual attacks of Frost and Meteor. One by one, they turned into corpses that were either shattered or charred, dying miserably on the spot. Throughout the whole battle, Yu Yang didn't make a move at all. He only watched Yi Kong and Fatty Hai fight. This was just the beginning. There would be more and more cruel battles waiting for them. However, this kind of battle was an extremely good stimulant for cultivation. Although it was painful, it was certain that as long as Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang and the others could endure it, leveling up would definitely not be a problem. At the entrance of the Blood Lake torture chamber. After 1 hour and 5 minutes, they passed. At the first floor of the Blood Lake torture chamber, after 3 hours, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others used their great totem battle technique and passed. At the second floor, after 5 hours and 17 minutes, the Li brothers fainted from their heavy injuries. The Ox Head Li Ao and Elder Ning Hai collapsed on the ground. Passed. At the third floor, after 9 hours and 23 minutes, Fatty Hai transformed into an ugly behemoth and exhausted all his energy. The 4 orc girls and the Oxhead Fan Luan Tai collapsed on the ground. Lin En was heavily injured. Passed. At the fourth floor, after 18 hours and 42 minutes, Yi Kong was heavily injured, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo were heavily injured, Anna fainted, Lu Yi fainted, Fatty Hai collapsed on the ground after his second transformation, the Ox Head Liao's horn was broken, the Li brothers were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Other than Yu Yang, only Bao Er still had energy left. Passed. At the 5th floor, when the whole team reached the 5th floor, they arrived at the real Blood Lake torture chamber. The weakest monster here was also the strongest gold-ranked level 6 giant blood python outside. There was only one person who could fight, and that was Yu Yang. Hui Tai Lang summoned his grimoire and raised his protective shield, protecting the whole team in the middle. Yu Yang took a big step forward, emitting the aura of a demon king. All the monsters ran away when they heard him. 2 kilometers away, there was a wall that was close to 1,000 meters tall. Several dark golden chains hung down from it, and a person was hanging from it. This person was an unimaginable giant. Yu Yang had never seen such a tall giant before. Forget about humans, even the demon abyss demons that were 10 meters tall were insignificant compared to this giant. This giant was 200 to 300 meters tall, or even taller. This was because the lower part of his body had completely disappeared, leaving only his upper body, which was more than 100 meters tall. From this, it could be deduced that his original height was around 300 meters tall. Needless to say, this person was definitely the legendary Titan giant. Compared to him, the 50-meter-tall king of black light and the 60-meter-long black dragon looked like miniature toys. As for meeting such a Titan giant, Yu Yang had never thought that he, a fake little Titan, would meet a real great Titan one day. This unimaginable Titan giant had bulging muscles all over his body. He was incomparably sturdy, and his skin was as black as iron. It was a visual impact. Fatty Hai, who was coughing blood, fainted from shock when he saw this giant. Even Shui Tanlang, who was the bravest among them, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Not only them, even Yu Yang felt his blood boiling. No one knew how long this Titan giant had been locked up in this blood lake torture chamber. Now, he had at least the strength of an innate level 1. In other words, this Titan giant who was locked up here had the strength of the Black Hell King. The only difference was that he didn't have any holy ranked equipment to protect himself, and was being strangled by those extremely long dark golden chains. An extremely concentrated killing intent flashed in Yu Yang's eyes. Kill this giant, steal his power, strengthen his Hui Jin magic blade. As for justice and evil, that had nothing to do with him. Maybe this kind of encounter was fate's arrangement. If not, how could he coincidentally barge into this blood lake torture chamber? What an interesting young human. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the humans now are much stronger than before. He's only in his 20s, and he's still a budding little boy, but he's already improved so much. It's really scary. It was indeed not wrong for me to massacre a large number of humans back then. It's a pity that those stupid old fellows still think they're infallible. Ha ha ha, I, Wu Su, have always said that humans are the Titan's natural enemies, but no one agrees. Do you want to kill me? Young Bean Sprout, I'm sorry, but I think you still don't know that we Titan giants have an immortal body. The giant opened his mouth. His voice was even louder than thunder. Once he opened his mouth, the entire blood lake torture chamber shook. If there weren't a few god-binding chains restraining you, I wouldn't be able to kill you. However, the current you is just an old dog that has fallen into the water. Yu Yang tried his best to mock the enemy to cheer himself up. What? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Wusu is not someone you can defeat. Because Wusu is a titan with an immortal body. Even a god cannot kill me, Wusu, understand? The giant who called himself Wusu struggled with all his might, pulling the dark golden chains. Instantly, an earthquake was triggered, and the entire blood lake torture chamber shook. You guys go back first. Yu Yang turned around and waved his hand at Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo who were covered in blood and were still standing up stubbornly, ready to fight with their last bit of strength. This guy is my opponent. Yi Kong wanted to stay, even though he knew he couldn't help, he still hoped to stay and see if he could share some of the burden with Yu Yang. Alright. Shui Tanlang was different, he immediately turned around and left. Compared to Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang's determination to stay and fight with his life was not reduced at all. But Shui Tanlang was very clear, he knew that with his team's current strength, not to mention all of them were heavily injured and exhausted, even if everyone was in good condition, they wouldn't have the chance to help Yu Yang. Staying would only be a burden, there was no other possibility. That Titan giant was many times stronger than the wild boar king Fierce Tooth of the North from the Black Hell Army, and with such a huge body, it was impossible to win. If they really wanted to help Yu Yang, the best way was to leave and find a supreme innate, such as Sky Law, to let her help. Staying at home would definitely implicate him. Lin En and the others understood and left with Shui Tanlang. Only Fatty Hai suggested to return to the 4th floor and come down after the battle. Lu Yi stood up for the first time in her life and made a decision, all of you go back, I will stay. Everyone was taken aback by her actions. How could they leave her, the weakest one, behind? Any random blood python would be able to swallow her whole. Even the shockwave from the clash between Yu Yang and the Titan Wusu could kill her. Leave her behind? Absolutely not. Lu Yi had her own reasons. I have the perforate deer. If he is really in danger, I can teleport to his side and bring him away. Prince of Tian Luo thought about it and rejected it. It might be a good idea for you to stay, but Lu Yi, we can't let you take the risk. Furthermore, we have to believe in Yu Yang even more. There's no need to use this plan that will fail in the end. We have to believe in him. He will definitely win. If he isn't confident, Yu Yang wouldn't take the initiative to challenge the other party. Since he wants to fight, then we have to believe in him. Now, let's all leave and return to the Yu clan castle, then we can discuss further. Unable to resist the strong demands of the crowd, Lu Yi finally changed her mind. You want to leave? Let me, Wu Su, send you on your last journey. The Titan that had been strung up in front of the giant wall suddenly started laughing loudly. Countless magical beasts surged out like a tide as he willed them to do so. However, the most terrifying killing move was the two-finger gusts that he flicked out when he bent down halfway. He flicked his finger at Yu Yang. The other one flew towards Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. The two-finger gusts that Wu Su had casually flicked out did not feel strong at first. However, as it moved forward, it continued to increase in speed and quickly exploded. It broke through the sound barrier and formed two huge wind pillars that seemed as if they were going to shatter space. One of them flew towards Yu Yang, who was ready to attack, while the other flew towards the crowd who were 2 kilometers away. Its speed was extremely fast, even faster than the speed of sound by a few times. The huge pillar-like finger gusts reached the 2-kilometer distance in a few seconds. It was unimaginably fast. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others were overwhelmed with shock. Such a terrifying power was actually just a casual flick of the opponent's finger gusts. Hui Tai Lang was like a demon king that had descended to the world. He roared towards the sky, his voice piercing everyone's ears like thunder. His whole body was burning with dark golden flames. With an irresistible force, he forcefully collided with the wind pillar. Rumble, Hui Tai Lang, who had leaped forward 50 meters, was still pushed back more than 30 meters despite his claws digging into the ground. 4 deep claw marks were left on the hard ground. The shockwave from the collision caused Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others, who were already prepared for it, to stagger. It was just a finger gusts from 2 kilometers away. Even when it was blocked by Hui Tai Lang furiously, it still had such power. Xue Tan Lang and the others knew that their opponent was extremely strong, but they never thought that this Titan giant named Wu Su would be so unbelievably strong. This completely dispelled everyone's determination to stay. Everyone was clear that staying would not help Yu Yang at all. Instead, they would become his burden. Hui Tai Lang killed a few of the fastest beasts. He did not linger and quickly retreated to protect everyone as they left. He completely left the battlefield to his master. Yu Yang was different from Hui Tai Lang. The wind pillar that Wu Su shot out could be deflected to his side with a wave of his hand. Using this wind pillar, Yu Yang heavily injured many beasts. It's actually a divine beast? Even though it's still in its infancy stage, it's not bad. It's a pity that Wu Su is trapped here. Otherwise, I would definitely kill all these troublemakers. The Titan giant snorted coldly. There was lightning flashing on his face. It seemed that he still had a long-range attack. Because of Yu Yang's casual way of dealing with the situation, he changed his mind. Yu Yang unsealed his innate level 1 powers and took out his gold-rank dragon-slaying spear. The purplish gold heaven's fury fire lotus danced in the air. Wherever the spear pointed, all the beasts fell to the ground. Although the shape of the spear was not big, its power was not any weaker than the wind pillar that Wu Su shot out. Every time the spear stabbed out, the spear would pierce through the beast horde, leaving a bloody and empty path. The beasts that looked extremely strong in the eyes of Xue Tan Lang and the others were nothing in the hands of Yu Yang. He could kill them easily. It was because of Yu Yang's help that the small team could leave the Blood Lake torture chamber unscathed. Before leaving, Hui Tai Lang even called out to Yu Yang a few times. He actually wanted to stay the most. However, Hui Tai Lang was already intelligent enough to understand the mission that his master had given him. That was to protect the lives of this team. Do you want to use this toothpick to clean my teeth? Haha. The Titan giant Wusu laughed unscrupulously. Although the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear could kill the Golden Dragon King, it was not enough to deal with the ancient Titan. Unless he had a complete set of the dragon-slaying set and could unleash the power of a holy weapon, he would not be able to hurt him. These are your last words? Yu Yang laughed coldly as well and unsealed his innate level 2 powers. A strong shockwave spread across the entire 5th level of the Blood Lake torture chamber. The purplish gold flames formed a concentrated fire pillar that burned for a long time. Countless frost flowers floated down from the dome. The beasts that were chased out by the Titan giants were either roasted alive by the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, or frozen into ice sculptures by the frost flowers that contained extreme colding energy. Only a dozen or so of the strongest demonic beasts managed to escape with their lives. Yu Yang kept the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, closed his eyes and unsealed his innate level 3 powers. Wusu, the Titan giant, suddenly smiled mysteriously. Lightning appeared in front of him again. Hundreds of electric currents that resembled electric snakes quickly gathered in his right palm, forming a terrifying thunderbolt. In an instant, Wusu's aura exploded like a volcano eruption. With an unparalleled strength that could easily defeat a giant dragon, the cunning Titan Wusu swung his arm towards Yu Yang. The hurricane-like palm energy concealed the destructive thunderbolt. In less than a second, the thunderbolt had already surpassed the speed of sound, broke through the palm energy hurricane, tore through space and shot towards Yu Yang. Yu Yang stretched out his hand to catch it, but his entire body was immediately sent flying by this unimaginable force. He flew back 1,000 meters. With a loud bang, he smashed into the hard rock surface and was buried deep in the rubble. The shockwave sent the rubble flying everywhere, and dust filled the air. For a long time, there was still no movement in the huge pit. Wusu, the Titan giant, spat in disdain. "Pfft, human, what a puny creature. How dare you compete with the Titan clan? You overestimate yourself." Although he was slightly surprised that he could kill his enemy in one hit, he did not doubt the power of his thunderbolt. Not to mention humans, even giant dragons, or even the ancient behemoths in the heaven realm would fall in one hit. Although the human just now was not bad, he was still very young. How dare he unseal his innate power so slowly and leisurely against him? He was really a flower in a greenhouse. Didn't any of his enemies teach him to be wary of the enemy's sneak attack? At the thought of this, Wusu laughed out loud. He loved to kill humans, especially the little buds with the most potential. He wanted to kill them before they could grow. The thrill of killing a small sprout was too satisfying. Nothing in the world could compare to it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wusu's laughter was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. The entire Blood Lake torture chamber trembled under his maniacal laughter. Just as Wusu was laughing proudly and comfortably, a figure flashed in front of Wu Su. He was wearing a tattered wyvern leather armor. His clothes and the ends of his hair were slightly burnt due to the thunderbolt. However, his eyes were unusually clear, like the spring water quietly flowing over the rocks in the stream. This person was, of course, Yu Yang. Between his hands, there was an extremely small and concentrated thunderbolt ball that was disappearing continuously. To be more accurate, he was using the devouring ability in his body to continuously devour and absorb the thunderbolt that Wusu had thrown out. Seeing Yu Yang in such a state, Wusu's laughter was like a knife. For the first time, a look of disbelief appeared in his huge eyes. He could not help but exclaim, "How can you devour my thunderbolt? That's my thunderbolt. Continue laughing, you will soon become history." Yu Yang waited until the last bit of thunderbolt was completely absorbed by the uncontrollable devouring black hole in his body. Then, he gently tore off the tattered wyvern leather armor on his body, revealing his perfect body. Wusu saw that there was not a single wound on this young human's body. The attack that he had accumulated his strength just now was completely withstood by the other party. Completely unharmed, how could this be possible? If the thunderbolt hit directly, the giant dragon would also fall to the ground. How could a small human boy be immune to thunderbolt? And it was a thunderbolt thrown out by the Titan. Wusu suddenly realized something and roared, "Cunning human, you have a treasure that can resist thunderbolt." Yu Yang shook his head. His lips curled into a mocking smile. "Fool, don't think that you are the only one who knows how to control thunderbolt. As he finished speaking, the purplish-blue thunderbolt on Yu Yang's body flowed endlessly as if it had a life of its own. Countless electric arcs were like small electric snakes that gathered in Yu Yang's palm, forming a special form of purple lightning that was similar to the Titan's thunderbolt. The only difference between the two was the color. The thunderbolt that Wusu had condensed was a bright silver Titan's thunderbolt. On the other hand, the thunderbolt that Yu Yang had condensed in his hand was a deep purple. Within the purple, there was a tinge of blue and even a hint of golden light. As Yu Yang condensed the thunderbolt, he unsealed himself to innate level 4. Then, with a burst of strength, he angrily threw the purple thunderbolt back at Wusu. Cry, you pathetic egomaniac. The purple lightning struck Wusu's huge hand that he had used to block. Wusu was confident that as a Titan, the controller of thunder and lightning, there was no electric current in the world that could hurt him, especially the pair of huge hands that he used to condense thunderbolts. Boom, a deafening explosion occurred between Wusu's huge hands. The lightning was like a snake, flashing wildly. It then spread out in midair, forming a mysterious diagram that was formed by countless purple electric snakes. It was big on the outside but small on the inside. The electric current extended inward as if it was swallowed by a black hole. When it reached its limit, it exploded with earth-shattering power. The original purple lightning seemed to have received some kind of energy and expanded rapidly. With a power that was 100 times stronger than before, it formed a purple lightning storm that surrounded Wusu's body. Even as the controller of thunder and lightning, under the purple lightning storm, Wusu was shaken by the electric current. His huge body convulsed violently. I, Wusu, am a Titan, how can I be hurt by electric current? Wusu was confused. If it was an ordinary giant that was hit by lightning and injured, then it would be fine. However, he was an ancient Titan, a natural controller of thunder and lightning. He was almost immune to any electric current in the world. However, he was hit by the purple lightning and the pain was unbearable. This was too strange. Unimaginable, his thunderbolts were unable to hurt the other party, but the human boy that looked like a bean sprout could hurt him with purple lightning. Could it be that he was dreaming? Yu Yang laughed coldly and did not say anything. Ever since he merged with impatience, he gradually grasped the power of her god's punishment. Although it was not as powerful as impatience, who could destroy the world with one strike, it was not weak either. If it was not for the fact that Yu Yang had not fully grasped the power of thunder and lightning, Wusu, the ancient Titan, would have been more seriously injured and in an even more pathetic state. Impatience's heaven's punishment thunder contained an extremely strong judgment-type spiritual energy. Even the Hell Black Dragon King, who was known to be immune to elemental damage, would fall to the ground immediately after taking a hit. Putting aside impatience's judgment and destruction type of heaven's punishment power, if it was Shui Wuxia instead, her inability and destructive will thunder was not something that Wusu could be completely immune to. The purple lightning released by Yu Yang was no less powerful than the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, which contained a suppressive force and a violent will. Combined with the Heaven Rune Circle, it formed a purple lightning storm. Although it was unable to cause more damage to Wusu, who was an ancient Titan, it was not a problem to make him suffer. This attack was not mainly for damage. It was intimidation. Stepping on the enemy's proudest spot with one foot. Wusu's most powerful Titan Thunderbolt was finally suppressed by the purple lightning. This was not because the purple lightning was stronger than the Titan Thunderbolt, but because of the user. If you think that I only know how to throw lightning bolts, you're wrong. You are gravely mistaken. Wusu roared. His voice shook the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. His arms shone brightly. His skin, which was originally like black obsidian, became a blazing gold. An energy giant that was more than 100 meters tall slowly squeezed out from Wusu's body. With Wusu's powerful punch, it fiercely pounced towards Yu Yang. Doing the same action, it stretched out its hand to attack Yu Yang together with Wusu's huge punch. Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared. Teleportation. He appeared under Wusu's melted body. His Hui Jin magic blade carried a 100-meter-long purple-gold flame and slashed towards Wusu's broken body. Insignificant skill. Wusu jumped upwards like a skipping rope. The dark golden chains that were deeply embedded in his wrists made a circle in the air and easily destroyed the purple-gold flame. That blazing gold energy giant moved as fast as lightning. It immediately turned around and punched towards Yu Yang. If he was hit by this energy giant or Wusu's punch, the consequences would be even worse than being hit by a group of golden mammoths. Yu Yang mysteriously dodged, not letting the enemy's attack graze him at all. Under the coordinated attacks of the energy giant and Wusu, Yu Yang calmly escaped from the rain of punches. Wusu looked at Yu Yang in disbelief. Now, he suddenly realized the benefits of being small. A human's body was very small and could not fight against a titan's strength. However, a titan's fist was too big. It was not easy to hit an agile human, especially when this human boy was 100 times more slippery than a loach. Brute force could not subdue him at all. Domain. Wusu shouted. The blazing gold energy giant heavily hit the ground with both of its hands. Its energy body quickly melted and turned into golden light that shot out in all directions. A circle of light spread out rapidly. It easily went beyond Yu Yang's front, back, left and right, enveloping him within it. The circle of light was 100 meters wide. From the ground, a light barrier that seemed slow but was actually fast rose. It was also 100 meters tall and completely enveloped Yu Yang within it. Yu Yang, who was within the range of Wusu's domain, did not panic. He did not even summon his grimoire. He only used his Yang ability to wrap the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus flames around his body. At the same time, he carefully sensed the opponent's domain power. What kind of domain power was this? This was not the first time Yu Yang had seen a domain. He already knew about the existence of domain power when he was fighting against Machi Su Ling. However, Yu Yang had never seen a domain like Wusu's. Not only was it huge, it could also form a semicircle and completely envelop the enemy. Compared to his own, Star Explosion, and Devour, this energy giant transformed into a shield-like domain was definitely terrifying. Energy deprivation. Wusu stretched out his hand and grabbed at Yu Yang. Eh? Yu Yang felt a force that was close to the law surging around his body. It completely drew away the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus around him and bounced him out of the shield. What's the use of a little sprout like you without protective chi? Wusu unleashed the power of a level 1 innate. His entire body was like a dark golden sun. Obsidian's body was almost golden, so brilliant that people could not look at it directly. The energy radiating from his body was even more intense than the sun's light, making Yu Yang unable to look at it directly. Amidst Wusu's maniacal laughter, the energy radiating from his body formed into a sharp golden light arrow. All the light arrows were formed by energy and shot towards Yu Yang like a storm. Ice. Countless cold air surged out from Yu Yang's body. The entire space seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow as countless snowflakes floated down. When the light arrows shot towards him, the ice shield around Yu Yang and the crystallized snowflakes reflected them back one by one. Even if the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus could not be used, it was not a problem for Yu Yang. Yu Yang not only mastered the Yang ability, but he was also proficient in the Yin ability and was not inferior in the slightest. Compared to the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, the Frost Flowers and the Ice Shield were more effective. Wusu roared and stretched out his giant hand again. Energy deprivation. What made Yu Yang feel strange was that it was the same this time. A kind of power that was close to the power of the ancient code appeared, sucking away all the Frost Flowers and the Ice Shield, and then bouncing them out of the shield-shaped domain. Yu Yang frowned. He was clearly consciously controlling the Yin ability. These Frost Flowers and the Ice Shield were like his own weapons. They were filled with his will but could be easily taken away. Wusu's domain was really strange. It seemed that the ability of this domain was to deprive others of their energy. Of course, it was only limited to the surroundings of the other person's body. The energy in the body should not be able to be deprived. What other tricks do you have? My domain can last for a month. Before it disappears, you won't be able to leave, nor will you be able to protect yourself. Watch how I toy with a little bean like you to death. Human boy, cry, scream, pee your pants. You humans will never be able to defeat us titans. Wusu laughed out loud. If he did not have the power of the domain, it would be really difficult for him to kill this slippery human boy with the god-binding chains hanging here. Especially since the thunderbolt was ineffective against this boy. However, now that the domain was out, this boy was definitely dead. He could not escape from the domain, nor could he have anything to protect his body. He was fighting with him naked and without any defense. If this boy could win, he would have to be the incarnation of the legendary god. Ice, fire, and thunder don't work. Yu Yang tried to throw a purple lightning at Wusu, but Wusu immediately sent it out of the domain. In an instant, Yu Yang, who had used his Heaven Eye's divine vision, finally saw the true situation of this domain. Deprivation domain: the user can use the laws to deprive the enemy of the consciousness of any object and send the object out of the domain. Unable to deprive living objects, unable to deprive the consciousness of holy objects or divine weapons. However, there is a certain probability that the holy object will be sent out of the domain. Within the deprivation domain, there is an absolute law of dual. The user and the enemy coexist. The deprivation domain will only disappear when one of them survives. Currently, it can only last for a month. Yu Yang understood with one look. With this damned deprivation domain, other than holy objects and divine weapons, he could forget about using anything else. What was even more annoying was that the domain could only last for a month. Wusu shook the entire blood lake torture chamber with all his might. The god-binding chains rattled under his shaking. He laughed maniacally. "Human, you laughable little bean, what else do you have now? Don't struggle anymore. Cry out loud. This is the only thing you can do." Ha ha ha. Yu Yang was speechless. Even with this deprivation domain, it did not mean that he would definitely win, right? Did he not have a domain? And it was not just one. Yu Yang did not summon his grimoire. If he did, he believed that the world domain would absorb the energy of the deprivation domain. Even if the world did not come out, Yu Yang still had a black hole-like devour domain. Even if the absorption was slower, Yu Yang was sure that no matter how powerful this deprivation was, it would not be able to withstand his devour. Well, under my light arrows. I, Wusu, really can't bear to kill you in one go. Tremble, human, this is your fate. Wusu gleefully shot out thousands of light arrows. Without the ice shield and frost flower, what other energy was there to protect Yu Yang's body? Why do people always make people speechless when they're about to die? Yu Yang's body flashed with flames and automatically formed a fire armor. Energy deprivation. Wusu did not even look and stretched out his hand. Thousands of light arrows shot towards Yu Yang. All of them incinerated the fire armor and disappeared. Wusu was shocked. When he calmed down and looked again, he was stunned. The legendary Nirvana flame actually appeared on this damned human. Wusu was dumbfounded. Yu Yang revealed a unique mocking smile. The Nirvana flame that could not be replicated in the 12 zodiac temples and the Gemini temple could not be replicated. It was a unique existence in the world. Would the deprivation domain take away its owner's will and send it out of the protective shield? Of course, it was impossible. It was an existence that no one could copy, absorb, deprive, or even assimilate. Even if it was the black hole-like devourer in Yu Yang's body, or the halo-like world in his grimoire, it was impossible for them to absorb even a tiny bit of Nirvana's flame. With just Wusu's deprivation domain, he wanted to touch the Nirvana flame. This could only be said to be wishful thinking. At first, Yu Yang was shocked. He was afraid that the deprivation domain would corrode his Nirvana flame, so he did not dare to use it immediately. He did not expect to observe carefully with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. The deprivation domain could not even take away the will of a holy object, let alone the Nirvana flame. If the Nirvana flame was compared to an item, the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was only a platinum-ranked treasure. However, the deprivation domain was definitely a divine-ranked weapon, or even a supreme divine-ranked weapon. You actually have the Nirvana flame? The pride in Wusu's eyes quickly disappeared. Not only the Nirvana flame, I also have the world exterminating wheel. Are you surprised? Cry and tremble, Titan giant, this is your fate. Yu Yang completely returned Wusu's arrogant words. Yu Clan Castle. A day had passed, but Yu Yang had yet to return. Everyone was extremely anxious, but no one could help at all. Ever since they came out of the Blood Lake torture chamber, Shui Tanlang, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others had tried to re-enter, but their attempts had failed. The Blood Lake torture chamber had already been completely sealed, and it was impossible to re-enter. What made them feel even more helpless was that when they left the ancient passage from the god's ruins and teleported back to the Yu-Clan castle, even the teleportation point that the ancient passage originally recorded had disappeared. Even the old fox who was proficient in teleportation, or the heavenly imperial guardians of Xia and Tianluo Kingdom. However, they had no choice but to give up on the plan of returning to find support for Yu Yang. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other seniors did not show it on the surface, but they were secretly anxious. Yu Yang's opponent was not an ordinary innate, but an ancient titan. Would it really be alright for him to fight against an innate elder-level ancient titan alone? It would be a lie to say that they were not worried. When Luohua City Mistress and the sickly beauty heard this news, they couldn't sit still. Only Yu Bing believed that her brother would definitely be able to defeat all the rankers and return safely. The little girl had an indescribable confidence in her brother. Fourth Mother was the same as Yu Bing. Fourth Mother comforted the worried Yu, sickly beauty, and city mistress Fallen Flowers with a gentle voice. She also comforted Anan who had rushed back after hearing the news. What are ancient titans? Only the carefree little girl Yu Shuang thought that the ancient titans were the same as those peddlers selling sugar figurines on Shanglin Street. Go to sleep, brother will be back soon. It's okay, you guys go rest. Fourth Mother was naturally worried about Yu Yang, but she knew that as the mother of the family, she couldn't let her children see her cowardice. Furthermore, she had to maintain confidence in her own son. In this world, anyone could choose not to support Yu Yang, but she, the Fourth Mother, couldn't. I can't sleep now, let's wait for a while more. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was stronger, she could still force a smile and comfort Fourth Mother. Blood Lake Torture Chamber, 5th floor. The battle had long since erupted to its climax. In the great battle between Yu Yang and the ancient titan Wu Su, both sides tried their best to kill their opponent in the Blood Lake Torture Chamber and win the battle. If Yu Yang had used all of his methods to plot against Wu Su, the war between the humans and the titans would have already ended. Wu Su, who had lost his freedom and only had half of his body left, would not be able to fight against Yu Yang, who had the Nirvana Flame, World-Exterminating Wheel, Devouring Domain, Innate Chi, and many others. When the strip domain loses its effect, the God-binding chains will decide Wu Su's fate. However, Yu Yang wasn't in a hurry to kill an opponent who couldn't escape the Blood Lake Torture Chamber. He wanted to use Wu Su to practice his martial arts. Just like how he fought against Diablo in Diablo 2, he would slowly grind and kill the enemy while improving his own skills, so that he could gain more benefits from this battle. If the Marquis of Zijin, who caused Yu Yang's life to be in danger for the first time, was Anariel, then Shun Tian would be Duriel. If the Ocean Emperor was Mephisto, then the current ancient titan would be Diablo, and the Black Hell King would be Ba-Er. As for the Scarlet Emperor at his peak, and the three great leaders of Heaven Realm Void, Jiao Shao and Ming Yu Guang, Yu Yang still couldn't give them a clear position. Those fellows weren't people that he could defeat now. Therefore, Yu Yang decided to use this opportunity to practice his martial arts to improve himself as much as possible. In any battle, there wouldn't be such an enemy. An enemy who was fixed on the stone wall and couldn't move was 100 times safer than the Scarlet Emperor who was struggling in the ancient seal. As long as he couldn't kill him in one hit, the final victory would forever belong to the free Yu Yang. Damned human, no matter what you do, it's impossible to kill me, Wu Su. Because I'm an ancient titan. Ever since I was born, I bathed in the god's water. When I became an adult, I received the god's blood bestowed by the Titan King. I have an immortal body, do you think you can kill me with a broken dagger? Damned human, what you're doing is meaningless. If you can help me burn off these damned god-binding chains, then I might consider sparing your life. Little bean sprout, we don't need to fight. Why don't we work together? As long as you give me freedom, then I can bestow you the Titan's blood, so that you can have an immortal body and the strength of a Titan. Most importantly, we, the ancient Titans, are the descendants of gods with endless life. Little boy who only has a few hundred years of life, do you want eternal life? Wu Su's body was riddled with wounds and he looked battered and exhausted. Now, he finally knew that it was impossible for him to kill that cunning human. His opponent's speed was too fast and his intelligence was too high. No matter what method he used, it was impossible to kill him. On the contrary, the little boy who possessed Nirvana's flame and world-exterminating wheel could injure him severely. Wu Su was already tired of this unwinnable battle. He made an unimaginable decision and decided to stop fighting. Negotiating with the enemy, hoping that the other party would use Nirvana's flame to burn off the god-binding chains. Without freedom, it was impossible to use his full strength. Would Yu Yang accept a deceptive negotiation? Of course not. Hearing Wu Su's exasperated words, Yu Yang smiled. For the first time, he summoned his grimoire. A golden light shone and a protective shield rose. The unique world domain spread out like a halo and continuously absorbed energy from the deprivation domain. Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Reaper Mantis, and even the Spirit of Earth Fire were all summoned. Only the hornless dragon Jiangying, who was still in a state of chaos, was left. On the other side, Little Winley turned into a rainbow and floated out. Under Wu Su's astonished gaze, she started to summon her grimoire. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon appeared one after another. How can you have two divine beasts? Ah, no, this is a diamond grimoire, she is not. What is going on? Wu Su was about to go crazy. His enemies weren't getting fewer and weaker as they fought, but more and stronger as they fought. I know that there is God's blood in your heart and I like it very much. So, I have decided to take it. Yu Yang raised his hand and all the beasts formed a semicircle around him, ready to attack. Yu Yang had never thought of negotiating with Wu Su, nor did he want to be friendly with him. He did not care about the sinful past of this ancient titan, nor did he care about his future judgment. He only cared about the present. He wanted to kill this giant, obtain the god's blood in his body, improve himself, then kill the Black Hell King, kill the Scarlet Emperor, kill the Heaven Realms 3. Great leaders, Boyd and Jiao Shao, wishful thinking, no matter how many beasts you have, it is useless against me. Although Wu Su said this, his heart was actually trembling. All the signs showed that this brat was nurturing his beasts. In other words, he was confident that he could kill him. What should he do? Wu Su decided to kill the weakest one, such as the Reaper Mantis. Countless lightning flashed in his hands and condensed to form a huge silver thunderbolt. The thunderbolt struck towards the Reaper Mantis at lightning speed. What made Wu Su astonished was that the Reaper Mantis did not make any attempt to escape or evade the thunderbolt that was thrown with such great force. Could it be that it could not react in time? Yu Yang also did not make any movement and only watched quietly. The Thunder Naga flew up fearlessly. Looking at her, it did not look like she was blocking Wu Su's thunderbolt, but more like she was hugging. As for the Spirit of Earth Fire, her actions were even more exaggerated. Compared to the Thunder Naga's hug, her actions were directly devouring. While still in midair, the Spirit of Earth Fire wrapped the thunderbolt with her body and tried her best to digest it in one gulp. Of course, it was impossible. In the end, the thunderbolt pierced through her elemental body and struck down furiously. Facing it was the Thunder Naga. She raised both her hands and held onto the thunderbolt tightly. Then, she continuously absorbed the electricity from the thunderbolt and flew downwards with the help of the thunderbolt's aftershock. The Spirit of Earth Fire rushed up unwillingly and opened her mouth to fight for the electricity, just like a child fighting for candy. Wu Su was dumbfounded. These beasts could also devour the electricity from the thunderbolt shot by the Titan? I'll smash you all to death. In his anger, Wu Su bent down and waved his huge right hand, smashing the Spirit of Earth Fire and Thunder Naga on the ground. Roar! A thunderous roar exploded. Wu Su felt that his left hand was pulled by a strong force. He missed his hand and smashed it on the ground, leaving a deep palm print. The entire Blood Lake torture chamber shook from the impact. However, Wu Su was stunned. It had been tens of thousands of years. Even before he was locked up, other than the ancient behemoth, which was also known for its strength, he had never been moved by the power of any foreign species. Even a giant dragon couldn't do it. Today, there was actually a creature that pulled his attacking left hand away. What kind of creature could do this? Wu Su turned his head and stared at the ground. At a corner of the Blood Lake torture chamber, there was an extremely tiny girl with goat horns. She was dragging a huge god-binding chain and pulled his left hand away. It was her, the girl with goat horns, who pulled his left hand. Goat tribe girl, no, it's a barbarian bull tribe girl. What's going on? How can a brainless barbarian bull evolve into a holy beast? Moreover, how can it evolve into a human so perfectly? Even if it evolves, it's impossible for it to compete with me in strength. Wusu felt that the female barbarian bull was getting stronger and stronger. She could almost compete with him. He turned pale with fright. A man is so powerful. Do your best, drag him down to the ground. Bloody Queen Red clapped her hands and praised. Dream on. Wusu was completely driven mad. A tiny female barbarian bull wanted to drag an ancient titan like him down to the ground? Although he had lost both of his legs, his arm strength alone was enough to flatten mountains. Ha! Barbarian bull Shadow A man's strength was extremely terrifying. She exerted strength in both her arms and dug her legs deeply into the hard rock surface. She was frantically wrestling with Wusu. Her strength was actually slightly weaker than Wusu, the ancient titan. However, with the heart of earth, she would never feel tired. Endless energy from the depths of the earth continuously replenished her strength. Although she couldn't drag Wusu down, she could hold on for a long time. At the very least, she could destroy Wusu's entire left arm. Under Barbarian Bull Shadow A man's full-strength pull, if Wusu didn't want to fall to the ground and become the first ancient titan in history to be defeated by a little bean sprout, he had to divert his attention to defend against her strong pull. The storm mermaid blew the storm horn. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. Countless dark clouds pressed down. Rumble, the rainstorm poured down. The Reaper Mantis flew high in the sky and started to kill the remaining demonic beasts. Bloody Queen Red dived down and let out a shrill banshee scream. So noisy. Wusu painfully stretched out his right hand. He wanted to grab this Bloody Queen Red and squeeze her to death. Little Winley appeared in front of him in a flash. She glared at him with her beautiful big eyes and activated her binding inherent skill. The god's blood belongs to me from now on. Yu Yang took the opportunity to throw an item at Wusu. It was the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Although this item didn't recognize Yu Yang as its master, it was definitely terrifying to use it to smash someone. The Scarlet Emperor had a taste of it before. Yu Yang held the god-killing dagger in his left hand and the innate invisible sword Qi in his right hand. With the power of the strongest sword, he ruthlessly struck Wusu's chest where his heart was beating. 10 hours later. The ancient titan, who had completely lost its fighting strength and was on the verge of death, collapsed after Yu Yang's last attack. Its huge body smashed heavily into the water that had already been dyed the color of blood, stirring up tens of thousands of waves that splashed everywhere. In the sky, Yu Yang, who was already exhausted, also relaxed his mind and fell down uncontrollably. The storm mermaid rode on the waves, her beautiful fishtail swaying gently as she glided over quickly. She stretched out her slender hands to support Yu Yang. Standing on the waves. In the sky, the Bloody Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis were also falling from exhaustion and could no longer fly. The Bloody Queen Red was still fine as she could land lightly on the back of the golden tiger shark. As for the Reaper Mantis, it flapped its wings powerlessly and dived into the water, creating a wave. It was a mess. If the stone element Medusa had not pulled it out of the water in time, it would have become the first Reaper Mantis to drown in shallow water. Not only them, almost all the beasts that participated in the battle were exhausted. Only the barbarian cow Shadow A man who would never get tired once she stepped on the ground maintained her strength. Other than her, the Spirit of Earth Fire, Thunder Naga, Ice Serpent Demon, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, and even Little Winley were all exhausted. Wusu had lost half of his body and was only left with the strength of a heaven-ranked level 1. He did not have a grimoire or any treasures. But as an ancient titan, he still had the strength to fight until now. It had to be said that the ancient titan was very powerful. If Wusu was free, or at his peak condition, if he had a summoning grimoire, or a guardian spirit beast, or even a supreme treasure, then the outcome of the battle could have been different. The reason why Yu Yang could defeat Wusu was not because he had many beasts, but because of the god-binding chains. It restricted Wusu's freedom of movement. As a living target, the reason why Wusu was able to fight so tenaciously until now could be said to be entirely due to the unparalleled strength of the ancient titan's body. I will remember you. You are really strong. Yu Yang had fought so many big battles, but Wusu was the only one who did not use any underhanded tricks. He used his combat power and patience to grind down the big boss. His hand was currently holding a huge heart. The Titan's heart, which was bigger than a house, kept shrinking in the Nirvana's flame. After a long time, after the Nirvana flame had refined it for more than 10 minutes, it finally shrunk into a heart crystal the size of a cantaloupe. It was as hard as diamond and as clear as crystal. Inside, a drop of colorful and dazzling god blood slowly dripped out of it. When the divine blood dripped out, the surrounding space gave off an auspicious light. The golden light was dazzling, making it hard for people to look at the drop of blood that contained a huge amount of energy. There was an indescribable pressure and supreme will that almost controlled Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang seemed to have known about the pressure of the god blood. He kept injecting the innate chi that he had just recovered into the god blood. The Nirvana's flame formed a fire pillar and condensed into a ball. He wanted to challenge the god blood that could never change. He was prepared to use his innate chi and Nirvana's flame to purify it completely. He did not care about the divine consciousness in the god blood as it could not be controlled. Therefore, Yu Yang only wanted the energy in the god blood. Was the god blood with divine consciousness stronger, or was the Nirvana's flame and innate chi more superior? 20 minutes later, the divine consciousness in the god blood disappeared continuously. The drop of golden god blood became almost transparent, with a tinge of gold and a tinge of red. That was the sign of the Nirvana's flame and innate chi completely dispersing the divine consciousness and being occupied by Yu Yang's will. The other beasts were not interested in the dispersing divine consciousness. Only the spirit of earth fire kept trying to absorb it. Yu Yang did not stop her. On the contrary, he felt that it might be a good thing. A drop of God's blood has such power. Yu Yang was now concentrating on the purified drop of God's blood in his palm. Just this drop of God's blood contained the power of a level 10 innate. Heh. Little Wenli smiled sweetly at Yu Yang. She was exhausted to let Yu Yang obtain this drop of God's blood. Good baby, I'll give it to you. Yu Yang passed the drop of God's blood to Little Wenli. Little Wenli smiled and waved her hand, then shook her head continuously. You don't like it? Yu Yang was stunned. Little Wenli suddenly opened her 6 snow lotus-like arms and hugged Yu Yang's thighs tightly, indicating that she already had the best thing in the world and did not need God's blood. Yu Yang was stunned at first, then he felt warmth in his heart. This little Lamia was like this. She was number 1 in killing monsters, but she never coveted any rewards. Even if it was God's blood that everyone in the world would go crazy for, she did not care about it at all. Most of the ancient titan's body will be given to Duo, most of the blood will be given to the little mantids and the medusas. The titan's heart will be given to a man. This drop of God's blood, since Little Wenli doesn't want it, you can have it. Yu Yang felt that this drop of God's blood would be useful to any girl, but their bodies might not be able to take it. Impatience could, but she had already reached the elder innate realm. Leveling up could be delayed. It would be better to use God's blood to nurture her guardian beasts first. Especially Bloody Queen Red, A-Man, and Duo, these 3 main battle powers, they were the most important. Thank you, Master, but Red doesn't want God's blood. Bloody Queen Red shook her head and waved her hands. Not only her, Barbarian Cow Shadow A-Man also waved her hands. Duo, what about you? Yu Yang felt strange. Why didn't they want it? Hee, I don't want it either. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen didn't take the God's blood from Yu Yang's hands. Instead, she smiled and stuck out her tongue, licking the wounds on Yu Yang's body. She looked like a greedy little cat. If it was any other time, Yu Yang would definitely be furious. He wasn't nurturing vampires. Could it be that you guys like my blood more? Seeing this, Yu Yang seemed to have understood something. It's very sweet. Duo's body had already evolved into a heavenly beauty, the Flower Queen. However, her personality hadn't fully matured yet. She was still like a big loli. In terms of evolving into a human, she was better than Red. In terms of intelligence, she was also not bad. However, in terms of human emotions, she was slightly inferior to Red. Actually, Red had only recently surpassed Duo. If Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo didn't need to evolve countless times during her growth and hibernate too much, If Bloody Queen Red didn't receive inspiration from Yu Yang, sickly beauty, city mistress fallen flowers and the impatience, she wouldn't be able to compare to this plant-type queen. Although Duo and Red didn't directly answer, Yu Yang had already gotten his answer. Maybe their reaction was just an instinctive action that couldn't be explained by their consciousness. However, Yu Yang had experienced Queen Vivian Li's blood contract, Little Wen Li's transformation from his own blood, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's blood-licking action, and the Reaper Mantis and the Spirit of Earth Fire's miracles. If Yu Yang didn't doubt himself now, he would be a big idiot. All this while, Yu Yang thought that it was the innate qi in his blood that had a special effect. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the whole story. The innate qi was definitely beneficial, but the real deciding factor should be his blood, the guy from another world. Did the old Taoist priest's flying kick contain immortal energy or something? Did it change his physique, or did the heavenly sword goddess give him the immortal pill in her Qianquan pouch to save his life when he was injured during his transmigration? Yu Yang couldn't figure it out. However, since Red and Duo would rather have his blood than the god's blood, it proved that even if his blood wasn't the god's blood, it was probably something good. Maybe it was like Tang Sing's meat, immortality after eating it. Yu Yang's imagination ran wild, but he couldn't explain it. He could only put this mystery aside and slowly research it in the future. He first kept the god's blood, then used the Nirvana's flame blade to slowly cut open the ancient titan's corpse. Other than his right arm, he gave the rest to the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen so that she could continue to improve. Originally, after eating so many innates and hybrid fishmen, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen could at least level up to a divine beast. Now, with the addition of the ancient titan, Yu Yang estimated that her future would be limitless. Of course, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's grooming value was extremely high. Yu Yang had always prioritized grooming her, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy with the ancient titan's corpse. When I wake up from my hibernation, I will definitely do my best to repay you, Master. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen hugged Yu Yang and kissed him fiercely before reluctantly returning to hibernation. All the blood has been collected. The Storm Mermaid gathered all the blood that had dripped into the pond and formed an incomparably huge blood ball. She held it in the sky and slowly brought it in front of Yu Yang. Among the stone element Medusa, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon, she had the fastest mental evolution. When the Storm Mermaid could open her mouth and speak clearly, the stone element Medusa and the others were still struggling to learn the human language. Even their master, Little Wen Li, couldn't open her mouth to speak. However, Yu Yang suspected that his little darling had already learned how to speak. It was just that her voice was still very tender, so she wasn't willing to open her mouth to speak. This could also be due to her personality. The Titan's blood was also a good thing. Yu Yang felt that if he could refine it, it would be the best item to groom beasts. He couldn't waste it. The problem was that he didn't have the time and energy to refine it. Yu Yang could only keep the Titan's blood. He kept it into the platinum ring and slowly dealt with it. After another hour, Yu Yang used Nirvana Flame to burn a god-binding chain. Suddenly, countless lights appeared on Yu Yang, Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Man, Reaper Mantis, Spirit of Earth Fire and Stone Element Medusa. The reason was that the battle had only ended now. The summoning grimoire was still there. It automatically flew to Yu Yang's side. The Guardian Beast World, which was a domain-type light ring, shot out a blazing light that was as bright as the sun. The light ring that was originally 80 meters in diameter suddenly expanded to 100 meters. All the beasts leveled up together. Even Little Wen Li, who was the hardest to level up, leveled up continuously after the Scarlet Emperor's attack, the Ocean Emperor's interception and Wusu's encirclement. Most importantly, she had absorbed the energy of the Mother Earth potion. In an instant, her energy skyrocketed. After the tempering and fusion of this battle, how could it not advance? The current Little Wen Li had officially leveled up from level 5 diamond ranked to level 6 diamond ranked. Yu Yang's original intention of killing Wusu, the ancient titan, was to nurture this little Lamia lowly. Seeing that she had finally broken through level 5 and leveled up to level 6 diamond ranked, Yu Yang was elated. The multicolored light was like a rainbow, filling the entire room with light and a rich fragrance that refreshed the mind. Little Wen Li slowly floated in the bright light. Her entire body was as clear as white jade. She grew a little bit at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Although she was still a little lowly, Yu Yang was delighted to find that little Winli had grown up again. The plan to nurture her had to continue, but it seemed that the results were obvious. For a moment, Yu Yang felt a sense of accomplishment and was especially gratified. Yu Yang felt as if a mysterious energy exploded in his mind, as if he was enlightened. His understanding of the pitiful guy's mother's knowledge had improved greatly. Little Winli turned into a stream of light and entered Yu Yang's body. Instantly, this state of enlightenment became clearer. Yu Yang felt that not only the pitiful guy's mother's knowledge, but also little Wen Li's previous life's knowledge, memory fragments, and Queen Vivian Li's bloodline inheritance. At the same time, he quietly woke up from this state of enlightenment. While he was still immersed in this state of enlightenment, the entire Blood Lake torture chamber shook. The ground rumbled and collapsed. The originally indestructible giant walls also started to crack. Blood Lake torture chamber. It could collapse at any time, even the entire space might collapse. Barbarian Cow Shadow Man was the first to exit from her enhanced state. She flew over and lifted Yu Yang up, running with all her might. Bloody Queen Red followed closely behind and flew into the sky to block the falling rocks for Yu Yang and Aman, so as not to affect her master who was still in a state of enlightenment. Reaper Mantis flapped its wings and wanted to fly away. Looking at the ground, it saw that there was still a god-binding chain that its master had not kept in time. As if thinking, Reaper Mantis circled in the sky. Even if the entire Blood Lake torture chamber was about to collapse, it still dived down, not forgetting to bring along the treasure its master had painstakingly obtained. On the contrary, the spirit of Earth Fire who had absorbed a portion of the divine sense did not have such awareness. After absorbing the divine sense, the spirit of Earth Fire's form became bigger and closer to a human's. Most importantly, she was fusing with the divine sense, using the energy of the divine sense to evolve, perfect herself and break through. She excitedly flew around the Blood Lake torture chamber. Sometimes, she would knock away the falling rocks, and sometimes, she would use the small amount of divine sense she could control to gather the rocks around her before flying away. She was having a great time and had no sense of danger. To her, the collapse of the Blood Lake torture chamber was not dangerous at all. Of course, she did not know that her master was a human with flesh and blood. The stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga and the ice serpent demon followed closely, protecting him from all sides. The stone element Medusa, who was at the front of the team, stopped moving because of a sound. It was a gold-ranked level 8 Blood Python King. For some unknown reason, the Blood Python King was surprisingly tenacious and had not died yet. It hissed in pain and wailed at Yu Yang and the others. At first, the stone element Medusa thought that it was going to attack, so she drew her bow and prepared to kill it. Seeing that it was about to die, the Blood Python King actually shed tears. Seeing that it was crying, the stone element Medusa slowly put down the bow in her hand. The ice serpent monster, who was dressed as a female general, let out a shout of dissatisfaction. As the most powerful person in the team, she would never allow her sisters to be distracted while protecting their master, let alone staying in this space that could collapse at any time for an insignificant Blood Python King. Hiss, hiss. The Blood Python King seemed to want to ask stone element Medusa for help. It was too injured to escape from the Blood Lake torture chamber. Moreover, the Blood Lake torture chamber had a restriction on it, so it was impossible for it to really leave. It saw that the stone element Medusa had abandoned it, looked up at the sky, and hissed in pain. Her voice was extremely sad. The stone element Medusa paused and looked back. The Blood Python King hurriedly struggled to move towards her, but before it could follow, the ice serpent monster let out an even harsher shout from afar. After hearing that, the stone element Medusa immediately raised her bow and arrow at the Blood Python King. Since it could not keep up, then it was time to end its life. Before the stone element Medusa could shoot the golden arrow, she suddenly saw the Blood Python King rolling in pain. A large amount of blood seeped out of its tail, and a small head slid out of its dilated reproductive hole. The small life was constantly struggling in the almost transparent egg membrane, as if it wanted to drill out and see the outside world. It was the birth of this premature baby that made the stone element Medusa give up on shooting the Blood Python King. She took out a green crystal and pointed it at the Blood Python King. Before she started chanting the contract incantation, the Blood Python King impatiently turned into a golden light and flew towards the green crystal along with the few small lives that were continuously being born. Yu Yang, who was still immersed in the state of enlightenment, did not know any of this. Of course, even if he saw it, he would not stop it. He would even be happy, because the stone element Medusa was no longer a killing beast. She had started to have the intelligence and emotions of a human. This was a huge improvement. Yu Yang was only awakened by the violent tremors when he reached the ancient obelisk at the entrance of the Blood Lake torture chamber. Seeing that the entire Blood Lake torture chamber had almost turned into ruins and the entire space was distorted, he quickly took out the best teleportation crystal. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Reaper Mantis, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon had all returned to the Grimoire world. Only the Spirit of Earth Fire came late, which made Yu Yang furious and scolded her. The Spirit of Earth Fire was scared to death, but she still did not understand why. She only vaguely remembered that she would be scolded every time she played for too long. She finally remembered it. When Yu Yang kept the Spirit of Earth Fire and the God-binding chains, and crushed the teleportation crystal, the entire Blood Lake torture chamber collapsed completely. The earth trembled. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire space started to distort. The moment Yu Yang teleported away, the entire Blood Lake torture chamber exploded with an earth-shattering explosion. Rumble, although the teleportation was successful, the shockwave from the explosion still sent Yu Yang flying. When he appeared in the martial arts training plaza, he landed at the wrong place. The huge spatial distortion directly sent Yu Yang flying, smashing into the flag tower at the side of the Yu Clan Castle's martial arts training plaza. More than half of the tower was destroyed. Fortunately, the Yu Clan's flag and Xia's flag were not broken. Otherwise, it would be seen as a bad omen before the war, and everyone's morale would drop. Hui Tai-Lang was the fastest. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed to Yu Yang's side. He wagged his tail with all his might, he was extremely happy. "Brat, your return is too exaggerated, isn't it?" Jun Wu heard the commotion and came out to take a look. When he saw the ashen-faced Yu Yang standing up from the pile of rubble, he was overjoyed. Not only did he not blame him for smashing the flag tower, he even joked with him in a good mood. Young people should be more mature. How can you be so reckless? Elder Yu Hai criticized him on the surface, but in his heart, he was extremely grateful to his ancestors. If something were to happen to this genius grandson of his, he would definitely not be able to live anymore. The whole Yu clan's only hope rested on this brat. If he did not return, the Yu clan would definitely collapse. Fortunately, this brat who made people worry about him had returned. Moreover, he seemed to be in good condition, and was not heavily injured like what they had imagined. The old cunning fox hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He flew over and pulled the slightly dizzy Yu Yang out, and brushed away the rubble on his body. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Don't say anything, we all understand. Fatty Hai, what kind of boss are you? Hurry up and get some water for third young master to wash his face. Your little brother has become like this, what kind of face do you have as a boss?" Fatty Hai's face was full of tears just now, but now he wiped his face and became proud. "Don't worry, I don't need to do this, there will be others who will rush to do it. Lu Yi, although I'm good at fetching water, as your boss, I've decided to give you a chance to perform." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already been sent flying by Yi Kong's kick. Compared to Bao Er who hugged Yu Yang and cried, Lu Yi was much more reserved, but her face was also like a pear blossom in tears. Not to mention her, even Shui Tan Lang who was like a block of ice also turned his head away, holding back the tears in his eyes. Yi Kong, the Li clan brothers and everyone else crowded around him in high spirits, completely releasing the anxiety and pain that they had accumulated from waiting for a day and a night. Girls could cry out loud, but they were men. They were embarrassed, so they could only cheer and excitedly throw Yu Yang into the air. "Go go go, you guys go to the side. We, master and disciple, haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a chat." The old cunning fox waited for them to have enough fun, and impatiently hugged Yu Yang's shoulders and asked, "Brat, what kind of treasures did you get? Quickly take them out and let me broaden my horizons." "Nothing much, they're all broken. This time, I only got a holy ranked god binding chain, and it's even broken." Yu Yang deliberately said modestly. Pu, Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other old fellows realized that when Yu Yang was around, they couldn't drink water. Otherwise, they would definitely choke to death. Originally, everyone was acting like a senior, thinking that no matter what, they shouldn't embarrass themselves again. They had to act like a senior who wouldn't flinch even if a mountain collapsed. They didn't expect that in the end, they still couldn't hold it in. Who had a holy ranked treasure? Not to mention normal warriors, even innate rankers and heavenly imperial guardians didn't have one. Being able to have a platinum ranked treasure was already something to be proud of. Now that they had casually walked into the god's ruins and brought back a holy ranked god binding chain, how could they live? However, when everyone thought about it, Yu Yang already had a divine equipment. His self-made Hui Jin magic blade was already close to holy ranked, the whole god binding chain was really nothing. The old cunning fox knew that he didn't have a share of the god binding chain, so he didn't ask anymore. Asking was a waste of effort anyway. This was used to bind the ancient titans, he couldn't use it even if he gave it to him. He continued to hold on to Yu Yang's shoulders, beaming with joy as he congratulated him. Is there anything that we can use? You can keep the god binding chain to deal with the Black Hell King. Give us some platinum ranked or gold ranked treasures. I can easily get rid of them, I'll be satisfied with just one or two. Feng Xiaoyun, Shuwen Dao and Yan Qianzhong almost fell to the ground when they heard this. Could it be that the Yu clan's third young master's shamelessness was learned from this old fellow? At this moment, Elder Yu Hai had the urge to beat the old cunning fox up. Shui Dong Lu, it wasn't easy for the Yu clan to have a genius descendant. We had spent so much effort to send our grandson to learn from you, but you actually taught a young man who was supposed to be a great hero to become a shameless pervert. Although it wasn't easy to be at a disadvantage when one was shameless, his image was too bad. He couldn't find an excuse to praise his grandson even if he wanted to. I don't have any treasures. Yu Yang rejected flatly. As a treasure collector, why would he give his treasures away? Then is the ancient titan dead? It's good to get some meat, I just contracted a young dragon, if it could eat some of the ancient titan's meat. Eh? You really have it? Oh my god, I'm going to faint. The old cunning fox looked up and saw a giant shadow in the sky. A giant arm that was more than 100 meters long smashed onto the ground, causing the entire Yu clan castle to tremble slightly. The entire martial arts training plaza was completely destroyed. Not to mention the old cunning fox, even Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Eastern Sky King and Feng Kuang who were watching from afar trembled in fear. The teacups in their hands fell to the ground. Everyone present, no matter who it was, felt dizzy. They couldn't recover from the shock even after a long time. An ancient titan's finger was almost 20 meters long, its entire arm was more than 150 meters long. The reason why Yu Yang left one arm was to motivate everyone. Firstly, it was to motivate everyone, secondly, it was to increase everyone's beast strength. With the ancient titan's meat, the old cunning fox and the others' beasts would definitely level up. The god-killing dagger shot out a long sword light. Yu Yang cut off pieces of meat from the arm and gave them to the old cunning fox and the others as gifts. As for Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, they naturally wouldn't miss out. Hui Tai Lang? It had already started to chew on the arm, not holding back at all. It knew that most of the arm was prepared for it by its master, so it could eat as much as it wanted. Alright, there's no need to eat so much. You should keep this precious arm. These fellows are already old, it would be a waste to use it. Just give them something. The old cunning fox quickly stopped Yu Yang from cutting off more meat. It was useless for everyone's beasts to level up, it was better to level up Yu Yang's beasts. That's right. The ascetic practice saint agreed. My good son-in-law, you killed the ancient titan alone? Ha ha ha, awesome, it really makes my heart happy. The Eastern Sky King was very pleased. What's the use of having a son? I can't have a son, but I'm still awesome. Look, it's good to have a daughter. Look at how awesome my son-in-law is. Feng Xiaoyun, Yan Qianzhong, you fellows who gave birth to sons, go and cry in a corner. He didn't say it out loud, but his complacency made Yan Qianzhong and the others so mad that they wanted to commit suicide. Don't show off in front of me, who doesn't have a daughter. The one who could look down on the Eastern Sky King was obviously Jun Wuyu who gave birth to Tigress. Chioer. Saner is so capable. You can rest in peace. Elder Yu Hai secretly turned his head away. His face was filled with tears. After the battle at the Blood Lake torture chamber, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Xue Tan Lang, Prince of Tianluo and the others all had different degrees of improvement. Among them, Xue Tan Lang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai had improved the most. After Yu Yang's guidance and his own hard training, in addition to the resources of the two kingdoms, Xue Tan Lang could become the second 20-year-old innate after Yu Yang. He was now a lesser innate and was very close to the innate realm. As long as he took the martial arts pill, he would definitely be able to break through the innate realm and become a true ranker. Of course, this lesser innate ranker wasn't like Yu Yang who had trained by himself. If he didn't have Yu Yang's guidance, he reckoned that he would need at least 50 years of training, or even longer, to reach his current realm. Because of this, Xue Tan Lang was not willing to break Yu Yang's previous record and did not take the martial arts pill immediately. He was prepared to break through to the innate realm in a month. That way, he would be ranked behind Yu Yang's record. What I want to do is to continuously chase after others, not to deceive myself and surpass others. Xue Tan Lang felt that if he broke Yu Yang's record, it would be disrespectful to his brother-in-law. He knew that without his brother-in-law's guidance, he would not have been able to train so easily. Brother-in-law had cleansed his marrow and tendons, allowing him to be reborn. He had also imparted his insights to Xue Tan Lang, giving him many pointers, saving him 50 or even 100 years of training time. If he used this opportunity to break brother-in-law's record of becoming the first innate ranker in history, to Xue Tan Lang, it would be the greatest disrespect, and also an unbearable humiliation. Why are you so stubborn? Everyone knows that your brother-in-law is the strongest. Moreover, even if you don't break this record, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang will definitely break it in the future. Xue Tan Lang rejected the old fox's persuasion. In the Soaring Dragon continent, the main idea is that men are the most glorious. Even if Yu Bing and Yu Xuan became innates before the age of 20, everyone would know who the reason was, so they wouldn't take it to heart. But I, as a man, can't do this. In the history of the Soaring Dragon continent, brother-in-law will always be our number one, no one can surpass him. I definitely won't destroy his glory just to reach innate 1 month earlier. Xue Tan Lang's attitude was very firm. This was probably the longest sentence he had ever said in his adult life. The old fellows at the scene were very touched when they heard this. How could they not know of Yu Yang's contributions? They were just anxious to groom more young innates. Xue Tan Lang had reached the lesser innate realm, while Yi Kong and Fatty Hai followed closely behind. Now, they were already level 8 intermediate emperors. They were still a distance away from becoming a lesser innate, but with their current rate of improvement, breaking through to the innate realm was only a matter of time. One must know that Yi Kong and Fatty Hai had trained at a lower level, so it was even more difficult for them. When Fatty Hai first met Yu Yang, he was only a level 3 beginner hero. His strongest beast was a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros. Now, Fatty Hai's not-so-smart wind-breath seabird already had 3 great beasts. Among them, the platinum-ranked level 3 iron rhinoceros was the most promising, followed by the gold-ranked level 5 hippopotamus. As for the gold-ranked level 8 thunder mammoth, although it was the strongest at the moment, its potential was almost depleted. It could only be used as a beast now, and would definitely be weaker in the future, unlike the hippopotamus and iron rhinoceros. It was the same for Yi Kong. Before he met Yu Yang, he had almost starved to death. He was extremely dispirited. Today, although he did not have a grimoire, with Yu Yang's guidance, he had risen again. With the help of the King Kong demon ape and the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, his battle power was even higher than Fatty Hai's. He was fully deserving of being the number 2 in the team. When Yu Yang was not around, Yi Kong was the backbone of the team. He led the whole team and had great leadership skills. Even the ice cube guy Xue Tan Lang listened to him. Other than the 3 of them, the Prince of Tianluo who was also an intermediate emperor was also the most likely to become an innate. His starting point was very high, and he met Yu Yang later, so his improvement was not as exaggerated as Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's. However, the Prince of Tianluo who was as talented as Xue Tan Lang definitely had a bright future. As for the Li brothers, Lin En, Anna, Bao Er, Lu Yi, Li Ao, Fan Lu and Tai and the others, they could forget about becoming an innate in the short term. They were still far from it, and had to continue to train hard. Continue to work hard, don't let Hui Tai Lang lose to you. Yu Yang's words made Hui Tai Lang happily wag his tail. Of course, Yu Yang's words were not exaggerated. With Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's current level, they really could not be compared to Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang, who had leveled up to become a divine beast, had become much stronger. If Yi Kong and Fatty Hai could not catch up, the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. Not to mention catching up to Yu Yang, even catching up to Hui Tai Lang would be difficult. It was because of this pressure that Xue Tan Lang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai trained crazily. They really did not want to lose to Hui Tai Lang. Losing to Yu Yang was fine. After all, Yu Yang was an abnormal genius that could not be found in 10,000 years. Losing to Hui Tai Lang, even the dignity of the human race would be lost. Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha's faces were filled with tears. Because they had just finished training and reached level 7 Overlord, they had become the weakest existences. Other than Lu Yi and Bao Er, they couldn't even compare to the 4 orc girls. They were actually geniuses, becoming level 7 Overlord at the age of 20. Looking at the history of the Soaring Dragon continent, they could probably squeeze into the top 100 of the genius youngsters ranking. The problem was, under the leadership of the abnormal genius, Yu Yang, the Soaring Dragon continent had ushered in an explosive era of geniuses. Even Yi Kong, Li Chia and Li Gu, who did not have a summoning grimoire, were already level 8, Emperor. The 2 of them who had just reached level 7, Overlord, were already tragic. Let's all train together. Let bygones be bygones. Our future is not in the Soaring Dragon continent, but in the Tong Tian Tower, or even the higher heaven realm. Yu Yang's words were more or less comforting. Actually, Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha knew that becoming an innate was already their limit. Heaven realm? Its sky only belonged to the soaring Yu Yang. It did not belong to them. This brat has become more sensible. I was worried about his stubborn temper previously. Jun Wuyu was the happiest to see this scene. If Yu Yang was willing to let Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha join the team, the 4 great clans would be truly united. They would be like a rope, and the 4 clans would be dependent on each other. They would not have to worry about internal strife anymore. No, he still looks like a child to me. Elder Yu Hai looked humble on the surface, but he was actually very proud of himself. He was originally a child. The old cunning fox laughed when he heard this. Leaving the Yu clan castle, Yu Yang returned to the Tian Luo Palace's mirage. Before going to see Fourth Mother, Yu Yang first gave the Tian Luo Emperor Hua Suri a bottle of refined Titan's blood. Firstly, it was to thank Hua Suri. It was all thanks to the Tian Luo Emperor's care that Fourth Mother could safely stay here. It would be a bit unreasonable if he did not show his gratitude for such a long time. Secondly, it was because Yu Yang was curious. He guessed that Hua Suri was actually a girl. Otherwise, when he fell into the mirage, he felt like a girl. Moreover, if he was a guy, Fourth Mother would not stay here for a long time. Why didn't Fourth Mother stay in the Dixia Palace? Why was the Night Empress and the mysterious Tian Luo Emperor so close? There were many questions that Yu Yang wanted to know. That was why he specially went to see Hua Suri, in the name of giving him the Titan's blood. His Majesty asked me to pass on the message that Third Young Master has accepted the treasure and is very happy with it. However, because his body is not feeling well recently, His Majesty will not see Third Young Master. Also, His Majesty heard that Third Young Master is creating an ancient puppet, so he will give you a treasure to help you succeed. The Tian Luo Emperor Hua Suri's personal guard came over to reply Yu Yang. She smiled and bowed, tactfully rejecting his request to see Hua Suri. Then I wish His Majesty good health soon. Yu Yang was 70% sure that Hua Suri was a female. But what was the relationship between the Tian Luo Emperor and the Night Empress? Were they sisters or relatives? Friends, he could not guess at the moment. Yu Yang went to see Fourth Mother again. It was obvious that Fourth Mother had already received the news of Yu Yang's return. She looked calm on the surface, but she was actually very excited on the inside. On the other hand, Yu Bing was so happy that she jumped up when she saw her brother had returned. She rushed into her brother's embrace before Anan could. Anan rushed in front of Yu Yang. Her small face had a cute look of wanting to cry but trying her best to hold back her tears. She bit her lips lightly, enduring the desire in her heart. She really wanted to hug her sweetheart that she had missed 1,000 times. But she did not have enough courage, and was unable to express it with her actions. Yu Yang stretched out his hand towards her and gently wiped away the tears that secretly rolled down her cheeks. "Don't worry, didn't I return safely? I'm fine." Anan blushed and shyly blocked his big hand, as if she did not want everyone to see such an intimate action. She forced herself to say, "I didn't cry." Before she finished speaking, another teardrop flowed out of her eyes. Yu Shuang squeezed her little head and forced herself to squeeze out a space beside her sister. She looked up at her brother and asked, "I didn't cry either, I have always been very obedient. Even when Mummy spanked me, I didn't cry." Anan was amused by her and quickly wiped away her tears. She pretended to rebuke, "It's all your fault." When Yu Yang reached out to hug her, Anan saw that city mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and Yu were all smiling and looking at them. She was so shy that she dodged and conveniently lifted the little girl into his arms, avoiding his wolfish claws. The little girl did not stand on ceremony. She intimately hugged her brother and rewarded him with 2 Lolita kisses. When she saw a snow fruit in Yu Yang's hand, she immediately snatched it and sweetly said that her brother was the best. The sugar content of this brother is the best was so high that it entered one's heart. Yu Bing slapped the little girl's butt and scolded her, "You only know how to eat. Come down quickly. Brother just came back, I'm exhausted." Yu Shuang was not afraid of anything except this strict sister. Since she got the snow fruit, she immediately jumped down from Yu Yang's arms and ran away. When she reached a safe place, she turned around and made a cute face at her sister. "Brother is not tired." She turned around and complained to Fourth Mother, "Mummy, sister hit me. My butt hurts." Fourth Mother did not protect her. She raised her hand to show that she wanted to hit her too. Immediately, the little girl turned around and rushed into Yu Yu's arms to hide. She knew that second sister was the most gentle. She never hit anyone and even doted on her. When the little girl finished acting coquettishly, City Mistress Fallen Flowers rushed over and hugged Yu Yang's arm without hesitation. She asked anxiously, "Quickly tell me about the ancient titan. Did you defeat the ancient titan? How did you defeat it? If I had known earlier, I would have gone too. It's a pity that I missed such a good opportunity." "Oh right, what treasure did you get?" "No, you have to start from the beginning. I'm dying of anxiety. Quickly tell us." Sickly Beauty looked at him and laughed. "Let him sit down and drink some water. If you want to ask, there's no need to hurry." City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw Yu coming over with a cup of water. She immediately snatched it and passed it to Yu Yang. She pretended to be an obedient maid. "Young master, drink some tea." Everyone laughed at her. The Alliance Army of Zijin Kingdom and Black Hell Army officially declared war against the armies of Dixia and Tianluo. Of course, this was only a small-scale war. The 3,000 elites of the Black Hell Army conquered the 3 cities of Dixia, Qianfeng, Hotu, and Zhongmu. Although Jun Wuyu had repeatedly ordered the 3 city lords to retreat immediately and shrink the area of resistance according to the plan, so as to not make unnecessary sacrifices, the 3 city lords still refused Jun Wuyu's imperial edict with the reason of defending the city with their lives, defending the country. Just like that, the 3 city masters who were not successfully bribed by Zijin Kingdom all died in battle. After the Alliance Army conquered the 3 cities, they did not massacre them. Instead, they treated the citizens well and won over their hearts. Even the corpses of the 3 city masters were sent to Shangjing for Jun Wuyu to bury. When Yu Yang heard the news, he sent someone to ask if they should take revenge on the enemies. "It's none of your business. How can there be no deaths in war? You don't have to worry about these things." Elder Yu Hai did not give Yu Yang any chance to intervene. "The Black Hell King is yours, leave the rest to us, we old bones can still be of some use now." The old cunning fox persuaded Yu Yang, but scolded Ji Kong, Fatty Hai, and Shui Tan Lang who requested to fight. "Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, kings against kings, how many soldiers can you kill? Kill 3,000, 30,000 or even 300,000? Is that useful? Do you know how many monsters there are in the demon abyss? Do you know how many mercenaries there are in Tongtian Tower? This world will never lack soldiers, it will only lack generals and kings. Go and do what you need to do, train and level up. The war has just started, it will not stop in a month. This war will last for years, or even decades. This is just a test, understand? The Black Hell King has just made his first move, what we need to do is to respond to it. If you can't even keep your cool, what is the point of playing chess? The only thing to move now is the chess pieces. Since the old fellows who were proficient in warfare were as calm as Mount Tai, Yu Yang did not ask about the war. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai had already said that the war would be a situation where they would lose first before winning. De Xia and the Tianluo Alliance army would make use of time and space to fight against the Black Hell army and Zijin Kingdom. Moreover, Yu Yang reckoned that the Black Hell King was still hitting the Golden Barrier. Without any treasures to strengthen him, he wouldn't make a move immediately. After a day, Yu Yang finally knew the reason why the Black Hell King sent his troops to battle. O Zhen from the Warriors Guild in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower wrote a letter to Little Titan. In the letter, it said that the Sea clan of the 8th and 9th floor of Tongtian Tower, because the Ocean Emperor was killed by Xianxia and Little Titan, they were furious and decided to take revenge. The Ocean Emperor's Empress Jellyfish had sent out 100,000 Sea clan elites, led by one of the 4 remaining kings, Shark King. In the next 3 months, 100,000 Sea clan would pass through the ancient passage and enter the Soaring Dragon continent to find and kill the Little Titan who had murdered the Ocean Emperor and Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The Black Hell army had probably formed an alliance with the 100,000 Sea clan, so they attacked in advance to seize the initiative. At this moment, the name Little Titan had shaken the entire Tongtian Tower. It was fine if a newbie killed Tiger Nian, Nightmare, and Demon Eye. After all, the 3 of them were below innate level 5, so they couldn't be considered as true innate rankers. However, the act of killing Sky Dragon shocked everyone who heard it. Sky Dragon was not a simple person, he had been famous for a long time. Fortunately, the demonic palace did not pursue Little Titan's crimes, so there weren't many people who knew about it. However, the earth-shattering thing that Little Titan did afterwards couldn't be concealed no matter what methods he used. One of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, Ocean Emperor Guanlan, his name suddenly darkened on the innate crystal pillar. What did this mean? He was dead. Who killed one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, Ocean Emperor Guanlan? Vengeance tracking pointed out 2 names, one was the ultimate killer King Xianxia, and the other was the newbie who had just entered the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, Little Titan. A newbie who was only registered as a level 6 elder. Before the Ocean Emperor, a level 6 elder was weaker than an ant, and he could kill 100 of them with a single finger. However, no one knew what kind of battle had taken place, but this Little Titan had survived. The Ocean Emperor and Xianxia, the 2 supreme innates, both died. Only now did the warriors of Tongtian Tower know the shocking truth. Before this, Little Titan had killed Tiger Nian, Nightmare, and Demon Eye, the 3 fallen innates in the Thunder Fortress. No one knew when he killed Sky Dragon, one of the 10 great sky demons of the demonic palace. After killing Sky Dragon, the demonic palace did not take revenge on Little Titan. As the leader, Sky Execution did not seem to know that Sky Dragon was killed. Even earlier, there was a rumor that Little Titan, who had not entered the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, had barged into the demon palace alone and killed the ally of the demon king Baruth in front of a few demon kings. Even earlier, it was said that after the Eastern Goblin tribe had captured the Soaring Dragon Continent's king, Little Titan had rushed into the ancient passage and chased after the Eastern Goblin tribe. After the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe heard about Little Titan's bravery, he decided to release the captured king. No one knew if it was the Black Hell army or someone with ulterior motives, but the warriors of Tongtian Tower finally knew Little Titan's real name. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, this human was called Yu Yang. He was a super genius who relied on his own talent and hard work to become an innate at the age of 20. He was an unprecedented existence, and it was believed that there would be no one like him in the future. The portrait on this wanted poster is really ugly. Mr. O Zhen also sent a Sea Clan's wanted poster to Yu Yang. The price on it was 10 million gold, a holy ranked treasure, 10 treasures from the bottom of the sea that were rank 7 and above, and 100 wisdom fruits. Yu Yang was very dissatisfied with the portrait of the Gemini mask on the wanted poster. He felt that the portrait was too ugly, but he was still satisfied with the reward, because he was the most valuable wanted criminal in the history of Tongtian Tower. Xiao-san, I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Yu saw it and couldn't stop laughing. You're still far from it. Kill all the Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld, and raise the reward to 100 million gold. That would be impressive enough. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was in a good mood. She hugged Yu Yang and kissed him, encouraging Yu Yang to continue working hard. If he killed all the 4 emperors, who would dare to put up a wanted poster for him? Furthermore, he doesn't have that much money. Sickly Beauty felt that 10 million gold was the limit. That's right, Grandpa, and she only has a wanted poster of 5 million gold. He's only half of brothers. Yu Bing was proud of her brother. That old man and she is dead. Otherwise, this wanted poster would be his and his would be mine. Yu Yang laughed and waved his hand heroically. Let's not care about the Sea clan first. We should focus on training now. With strength, we don't have to be afraid of anyone. Fallen Flowers and Wu Hen can rest for a while. Inan, you should focus on leveling up now. Follow me. Wait. City Mistress Fallen Flowers hugged Yu Yang's waist. She slipped her head under his side and wrapped it around Yu Yang's chest. She raised her face and asked coquettishly, Jiangying said before that I want to know about that Hai Yingguo. If not for this wanted poster, it seems like there are still many things that we don't know. Good man, aren't you going to explain? Little San, you have to explain clearly. Yu did not help Yu Yang this time. Brother will definitely not like the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. It's impossible. Brother is the enemy who killed her father. Only Yu Bing would always believe in her brother. It doesn't matter if they are related. Anyway, Hai Yingguo won't make much of a difference. Sickly Beauty's words definitely added fuel to the fire, even though it was her true feelings. I really have nothing to do with her. We are just passing by. Yu Yang waved his hand. Guiltily, showing that he was a good boy who did not flirt. Really? Alright, I believe you, as if. City Mistress Fallen Flowers fiercely bit Yu Yang's chest. Alright. If he says he has nothing to do with it, then he has nothing to do with it. Everyone, don't make wild guesses. I also don't think it's possible. Inan hurriedly rescued Yu Yang from City Mistress Fallen Flowers. She lovingly rubbed Yu Yang's chest. Does it hurt? If you have something to say, then say it. Why did you bite me? Humph, I can't bite him to death. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was originally not that kind of unruly princess. However, seeing Inan protecting Yu Yang in every way, she felt unhappy. She had to be angry at this girl who dared to pledge to marry herself, and even used the excuse of betrothing her sister to Yu Yang. One must know that until now, Inan was only 18 years old. When she met Yu Yang, she was only 16 years old. She was still a brat. At 16 years old, she dared to pledge to marry herself. With such a comparison, City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that her 16-years-old self was as pure as a little white flower. I'll deal with you tonight. Yu Yang did not say it out loud, but his expression meant it. He warned City Mistress Fallen Flowers not to be too complacent, or else he would punish her. Do you think I'll be afraid of a big pervert like you? City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not say anything, but her expression showed that her threat was ineffective. At most, she would act as the brave girl and fight the Demon King tonight. Inan and Yu Bing could not see. Even if they saw, they probably would not understand the meaning of Yu Yang and Fallen Flowers' expressions. Yu saw it and understood it as well. Her face turned red, her heart trembled, and she quickly left. When Inan returned to the grimoire world with Yu Yang and prepared to start training, Yu Yang habitually used his Heaven Eyes divine vision to observe Inan's training progress. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. This was because he realized that Inan's progress was far beyond his imagination. She was 10 times stronger than what he had imagined. To be precise, the current Inan, if not in terms of combat skills, had probably surpassed Yu, Sickly Beauty, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, and even surpassed Princess Sisai in terms of mental strength. She was catching up to Shui Wuxia, only below the impatience who had the charm, inherent skill and himself who had the heaven's fury fire lotus. This Anan girl, how did she train, how could she be so fast? Yu Yang was curious. Could it be that Anan's aunt had some secret technique that could quickly increase Anan's strength? Or was it that the 100 Flowers Valley was a mysterious treasure land, and training in the 100 Flowers Valley could allow Anan to quickly increase her mental strength? Actually, it's because Anan seemed to know what Yu Yang wanted to ask. With a little joy and bashfulness, she organized her words and said. Aunt said that the best way to train one's spirit is to maintain an ethereal mind, allowing the body to be still like a dormant state, allowing one's spirit to expand infinitely. But I couldn't calm my heart down, so I thought of a way. Anan blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yu Yang. After a while, she peeked at him from under her eyelids. Her voice was even softer than a mosquito's buzz. Once, I accidentally discovered that if I tried my best to think of you, I would be able to maintain one's heart. Although it wasn't an ethereal state, it was still better than letting my imagination run wild. Then, with the help of my guardian beast little elephant spirit mirror, I understood a very mysterious realm. Aunt said that it was the ethereal realm. Yu Yang muttered to himself. He knew that Anan would have some achievements in spirit, but he couldn't understand the ethereal realm that Anan mentioned. Anan thought that he didn't believe her, so she summoned her gold grimoire. The light shone brightly. The protective shield quickly expanded. Compared to before, Yu Yang felt that this protective shield was much bigger. Furthermore, it faintly possessed a different kind of spiritual defense. Looking at Anan's grimoire again, it was still a level 7 Overlord, and hadn't leveled up to level 8 Emperor. However, Yu Yang felt that Anan's spirit had already surpassed many innate rankers. It was just that her close combat strength was too weak. Under special circumstances, for example, the enemy couldn't attack Anan from the start, or under special protection, then Anan would probably be able to torture an innate level 2 ranker to death with her spirit. During the battle at the prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yu Yang could see the potential of this Anan girl. She could really kill people invisibly. Her coordination with the spirit mirror was simply perfect. Little elf, elemental type, guardian beast, silver ranked level 3, living body, spiritual, special skills, assist, clear mind, spirit chain. Spirit mirror, special type beast, gold ranked level 5, illusory spiritual body, no spiritual sense, special skills, mirror transformation, spirit absorption, spirit mirror fusion. Other than these two beasts with limitless potential, Anan also had 2 hallucinatory butterflies and a silver Pegasus. As for the spider demoness that was afraid to fight previously, it had not been used for a long time. Yu Yang and Anan had almost forgotten about it. Yu Yang had never fully nurtured Anan because she was never the main fighting force. In terms of attack power and lethality, Anan was even weaker than Yu Bing. If it was in the past, Yu Yang did not have the most effective way to improve Anan. After all, spiritual power was not his strongest area. However, after body fusion, with impatience, the spiritual power produced by impatience's charm, inherent skill and the charm demon queen's soul frightening, spiritual power had merged with Yu Yang's spiritual power, greatly strengthening Yu Yang's spiritual power. When Yu Yang helped impatience to enter the elder innate realm, he realized that Anan's spiritual potential was simply a treasure trove. No wonder the goddess of mercy chose Anan as the owner of the spirit mirror in the Virgo temple of the 12 zodiac temples. And not Shui Wuxia or Yu Bing. I didn't know how to do it before, but from now on, I will make you stronger. You might even become stronger than Fallen Flowers and the others. Yu Yang couldn't help but feel apologetic. He had given the least to Anan, but she had never complained. He reached out and naturally hugged Anan. Gently and shallowly, he kissed her smooth and flawless forehead. Anan's body trembled slightly. She raised her small hands and slowly closed them. She also hugged the lover that she had missed countless times. As for Anan, Yu Yang was not in a hurry to promote her. Because he knew that she had unlimited potential. This treasure trove could not be easily wasted. He had to use the best way to open it. In addition to thinking about it himself, he also wanted to discuss it with Impatience and Night Empress to see if they had any better ideas. Of course, this did not prevent Yu Yang and Anan from practicing body fusion. They had done it many times before. This time, after a passionate hug, they began to do it again. Yu Yang bent down. Anan tried to suppress her heartbeat. Her blushing face was slightly raised. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing quickened. Her cherry lips were impatient. As she tiptoed, she kissed her lover's fiery lips. Almost at the same time, Anand's jade-like arms had already wrapped around Yu Yang's neck. She hugged him tightly. In the midst of her intense heartbeat, there was joy, emotion, nervousness, and shyness. She felt the suction of his lips. An electric current flowed between their lips and finally spread to her whole body. Sweetness was exchanged in the kiss, and the fire of passion was burning in the passionate kiss. Not knowing how long it had been, Anan, who felt that her lips were a little swollen and painful, reluctantly let go of her lover. She felt as if her face was burning and her whole body was limp. She had no strength at all. However, she liked the feeling of lying lazily in his arms. It was very safe and very blissful. She didn't need to think about anything. With him hugging her, it was equivalent to having the whole world. What thousand-year hatred? What thousand-year secret? Everything was far away from her at this moment. Tired? Yu Yang gently picked up Anan. The little girl's body was as light as a feather, almost weightless. Anan shook her head lightly. She didn't have the slightest intention to resist when he carried her to the bed. It felt very natural. Even if he took another step forward and wanted her, she wouldn't reject him at all. In fact, she didn't even think about these things. She only knew to snuggle in his arms and immerse herself in the little world of love between the two of them. She let her heart and soul be entangled in the embrace of the two of them. She enjoyed this sweet and warm moment very much. As long as she was with him, she would no longer be lonely. She would no longer be the descendant of the 100 Flowers Valley who had to bear hatred. She would be his fiancée. Anan, kisses will never be enough. Over and over again. On the second day, when Anan stood in front of everyone with a radiant face, everyone discovered that Anan, who had been nourished by love, emitted a kind of astonishing beauty from her body. It was as if she had become another person. Because she had enough of being entangled with Yu Yang at night, Anan didn't pester Yu Yang during the day. Instead, she took the initiative to train her battle skills with Yu Bing. After that, she went to help Fourth Mother cook. For the whole day, Anan was full of energy as she busied herself. City Mistress Fallen Flowers observed for a long time and realized that this Anan girl wasn't actually pushed down. She couldn't help but be curious about Yu Yang. What's going on? You're not eating the lamb that's already in your mouth? I'll eat it after you've fattened up a little. Yu Yang stretched out his wolfish claws and caressed City Mistress Fallen Flowers' fragrant butt. Hypocrite. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't care about her lover's teasing. In any case, he had already played with her, so what's a little touch? She retaliated by reaching her hand into his pants and touching him, while nibbling on his earlobe. So you've starved after pretending to be a good child. So pitiful, I'll dote on you tonight. The two of them were flirting with each other when Yu came to find Yu Yang urgently. She flew over, and when she saw her brother and Fallen Flowers' ambiguous posture, she was instantly stunned. When she regained her senses, she hurriedly turned around and left. It's over, she saw it just now. Yu Yang was rather embarrassed. It seemed that his image in Yu Yu's heart was ruined. Isn't it all because of you? City Mistress Fallen Flowers' jade-like face was completely red. When the beautiful female hero was battling the Demon King, it didn't matter how she used her seduction technique to deal with him. It was very normal for a married couple to do that. However, flirting in the courtyard made people realize that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was really embarrassed. She used her pink fist to fiercely pound on Yu Yang's shoulder. Her anger had yet to dissipate as she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. If it wasn't for his wolfish claws caressing her regardless of the situation, she wouldn't have been so daring to put her hand into his pants. Fortunately, it wasn't Fourth Mother who saw it. Otherwise, she would be even more shameless. Yu Yang hesitated for a while, and decided to look for Yu Yu. Maybe she really had something urgent. He realized that Yu Yu's ears were completely red. When she saw Yu Yang enter, she immediately waved her hands to show that she wasn't hiding anything. Xiao San, I didn't see anything, don't think too much. I'm looking for you regarding the runic circle. You can continue with your work, I have nothing to do here even if I'm late. When Yu Yang heard this, he was speechless. Yu Yang decided not to level up Anan's guardian beasts, Little Fairy and Spirit Mirror for the time being. He would wait for Impatience to come back and discuss about it. However, for Anan's Silver Pegasus and 2 hallucinatory butterflies, Yu Yang decided to immediately raise their levels and battle power. Anan's weakness was close combat. With the Silver Pegasus, her movement speed would be guaranteed. As for the hallucinatory butterflies, they were currently Anan's attacking weapon. Before the Spirit Mirror could display its full power, they would be Anan's limited attacking force. Before this, the Silver Pegasus had already leveled up from Silver ranked to Gold ranked because it had received the Golden Horseshoe's blessing and the reward for clearing the trial. It was now Gold ranked level 3, but because it wasn't a battle-type beast and wasn't nurtured properly, the Silver Pegasus leveling speed was very slow. The hallucinatory butterflies were even more pitiful. Although they were evolved forms of the hallucinatory butterflies, they were only Silver ranked level 4. They couldn't even compare to the Silver Pegasus. Nurturing a beast was a very long process. Of course, it was like that for others, but for Yu Yang, the difficulty of nurturing a beast didn't exist at all, especially a beast that could consume magic crystals. First, he took out the 2 Sea Clan innate orbs that he had refined after killing in the graveyard of the sea. He gave one to the Silver Pegasus and the other to the 2 hallucinatory butterflies to help them level up. If the Silver Pegasus and the hallucinatory butterflies wanted to completely digest the innate orbs, it would take at least a few decades. Furthermore, they didn't have Hui Tai Lang's endurance, they might even explode. Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't sit and watch such a tragedy happen. The innate Qi and Nirvana flame turned the Silver Pegasus into a flaming horse. It was so painful that its 4 hooves couldn't support it and fell to the ground, neighing miserably. It burned for a whole 10 minutes before the transformation ended. Yu Shuang, who was watching from the sidelines, was about to cry. In the end, the Silver Pegasus successfully changed and leveled up. In the bright light, it changed from a gold-ranked level 3 Silver Pegasus to a platinum-ranked level 2 Silver-horned Pegasus. The pair of wings that had been burnt had regrown. A silver horn grew out of its forehead, and its 4 hooves became golden. With every step it took, a small halo spread out. It didn't need to spread its wings to float in the air, unstained by dust. Its silver eyes flashed with intelligence. Gold-ranked and platinum-ranked were completely different. This was a huge qualitative change. 95% of normal beasts wouldn't be able to level up to gold-ranked. 95% of gold-ranked beasts wouldn't be able to level up to platinum-ranked. As for diamond-ranked beasts, that was simply not the way for beasts to evolve. Only under special circumstances could a diamond-ranked beast be born. Hence, platinum-ranked was actually the final evolution point that many beasts yearn to reach in their entire lives. After the evolution, the silver-horned Pegasus's limbs were even more slender, and its body was even more graceful. Its body proportions were breathtaking, and its skin was as white as snow. It could be said that no horse in the world could compare to it. Initially, when Yu Yang gave it to Anan, it was only a silver-ranked level 1 creature, but it was already enough to make Anan overjoyed. Now, seeing that it had successfully leveled up to platinum-ranked, she cheered excitedly. Tears of joy flowed from her eyes. Platinum-ranked level 2 was definitely not the final evolution point for the silver-horned Pegasus. In its stomach, the orb that had not been completely absorbed was enough to support it to continue leveling up. Nay 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 nay. The silver-horned Pegasus raised its head, raised its hooves in the air, and stood up like a human, letting out a long neigh. It used its snow-white wings to gently lift Anan up, and signaled its master to ride on its back. It seemed like it wanted to bring Anan to the sky for a tour. Even faster than Anan, Yu Shuang, who was as impatient as a monkey, flipped onto its back and grabbed onto its elegant silver mane. She shouted excitedly, "Fly, I want to fly high." Yu Yang did not have time to play with this little girl, and turned towards the 2 hallucinatory butterflies. Yu Yang had seen through their evolution direction with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. They were completely different from the silver-horned Pegasus, and would become hallucinatory butterfly demons that killed people without batting an eyelid and sucked blood for a living. Gold-ranked, humanoid, demonic body, mind-confusing, sprinkling poison powder, paralyzing the enemy, sucking blood. This kind of hallucinatory butterfly demon was already very powerful, but could it be even more powerful? For example, could it add on nightmare and demon eyes abilities? Yu Yang thought like this. Unlike the silver-horned Pegasus, the hallucinatory butterflies once again evolved from the combination of the Sea Clan's innate orb, Nightmare Soul Pearl and Demon Eye Crystal. Yu Yang's prediction was successful. When the chrysalis period ended, the two hallucinatory butterflies would definitely become terrifying hallucinatory butterfly demons. Not only would they be hallucinatory butterfly demons, they would also possess some of the special skills of Nightmare and Demon Eye. This way, they would become one of the most important methods to kill the enemy in battle. Hallucination, poison powder, blood-sucking, in addition to Nightmare and Demon Eye. Yu Yang reckoned that even if he didn't raise Yinan to the innate realm, with her current mental power, 2 hallucination butterfly demons and spirit mirror, she would probably be able to kill enemies who were innate level 3 and below. In a battle where the weak won against the strong, Yinan would most likely become the person with the greatest contrast, even above Yu Bing, who had intense poison, inherent skill. Yinan also had a spider demoness that was almost forgotten. Yu Yang felt that this spider demoness potential was not that bad and was passable. If she did not know Jiang Ying, the spider empress, then this spider demoness was not worth nurturing. When Jiang Ying wakes up, she should have a way to level up the spider demoness. At that time, there might be a surprise. Really? Then I have to thank Sister Jiang Ying properly. Yinan did not mind that Jiang Ying was a hornless dragon who had transformed into a human and nodded happily. Actually, the spider demoness was still considered loyal and would not betray her natural enemy. It was just that her level was too low and she did not have enough intelligence. She was frightened by the bronze-ranked barbaric bull that could instantly kill all living things. The bronze-ranked barbaric bull had long been possessed by the phantom shadow and became the current barbaric bull shadow. Man Yu Yang felt that Yinan did not have enough offensive beasts. With a spider demoness holding the enemy back, it would be a great help to Yinan. What Yinan lacked now was a weapon that could increase her mental strength. It would be best if it was a holy ranked artifact. If that was the case, even innate rankers would be scared and flee if they met her. Of course, Yinan's real battle power would not be in solo battles. It was a team battle. If there was Princess Sisai with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in front of them, Shui Wuxia with her Thunder and Ice Frost from behind, Sickly Beauty's Crystal Shield to protect them, City Mistress Fallen Flowers's Aurora Light, from afar, Yu Bing's intense poison, inherent skill and Yinan's mental hallucination. With such a combination, even Shen Tian, who had the 5 transformations power, or the Black Prince, who had the green phosphorus ghost fire, would have a headache. He wondered how Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia were doing with their cultivation. Especially Shui Wuxia, with Jizun's personal guidance, what realm would she grow to? There must be a bigger breakthrough than Yinan, right? Yan Ji Tigress, could she control the Prison Emperor Divine Sword completely? In Yu Yang's heart, he was really looking forward to the return of the 2 girls. On one hand, he missed Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. On the other hand, Yu Yang wanted to increase the strength of Yinan and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. After all, an individual's strength could not be compared to a team's. It was still alright now. After defeating the Black Hell King, he would probably head to the Heaven Realm. At that time, it would not be enough for him to face the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm, or even more Heaven Realm rankers. Because of their reunion after a short separation, Yinan was especially gentle towards Yu Yang. She changed her attitude of brother Yinan. At night, she did not pester him and asked him to go back to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. As long as they could have half an hour of lovey-dovey time, or practice, couple body fusion, together, Yinan would be very satisfied. She, who was still in a spiritual relationship, did not have many thoughts of lust. Yu Yang's gentle caresses and kisses were enough to make her feel satisfied. Of course, even though she was a little shy, she did not reject Yu Yang's wolfish claws. Sometimes when he reached into her clothes and touched her, she did not have any thoughts of resistance. Instead, she happily immersed herself in the pleasure of her lover's touch. It was precisely because of her silent encouragement and the relaxation in her heart that the couple's body fusion, cultivation progressed rapidly. When she used her mind to lead Yu Yang into the ethereal realm that she had comprehended, during body fusion, she and Yu Yang comprehended an even higher level of heavenly heart together. Compared to Anan, fallen flowers, and sickly beauty, who practiced couple body fusion almost every night, improved even more. Yu Bing was extremely hardworking. Sometimes, Yu Yang would specially tutor her, so her close combat skills improved the most. As for her 1,000-year-old Treant general leveling up, Yu Yang had already prepared for it. Under the support of the wisdom fruit, lustrous branch, everlasting leaf, underground spring dew and the evil tree root of the evil millennium ancient tree, Yu Bing's 2,000-year-old Treant general started to evolve. Green light filled the air and golden light blossomed from the two Trent's bodies. Yu Yang used Nirvana flame to burn the 1,000-year-old Treant general's branches, leaves and body, then used innate chi to recover. Meanwhile, Yu Bing's green light tree demoness continued to turn green, causing the Treant general to grow continuously while burning in pain, releasing all of its potential. The tree bark suddenly exploded. The tree trunk inside grew taller, the tree arms grew longer, the branches and leaves grew in the flames, and the tender shoots sprouted green. The golden light was like a chain, connecting the two Treants. When they grew to about 20 meters tall, they almost stopped, preparing to evolve and stabilize into the state of the 10,000-year-old ancient tree king. Yu Yang poured 2 barrels of Titan's blood that he had already prepared on the tree roots. When the green light tree demoness saw it, she immediately used her spirit root skill, allowing the two evolving Treants to desperately absorb the energy of the Titan's blood. Almost at the same time they absorbed, the two Treants started to grow crazily. The tree trunk gradually changed, becoming black and glossy as it grew taller. At the same time, it became thicker and stopped when it reached a height of 30 meters. The two Trent's tree trunks gradually turned into human shapes. Huge tree arms hung down, and the treetop looked more like a human head, with facial features, and long tree roots that were connected to the emerald green branches and leaves. The jet black body became thicker and sturdier, and 2 huge legs that looked like human and tree roots grew out. As Yu Yang carved the heaven rune circle on their bodies, the two Trent's bodies also continuously turned into Titan's skin color, with a hint of dark gold within the jet black body. When Yu Yang's heaven rune circle was inserted, the two Treants actually leaped up and jumped into the air. With another rumbling sound, they smashed deeply into the ground, their tree roots deeply piercing into the ground. They had officially surpassed the gold-ranked 10,000-year-old ancient tree king. They had surpassed the limit of growth and evolved into a platinum-ranked level 1 Titan ancient tree, a brand new species, a brand new beast created by Yu Yang himself, Titan ancient tree, battle-type guardian beast, platinum-ranked level 1. It has the body of a Titan, the king of all trees. It is immune to evil interference and weakens lightning attacks. Its branches and leaves are evergreen and do not wilt. Its roots absorb the blood of living creatures and the energy of the earth to restore itself. It possesses the special skills entanglement of roots, stun hit, whip, poison sting and trample. Brother! When Yu Bing saw this, she was so excited that her face turned red. She excitedly pulled Yu Yang's hand and jumped. She jumped and jumped, but she couldn't express the happiness in her heart no matter what. She was already extremely satisfied to be able to level up to become a 10,000-year-old ancient tree king. Now, her brother had specially created a brand new beast for her, a unique Titan ancient tree. How could she not be moved by this? Yu, Inan, and the others were also happy for her. They all congratulated Yu Bing for obtaining a strong new beast. Only Yu Xuan looked at it for a long time and muttered, "The tree is very big, but it doesn't seem like it can bear fruit." Actually, the thing that this little girl wanted the most was to eat fruits. As for other things, she ignored them. 2 Titan ancient trees were already enough to become Yu Bing's strong arms. Next, it was how to nurture this element-type guardian beast, the green light tree demoness. Although the Titan ancient tree's mutation was successful, it didn't increase Yu Bing's strength by much. The green light tree demoness that could fuse with its master would increase Yu Bing's strength by a lot. Furthermore, it would be easier for it to evolve into a holy beast. Titan ancient tree? Wait for their wooden brains to grow high intelligence and evolve into a holy beast? That would be really difficult. The problem was that the green light tree demoness level was still low. It was only silver ranked level 3. If they wanted to nurture it, they would need to spend a lot of time. It's alright. With these 2 Titan ancient trees, I can help brother in battle. Yu Bing was full of confidence. With these two strong Titan ancient trees, in addition to her own mind control and intense poison inherent skills, her battle power would definitely increase by 10 times. Indeed, let Bing Air get used to controlling these two Titan ancient trees first. Don't worry about the green light tree demoness, I'll think of something. Maybe it would be useful for Bing Air's green light tree demoness. City Mistress Fallen Flowers caressed Yu Bing's little face with her lily-white hands. Not to mention that she was her sister-in-law, even before they had established their relationship, she had already looked at Bing Air in a different light. Now, she naturally doted on her even more. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yu Bing was the most polite. If it wasn't for Anand's special emphasis on calling her sister in front of others, she would have called her sister-in-law. As for City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty, Yu Bing had long since called them sister-in-law. While everyone was still celebrating the birth of the Titan ancient tree, at the other side of the corridor, a mature lady that Yu Yang hadn't seen for a long time walked over with big strides. She was Drunken Cat. Unlike usual, she wasn't drunk now. She was very sober. Tian Luo Emperor Hua Su had received Yu Yang's Titan's blood a few days ago. Today, he asked Drunken Cat to give him a treasure in return, the Dream Jadeite. Before she could take out the Dream Jadeite, Drunken Cat was pulled over by City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others for a chat. Compared to Drunken Cat, little panda girl Nyonya was more popular with Yu Yang. This cute little panda girl also liked Yu Yang very much. After greeting the girls politely, she sneaked a glance at Yu Yang. When she realized that there was no one beside him, she immediately opened her arms and rushed over. She threw herself into Yu Yang's arms and shouted loudly, "Brother, Nyonya misses you so much." "That's right, Nyonya drew a picture for you as a gift. Grandpa said it's very beautiful." The grandpa she was talking about was that old fox, Shui Donglu. Yu Yang was curious. What kind of picture did little panda girl draw for him? Did she know how to draw? Nyonya glanced at Drunken Cat mysteriously. Then, she quietly leaned over to Yu Yang and said, "Don't let mommy see it. Otherwise, she'll be angry. Mommy doesn't allow Nyonya to draw brother. This is what Grandpa taught me." She took out a drawing. When Yu Yang looked at it, he saw that there were 3 people drawn on it with messy lines. On the left was a tall man with unkempt hair. In the middle was a chubby girl with black and white hair. On the right was a tall woman with long hair. The 3 of them stood hand in hand. In addition, there was a sun, moon, and stars in the sky. On the ground, there were a few flowers and some grass. Yu Yang understood at a glance. However, he pretended not to understand and asked, "Who is this? Is it Nyonya?" "Yes, this is me. This is mommy. And this is brother. Shoo, don't let mommy see it. Otherwise, she'll spank Nyonyo's butt." Little panda girl Nyonyo gestured to Yu Yang to quickly keep this precious picture. "Nyonyo is so obedient. I'll reward you with a malt candy." Yu Yang was definitely an expert at coaxing children. From afar, Drunken Cat rolled her eyes at him. It was obvious that she knew about this picture. However, she pretended not to know because of Nyonyo the little panda girl. Yu Yang coughed and carried Nyonyo over. He asked her, "What treasure does your majesty want to bestow upon me?" Drunken Cat extended her hand and said, "Give me your Qi-Lan wine in exchange." Yu Yang was speechless. He knew it would be like this. Yu Yang had given the Qi-Lan wine to Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the old fox before. Drunken Cat must have found out about it. "Of course there's wine, but you're not allowed to get drunk." Yu Yang quickly pretended to be a child. If there wasn't City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Sickly Beauty, and Yu beside him, and there was only Drunken Cat, he would probably get her drunk. The Qi-Lan wine is famous in the whole Tong Tian Tower. I've never tried it before, take it out quickly. Before Drunken Cat drank, she was definitely a violent woman. She grabbed Yu Yang's collar. It seemed that if Yu Yang didn't take it out, she would push him down on the spot. Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were already used to it. However, this was only because Yu Yang was strong enough. If it was someone else, upon seeing Drunken Cat's violent aura, they probably wouldn't even open their mouths and would directly offer the wine to her with both hands. They wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye. Princess Sisai couldn't be compared to Drunken Cat. Although Tigress also loved violence, she would only do it to people she knew. She wouldn't do it to outsiders. Drunken Cat would be violent to everyone unless she was drunk. However, the panda girl Nyonya would be even more violent to protect her mother. Yu Yang took out the Qilin wine, but didn't pass it to her immediately. Instead, he asked, "You've already broken through to the innate realm?" When he said that, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty were stunned. They turned around and looked at Drunken Cat. Sickly Beauty even changed her usual demure demeanor and hugged her happily. She cheered, "Sister Yi, why didn't you tell us that you've broken through to the innate realm? When did you break through?" "I don't know either." When Drunken Cat said that, everyone fell to the ground. Mommy is an innate when she's drunk. Nyonyo's words made Yu Yang sweat profusely. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it made sense. "I understand. You are now in two states. One is when you are sober as a lesser innate, and when you are drunk, you are a level 2 innate. The difference between the two is huge. If this continues for a long time, your body won't be able to take it." Yu Yang held on to Drunken Cat's pulse without any hesitation, and channeled a strand of innate chi into her body. Then, he used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe the condition of her body, and came to a conclusion: your long-term addiction to alcohol is caused by these two states. Other than the fact that you like to drink, you also subconsciously wish to stay in the innate realm for a long period of time. That's why you try your best to get drunk. Isn't that good? Anyway, there's alcohol to drink and increase my strength, there's nothing bad about it. I think I'm pretty good. Drunken Cat tried her best to snatch the Qilin wine from Yu Yang's hands, but with her strength, it was not easy for her to snatch something from Yu Yang's hands. "Sister Yi, drinking alcohol for a long period of time is definitely not good for your body," Sickly Beauty advised gently. She had advised her countless times already. "How can I live without alcohol?" Drunken Cat expressed that she could live without anything, but she must drink alcohol. What will happen in the long term? Yu was attentive, and could hear the warning in Yu Yang's words. She asked, "Xiao-san, quickly tell everyone. After drinking, she will become crazier and crazier. When she is drunk, her strength will increase faster and faster, but when she is sober, she will always be stuck in the lesser innate realm. When she reaches innate level 3 and above, or even innate level 4 or 5, her body will not be able to take it and might even be destroyed. If she drinks this bottle of Qilin wine, she will fall into a deep sleep for a few days. All the alcohol will be converted into energy, and her body will also be damaged. Her body can still take it now, but when she reaches innate level 3, her body will not be strong enough, and it will be very painful. She will need to drink all day, and if she doesn't get drunk for a day, she will feel like her body will explode." Yu Yang warned with a hint of intimidation and a hint of truth. Actually, if Drunken Cat continued drinking, her body might not explode. But her body might adjust automatically, and her realm would not increase anymore, and she would remain stagnant. The only danger would be during a battle. If she increased her realm one day, and was in a special area without alcohol to drink, then Drunken Cat would be in extreme pain. After hearing what Yu Yang said, Sickly Beauty and City Mistress Fallen Flowers suddenly understood. Why did Sister Yi love alcohol so much? It was because she subconsciously wanted to drink to maintain a higher state. If her body also needed to drink to feel comfortable, it had become an instinctive habit. Of course, this kind of result was definitely not the best growth. To be able to reach innate realm, drinking was only a strong support, it was not absolute. Furthermore, if she kept drinking like this. Definitely not. Is there no other way? Think of one for her. City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at Yu Yang, asking him to come up with an idea. Tell her not to drink anymore. Yu Yang laughed. No, if there's no alcohol to drink, I'll just die. Drunken Cat rolled her eyes at Yu Yang, raised her fist and punched heavily, wanting to send Yu Yang flying, but he caught it with one hand. There's another way, which is to break through to innate realm when you are sober, and close the gap. This way, even if you are stronger when you are drunk, your body will not be injured. For example, if you are innate level 3 when you are drunk, and you are innate level 2 when you are normal, it will not affect you much. Yu Yang's words made Drunken Cat a little tempted. Although drinking was the first priority, her body was still important, she could not let it be destroyed. How can I induce Sister Yi to enter innate realm when she is sober? Sickly Beauty felt that this was a little difficult. Get angry. Yu Yang giggled as he kept the Qilin wine. When Drunken Cat was about to make her move, he nodded, indicating that this was the kind of angry state he wanted. That day, when the Eastern Goblin tribe attacked, Drunken Cat single-handedly killed the abnormally strong plum leopard. Yu Yang did not understand how she did it, but now he understood. Although this Drunken Cat big sis was not drunk, when she was in a state of anger, her strength exploded and she killed her opponent. This was similar to Yu Yang's uncontrollable state when his power increased by 10 times after he went berserk. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers heard this, she immediately patted Yu Yang's shoulder. I'll leave Sister Yi to you. Sickly Beauty also expressed her confidence in her lover. Yu Yu followed them and left. Yu Bing and Anan went to train together, testing the power of their new beasts. In the end, only the Drunken Cat Big Sis and Yu Yang were left. Of course, there was also the little panda Nyo. However, her eyes were smiling like crescent moons, not knowing that her mother was about to fall into the big bad wolf's mouth and become a delicacy. Isn't it easy to get angry? I beat so many people in a day, but I didn't trigger any innate state. Drunken Cat expressed her disbelief. That's not real anger. Yu Yang threw a golden coconut to Nyo, telling her to share it with Yu Shuang. He then waved his hand at the doubtful Drunken Cat. Follow me, I promise you that you will be cured in a few days. You can drink as much as you want in the future. Really? Drunken Cat did not believe Yu Yang at first, but when she heard him say that she could drink as much as she wanted in the future, she was a little moved. For the sake of good wine, she decided to follow him. They entered the training hall. Yu Yang first asked Drunken Cat what relationship she had with the Night Empress, but Drunken Cat did not answer. He guessed that this girl was a descendant of the Night Empress. She might even be the niece of the Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Suri. She might be the cousin of City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the cousin of Sickly Beauty. Of course, Drunken Cat was definitely older than City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty. According to her cultivation, Yu Yang had reason to suspect that this mature sister was already 100 years old spinster. To the people of Earth, 100 years old was a birthday. To the people of the Soaring Dragon continent, 100 years old was just a youth. To the higher-ups of Tong Tian Tower, 100 years old was still a child. Not to mention other things, just comparing the Golden Elves, Bao Er was already 160 years old, but she was still a lowly 160 years old earthling. Even if she was placed in a coffin, her bones would have already withered. To the innate rankers who could easily live for hundreds or even thousands of years, 100 years old warrior was just the beginning. There was no one like Yu Yang, who was so abnormal that he became an innate at the age of 20. This made all the old fellows feel ashamed. Yu Yang didn't even dare to ask Drunken Cat's age. That would definitely be courting death. When he asked Drunken Cat's name again, she still turned her head away and didn't answer. Of course she had a name, but Yu Yang didn't know it. Alright, since you are not related to the Night Empress, then I can rest assured. Yu Yang took out his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, looking like a bully who wanted to take liberties with an innocent woman. You want to fight? That's easy. Drunken Cat was not afraid at all. She immediately took out a bronze-ranked halberd from the weapon rack in the training hall. Previously, she had changed her name to the Dragon Spear Lady and fought her way through the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. If it wasn't for the Eastern Goblin tribe's attack, she would still be fighting with Yu Yang. Now was the perfect time. She wanted to fight with him. Yu Yang expressed that there were conditions for fighting. We will fight 3 rounds. I will put my strength at the same level as you. We will fight purely based on techniques and personal experience. I won't use my strength to bully you. However, if you lose, you have to promise me a condition. For example, if I ask to touch your chest, you can't resist. Do you understand? Drunken Cat was enraged. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yu Yang like a spear. Yu Yang acted as if he didn't see it. He smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. If you win, I will let you touch me. If you want to touch me, I will definitely not resist. If you don't want to lose, then use your greatest strength and best techniques. I guarantee that I will be like a sober lesser innate. I won't need any beasts to support me. If you can level up to an innate, then you can definitely win against me. If you can't win, you can only blame yourself for being useless. Drunken Cat, who was about to explode in anger, was speechless again. Indeed, she had the upper hand in this kind of fight. Moreover, she also understood that he deliberately said that to motivate her. However, even so, she couldn't stand it. This was obscenity, definitely. Drunken Cat really wanted to throw her spear away and not fight. She would rather die in the future. However, when she saw the faintly discernible smile in his eyes, as if he was mocking her cowardice, she was immediately enraged. She shouted and stabbed her spear into the ground. Let's fight then. If I win, I will let you, you arrogant pervert, bark like a dog. You dare to tease me, do you not know how to write the word death? Her whole body erupted with power. Her aura was majestic, like a raging sea. The entire martial training hall trembled under the shockwave of her aura. A huge silver dragon image appeared above her head. It wasn't a beast, but it was a little like a domain. Of course, it was still far from a real domain. But just this alone was already terrifying enough. A lesser innate with energy close to a domain. It was easy to imagine how strong she was. Today is a good day. Yu Yang was completely unmoved. He was writing in his diary, preparing to commemorate this magnificent feat of touching her chest openly. Now, Yu Yang finally understood why those students called Drunken Cat Dragon Spear Lady. The reason was because of her unique battle technique. Every time she thrust it out, the spear aura would be in the shape of a dragon. Although she was furious, Drunken Cat did not lose her rationality. She used the little dragon pathfinder, with a probing nature, and flew towards Yu Yang's heart. She knew that there was a 90% chance that she was not this brat's opponent. She had to be extremely cautious, or else she might be defeated in one move. And the 10% chance of defeating him was to enter the innate realm. How to achieve that without getting drunk was the goal of today's training. For this, she agreed to the humiliating condition of letting him attack her breasts if she lost. Under such pressure, she hoped that she could break through, and break through again, and beat this brat into a fallen flowers. Insufficient technique, insufficient aura, insufficient killing intent. Yu Yang said 3 inadequacies in a row. He did not thrust the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear forward, but reversed the spearhead, rotated it, and used the end of the spear to knock away Drunken Cat's halberd. Then, with a pull, Drunken Cat lost her balance, and fell forward involuntarily. Is that so? Drunken Cat was shocked. Luckily it was just a probing move. If she had attacked with all her strength, she would probably be defeated in one move. When Yu Yang swept his spear, her waist bent backwards as if it was boneless. She bent her waist like an arch bridge and dodged the attack. The spear in her hand that was swung away revolved around her body, dissipating the force of Yu Yang's pull. With one hand pressing on the ground, Drunken Cat drilled out from between her legs like a beautiful snake, and flew towards Yu Yang. The halberd in her hand once again exploded out with a spear aura that could swallow everything, and counterattacked towards Yu Yang. Who would have thought that Yu Yang in front of her would disappear in a flash? Immediately after, he would appear behind her, very close. Drunken Cat was shocked. This kind of speed, she was unable to react at all. She gritted her teeth and thrust her halberd forward with 10 times the speed. He moved his whole body forward and escaped from Yu Yang. Drunken Cat was in danger, but she still turned around to look. If it was a real enemy, she wouldn't have done this. She would have used all her strength to defend herself. However, she knew that Yu Yang wouldn't hurt her, so she turned around to see how he would attack her. Yu Yang used the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear as a pole and pointed at the ground. He shot forward like a meteor. Before Drunken Cat could react, a flying kick landed on her round and perky buttocks. If this wasn't a competition, Drunken Cat understood that if this wasn't a competition, but a fight to the death, then she would have been heavily injured, or even dead. This brat could have pierced him with his spear and kicked him in the butt. It was just a warning. Even so, she still felt extremely humiliated. It was undeniable that this brat also had a wicked sense of humor in his warning. Of all places to kick, he just had to kick the buttocks. "I'll kill you, you big pervert." Drunken Cat borrowed the force of Yu Yang's kick and did a big turn in the air. The halberd in her hand shot towards Yu Yang like a poisonous dragon coming out of its hole. This attack carried with it the power of a dragon's roar. The air in the entire training hall became stagnant, as if a giant dragon was pouncing down from the sky. Too slow. Yu Yang calmly thrust his spear outwards. He didn't block, but borrowed the strength of the drunken cat. Big sis to move her body. It was the same technique he used to break the little dragon's probing just now. However, this time, the drunken cat Big Sis had used all her strength, and there was no possibility of stopping. Drunken Cat was quick-witted and quickly let go. The halberd flew with great force towards the opposite wall of the training hall with a roar. A thud sound was heard. The halberd that flew out of her hand was nailed deeply into the incomparably hard granite wall. Cracks spread out like a spider's web around the hole. In the air, Drunken Cat saw Yu Yang turn his spear and wanted to use the spear's tail to sweep her down. In a moment of desperation, she didn't care too much. She flew over and rushed into his embrace. Her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, preventing him from attacking. Then, she leaned back and prepared to use the arched bridge throw to smash this brat to the ground. The moment she exerted strength from her waist, Drunken Cat discovered that her waist was also being hugged by Yu Yang. One of his hands passed through her crotch and held onto her thigh. An irresistible force burst out, and he actually lifted her whole body up. "Quickly let me down." Drunken Cat shouted anxiously. She realized that if she fought him in close combat, she would be at a disadvantage. "You must admit defeat before you can let go." Yu Yang shamelessly maintained this position, continuing to enjoy the wonderful feeling of their entangled bodies. When he put Drunken Cat down, her clothes were a little messy. Her chest was heaving up and down as she panted. Her face was flushed red from embarrassment, but also red from anger. Her eyes were like the tip of a spear that could kill, almost killing Yu Yang in an instant. She stared at him for a long time. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, tidied her clothes and closed her eyes. "If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Come, I'm warning you, you're only allowed to touch me once. If you dare to touch me more than once, I'll chop it off." Actually, she knew that her chances of winning against him were not high, so why did she bet with him? Furthermore, it was this kind of bet. She couldn't understand it. Of course, she knew that if it wasn't this pervert, but some other guy, they wouldn't have made this kind of bet. She would rather die than let someone humiliate her like this. As for him, it wasn't that serious to let him humiliate her. This brat had been using his eyes to molest her for a long time, and she had already suffered a loss. Letting him touch her would only make her suffer a little more. In the future, if there was a chance, she would definitely take her revenge. Drunken Cat pretended that she didn't care, but she was actually very nervous in her heart. Her heart was beating very fast. It was as if a deer was ramming into her. Letting him touch her once was fine, but when she won, she would chop off that paw of his. Although she comforted herself like this, she still felt embarrassed and unbearable. She felt a fiery big hand reaching over, gently kneading her left breast, and then retracting it. Drunken Cat felt that it was too strange. So fast? Why didn't this big pervert take the opportunity to touch her a little longer? It was completely different from what she had imagined. When she opened her eyes, she realized that this brat was writing in his diary. Writing a diary, snatching it over to take a look, Drunken Cat's eyes immediately widened in anger, and she exploded on the spot. Because, it wrote. When I reached out to touch her, she closed her eyes and had a look of enjoyment on her face. Who had a look of enjoyment on his face? She couldn't wait to kill him, and he still had a look of enjoyment on his face? Drunken Cat was so angry that smoke came out of her 7 orifices. First, she tore the diary into pieces, then she snatched the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear from Yu Yang's hands. Like a shrew, she smashed and hit randomly, chasing after Yu Yang all the way, determined to kill him. Rumble, 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 waves of vibrations came from the training hall. City Mistress Fallen Flowers in the garden stopped watering the flowers and looked towards the distant training hall. She smiled meaningfully and continued to nurture her beloved flowers and plants. Yu Yu, who was sitting in the puppet room, picked up the puppet parts that had fallen to the ground and placed them back on the table. She sighed slightly. The little panda girl Nyo, who was helping fourth mother wash the vegetables in the kitchen, tilted her head and asked cutely, "Are brother and mother fighting?" Fourth mother smiled slightly and said gently, "They're not fighting, they're training." Yu Shuang, the little girl, hugged a snow-white pillow and walked out with sleepy eyes, so noisy. Fourth mother comforted her, "You'll be fine after a few days. Why don't mother carry you? That way, even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, you'll still be able to sleep." "Good, this little girl, it's not that you can't sleep, you just know how to act spoiled in front of mother. See if I don't spank your little butt." Although she was scolded, she still dotingly carried Yu Shuang on her back. She could only angrily spank her precious daughters but a few times, as a punishment. The little girl was not afraid at all. She hugged her mother's neck and giggled. Nyo looked at her enviously. That expression made fourth mother's heart ache for a while. She stretched out her hand and caressed Nyo's little face. "I'm tired, fourth mother will carry you to sleep too." "Thank you, fourth mother." Nyo is not tired. The little panda girl Nyo happily shook her head. Her round little face was filled with a sweet smile. Training hall. Yu Yang elegantly threw drunken cat over his shoulder, firmly throwing her onto the floor. He was so pleased with himself that he shouted, "The enemy is embarrassed, I'm going to take off her clothes." Drunken cat was actually not injured. She did a somersault and angrily grabbed Yu Yang's collar. She stared into his eyes with her murderous eyes, nose to nose, mouth to mouth, and angrily scolded, "What did you say? I lost the bet, so I let you touch me. You brat, you still want to take off my clothes? If this goes on, wouldn't I have to force myself on you in another round?" Yu Yang secretly cursed in his heart. This domineering sister had misunderstood. He hurriedly explained, "Actually, this is a misunderstanding. This sentence is the language of a very vulgar race. It means that I have defeated you." Hearing this, drunken cat became even more furious. "I let you defeat me, so you have to take off my clothes? What enemy is embarrassed? Who's embarrassed? Didn't I concede defeat just now? Brat, don't push your luck. This is really a misunderstanding." Yu Yang tried his best to hold back his laughter, but it took a lot of effort. "Then even if I defeat you, I'm going to take off your clothes." Drunken cat couldn't stand this brat's arrogance. "If you defeat me, you can say, 'The enemy is embarrassed, I'm going to take off my clothes to wash him.'" Yu Yang's words made drunken cat dumbfounded. If she defeated him, she still had to take off her clothes to wash him? This was too unfair. Is there nothing else? Drunken cat felt that these two sentences were not suitable. She was the one at a disadvantage. Also, if you defeat me, you can also say, "The enemy is embarrassed, I'm going to take off my clothes to press him." Yu Yang replied in a serious manner. Drunken cat almost fainted. This last sentence was not even as good as the first two sentences. In the end, she might as well take off her clothes to press him. It was better to lose than to win. She might as well send herself into the big bad wolf's mouth like a little lamb. Drunken cat felt as if the blood in her body was burning. She grabbed Yu Yang and roared angrily, "I'm not going to take off my clothes. If I want to take off my clothes, I'll take off your clothes. Go and die, you pervert. I'm not done with you. You want to take off my clothes? I'll bite you to death." Rumble, rumble, a new round of fighting began. That day, drunken cat made an exception and didn't drink. However, when she was eating, she glared at Yu Yang with a gaze that was even more hateful than the one that killed her father. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that she would explode at any moment, so she quickly sat beside her with Yu, not giving drunken cat a chance to flip the table. Everyone tactfully talked about the country and did not mention anything about her and Yu Yang practicing martial arts. This was to prevent her from getting angry and slamming the table. Actually, even if she didn't say anything, everyone knew that drunken cat was at a disadvantage. Not to mention that Yu Yang was extremely strong, he had also trained repeatedly. Innate level 1 was comparable to innate level 6. Even if he used the strength of a lesser innate, even if he didn't use his Nirvana flame and world exterminating wheel, drunken cat wouldn't stand a chance. Even if she became innate level 2 after getting drunk, she would still be far from it. In other words, if she wanted to defeat the lesser innate Yu Yang, she would need to level up to innate level 4, or even innate level 5. This would still require Yu Yang to use his techniques without using his beasts. I'm full. Drunken Cat angrily ate a small bowl and glared at Yu Yang before leaving the table. She was already very angry. The reason why she was able to eat at the same table as Yu Yang was because of Fourth Mother. Suppressing her desire to drink, she returned to the training hall and continued to train. Although she was angry, she wasn't stubborn. She practiced all the techniques that Yu Yang had used against her during the day, as well as the various moves that he had used against her. She thought about it over and over again, and used Yu Yang's techniques as her own. As she practiced with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, she gradually understood more and more. If she didn't try to practice, she would never know the secret behind Yu Yang's techniques. She also wouldn't know the difference between her and him. She didn't even know that the spear could be used like this, and that it could be used to counter the enemy's attacks. The more she practiced, the more shocked she became. Even though she knew that there was a huge gap between her and Yu Yang, she had never expected him to surpass her by so much in terms of battle skills. His forte was the gun. His forte should be the saber or the sword. Yu Yang didn't even need to use Hui Jin Magic Blade and Crescent Moon Blade to defeat her fallen flowers. If he really used them, then wouldn't she? Drunken Cat calmed herself down and thought carefully. She tried her best to imitate Yu Yang's moves, trying to understand his artistic conception at that time. Since he was stronger than him, it was appropriate to learn from him. It would be best if he could secretly learn more combat skills than him in the future and beat him to a pulp, angering him to death. While Drunken Cat was focused on secretly learning from him, Yu Yang began to create his own battle doll. He had already prepared most of the materials previously, and now he had the Dream Jadeite, Titan's Heart and God's Blood. Sickly Beauty had almost finished researching the 3 runic circles of the gold coffin. She estimated that it would be completed in a few days. Yu Yu, on the other hand, had sorted the blueprints of the battle doll weapons and the necessary materials to create them, waiting for Yu Yang to create them. I'll create the battle doll's Angel's Blade later. Are you really not going to upgrade your Angel's Blade? Yu Yang felt that Yu Yu's silver-ranked Angel's Blade was a little weak. Since he didn't know when the battle doll would be completed, he wanted to use the best materials to upgrade Yu Yu's Angel's Blade. No, this is already the best for me. Yu Yu quickly waved her hands. She felt a little warm in her heart when she talked about the Angel's Blade created by Yu Yang. Actually, the materials are more than enough. Yu Yang still tried to persuade her. That's just the best estimate. I'm not the main fighter, I'll heal everyone from the back. The silver-ranked Angel's Blade is already enough. Moreover, it's better than many gold-ranked treasures. Yu Yu didn't want Yu Yang to waste too many materials on her. Moreover, this silver-ranked Angel's Blade was also praised by everyone and they were all envious of it. Alright. Yu Yang gave up on persuading her and took out Yu Gong's second relic, the mysterious crystal pillar. This crystal pillar was 10 meters tall, 2 meters wide and 1 meter thick. The base was slightly bigger, the middle was straight and the top was slightly pointed. It was filled with energy and countless heaven runes were engraved on both sides of the crystal pillar. Its entire body was emitting a faint white light. Indistinctly, there was a kind of rainbow-like flowing light. At its base, there was a gap, as if a sharp treasure had dug out a piece. This was the strangest thing about Yu Yang. Yu Gong's fighting strength was not high and he wasn't strong. He didn't even have a divine weapon. How did he dig out this gap and use it as the core of the beast? Yu Yang tried before. He used the platinum-ranked Hui Jin Magic Blade to cut it, but it couldn't do anything to this mysterious crystal pillar. The Hui Jin Magic Blade had always been able to cut through other metals like it was mud. It was extremely sharp, yet it couldn't cut through the crystal pillar. Why don't I try the God-killing dagger? Yu Yu had seen Yu Yang use the God-killing dagger to cut some materials, but she didn't know if the God-killing dagger could cut through the crystal pillar. Eh? Yu Yang realized that the holy-ranked God-killing dagger was indeed different. With the support of innate qi, a small piece of the crystal the size of a grain of rice was slowly shaved off. Without the holy-ranked God-killing dagger and innate qi, how did Yu Gong make such a big gap? Yu Yang really couldn't understand. Furthermore, just shaving it off wasn't enough. The core of every puppet was made into a bead or diamond shape. How did the ghost genius Yugong manage to do this? Without Nirvana's flame, how could Yugong melt the crystal into a bead or diamond shape? With suspicions in his heart, Yu Yang used a large amount of innate qi and Nirvana's flame for half an hour to melt the crystal shards into a small crystal bead. Yu Yang was so tired that he was unbearably tired. Seeing that Yu Yang was sweating profusely from exhaustion, Yu helped him wipe his sweat over and over again. She couldn't help him with manufacturing, so she could only take care of him in his daily life. Looking at Yu Yang's troubled and confused look, Yu wished that she knew all the answers in the world and told him all the secrets, so that his furrowed brows could relax. This was because Yu Yang didn't know how to make the crystal bead, and the real puppet grimoire didn't have any relevant records. Yu Yang could only use the stupidest method. That was to use violence. Raising his explosive power to innate level 3, he used the god-killing dagger and innate qi to shoot out a sharp sword, slowly cutting the base of the crystal pillar. Every cut line was slowly melted with Nirvana's flame, separating the base from the pillar. He then cut the base into pieces of crystal of different sizes. The smaller ones were a few kilograms, the bigger ones were tens of kilograms. In order to cut these, Yu Yang was exhausted. There must be a way, but unfortunately Yu Yang didn't know. Using violence would only result in half the effort. Fortunately, he had innate qi and Nirvana's flame. If not, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to this crystal pillar. Let's rest for a while. Yu could only pass him water and wipe his sweat. She really wished that she could help Yu Yang more, but she couldn't do anything. What method is it exactly? How did the ghost genius Yugong chew a hole in the crystal pillar? Yu Yang kept asking himself. Yu really wanted to tell him, but she didn't know the answer either. I heard that Yugong's body was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Without any treasures, let alone cutting the crystal pillar, he wouldn't even be able to move a big piece of it. This isn't tofu. Yu Yang really admired Yugong. This guy was really a ghost genius, he really couldn't compare to him. Yu wiped Yu Yang's sweat and massaged his shoulders. Seeing his comfortable expression, she used more strength. She felt that she could only do these things for him. She was really useless. She was not smart enough, so she couldn't help him. If only Xue Wuxia or Princess Sisai were here, especially Xue Wuxia. She had always been the biggest inspiration to him. Maybe she would have a way. Yu Yang thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of Yugong's secret method. He could only continue to use violence. When Yu retreated, she saw the materials on the ground. She quickly bent down to pick them up, but unexpectedly, her forehead bumped into the meteorite essence protruding from the table. She held her forehead in pain. She endured the pain and stood up. She didn't want Yu Yang to be distracted and affect his work. She felt that something was wrong with her hand. She stretched out her hand to take a look and realized that there was a little blood stain on her finger. The tender skin on her forehead was scratched. She prepared to secretly use the healing water to heal herself without letting Yu Yang know. Just as she summoned the water ball, an indescribable enlightenment flashed in her heart, causing her to scream. Why are you injured? Yu Yang raised his head and realized that Yu Yu's forehead was bleeding. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Quickly try. Master Yugong's body is weak, his face is pale and bloodless. He might have lost blood for a long period of time. I mean, Master Yugong might have used fresh blood. Maybe his blood has some kind of effect. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel that blood might be useful. I don't know if this is correct either, but I just thought of it. Yu was afraid that the enlightenment in her mind would disappear, so she quickly shouted it out. Although she wasn't sure if it was correct, the feeling in her heart was indeed correct. Blood? Yu Yang's body shook when he heard it. His eyes shone brightly. After Yu pointed it out, he immediately understood. He hurriedly picked up a crystal shard and held it in his hand. He then used the god-killing dagger to cut his palm. But the crystal shard that was stained with fresh blood did not move at all. There was no reaction even after a long time. Yu was disappointed. Seeing that her brother trusted her without hesitation, but she had told him the wrong method, she felt extremely guilty. She rushed over and hugged his arm. With tears in her eyes, she wanted to help him heal the wound on his palm. A drop of tear fell on the crystal shard that was stained with fresh blood. Suddenly, a strange light shone. The crystal shard emitted a dazzling white light, and countless heaven runes flew out, floating in the air. Seeing this scene, Yu was so excited that she almost suffocated. Success. Blood alone was not enough, there must be tears. Yu really wanted to hug her brother and cry. She was finally of some use. Yu Yang injected his innate qi into the crystal shard. The runes immediately interweaved into a mysterious pattern and returned to him. The hard crystal shard melted into water like ice and slowly accumulated, forming a small jelly-like ball. Yu Yang used his thoughts to control it. He could easily turn it into a small crystal bead. He could also turn it into a diamond-shaped crystal caltrip. He could change it as he pleased. When Yu Yang stopped controlling it, the diamond-shaped crystal caltrip emitted a bright light again. It quickly hardened and returned to its crystal state. However, its shape had already changed to the diamond shape that Yu Yang wanted. Success! Success! Yu hugged Yu Yang, crying and laughing at the same time. She was so excited that it was hard to describe. Sister Yu, you are really my lucky star. Yu Yang also hugged Yu excitedly. He couldn't contain his joy and threw her above his head, reaching out to catch her. Hey, Xiao-san, put me down. Don't do this, someone will see. Yu let him throw her a few times. She suddenly remembered that she was his second sister and hurriedly stopped him. At the moment when Yu Yang threw her up, she spread out her angel's blade and floated in the air. With a somersault, she landed 2 meters away, refusing to let him catch her again. No wonder the ghost genius Yu Gong, a weak and sickly scholar, could make such a hole. Thank you, Sister Yu. Hey, your injury is not healed yet. Yu Yang didn't seem to realize that their intimate actions just now were very ambiguous. He hurriedly used his innate qi to heal her. It's nothing, it's just a scratch. Yu wanted to reject him. However, seeing his attentive face, her heart softened and she let him heal her. She closed her eyes and felt his warm hand gently caressing her forehead. Her wound felt cool. It didn't hurt, but she felt happy. It was good to have a brother. Just like that, during the day, Yu Yang became drunk and Kat's sparring partner and teased her while he was at it. At night, he concentrated on making battle dolls. With the ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet encyclopedia and the Black Hell King's 3 ancient battle dolls from 6,000 years ago as reference, Yu Yang progressed very quickly with all the necessary materials. He had already broken the 3 battle dolls from the Black Hell King's secret base many times and studied them repeatedly. The 3 battle dolls did not have a gender, but they were made to look like females. Maybe this could confuse people, because very few people would suspect that a beauty was a puppet. Yu Yang realized that the interior of the 3 battle dolls were similar, just like Kai-E. As for the other 2 combat puppets, they were named Black Cloak and White Cloak respectively. Only their height and body shape were slightly different, but if one completely cut open the simulated human skin and muscles, the composition inside would be almost exactly the same. Compared to the ancient battle dolls in the golden coffin, these 3 battle dolls were only average. Yu Gong's transforming battle dolls, due to the limited conditions, were either low or average. Because of the passing of time, technology had disappeared. Battle dolls that were above average and high quality had all disappeared. The battle dolls that the ghost genius Yu Gong designed with life, consciousness, and emotions belonged to the highest quality, similar to the blueprint in the golden coffin. There were a few notes on the blueprint. Actually, there was a type of extremely high-quality battle dolls that appeared in the immemorial era. This type of battle dolls could freely change between human and battle dolls. It had all the characteristics of a human and battle dolls. Not only did it have life, consciousness, rationality, and emotions, it also had a soul. This type of extremely high-quality battle dolls only existed in legends and were equivalent to transcendental divine weapons. The battle dolls in the golden coffin and Yu Gong's idea were almost the same. Once it was successfully made, it would undoubtedly be a wholly ranked battle dolls. It could even become a humanoid divine weapon. As for Kai-E, Hei-E, and Bai-E, the 3 ancient battle dolls, they could probably be considered platinum ranked. If Yu Yang thought of a way to perfect them and added runes to them, they might even be able to reach the peak of platinum ranked. Of course, it was probably impossible for the 3 battle dolls to evolve into saint-grade battle dolls with life. Furthermore, if Yu Yang had that kind of ability, he might as well level up his Crescent Moon and Huijin Magic Blade to Holy Ranked. At the very least, he would be able to increase the power of his weapons. The Huijin Magic Blade still had a future. After all, it still had the Titan's blood. If it could successfully fuse with the Demon Dragon's crystal and molten flame core, in addition to the silver soul pearl from the golden box that sealed the demon statue and the dark soul pearl from the white jade beetle that sealed the demon's shadow, the 5 of them would be completely fused together. In addition to Yu Yang's runes, leveling it up to a holy ranked equipment shouldn't be a problem. However, Yu Yang's current ambition was to level it up to a divine ranked equipment. He was probably still lacking in materials. God's blood, God's water, God's meteorite molten gold, Titan's heart, crystal body, dream jadeite and other peerless treasures had to be left behind to fulfill Yu Gong's 3rd wish. Hence, Yu Yang decided to temporarily stop upgrading his Huijin Magic Blade. Firstly, he did not have enough materials. Secondly, he had the god-killing dagger, which was enough for now. Thirdly, the Black Hell King had not arrived yet. It wouldn't be too late to upgrade the Huijin Magic Blade when he was ready to fight. I say, Xiao-san, why don't you slow down? It's not good for your body to bleed so much all of a sudden. Yu Yu's heart ached for Yu Yang's crazy actions. I'm fine. Yu Yang used the god-killing dagger to cut open his palm and dripped a large amount of blood. His body's self-healing ability was extremely fast. His wounds healed at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Even if it was a big wound, it would stop bleeding after a while. Yu Yang had no choice but to cut open his blood vessels repeatedly to let his blood flow out to melt the crystal pillar. Yu Yu's heart ached so much that her tears fell like rain. She didn't even need to prepare her emotions, her tears flowed down like rain. Yu Yang melted the crystal pillar into whatever form he wanted, and then fused it with the crystal man's body that he obtained from the crystal canyon. He used Nirvana's flame to refine the purest and best quality parts to create the body of the battle doll that was Yu Yang's 3rd wish. Even if he used up all of his crystals, and even borrowed a large amount of crystals from the Tianluo Kingdom's treasury, Yu Yang could only refine the crystal essence that was about the size of a watermelon. It wasn't possible to make it into an adult, but it was still possible to make it into a child's body. He used the best and best quality parts to make the body. And the crystal essence, which was 1 grade lower, was used to make the crystal doll's 2nd form. According to the ancient blueprint in the golden coffin, this battle doll had 3 forms. The first was the daily life form, the second was the training and learning form, and the third was the battle armor form. The 3rd form was to add meteorite adamantine, mithril, and other metals, allowing her to fuse into one and achieve the form of an armored battle angel. It was a pity that Yu Yang didn't know how to turn the crystal doll into a human body. Otherwise, he would definitely try to make a supreme divine equipment from the immemorial era, the battle angel. The god's blood had already been purified by Yu Yang using Nirvana's flame. Yu Yang even added his own blood into it, allowing the 2 to fuse and form a new kind of blood. Originally, this was impossible. The god's blood would never fuse with any other blood, even if it was another kind of god's blood. However, Yu Yang's bold attempt had inexplicably succeeded. A large drop of new god's blood was born. It would become the crystal doll's source of life. As for the crystal doll's blood, it was made from the blood of Yu Yu, city mistress fallen flowers and sickly beauty. Although their blood could not be mixed, after the fusion of the god's water and the new god's blood, Yu Yang succeeded once again. However, he realized that this was not enough. If he wanted the crystal doll to look like a human child, he would need more blood from women. Not only Yu Bing, Inan and Drunken Cat, even little Shuang Er and the little panda girl Nonyo had taken a bit of their blood to make the new blood. Only 4th mother refusing to let Yu Yang study her blood. This made Yu Yang very puzzled and felt that she was very mysterious. Yu Yang had already confirmed the name list. It was okay if the blood essence was not enough, there were still Impatience, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai and the others. If it was really not enough, he could ask Sky Disaster, Night Empress and Ji Zun. Maybe they would be willing to give him some blood. There was also hornless dragon Jiang, Lu Yi, Xia Yi, and the little elf girl who looked no different from human girls. Their blood was also a backup. As for his own beasts, needless to say, Lamia lowly little Wenli, bloody Queen Red, golden crown thorny flower Queen Duo and barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man were all added at the end. Of course, this addition was not the most urgent. The problem that Yu Yang was facing now was how to combine the divine molten meteorite gold and the Titan's heart together. The divine molten meteorite gold could be said to be a must. It would be a divine weapon that would grow and evolve together with the crystal doll. Moreover, it would be connected to all kinds of weapons and armors. Without it, it would be the same as eating fruits and there would not be a third armor form. It would be impossible without the Titan's heart, because it would provide the most powerful energy. The Titan's heart was better than any dragon crystal, because Yu Yang had not seen any giant dragon that was heaven rank. The Titan's heart originated from the injured ancient Titan Wu Su, who was still heaven rank level 1. After being refined by Yu Yang's nirvana heart, the essence of the ancient Titan's energy was preserved. Moreover, it was very small and suitable to be a strong heart that provided the battle angel's energy. Yu Yang had not thought of the best way to combine the two. However, according to the introduction of the blueprint, he knew that the Titan's heart could be placed in the second form, and the divine molten meteorite gold could be connected from the first form to the second and third form. How could he achieve the perfect combination? How could he guarantee a 100% success rate? Yu Yang was still thinking. Actually, there is a way, and that is to use the dream jadeite. City Mistress Fallen Flowers gave an idea to Yu Yang. It's too risky. I think this brat's dreams are all erotic dreams, he will definitely fail. Drunken Cat firmly opposed, she was not optimistic at all. Dream jadeite, the dream jadeite and the wishing Dutchman's pipe are known as the two wish treasures of the Tong Tian Tower. It has a very magical power, it can fulfill the wishes of the owner in their dreams, no matter how big or small the wish is, it will be fulfilled strictly according to the owner's dream, and it can reflect the owner's truest dreams. All wishes are limited to the manifestation of the laws. When it exceeds the laws and cannot be materialized, the dream jadeite will shatter and disappear forever. Yu Yang knew the effects of this treasure a few days ago, but he did not dare to use it. It could be said that this was the best treasure in the world. It could also be said that this was the worst treasure in the world. Everything depended on the person who used it. If it was a madman who wanted to conquer the world or become a god, it would definitely shatter and turn into nothingness. If an honest commoner used it and wanted to turn a stone into gold, this wish would probably be fulfilled 99% of the time. In the ancient era of Tong Tian Tower, there was a type of warrior who could use summoned beasts to control dreams. They were called the dream-controlling summoner. They specialized in helping people realize their dreams, but this profession had already disappeared 8,000 years ago. If Drunken Cat did not go to the Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri's imperial study to borrow an ancient book, Yu Yang would not have known about this profession. What was in Yu Yang's dream? Were they all erotic dreams? Of course not. The reason why Yu Yang did not dare to use it was because he dreamed of entering the heavenly sword goddess space to train. If this dream was faithfully reflected, and Luo Hua City Mistress, Yu Yu, and the others found out about his secret, then he would be done for. That was why he did not dare to look at the dream jadeite all this while. He was afraid that this thing would be too mystical and reveal his secret. It's a pity that Fourth Mother does not know what you really want, otherwise I could help you try. Fourth Mother sighed regretfully. What? Yu Yang was secretly shocked. Could it be that Fourth Mother's profession was the dream-controlling summoner that had been lost for 8,000 years? If she was not good at it, she would definitely not say it like this. If she was good at controlling dreams, even if she was not a dream-controlling summoner, she would still be a special person. Normal people could not control their own dreams, but with Fourth Mother's strength, she could control dreams. This could not help but be suspicious. Of course, Yu Yang did not dare to say it directly, he would observe it slowly in the future. Try it yourself, Sanner, with your willpower, you should be able to control dreams. Fourth Mother opened her mouth to speak, as if she wanted to teach Yu Yang something, but in the end, she did not say it. She waved her hand and left with Xuan Er and Nyonyo, as if she had not said anything, and returned to her original appearance of an ordinary mother. Yu Yang really wanted to learn from her, but this could not be forced. Anyway, it was good to try it. If he broke this piece, he could just spend a lot of money to buy another piece from the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Yu Yu also supported Yu Yang. Xiao-san, try it, I think you will definitely succeed. Although everyone supported him, Yu Yang decided to postpone it for a while. He was prepared to collect the blood of Lu Yi, Xia Yi, and the little elf girl to refine more blood essence and make more preparations. It was a pity that Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Impatience, Night Empress, and Jizun were not here, otherwise the results would be better. Yu Yang returned to the Yu clan castle and found Lu Yi. When he was collecting Lu Ye's blood, Bao Er came over and asked, "Do you want my blood?" This. Yu Yang did not know if the Golden Elf's blood could fuse with humans, but in order not to disregard the Golden Elf Loli's good intentions, he nodded. "I'm afraid of pain, just a little bit will do." Bao Er was usually afraid of pain, but when she saw Lu Yi agreeing to Yu Yang's request without hesitation, she stood up for the first time in her life and expressed her support for his research. As for the ox-head Fan Luan Tai, she saw that Yu Yang was a little hesitant to collect Bao Er's blood. She knew that this brat only wanted the blood of human beauties, and her own blood would probably not be of use. She snorted and moved away from him. After eating the titan meat, the ox-head Fan Luan Tai's body had already soared to 4 meters. Her strength had at least doubled. Her level had also risen from level 7 intermediate, overlord, to level 8 beginner, emperor. If she drank the titan blood refined by Yu Yang later on, she would probably be able to level up. Actually, it was not only her, even the ox-head Liao and the 4 orc girls had also improved rapidly. The titan meat had an extremely good effect on the ox-head and orc races, but for humans, the effect was not great. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others joked that the ox-head and orc's digestive power was comparable to beasts. It was indeed like that. Yu Yang had never thought that the oxmen and orcs would level up so quickly after eating the titan meat. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers were fine, they dared to eat the titan meat. In order to improve their strength, they went all out. On the other hand, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo were extremely against it. They would rather lose a chance to evolve than eat the titan's meat. Of course, if it was Yu Yang, he wouldn't eat it either. Even if the ancient titan was huge, it was still a humanoid creature. The feeling of eating a titan's meat was a little weird. It was fine if Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo didn't eat it, as no one forced them to eat it. However, Yan Pejun and Feng Qisha were in trouble. They didn't want to eat it, so the elders of the clan forced them to eat it. In the end, they almost vomited. Fortunately, they managed to absorb some energy, or else they would have cried to death. Lin En, Anna and Bao Er would definitely not eat it. The golden elves rarely ate meat, their staple food was fruits and vegetables. After keeping the 2 girls' blood, Yu Yang headed towards the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Back to the Thunder Fortress. What made him feel strange was that there seemed to be an intense battle in the Thunder Fortress. Could it be that the Sea Clan had attacked? Since the Sea Clan was attacking, why didn't the fat toad inform him? With doubts in his heart, Yu Yang stepped into the door. "Young master, you're finally back. You don't know how exciting the battle was. It was simply earth-shattering, the sun and the moon lost their light." The fat toad eagerly welcomed Yu Yang and reported the good news to him before he even entered the door. It can be summarized in one sentence. The few worshippers repelled the Sea Clan's rude provocation. Butler Yan Zhang's words had always been concise. The fat toad complained loudly, indicating that what he said was not convincing at all. He added to the story with a great deal of embellishment, until his spittle was flying in all directions. Finally, Yu Yang understood the ins and outs of the story. It turned out that the Sea Clan had already found out that Little Titan had a small residence in the Thunder Fortress. They originally wanted the owner of the Thunder Fortress, King Chong Ni, to expel Little Titan's subordinates, but they were rejected by King Chong Ni. The Sea Clan's Empress Jellyfish sent a special envoy to order the Little Titan Merchant Group's employees, slaves, and any subordinates related to Little Titan to surrender immediately. She also confiscated all of Little Titan's properties in the Thunder Fortress. Forget about the hybrid fishmen supporting them, even if they didn't, the fat toad Jiade and the rest would still not surrender. Hence, under the situation where there was no official war, the two sides decided to use a battle between experts to determine the winner. This was also the 3 versus 3 battle of Tongtian Tower. with King Chong and I as the witness, Little Titan's subordinates, Blood River, Mountain Elf, Ma Long, Mr. Chen and other innates secretly assisted them, fought against Empress Jellyfish's special envoy group. Originally, everyone thought that the special envoy group, which was full of experts, would definitely win against Little Titan's subordinates. However, when Octopus Man, Boss Pantan, Swordfish Man Blast, Whale Zhang and Cancer Man Ao appeared, the opposing experts were all dumbfounded. Forget about Octopus Man Boss, Swordfish Man Blast and Whale Zhang who were level 8 innates, even the weakest Mudskipper Man Sui Zue would be able to defeat them. Although they had become hybrid fishmen, they were still supreme innates from thousands of years ago. King Chong and I was shocked. He quickly mediated, but the special envoy group had to admit defeat and pay a large amount of money to redeem themselves. The Sea clan suffered heavy losses. Unless they used all their strength, they would not be able to take down the Thunder Fortress which was guarded by a few hybrid fishmen. However, the Sea clan was facing division and independence. Empress Jellyfish urgently needed innate rankers to subdue her people, so it was impossible to fight against the hybrid fishmen. On the second day, she sent someone to deliver a non-interference agreement. She even postponed the plan of sending Sea clan soldiers to the Soaring Dragon continent to take revenge. I see. With regards to this result, Yu Yang had already expected it. Even if there were no hybrid fishmen guarding this place, they would not let the Sea clan occupy it. King Chong and I, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Mr. Chen would definitely not allow them to do so. This scene was just a show put up by King Chong and I and the other old foxes for Empress Jellyfish to see. Moreover, even if the Sea clan occupied the Thunder Fortress, it would be a piece of cake for Yu Yang to take it back. Could it be that the Sea clan could carry the Thunder Fortress back to the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower? Xia, who was wearing a police uniform, suddenly said, I also fought. Although I didn't win, I didn't lose either. Fat Toad nodded his head hurriedly and flattered her, yes, Miss Xia fought against a lesser innate. If it wasn't for that fellow who escaped from the arena, he would have become a salted fish. Miss Xia is undoubtedly the main contributor in this battle. Yanjing the butler reminded, there are still a few guests waiting at King Chongni's place, do you want to arrange a time? Yu Yang felt that it would be better to wait for a while, so he waved his hands. In front of the lakeside house, a few hybrid fishmen were still eating and drinking. Yu Yang walked over and threw a few pieces of Titan's meat to them. Octopus Man Boss smelled it and his face changed. Swordfish Man Blast looked at Yu Yang and exclaimed, what meat is this? An Elder Innate Realm creature? You can kill an Elder Innate Realm creature now? Mudskipper Man Sui Zue was so scared that he almost fainted. He kept shouting that he couldn't believe it and that this was an illusion. He bit down fiercely. Gotcha. Mudskipper Man's face immediately turned bitter. This was because his sharp teeth were not able to bite through the Titan's meat in his hand. Instead, one of his teeth was broken. He took out the bloody broken tooth from his mouth and gasped in pain, what the hell is this meat? Even my teeth can't bite through it. Look, I broke one of my teeth. It's fine now. If the original owner of this meat was still alive, you wouldn't be able to cut through it even with a platinum-ranked sword. Yu Yang's words scared Mudskipper Man Sui Zue so much that he shivered and wanted to pee. Good fella, we really haven't eaten the meat of an Elder Innate Realm creature. This time, we have to taste it. Whale Zhang nodded heavily and clapped his hands. Hurry up and tell us the answer. What is it? My chest is about to explode from curiosity. Crabman Ao wanted to know what the meat Yu Yang gave him the most. Ancient Titan. Yu Yang's words made the few hybrid fishmen petrified. They didn't know how long Yu Yang had left, but they finally recovered from the shock. The Octopus Man Boss wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, this brat's growth is too scary. He had just killed the Ocean Emperor a few days ago, and now he can already kill the Ancient Titan. This kind of growth speed, I really can't imagine. Mudskipper Man laughed dryly, what are you afraid of, we are not his enemy. This kid has a bright future, we might as well follow him in the future. Swordfish Man Blast snorted, nonsense. Returning to the main residence of the lakeside house, the half-elf girl came out to welcome him happily. She had made some mistakes last time, but this time she did a good job. After knowing that Yu Yang had returned, she had prepared everything. The table was filled with food. She had prepared hot water and the most comfortable massage technique. Other than the gentle service, there was also a wonderful song and dance performance. The half-elf girl had specially practiced a beautiful dance and performed it for Yu Yang like a child presenting a treasure. She even pulled Xiaoyi over to give him a fashion show. The few uniforms that Yu Yang had designed previously were all completed by the half-elf girl. There were policewomen, sergeants, air stewardesses, nurses, office ladies, queens, princesses, students, maids and many other uniforms. Seeing this, Yu Yang almost howled like a wolf and almost pushed the two girls down on the spot. Does it look good? I still have a lot of things to do. If I have a little more time, it might be even better. The half-elf girl wearing a maid outfit and cat ears on her head was so cute that she could instantly kill any otaku. Pervert, this kind of clothes can't be worn to meet people at all. Xiaoyi was wearing a military cap, leather jacket, shorts, fishnet stockings, and high heels. She was a delinquent girl's outfit. She was extremely hot, wild, and captivating. The only flaw was that her breasts were not big enough, otherwise this outfit would definitely make Yu Yang have a nosebleed. In front of others, Xiaoyi would definitely not wear this outfit, let alone wear a silver cross around her neck and add rivets to her collar. Of course, Yu Yang could not be 100% satisfied. He must be strict with girls who had the potential to be taught. He pointed at Xiaoyi and criticized, "You can't wear underwear under fishnet stockings." Xiaoyi immediately objected, "Then won't you see everything? This leather jacket is full of holes, it can't cover at all. And this damned pants, it's so short that it's exposing my butt." Nonsense, the pants should be cut shorter, or else it won't match the golden ratio and won't be able to show off her curves. This outfit is meant to be wild, how can it be worn like a quail? The clothes should also be shorter, exposing your navel. It's best if it reaches your chest, but the sleeves must be long. After Yu Yang reprimanded her, Xiaoyi was very angry. She had let a pervert like you see it, and you still think it's not good? You know that my breasts are not big, but you still want to wear this kind of damned clothes. As for that big-breasted half-elf girl slave, she wrapped herself tightly and insisted on using her big breasts to burst the clothes. What kind of perverted mentality is this? I understand, I will definitely improve it to be more perfect. The half-elf girl was the most obedient, always obeying any of his requests unconditionally. Young master, there are 3 guests outside. They don't belong to any family, but they specifically want to see you. The maid came in to report. Yu Yang was slightly stunned. If the maid came in to report, it meant that Fat Toad and Yanjing the butler couldn't stop the other party. They didn't even know the other party's name, so who could it be? Xiaoyi quietly stopped the maid and asked if it was a man or a woman. Once she heard that it was a woman, she immediately followed Yu Yang. But the half-elf girl didn't care about this at all. She happily hummed a little tune and changed the clothes that Yu Yang had pointed out, as if it was the most important thing in the world. Yu Yang stepped out of the guest hall and immediately sweated. "It's you guys?" The people who came were Shark King, Hai Ingguo, and Big-Headed Fish King. Shark King was tall, had a unique appearance and was extremely powerful. No matter how he disguised himself, it would not be effective. He did not disguise himself and came as usual. Big-Headed Fish King also did not disguise himself. He still had a funny look with a big head and a small body. Hai Ingguo, on the other hand, made herself look very mysterious. She wore a thick cloak and imitated Yu Yang by wearing a mask. However, her mask was a silver-ranked coral mask. It only covered half of her face, leaving the area below the lips empty. She did not wear the Ocean Emperor's armor today, nor did she hold the Ocean Emperor's halberd. Instead, she held a white whale staff like many Sea Clan elders. However, no matter how she disguised herself, Yu Yang could see through her at a glance. When Yu Yang came out, everyone retreated. Only Xiaoyi was still hiding in the corner and peeping. She did not want to eavesdrop on the secret, but to peep at Hai Ingguo. At the same time, Hai Ingguo's eyes hidden behind the coral mask were also looking at Xiaoyi, who was wearing a biker gang delinquent girl outfit. Both sides were silent as they sized each other up. Shark King was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. He went straight to the point and said, "Our intention is very simple, we want to cooperate." Did I hear wrongly? Yu Yang laughed. The chess piece that was laid out earlier had taken effect. Moreover, it was earlier than he expected. He thought he would have to wait for a while, but it was much earlier than he expected. Let's talk about the basis of cooperation. Both of us have a common enemy, which is the Sea clan. You did not hear wrongly. The Sea clan will definitely send troops to the Soaring Dragon continent. Empress Jellyfish must use revenge as an excuse to continue controlling the clan. Because the clan has no leader, it is in chaos. If there is no war, it will quickly fall apart. Also, other than the Ocean Emperor, the most powerful nine-headed sea goblin king is preparing to seize power. He is Empress Jellyfish's lover and is a level 9 innate. Although he is not bad, he does not have enough prestige. He must use the expedition to the Soaring Dragon continent to increase his prestige and achieve his goal of becoming the Ocean Emperor. Shark King said honestly. Aren't you leading the Sea clan army? Yu Yang asked. On the surface, this expedition to the Soaring Dragon continent is led by me, but it's actually just a diversion. Empress Jellyfish transferred me away from the Tong Tian Tower 7th floor so that it would be more convenient. Because of the death of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, she hates me to the bone. It is impossible for her to let me hold power again. Shark King laughed bitterly. What do you think? Yu Yang asked again. I don't care about anything else, as long as I can fulfill my father's last wish and help my sister regain the throne of the Sea Empress. Sea King also hated the clan too. Clan. The tragedy of the Ocean Emperor was indirectly caused by Empress Jellyfish and the rest. Especially the scandal of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince being a fake Crown Prince, Shark King was even more furious. The death of the Ocean Emperor Guanlan was due to the grudges of the previous generation. He could not do anything about it, but his father had passed on his power and bloodline to his sister before he died. Hence, what he wanted to do the most was to kill Empress Jellyfish and Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, so that his sister could inherit his father's legacy and become the true female Ocean Emperor that controlled the seas. Yu Yang muttered to himself for a while, then nodded his head in the end. We can cooperate, but what do you have to cooperate with me? Information. Yu Yang smiled. We can work together, but what do you have to work with me? Yu Yang laughed, then tell me about it. Shark King reached into his bosom and took out a special rune scroll, passing it to Yu Yang. This is something similar to the blood flower map. It's called the three-colored map. There are a total of 3 of them. Yours is gold, mine is black, and the one in my sister's hand is silver. When you write on the map, cross only, the writing will appear on my scroll map. When I write on the map, the writing will appear on my sister's scroll. Likewise, when she writes, you will see it. The 3-color map has this kind of transmission. With it, you can ask me anything you want, and my sister will tell you what I say. Of course, it is limited to once a day. Yu Yang nodded. This 3-color map was good stuff. With it, Shark King, who was in the enemy's camp, would be the best spy. He would be able to release the latest information at any time. The only flaw was that the words transmitted were too little. There were only 10 words. Also, it was limited to once a day. It's fine if you don't tell me about the Sea clan. Other than Nine-Headed Sea Goblin King, I believe that the other old fellows are not your match. Shark King looked at Yu Yang and said solemnly. What I want to tell you now is the information about the other 2 clans. Winged Clan and Underworld Clan? Yu Yang frowned when he heard it. That's right. Shark King nodded. The Winged Clan has always lived in the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Their highest leader is the Sky Emperor. The Winged Clan is similar to humans. They have wings on their back. They are handsome and androgynous. It is said that every 500 years, a batch will be born in the birth pool. Their average lifespan is 2,000 years. Their average strength is very strong. They are the strongest in the 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower. They occupy the biggest sky island. It is said that they are the descendants of the Winged Clan of Heaven Realm. And the Sky Emperor is the most talented one in the clan for thousands of years. He was born with a holy body. After contracting a grimoire, he also has a radiant angel as his guardian beast. Yu Yang listened quietly and thought to himself. The descendants of the Winged Clan call themselves angels. Actually, they are different from the angels in Heaven Realm. It is said that angels originally had genders. But for some reason, the Winged Clan lost their male and female characteristics and became androgynous. The Winged Clan used to be a very strong clan in Tongtian Tower. They had assisted the three great leaders of Heaven Realm in conquering the Soaring Dragon continent. But after the previous generation's Sky Emperor was killed by the invincible Prison Emperor, the clan was almost exterminated. The entire clan fell for 5,000 years. They only recovered after 1,000 years and rose again under the leadership of the current generation's Sky Emperor Ba Yi. Shark King paused for a while. The Sky Emperor Ba Yi's strength should surpass my father's. He already possesses more than 3 holy ranked equipments. He has already formed an alliance with the Black Hell King and Empress Jellyfish and decided to attack Tongtian Tower. What about the Emperor of the Underworld? Yu Yang also guessed that the Sky Emperor would not be willing to be left out. He was not surprised by Ba Yi's actions. Hai Yingwu thought that Yu Yang would be surprised. She did not think that he would be so calm. Humph. Xia Yi felt that Yu Yang was just putting up a front. Since the Black Hell Army and the Sea Clan had joined forces to invade the Soaring Dragon continent, he did not care about the addition of the Winged Clan. Shark King paused for a while. The Emperor of the Underworld is a very mysterious rancor. He is in the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower and rules an outer realm that is even bigger than the Demon Abyss. He might be the strongest between the Ocean Emperor and the Sky Emperor. He is almost as strong as the Dragon Emperor. However, they have not fought each other, so we cannot know the truth. Currently, he does not have any plans to send any troops to the Soaring Dragon continent. However, in response to the Black Hell King's invitation, he said that he would go to the Soaring Dragon continent to watch the battle and meet you. Yu Yang laughed. Good, this guy Zodiac is like a monkey, he is too smart. He did not offend either side, did not lose a single soldier and could reap benefits from the middle. You can't help but admire him. Hai Yingwu finally could not take it anymore. She did not understand why Yu Yang was so optimistic and warned, there are many people like the Emperor of the Underworld. For example, the great Emperor of Ziwei Shun Tian, the Black Prince, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and a large group of innate rankers. You would not be able to defeat them even if you grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Do you know why they joined forces? It is because they are afraid that you will become the new prison emperor. That is why they want to kill you at all costs. As for the treasures in the gods' ruins, they will first get rid of you, their biggest competitor, and then slowly divide them. Ah. Xia Yi's face turned pale when she heard this. Any one of them was a supreme innate that could shake the entire Tongtian Tower. If they joined forces to kill the big pervert, Little Titan, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Although Xia Yi was usually very angry with Yu Yang and felt that he was an eyesore, she would quarrel with him whenever she saw him, otherwise she would not be able to get rid of her anger. But now that she heard that he was facing the biggest crisis, she could not help but feel anxious for him. She really hated herself for not having the strength, otherwise she could help him. Even if it was just to help him kill a strong enemy, why was she always a weakling? He said that she could become stronger, why should she reject him? Xia Yi stomped her feet heavily, leaving a footprint on the hard ground and quickly left. She clenched her fists, as if she had made a decision. Shun Tian and the Black Prince are just fence-sitters, they are not the biggest threat. Shark King shook his head. The enemies that we should be more wary of should be the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe and the few Demon Kings of the Demon Abyss. One is the strongest tribe in Tongtian Tower, the other is the most numerous and bloodthirsty tribe in Tongtian Tower. Their strength should not be underestimated. But I do not have any interactions with these 2 tribes, so I do not know their information. Maybe you can try it yourself. The Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe has a good impression of you, maybe you can fight for it. As for the few Demon Kings, they are the most troublesome. Even the Black Hell Army and the Sea Clan are very afraid of the Demon Army. The Demon Abyss and the Soaring Dragon continent are both on the 1st floor of Tongtian Tower. The price of sacrifice is not very high. The Demon Army can enter the ancient passage and reach the Soaring Dragon continent easily. As for the Sea Clan, the Winged Clan and the Black Hell Army, each of their soldiers have to pay 10 times the price to be teleported into the ancient passage. Once they fail, their vitality will be greatly damaged. Well said, I am least afraid of numbers. Let them come in large numbers, this way they will be more heavily injured. Yu Yang laughed. Shark King, you are indeed the most outstanding son of the Ocean Emperor. With such an ally, why should I give up what is close at hand and seek what is far away? Alright, from today onwards, we are allies. I am willing to swear a blood oath, no matter the outcome of this battle, I will never betray you. I am willing to die even if I have to die. Shark King cut his arm with his dagger, blood dripping down. Same oath. Yu Yang took out his dragon-slaying dagger and cut a wound on his palm. Yu Yang looked at Shark King very seriously, then looked at Hai Yingguo. He raised his blood-stained right hand. No matter the outcome of this battle, as long as I, Yu Yang, am still breathing, I will never betray my ally. If we win, I agree to give the spoils of war to the Ocean Emperor's son, Shark King, and daughter, Hai Yingguo, so that they can have the vast ocean. I will help the Ocean Emperor's daughter, Hai Yingguo, to regain the position of the Ocean Emperor. I will never go back on my word. A teardrop quietly fell from Hai Yingguo's coral mask. She walked forward and pulled the dragon-slaying dagger from Yu Yang's hand. She also used it to cut his palm. Then she knelt down, raised her bloody hand and swore firmly, Hai Yingguo swears, if the man in front of me can fulfill my father's and brother's wish and regain the position of the Ocean Emperor, Hai Yingguo will worship the man in front of me as the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower. From then on, I will lead my clan to be forever loyal, never betray you, and protect you from generation to generation. If I go back on my word, the descendants of the Ocean Emperor clan will be cursed forever, never to be redeemed. After the blood oath, Yu Yang, Shark King and Hai Yingguo discussed for a while and agreed on all kinds of secret words. After that, Shark King went to find the hybrid fishman. He would not be able to hide his identity, and if Empress Jellyfish found out, she would definitely be suspicious. So, he pretended to come for revenge and was injured by Octopus Man Boss and Swordfish Man Blast. It was more reasonable. Hai Yingguo stayed behind and did not follow her brother back to Fire Island. After Yu Yang returned to his room, Xiaoyi rushed out from the corridor like an arrow and stopped Hai Yingguo, who was resting with the maid. Hey, you, why are you staying? Xiaoyi asked Yu Yang just now, and based on what she had seen and heard, she already knew that Hai Yingguo was the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. She was even more vigilant. Xiaoyi had no enmity towards the half-elf girl. She was just a little slave girl that he ordered around, and she was obedient and gentle, there would not be any problems. But the one in front of her was the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. This daughter of the Ocean Emperor was not only strong but also very ambitious. Most importantly, that big pervert was the enemy who killed her father. Now that she came to cooperate with him, did she really not have any ulterior motives? After my father left, there is no place for us siblings to stay. Brother, and I feel that staying with Little Titan is the safest. I think I will temporarily stay here for about a year and then leave. Don't worry, I have no love for Little Titan and will not steal your position. There are 2 reasons why I am staying here. One is that I need the protection of my allies. The other is that I am staying here as a hostage to show the sincerity of our cooperation. Hai Yingguo's coral mask only covered half of her face and not her mouth. At this moment, her seductive and plump red lips revealed a bitter smile. Is he really the enemy who killed your father? This was what Xiaoyi could not understand. Why would they cooperate with the enemy who killed their father? Big Brother said that father freed himself. He was murdered by Empress Jellyfish's bastard and was deserted by everyone. Then he fought with Xianxia and was heavily injured. If not for Little Titan, brother would not have survived. Because of Little Titan's help, his father left with dignity. In regards to father's matter, he is not my and brother's enemy. He can be considered as a competitor for the treasure. Hai Yingguo paused slightly as if she was hesitating, but in the end, she still explained. Are you saying that you don't hate him at all? Xiaoyi felt that this woman was a huge threat. Hate, I hate him, but it has nothing to do with father. He did something that I hate. Hai Yingguo replied. He did that to you? Xiaoyi's heart ached. Did that pervert really like big-breasted girls that much? Not to mention that the slave girl had a childish face and huge breasts, the daughter of the Sea Emperor was also very voluptuous. Only he had repeatedly laughed at his small breasts. No. Hai Yingguo muttered, that's my private matter, I don't want to talk about it. How strong are you now? Xiaoyi asked again. Innate level 1. Is this important? Aya, I understand now. You suspect that my strength was increased by him? No, my strength was inherited from father. Hai Yinggu was extremely smart and easily caught Xia Yi's thoughts. I don't know what he is thinking and I don't care. Xia Yi looked at Hai Yinggu, but I will keep an eye on you. I understand that you don't welcome me. Hai Yinggu suddenly smiled and changed the topic. Your clothes are very unique. Did he specially design it for you? I have never seen such a strange outfit before. It has a lot of personality and is very sexy and wild. It's very tempting. It has nothing to do with you, customer. Xia Yi turned and walked away. Seeing Xia Yi walk away step by step, Hai Yinggu sighed slightly. She had already expected Xia Yi's words and actions, so she did not take it to heart. It was just that the last sentence made her heart feel a little sour. Customer. If he had agreed to her on the Fire Island that day, perhaps her father would not have died in battle. Perhaps she could have persuaded her father to give him the Mother Earth potion and things would not have turned out like this. Instead, they would have walked towards a perfect ending. He would have allied with her father and she would have done her best to assist him and serve him. Unfortunately, he rejected her and she fell mercilessly from the clouds of happiness back to reality. Of course, Hai Yinggu knew that even if he promised her, things might not develop according to the best situation, but it was still a hope. Now, her father was dead and he had become a stranger who did not belong to her. She had brushed past her happiness. Sigh, Hai Yinggu sighed slightly. There was an indescribable perplexity in her heart. What would her future be like? She did not know that even her father could not truly control the ocean. Could she fulfill his last wish and become the new Ocean Empress? Moreover, was this Ocean Empress really her ultimate dream? Instead of being a high and mighty Ocean Empress, it would be better to return to the Inferno Island and be the silly girl who would daydream in front of his room. It would be great if time could be reversed. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Lakeside house. Outside the master bedroom, study room. This business is too good. Yu Yang was probably the only person in the world who was dissatisfied with the booming business. Because Yu Yang was so powerful. First, he killed Nightmare, Tiger Nian, then Demon Eye, Sky Dragon, and finally, even the Ocean Emperor was killed. This caused the merchants to rush over like a tide, fighting to do business with the Titan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone knew that Little Titan was wanted by the Sea Clan, but that was not important. Because even a blind person could see that the Sea Clan was just bluffing. If the Sea Clan was really capable, Empress Jellyfish would have killed Little Titan to avenge the Ocean Emperor. Why would they issue a bounty? Now that the Titan commerce was still in its infancy, it was the best time to work with them. There were also some strong warriors who were not recognized by others who rushed over, hoping to join the Titan commerce. Fat Toad Jiada, this wretched fat man's success story, had become the most inspiring example in the whole Tong Tian Tower. No matter how weak he was definitely stronger than Fat Toad who only knew how to bootlick. Fat Toad was able to become the second butler and the president of the Titan Commerce. Why couldn't people who were 100 times more talented than him make a name for themselves in the Titan Commerce? Hence, the Titan Commerce became famous overnight. There were many merchants who came to do business, lords who came to offer money for protection, and warriors who came to perform for them. When Yu Yang was not around, Yanjing the butler and Fat Toad could temporarily suppress the matter and not report it. When Yu Yang came back, Yanjing the butler immediately reported everything to Yu Yang. Hence, Yu Yang had a headache. He came back to the Thunder Fortress to enjoy the gentle service of the half-elf girl, not to work like a slave and work hard to earn money. I can't just ignore it. This made Yu Yang very angry. He sighed in his heart. Why was it that other than Yanjing the old-fashioned butler, there was no one else who could help him? Yanjing the butler did a good job, he was meticulous. Unfortunately, he was too old-fashioned, he had to listen to Yu Yang's opinion on everything. With him around, the business would become more and more successful, but Yu Yang would be exhausted to death. Furthermore, he could not manage so many things by himself. Fat Toad was good at bragging, he was good at socializing, but his management skills were terrible. The hybrid fishmen only knew how to eat, drink, and fight. Furthermore, they wanted to enjoy themselves more than Yu Yang, so it was impossible for them to manage. Xia Yi, she was not this kind of talent. Yu Yang let her try just now and found out that she was only good at fighting. The little slave girl was very smart and had a certain management ability, but she did not like to do these things. She was only willing to spend time to serve him. Seeing her working hard all day, he could not bear it. This was his little slave girl, not a tool to make money. Yu Yang had no choice but to do it himself and clear the mountain of things. The half-elf girl gently massaged his thighs, fed him snacks from time to time, or ran out to bring in a bowl of sweets. In short, with her around, Yu Yang would never lack gentle service. If you don't like to do these things, just burn them all. Xiayi felt that Yu Yang was asking for it. She was secretly angry and hated herself for not being able to help him. Shut up, I asked you to help me sort these things, but you asked me to burn them all. I'd rather not have you. Yu Yang was furious. If I didn't see you being troubled, I wouldn't have bothered to say anything. Xiayi was also angry and replied. Hee hee. The half-elf girl secretly laughed. She had seen Yu Yang and Xiayi quarrel countless times. These two people were born to be the wrong-door gods. They quarreled whenever they saw each other, but no matter how much they quarreled, they were still on each other's side. Hai Yingguo, who had been sitting quietly in front of the table and watching the whole night, suddenly said, "Why don't you let me try? I don't think these things are difficult, just a little complicated." Xiayi was very unhappy when she heard this. She was also a smart girl. She knew that these things were not difficult, but she had a fiery temper and could not control it. She could not help but fly into a rage when she saw some stupid warrior's recommendation letter. She could not help but fly into a rage when she saw a traitor's list full of mistakes. Are they trying to cheat me? How dare the Titan Commerce Organization lie? Did the Titan Commerce Organization have too much money and are stupid? Because of this, she was not willing to care about these things. She felt that it was best to use force and violence to deal with these people. Now that Hai Yingguo said this, Xiayi became vigilant again. Could it be that this daughter of the Ocean Emperor had this ability? Was she good at these things? Let's try. When Yu Yang heard this, he remembered that day on Fire Island. She said that if he stayed in the room, she was willing to help him achieve hegemony. Could it be that this Hai Yingguo really had this ability? You trust me just like that? Before Hai Yingguo asked, she first looked at Xiayi and the half-elf girl. I can give you the entire sea region of Tongtian Tower, why would I care about a little bit of money? Yu Yang actually knew that Hai Yingguo was just using his words to dispel Xiayi's hostility. When he said this, Xiayi indeed showed a disdainful expression towards Hai Yingguo. She was relieved. It was impossible for this Hai Yingguo to steal his assets. Then I'll try. Hai Yingguo heard this and sat down. She picked up a big stack of documents that were waiting for Yu Yang to examine. Xiayi snorted and sat down, waiting for Hai Yingguo to make a fool of herself. It would be best if this Hai Yingguo made a lot of mistakes and provoked him to scold her until she was too ashamed to show her face, so that she would not overestimate herself. 10 minutes later, Hai Yingguo stood up. She passed the documents in her hands to Yu Yang. Other than the agreement at the top that needs your signature, the rest have been settled. Xiayi was dumbfounded. So fast, Yu Yang was also very surprised. He bent his head and carefully examined the documents on the documents. They had really been settled, and it was done properly. If it was him, he would have done the same. Under Xiayi's gaze, Hai Yingguo moved all the documents in front of Yu Yang to her desk and started to work. Xiayi was stunned for a while, then suddenly rushed towards Yu Yang and grabbed his collar. Eye to eye, nose to nose, she stared at him angrily. What else do you want to do? Take it out now. When the half-elf girl heard this, she laughed until she bent over and leaned into Yu Yang's embrace, overjoyed. It's not that I don't have a job, I still need someone to scrub me, what do you think? When Yu Yang said this, Hai Yingguo, who was pretending to be serious, could not help but laugh. You. Xiayi really wanted to bite this brat to death. Actually, there is one thing that only you can do. When Yu Yang said this, Xiayi was happy again. Only she can do it? Look, this is a truly talented person. She glanced at Hai Yingguo to demonstrate. Hai Yingguo was also a little surprised. What kind of job could only be done by Xiayi? The two girls secretly competed with each other. The half-elf girl did not participate in this at all. She only cared about preparing hot water for Yu Yang's bath. Xiaoyi hurriedly let go of Yu Yang and put on a "I'm ready and can leave anytime" look. Yu Yang nodded and picked up a small book from the table. He passed it to Xiaoyi. "From tomorrow onwards, return to the Gufeng continent and help me investigate the situation of the Gufeng continent's ancient passage teleportation circle. I need it urgently. If you don't think one person is enough, I can arrange a few more for you." "No need, I can do it." Xiaoyi patted her chest and guaranteed. Forget about her current lesser innate strength. Even if she was a level 6 elder, in the past, she would still be able to pass through unhindered. But why would this brat want to know the situation of the ancient passage teleportation circle? Was he trying to coax her to leave and spend time alone with the Ocean Emperor's daughter? When Xiaoyi thought about this, she became anxious again and immediately asked, "Are you free tomorrow?" Yu Yang seemed to have seen through Xiaoyi's thoughts. He stretched out his hand and caressed her face. "I will return to the Soaring Dragon continent tomorrow. I will come back 10 days later. In the next 10 days, you must investigate the situation of the teleportation circle. If anyone is using it, immediately report to me. Do not let anyone find out. If no one is using the teleportation circle, record down the situation of the teleportation circle. It would be best if you can draw out a complete picture." Xiaoyi blushed when Yu Yang touched her face. If it was any other time, she would definitely be angry. However, at this moment, she shyly lowered her head and looked at her toes, as if she did not know how to think. "Remember, if you discover anyone using the teleportation formation, immediately return and report to me. Here's an Eye Destroyer dagger for you to protect yourself." Yu Yang gently inserted the Eye Destroyer dagger into Xiaoyi's belt. "If we encounter the demon clan in the Gufeng continent and are no match for them, just tell them his name. It should be of some use." Hai Yingwu suddenly added. Xiaoyi was going crazy. She thought that no one would think that she was mute if she didn't speak now. "I'm not a silly girl. Who doesn't know this?" Of course, the mission came first. No matter how stupid he was, how could he act rashly and affect his important matters? Xiaoyi turned around and prepared to leave immediately. She wanted to return to the Gufeng continent to investigate the situation of the ancient passage's teleportation portal. Wait for tomorrow? No, he had to use the fastest efficiency to complete his mission. Yu Yang suddenly shouted from behind and chased after him. Xiaoyi was stunned. This kid couldn't bear to part with her? Or do you want to cancel the mission? Give me your hand. Yu Yang gestured for Xiaoyi to extend her hand. Xiaoyi looked at the book in her hand. As expected, he regretted his decision and wanted to cancel the mission. She immediately protested, "I can do it, why don't you let me try?" She said she can do it and you let her help you. Why don't you believe me? Xiaoyi's eyes turned red and tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. She really wanted to cry. However, she tried her best to hold it in. She did not want to cry in front of him. Yu Yang pulled her little hand and glared at her. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiaoyi heard that he did not regret his decision and immediately stopped struggling. She looked at him in surprise. Yu Yang stuffed a small pouch into her palm and said, "There are magic crystals and gold coins inside. Try your best to use them." "Ah, okay. Xiaoyi lowered her head shyly. She had really thought wrongly. There are 2 puppet crystals inside. Each of them can summon a gold-ranked level 6 Earth Warrior. If there are many enemies, just summon them and let them kill indiscriminately. You don't have to retrieve them. The most important thing is for you to return safely and bring back information for me. This gold bracelet is an identification device. You must wear it on your arm and don't lose it. It is the core secret of making puppets." Yu Yang then took out an extremely exquisite golden bracelet that was engraved with strange runes and gently put it on Xiaoyi's jade arm. Xiaoyi bit her lips tightly. She tried her best not to cry and not to expose too much of her emotions in front of him. However, there was still a teardrop that refused to listen to him and dripped onto his palm. Hai Yingwu was holding 2 documents in her hands. However, her gaze was not on them. She was looking at Xiaoyi and the gold bracelet that Yu Yang put on her. After Xiaoyi left, the room became quiet. Hai Yingwu retracted her gaze and suddenly asked Yu Yang, Do you think she will be in danger? Yu Yang pondered for a while and shook his head. I hope my guess is wrong. However, I have a feeling that Xiaoyi will be fine. Otherwise, I will not let her go back alone. Hai Yinggu wanted to say something but stopped. She then lowered her head and continued to look at the documents in her hands, concentrating. About 5 minutes later, Xiaoyi, who had changed from her assassin attire to her black thief attire, appeared in front of Yu Yang once again. She did not speak. Her bright eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. Yu Yang remembered something and beckoned her over. Oh right, I have been researching blood recently. Give me a few drops of blood. A few drops will be enough. Xiaoyi used the tip of the eye destroyer dagger to prick her finger and squeezed a few drops of blood into the jade bottle in Yu Yang's hand. She looked at Yu Yang and seemed to want to leave. But she did not move. Suddenly, she rushed into Yu Yang's embrace and hugged him tightly. Then, she left without looking back. Her stubborn shadow gradually went further and further away. It was as if raindrops were falling on the dust. Hai Yinggu continued to pretend to look at the documents until Xiaoyi left for the second time. When Yu Yang was preparing to take a bath, she said with a hint of jealousy, "She is very cute." Occasionally. Yu Yang answered her. Did you help her increase the uncontrollable energy in her body? Hai Yinggu asked without batting an eyelid. You have the Ocean Emperor's Golden Dragon King bloodline in your body. She also has a pretty good bloodline that is not inferior to yours. It's just that she does not have an Ocean Emperor father. Yu Yang took off his Gemini mask and smiled. Hai Yinggu was stunned when she saw Yu Yang smile. This was the second time she was stunned after seeing him take off his Gemini mask 3 hours ago. After taking a bath, he enjoyed the half-elf girl's massage. After collecting her and Hai Yinggu's blood, Yu Yang decided to leave the Thunder Fortress in the middle of the night. Although the half-elf girl was reluctant, she still sent him a sweet smile. Especially when Yu Yang kissed her goodbye. Even though it was a kiss on her forehead, she still felt extremely happy. It was like a wife sending her husband off. The half-elf girl sent him off again and again until Yu Yang left. Then, she returned shyly and blissfully. She climbed onto the big bed happily and covered her head with a blanket. She slowly reminisced about his hug and kiss. In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, Yu Yang arrived at the Warrior Guild. After meeting Zhen, he decided to send a letter to Jizun, Night Empress, Impatience, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai to send his regards. Girl, I miss you. How much? Just like how you miss me. This was written to Shui Wuxia. Tigress, I haven't heard your voice for a long time. I'm really not used to living without someone roaring beside my ears. Hurry up and come back. Now that I'm back, I won't let you leave again, lest some blind guy abduct my Hunyo. Oh right, I never dared to ask you. Since you can't hit me now, let me ask you, are you really the flawless by Tigress? This was written to Princess Sisai. He reckoned that Princess Sisai would explode in anger after reading this letter. Let's not talk about anything else. Hurry up and lure sister-in-law Sky Disaster to Tianluo Palace so that I can tease her. This was written to Impatience. The world's most beautiful, most generous and kindest. 100 million words omitted here. Night Empress, Yu Clan's third young master, knows how to warm the bed, flatter others, beg for a mistress, no, beg for guidance. It's like this, regarding the usage of the dream jadeite, if a person never dreams, can he use the dream jadeite? Yu Yang felt that it was better to ask the most authoritative Night Empress. The Night Empress Fata Morgana was like a dream, but it was combined with reality. It was said that she used the dream jadeite and some kind of treasure to complete it. In this world, any attack below innate level 6 could be completely ignored. There were only a handful of people in Tongtian Tower who could break through the Fata Morgana and enter it. The most important point was that the Fata Morgana's law was described according to the Night Empress will. It was not a divine item, but it was comparable to one. He did not dare to mess around with the letter that Yu Yang wrote to Jizun. He wrote very seriously, Jizun, a great battle is imminent, I sincerely invite you to ride, this disciple greets you again. When Yu Yang was about to send the top-secret letter, the receptionist who recognized Yu Yang fainted, It's you again? Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this? This time, just send it to the Night Empress alone, let her pass on the rest. Of course, Yu Yang would not spend tens of thousands of gold coins to send a top-secret letter. However, this kind of letter obviously could not be known by ordinary people, otherwise it would affect the image of the Night Empress and the impatience greatly. He spent 10,000 gold coins for peace of mind. In any case, the income of Yu Yang's Tita Merchant Guild was faster than robbing money. Yes. When the receptionist heard that it was the Night Empress, he was shocked. He quickly straightened his face and bowed respectfully to receive the letter. After writing the letter, Yu Yang was preparing to return to the Soaring Dragon continent. Suddenly, he saw 3 people standing in front of him waiting for him. The appearance of these 3 people made Yu Yang's heartbeat immediately increase by 100 times, his whole body tensed up. The people on both sides did not speak, they only looked at Yu Yang. The tall man in the middle who was hidden in the cloak had a very gentle voice with a special magnetism. It was incomparably pleasing to the ear. He greeted Yu Yang softly, "Nice to meet you, Yu Clan's 3rd young master. I have heard of your name for a long time. Coincidentally, I heard the news of Shark King's defeat. Only then did I know that you were also on the 6th floor, so I specially came here to wait for you. I never thought that I would really meet you. I'm really envious. When I was your age, I was only a level 5 Grandmaster. I had been working hard to become a level 6 Elder for 3 whole years. A genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I, Old Black, thought that the Prison Emperor was the most outstanding person in the world. I never thought that there would really be someone who could surpass him." Yu Yang's pupil shrunk slightly, becoming as sharp as a needle. He knew who the person in front of him was, but he never thought that he would meet this person in such a way. This opponent had also played a good hand, it was unexpected. He was indeed not simple. The person who came was, of course, the Black Hell King that Yu Yang didn't want to see the most. Not only did this guy have a whole body of holy ranked equipment, even the cloak he was wearing was a gold-ranked treasure phantom. This made Yu Yang extremely jealous. What a nouveau riche, showing off like this, wasn't he afraid that others would snatch it away? Yu Yang really wanted to snatch this cloak, but with his current strength, he was still lacking a little to snatch the Black Hell King's treasures. However, the Soaring Dragon continent would soon erupt into war. If he could kill the Black Hell King, then the gold-ranked cloak was nothing. His holy ranked equipment was Yu Yang's real target. As long as Jizun returned, Yu Yang was at least 80% sure that he could kill the Black Hell King. Then, he would step on his corpse to ascend the heaven stairway and enter the heaven realm. As for the Sky Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld, they would only be a group of bystanders. Yu Yang would definitely not share the fruits of victory with them. "Uncle, you are?" Yu Yang pretended not to know the Black Hell King. "Haha, what an interesting young man." The Black Hell King didn't answer, but pretended to laugh out loud. He knew that Yu Yang didn't recognize him on purpose to attack him. He immediately laughed out loud. Not only him, even the 2 subordinates of the Black Hell King, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, also laughed out loud. When they knew that Shark King went to the Thunder Fortress to challenge and was defeated by Little Titan, they immediately came to the teleportation circle in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower to wait for Yu Yang. As expected, he easily intercepted this cunning and talented 3rd young master of the Yu clan. The Black Hell King had wanted to kill this young man a few times. After all, it was very unwise to let this young man with unlimited potential grow into the next Prison Emperor. However, there was one person who caused the Black Hell King to hold back. He had many misgivings. That was Jizun. She was the Yu clan's 3rd young master's introducer in Tong Tian Tower. Although she did not publicly admit it, she was actually his master. The Black Hell King had every reason to believe that if it wasn't for Jizun's hard work, no matter how talented or how much potential this Yu clan's 3rd young master had, he wouldn't be able to grow so quickly. Killing the Yu clan's 3rd young master was easy, but provoking Jizun would definitely make her furious. She would probably disregard everything to take revenge for her beloved disciple. This was the last thing the Black Hell King wanted to see. Between Jizun and himself, who was stronger? The Black Hell King couldn't be sure either, but he knew that if Jizun were to use her full strength, his subordinates would definitely be annihilated. Before obtaining the Divine Grimoire, Before entering the god's ruins to obtain god's blood, martial souls, and other ancient treasures, the Black Hell King didn't want to start an all-out war with Jizun. An internecine outcome would only allow the Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and other pursuers to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, the Black Hell King's body had not recovered to its peak condition. It was not the best time to start a battle with Jizun. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North quietly looked at each other. When it was inconvenient for the Black Hell King to make a move, they would start probing. No matter what, they had to test out the Yu clan's third young master. If he was a great threat, then they would kill him regardless of the consequences. If he wasn't the greatest threat, then they would teach him a lesson and give Jizun a warning. I have long heard of the Yu clan's third young master's name. I hope that the third young master can give me some pointers. War Tiger of the East spoke very politely, but his killing intent was hidden. Ever since the Zijin Kingdom's subbase was destroyed by Yu Yang and they suffered heavy losses, War Tiger of the East had lost all his face. He had always been ashamed and hated Yu Yang to the bone. Even if the Black Hell King wasn't by his side, he still wanted to test out Yu Yang's skills. Fengshe greets the third young master. I would also like to ask for pointers. A burly, bronze-skinned, middle-aged man, who was 2 meters tall, threw off his cloak before anyone else did. Hearing him say that his surname was Feng, Yu Yang secretly frowned. His surname was Feng again. Previously, the matter between Miss Feng and fourth uncle had just ended. Then, Yu Yang caught the crazy Mr. Feng Jin at the Zijin Kingdom's subbase. Now, one of the 5 great generals under the Black Hell King, Fierce Tooth of the North, also had the surname Feng. What was the relationship between this wild boar king and Fierce Tooth of the North and the Feng clan? Could it be that the Feng clan had a mysterious and unknown history in the past? With 3 strong enemies in front of him, Yu Yang temporarily suppressed his curiosity and suspicions. I don't dare to give you pointers. My skills are just so and I'm afraid that I might accidentally injure the 2 seniors. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be good. Yu Yang chuckled. If that's the case, then all the more reason to give them pointers. Otherwise, they wouldn't know their place. The Black Hell King's gaze turned cold. Please enlighten us. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at each other tacitly. If it was another junior who said this, they would laugh their heads off. However, they couldn't ignore what this Yu clan's third young master said. Even the great emperor of Ziwei, Shan Tian, and the Black Prince had said that this Yu clan's third young master improved very quickly. They reckoned that he had the power of an innate level 8 now. The Black Hell King was secretly shocked by their comments. In terms of growth speed, the Prison Emperor couldn't even be compared to the Yu clan's third young master. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person who could become an innate before the age of 20 and then crazily climb to innate level 8 within 2 years. Forget about normal warriors, even the Prison Emperor who was the most talented and accomplished 6,000 years ago couldn't do this. Yu Yang smiled indifferently towards Fierce Tooth of the North, who was the first to challenge him. This doesn't seem like a good place to fight, right? I'm fortunate to meet you all. If it's not convenient to talk here, why don't you come to my resting place and have some tea and fruits before we discuss who's better? A well-mannered and cultured voice came from a faraway place. The voice seemed to come from far away. But it was clear as if someone was speaking beside their ears. A black dot appeared out of nowhere and walked towards them step by step. Every time this person took a leisurely step, his body would advance 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing beside Yu Yang. The person who came was dressed in a black robe and had a head full of gray hair. However, his face was young and he didn't look old at all. His demeanor was refined and courteous, yet he was natural and reserved. There was a kind of calmness that wouldn't move him even if the sky fell and the earth split open. He was of course Elder Nan Gong, who went to the Soaring Dragon continent to fetch Yu Yang. His appearance made the Black Hell King's pupils shrink. He immediately laughed and greeted Elder Nan Gong with an innate greeting. Elder Nan Gong also returned the greeting to the Black Hell King, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. Since Elder Nan Gong has invited me, how could I not accept? Please. The Black Hell King pretended to be generous and extended his hand. The Black Hell King has already reached the innate elder level. Tong Tian Tower respects power and not age. Although Nangong Luo Yun is a few years older than you, he is not worthy of being called elder. Just call him Nangong. Elder Nangong's words gave Yu Yang a shock. The Black Hell King was an old man from 6,000 years ago. It was already exaggerated enough that Elder Nangong was older than the Black Hell King. How old was this old man? No wonder someone as strong as the Black Hell King had to greet this old man first. Yu Yang felt that even now with his Heaven Eyes divine vision upgraded, he still couldn't see through Elder Nangong. From this, it could be seen that this old man wasn't simple. He had underestimated him. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Elder Nangong had a treasure or some kind of inherent skill to hide the truth. Elder Nangong, please. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North looked at Yu Yang and replied in unison. Little Titan, what do you think? Elder Nangong asked. I'm sorry, I won't go to a place with only uncles and old men without beauties. Yu Yang rejected immediately. Elder Nangong seemed to have guessed that Yu Yang would say this, so his expression didn't change. The Black Hell King also acted like an expert and didn't say anything. Only War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were shocked by Yu Yang's words. Almost no one in this world would dare to reject Elder Nangong's invitation. This brat was really a freak. Most importantly, Elder Nangong was obviously protecting him, but he didn't appreciate it at all. Was he really that confident that he could escape with his life under the combined attack of the three of them? The sound of a peeper rang out. It was like the sound of nature. At first, it was light and slow, like a spring. Gradually, it became faster, like a spring breeze blowing on the earth. It was intoxicating. The speed of the sound changed again. In an instant, the pipa was played rapidly, and the music changed into a howling winter wind. Everyone felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. Cold air assaulted their bodies, and the coldness seeped into their bones, almost turning their blood into ice. There was another kind of hoarse sound that grew louder and louder. In the end, it sounded like a huge army charging towards them in the wind and snow. The voices of the people and the neighing of the warhorses were deafening. Suddenly, there were countless terrifying soldiers that looked like killing gods. Their roars were like thunder as they charged towards them. They raised their blood-blossom blades and beheaded their enemies one by one. Even someone with a tenacious will like Yu Yang couldn't help but be immersed in such a terrifying demonic music performance when he heard it. The demonic music was killing him, his soul trembled slightly. Suddenly, the innate chi in his dantian erupted like a volcano, rampaging through his entire body, completely dispersing the cold air that felt like he was in an icy hell. Good, what a great song, Snow Treading. The Black Hell King clapped his hands. Yu Yang used Heaven Eyes divine vision to capture the minute changes in the energy between the Black Hell King's hands in 1,000th of a second. The Black Hell King's performance was even worse than his own. He needed to clap his hands to dispel the negative effects of the music. Of course, Yu Yang knew that with his innate chi and nirvana flame, it was normal for him to resist the effects of the demonic music better than the Black Hell King. However, he didn't expect that the Black Hell King, who was equipped with holy ranked weapons, would still be affected by the pipa's demonic music. This song is intoxicating and lingers on for 3 days. Elder Nangong also praised. Who? War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were speechless. They hurriedly opened their mouths and spat out a cold air that resembled an ice arrow. The curious warriors who were watching from afar had all turned into ice sculptures. Their expressions were frozen forever. Unknowingly, their lives disappeared. The demonic music pierced the ears and was so powerful, Yu Yang was shocked and couldn't help but shiver. He felt that the Black Hell King was secretly observing him. He thought that it was a close shave, so he quickly pretended that he was affected by the demonic music and his body couldn't take it anymore. The Black Hell King's eyes were as sharp as a blade. He had already identified the authenticity of Yu Yang's reaction. He was secretly shocked at Yu Yang, who recovered after just a shiver. He realized that the rumors were true. This Yu clan's third young master really had the strength of an innate level 8. In terms of the effects of the demonic music, his recovery was above War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. If it wasn't for the natural shiver earlier, he would have been fooled. It seemed that his recovery was only slightly inferior to Yu Yang and Elder Nangong. He was indeed as abnormal as the rumor said. A beautiful woman carrying a jade pipa walked over. She was draped in a snow-white robe. Before she arrived, her fragrance had already assaulted him. The beautiful lady hugging the jade pipa first paid her respects to Elder Nan Gong, then to the Black Hell King. Finally, when it was Yu Yang's turn, she revealed a smile that could topple cities. "We meet again. Do I know you?" Yu Yang pretended not to know her. He scratched his head and looked like he was in deep thought. After a long time, he clapped his hands. "Ah, I remember now. Aren't you the girl who got a room with me? I remember that you have a sexy mole on your butt. What nonsense are you talking about?" The beautiful lady hugging the jade pipa was extremely embarrassed. She blushed and rolled her eyes at Yu Yang coquettishly. "Isn't that so? Then are you the fat guy who had a crush on me and desperately wrote me love letters? When did you undergo plastic surgery? You look really hot now. Not only are you curvy, your face is also tender. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rejected you. Fat guy, why didn't you tell me that you lost weight?" Yu Yang showed a regretful expression. "Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? Do you want to get closer to take a closer look?" The beautiful lady knew that he liked to play tricks, so she teased him. "Let me take a look." Yu Yang really got closer and looked at her carefully. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and heavily patted the beautiful girl's shoulder. He hugged her as if he had met an old friend. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, this tomboy. I remember that when we stood on a tree and peed into a water tank, your body was as flat as a summoning grimoire. You had no chest or butt. I didn't expect this silly girl to change so much and become like this. TSK, you're amazing. Xiaohua, your chest isn't fake, right? There's no reason for it to be so big and perky. Tell me honestly, is there a hot water bottle inside? Xiaohua, don't try to act tough. Fake breasts can be easily discovered. Come, let Big Brother appraise them for you." Pfft. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North almost fainted. This rascal had too many tricks up his sleeves. It's not that I haven't seen perverts before, but I've never seen such an awesome pervert. People said that the Yu clan's third young master's talent was astonishing and his potential was limitless. Who would have thought that his methods of teasing beauties were even more astonishing and full of tricks? An expert, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North had played with quite a number of women. Sometimes, they even felt that they were experienced players. They did not expect that compared to this fellow, they were like rookies. Moreover, they were rookies that had just started. "Appraise your head." The beautiful woman pretended to be angry and slapped away Yu Yang's wolf claws. She was going to pull out the "I'm angry" face. In the end, he couldn't hold it in. Instead, she burst out laughing, amused by Yu Yang's antics. "Little flower, don't you recognize me? I'm Brother Titan. That year, you cried to marry me, how could you have forgotten?" Yu Yang was very sad. This is the Southern Demon King of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Her usual identity is the Pipa Goblin General. You should have met her before when the Eastern Goblin tribe went to the Soaring Dragon continent. Elder Nan Gong came to the rescue and gave Yu Yang a hint. Yu Yang suddenly understood and nodded his head. "Yes, we've met before. At that time, her guard dog ran into my vegetable garden and I cooked it. She came to my house to question me, but when she found out that she was in the wrong, she felt extremely guilty and decided to give her sister to me as a concubine as an apology. I reluctantly agreed at that time. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Does Yu clan's third young master always cheat others like this?" Southern Demon King, who was hugging the jade pipa, giggled and asked. "It's normal for youngsters to like beauties. If third young master could marry the Southern Goblin tribe's princess, it would be a great story in Tong Tian Tower." Black Hell King looked at Southern Demon King to see her reaction. If this Southern Demon King also supported Yu clan's third young master, he would have another strong enemy. "It's a pity that I don't have a sister." Southern Demon King's beautiful face smiled. "Moreover, third young master seems to have a few fiancées. Third young master is a playboy, he would naturally have many beauties by his side." War Tiger of the East was relieved. If this southern demon king was secretly in love with little Titan, she wouldn't have come to look for him in public. Previously, he heard that the Dragon Emperor was interested in taking little Titan as his son-in-law. He even said that he was willing to marry a little princess to Yu Clan's third young master. The Eastern Goblin tribe and the Soaring Dragon continent formed an alliance. May I know why the Southern Goblin King is here? Fierce Tooth of the North pretended not to know and asked. The Dragon Emperor thought highly of Yu Yang and wanted to take him as his son-in-law. As the traitor of the Eastern Goblin tribe, the Southern Demon King naturally couldn't sit still. She had 3 options in front of her. First, she could marry him first. Second, she could make a secret agreement with Yu Yang and destroy the alliance between him and the Dragon Emperor. Third, she could become enemies with Yu Yang and join forces with stronger innate rankers to kill Yu Clan's third young master and ruin the Dragon Emperor's marriage plan. Out of these 3 options, the first 2 were the ones that the Black Hell King didn't want to see the most. This was because the Southern Demon King was so powerful that even the Dragon Emperor couldn't do anything to her. If she joined Yu Yang's camp, it would definitely increase his power. What was more terrifying was that Yu Yang could possibly mediate the battle between her and the Dragon Emperor. Even if it was temporary, it would still be very terrifying. If the Dragon Emperor and the Southern Demon King were to help Yu Yang secretly, it would have a huge impact on the entire battle. It might even be the start of Yu Yang turning the tide. If she couldn't coexist with the Dragon Emperor, she could choose the third option. That would be very beneficial to the Black Hell King. If the Southern Demon King joined the Black Hell Army, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Soaring Dragon continent. With the Eastern Goblin tribe under her, they could restrain the Dragon Emperor from afar and heavily injure the Soaring Dragon Xianxia, Tian Luo, and the 4 great clans. With an ally like the Southern Demon King, the Black Hell Army should try their best to win her over. Not only War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, even the Black Hell King was thinking about it. Ever since the Southern Demon King appeared, he had been thinking of a way. Actually, I passed by the 6th floor by accident. I didn't expect to see seniors and Yu Clan's third young master here. The Southern Demon King who was hugging her Jade Peepa smiled. Her words didn't make the Black Hell King and the others suspicious. Because intercepting Yu Yang was an idea that he came up with on the spur of the moment. It was impossible for anyone to know about it. If Elder Nangong came after hearing the news, then the Southern Demon King who was always active in the 8th and 9th floor of Tong Tian Tower couldn't have come prepared. She must have met them by chance. The Southern Demon King bowed to Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King again. Half a year ago, I found an ancient ruin in the 10th floor of Heaven Beyond Heaven. It must have been left behind by our seniors. It was a pity that I couldn't explore it by myself. Since I met you today, why don't we work together to search for the treasure in the ancient ruin? The 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, Heaven Beyond Heaven? The Black Hell King muttered. What is the Heaven Beyond Heaven? Yu Yang asked like a primary school student. Little Titan, the Heaven Beyond Heaven refers to the unknown area between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm. There is an extremely vast space between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm. There are countless individual worlds inside, but the environment is extremely harsh. It is not suitable for survival. Forget about normal warriors, even supreme innates would be in danger in this kind of extreme death. Elder Nangong explained. Isn't there a passage between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm Gate? Yu Yang asked again. Although it is called a passage, there is no actual passage. It is just a safer path that our seniors used the blood and lives of countless people to explore. Actually, this passage needs to pass through more than 10 individual worlds. It is not a path like what we imagined. In these individual worlds, there are many unexplored dimensional spaces and shattered spaces. There are even space whirlpools that lead to unknown places. We know very little about those. However, according to the ancient records, this is the shattering void that was created during a fight between some unimaginably powerful gods during the immemorial era. Although it was repaired by the gods, the heaven realm that originally belonged to the 10th floor was separated from the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and became a new world, further and further away from the lower realm. In the end, Heaven Realm did not acknowledge the lower realm and became its own world. If warriors from the lower realm want to ascend to Heaven Realm, they must pass through the dangerous shattering void and reach the Heaven Realm Gate. Elder Nangong explained in detail. Is there no other way? Yu Yang felt that relying on the Heaven Realm gate that opens once every 100 years was not a solution. Maybe there is. Southern Demon King revealed a piece of information. It is said that there is a heaven stairway in God's ruins that can directly ascend to Heaven Realm. It is just a legend. The Heaven Stairway may exist, but it is impossible for anyone to enter Heaven Realm without going through the Heaven Realm gate. This is the rule of the immemorial era, no one can be an exception. Elder Nangong shook his head, indicating that it was ridiculous to imagine using the Heaven Stairway to ascend to Heaven Realm. Maybe he was purposely saying this to clarify the truth so that Fourth Mother, who possessed the secret of the Heaven Stairway, could feel safer. Even if the Heaven Stairway cannot ascend to Heaven Realm, there is no harm in trying. Southern Demon King giggled and said. Third Young Master, go home and ask your Fourth Mother, maybe she knows. Black Hell King said to Yu Yang. She is just an ordinary housewife who never leaves her house. Yu Yang stared coldly at Black Hell King with hidden killing intent. He warned the other party not to have any ill intentions towards Fourth Mother. Don't mind him, my master is just joking. Elders usually know more secrets than juniors. Your Fourth Mother has read a lot of books, maybe she knows. Let's change the topic to the Southern Border King's secret treasure. I am most interested in the secret treasure of the ancient ruins, I will definitely go. War Tiger of the East laughed. Fengshe is also willing to go. Fierce Tooth of the North looked at Yu Yang. If Third Young Master is interested, then Elder Nangong is also willing to bring Third Young Master around the 10th floor. Elder Nangong was definitely biased towards Yu Yang. Although this brat had not officially joined the Innate Alliance, Elder Nangong cherished talents as much as his own life. He would definitely not let Black Hell King touch Yu Yang in the 10th floor. He guessed that Yu Yang would be willing to go, so he did not wait for Yu Yang to hesitate and expressed his position first. Old Black is also curious. What kind of secret treasure could make the Southern Border King so obsessed with it? Black Hell King looked at Southern Demon King, but he still looked at Yu Yang from the corner of his eyes. If this brat didn't go, then he definitely wouldn't go. How do we split the treasures we find? Yu Yang's words made Black Hell King's heart calm down. This brat still had a thirst for treasures. It seemed that this brat realized that he was not strong enough and needed treasures to strengthen himself. With Elder Nangong Luo Yun secretly protecting him, this brat would take the risk to fight for the secret treasure with him. Most importantly, this treasure hunt would be a temporary test for Southern Demon King. She was unable to choose an ally between him and Yu Yang, so she mentioned the ancient ruins, hoping to choose a qualified ally through the treasure hunt. He had to obtain the secret treasure of the ancient ruins, only then would he be able to convince the Southern Goblin King to form an alliance with him. On the contrary, if Yu Yang obtained the secret treasure, she would probably turn around and side with him. No matter what, Tong Tian Tower would only believe in one type of person. That was a rancor. Black Hell King looked at Yu Yang. He was determined to defeat Yu Yang and obtain the secret treasure of the ancient ruins. Conquering Long Teng, conquering Tong Tian Tower officially began. Everything would start from defeating Yu Yang, this junior. The group of people, each with their own thoughts, left the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and headed towards the 10th floor. This was Yu Yang's most dangerous treasure hunt ever since he entered Tong Tian Tower, because his teammates were War Tiger of the East, Fierce Tooth of the North and Black Hell King. Yu Yang knew that the three of them were always thinking of making a move. Of course, it was the same for him. If there was a chance, he would definitely make a move to trick the Black Hell King. He would definitely not miss it. The Southern Demon King with her Jade Pipa was neutral. His only helper was Elder Nangong. If Elder Nangong had not hinted to Yu Yang that he wanted to go, he would have politely declined such a dangerous mission. Searching for treasures with the Black Hell King was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. It was extremely dangerous. Yu Yang had already been to the 7th floor of Skysplit Tower, so he didn't feel any pressure at all. The gravity in the 8th and 9th floors had increased tremendously. When they reached the 10th floor, the gravity had already reached 25 times that of the soaring dragon continent. Once they entered the realm beyond heaven, it became even more intense. It had already increased by 30 times. Even War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North had to unleash their innate level 6 and above to be able to walk smoothly. Only Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King could remain unperturbed. The Southern Demon King was able to adapt after leveling up to innate level 5. From this, it could be seen that she was stronger than War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. No wonder Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King looked at her differently. Are you alright? Southern Demon King asked Yu Yang curiously. Not only her, even Elder Nangong and the Black Hell King were curious. He clearly had the ability to resist 30 times the gravity. Why didn't he raise his cultivation to the innate realm? Yu Yang didn't reply. He was a few steps behind the rest, struggling to keep up with them. Even if he was sweating profusely from exhaustion and his muscles were trembling, he still wouldn't advance to the innate realm. The Black Hell King frowned. This brat was definitely not trying to show off. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? No, even if he was deliberately showing weakness, there was no reason to express it so clumsily. Did he purposely use gravity to train his body so that he could adapt to 30 times the gravity below innate realm? As the Black Hell King thought about this, he was secretly shocked. As expected of the Yu clan's third young master, this abnormal brat's way of thinking was different from normal people. Under 30 times the gravity and with a strong enemy like himself watching over him, he still had the mood to train. It seemed like he wanted to use this opportunity to break through. Such a young man must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would surpass him sooner or later. The more Black Hell King thought about it, the more frightened he became. About half an hour later, the sweaty Yu Yang's footsteps finally became nimble. He, who had been lagging behind, gradually caught up with the team. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North glanced at each other. Other than shock, the killing intent in their hearts also exploded. Adapting to 30 times the gravity in such a short time, he was simply inhuman. Elder Nangong did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with gratification. Seeing Yu Yang's rapid improvement and unique talent, he was even more determined to protect him. Only the Southern Demon King acted as if she didn't see anything. Realm beyond heaven. 10 minutes ago, the entire place had turned into a terrifying place. From time to time, there would be meteor showers that cut through the sky and landed on the ground. Shockwaves that shook the earth and mountains came one after another. Volcanoes would erupt frequently and magma would shoot into the sky, scattering everywhere. Even though everyone was a supreme innate, they had no choice but to avoid these as they were unwilling to waste their energy to fight against the apocalypse. Moreover, compared to the most terrifying Void Shatterer in Realm Beyond Heaven, these were actually considered mild. We are about to enter the official area of Realm Beyond Heaven. Everyone, be careful. We may have some conflicts between us, but I hope that our main goal is to search for treasures. Everything else can wait until we get the treasures from the ancient ruins. The Southern Demon King made a statement first. Of course. Since we are searching for treasures, we are willing to help each other and overcome the difficulties together. War Tiger of the East spoke on behalf of the Black Hell King. Lead the way. Yu Yang had never been to the 10th floor before. Previously, he heard from the Night Empress and the Impatience how difficult it was to pass the 10th floor. Now he understood a little. Even before entering the official Realm Beyond Heaven, the environment was already this bad. The Shatterer in Realm Beyond Heaven, the Void Shatterer. The Southern Demon King led everyone into a small valley surrounded by 5 active volcanoes. In the middle of a dormant volcano, there was a cliff with an ancient teleportation circle on it. This unexpected place was the teleportation point of a unit world, and also the entrance to the ancient ruins. If it wasn't for the Southern Demon King leading the way, no one would have barged into this dangerous place when the volcanoes erupted. The Black Hell King frowned slightly. He had never heard of this ancient ruins. This was a very bad feeling. He thought that the place that the Southern Demon King had found was a secret treasure trove that he knew of. He didn't expect that it wasn't. Could it be that the Southern Demon King and Yu Yang had teamed up to plot against him? Would the Night Empress and Jizun be waiting inside to ambush him? The Black Hell King hesitated for a few seconds. When he saw that Yu Yang was secretly observing him with his guard up, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this brat really had an ambush, it would definitely not be to guard against him, but to provoke or mock him. After entering the unit world through the teleportation circle, everyone except the Southern Demon King was shocked. It was extremely hot outside, as if they were being roasted in a furnace. However, it was extremely cold in the unit world. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, who had leveled up to innate level 6, started shivering uncontrollably. Ice started forming on their legs, turning them into ice men in the blink of an eye. Roar! War Tiger of the East unleashed his power to innate level 7 and summoned the red flame tiger to protect himself. Bloodthirsty Heart Fire. Fierce Tooth of the North used his sharp claws to tear his body. The blood that seeped out turned into flames. The Southern Demon King already had a protective treasure, so she didn't have any reaction. The Black Hell King and Elder Nangong had only leveled up to innate level 1, but they were already able to withstand the cold. Of course, they all had their own holy rank treasures to protect themselves. Leveling up to innate level 1 was mainly because they were wary of their surroundings. In this world of ice and snow, it was impossible for there to be no ancient beasts. The ancient beasts in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower were so strong that they could only be described as abnormal. Even if they were all gold-ranked level 10, the ancient beasts in Heaven Beyond Heaven were more than 100 times stronger than the Gold King beasts in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower, maybe even more than 1,000 times stronger. Moreover, there weren't many gold-ranked ancient beasts in Heaven Beyond Heaven, at most platinum-ranked. If a lone innate level 8 warrior went up to Heaven Beyond Heaven and encountered a large group of ancient beasts, he would definitely die. Phew phew. Yu Yang breathed out a mouthful of cold air. Both of his hands moved slowly as countless cold air surged into his body. Surprisingly, the cold air didn't freeze him into an ice sculpture. Instead, it turned into frost flowers that floated around his body, forming a 10-meter-wide frost space. War Tiger of the East stretched out his hand and tried to touch one of the frost flowers. In the end, his fingers immediately turned into a huge lump of ice, shocking everyone who saw it. A murderous intent flashed across the Black Hell King's eyes as he laughed. Third young master is indeed talented. I have long heard that you are able to control Nirvana Flame, but I didn't think that you would be able to control ice so easily. Yu Yang kept his mouth shut and didn't reply. He concentrated on controlling the frost space, allowing it to absorb inability and strengthen himself. Of course, this was extremely difficult. Controlling it beside the Black Hell King was like playing with his heart. As the Southern Demon King was leading the way, Elder Nangong suddenly turned around. After listening for a while, he said in a low voice, "There is an intense battle about 10 kilometers away. We can't confirm who it is, but I think that this is not a battle between ancient beasts, but an innate ranker who is in danger. Should we go and rescue them or continue to search for treasures? With our strength, even if we can't succeed, it won't be difficult for us to escape. In the spirit of warriors helping each other, I suggest that we go and rescue them." Yu Yang originally thought that the Black Hell King wouldn't agree, but who would have thought that he would nod his head cheerfully? Could it be that he wants to use the ancient beasts to test me? Laughing coldly in his heart, Yu Yang also nodded his head in agreement to go and rescue them. It was still uncertain who would cause trouble for whom. The Black Hell King would definitely be fine, but would War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North be safe? Yu Yang felt that this was an opportunity. As long as he could kill either War Tiger of the East or Fierce Tooth of the North, it would be equivalent to cutting off one of Black Hell King's arms. Then this risk would be worth it. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North also knew that they were the easiest to be eliminated. They immediately summoned their grimoires, summoned their guardian beasts and leveled up to innate level 8. Go all out, the Black Hell King and Elder Nangong leveled up to innate level 5, while the Southern Demon King leveled up to innate level 7. No one was careless. This was the inner part of heaven outside heaven. Even a supreme innate who had reached innate level 10 could die. Only Yu Yang stopped when he leveled up to innate level 3. Of course, his innate level 3 was equivalent to innate level 8, just that his realm was slightly lower. What's wrong with you? The Southern Demon King asked curiously. The power looks pretty good, but why are you only innate level 3? Big sister, how old do you think I am? It's already not bad if I can reach innate level 3. Yu Yang replied as he slowly condensed a crystal battle armor on his body and took out the Huijin magic blade that was burning with purple flames. In this world of ice and snow, the Huijin magic blade's power was greatly reduced. The flame shrunk to a small flame. Yu Yang swung it a few times and realized that it was not powerful enough. He quickly took out the crescent moon blade. On the contrary, the crescent moon blade had the ancient rune everlasting and the heaven runes frost and sharpness. Its power had increased by 10 times in this individual world. This was also the first time it had surpassed the Huijin magic blade. The Black Hell King snorted. He wasn't jealous of the crescent moon blade, but he hated the fact that Yu Yang was able to reach innate level 6 at innate level 1. He had never seen such an abnormal person. Innate level 1 was equivalent to other people's innate level 6. If Yu Yang could reach innate level 6, wouldn't he surpass innate and reach innate elder level 1? If Elder Nangong wasn't by his side, he would immediately kill him. Of course, even if Elder Nangong was protecting him, the Black Hell King still planned to kill him. As long as Jizun and Night Empress didn't ambush him, Yu Yang would be dead for sure, 10 kilometers away, in a gigantic valley of eternal glaciers. When Yu Yang and the rest arrived, they landed on top of the valley and looked down. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the valley, close to 100 gigantic ancient demon bears were blocking the two ends of the valley. Dozens of even larger ancient giant apes were hugging ice blocks the size of small mountains and throwing them at the innate rankers. Dozens of ice dragons were diving down continuously, spitting out extremely cold dragon breaths. What was more terrifying was that these innate rankers weren't united at all. Death was imminent, yet they were still fighting each other. This glacial valley has a restriction. Once people and beasts enter, they won't be able to fly. However, those ice dragons are an exception. The Southern Demon King's expression changed. Danger! Elder Nangong immediately jumped down after seeing the two parties fighting. Come, let's play. Yu Yang saw the Black Hell King's right palm that was about to attack. His eyes revealed a mocking smile. He somersaulted and landed in the valley. In midair, he even waved at the Black Hell King. The Black Hell King hesitated again. Forbidden Sky Law? This was his nemesis. What if there was really an ambush? The Winged Clan and the Eastern Goblin tribe were fighting below. There were even human innate rankers. Yu Yang didn't know anyone from any of the forces. All he saw was that they were fighting each other and the ancient beasts were blocking the way. He was shocked. Were these guys all retarded? Did they not want to live anymore? When he landed on the ice dragon's back, he realized that there was a huge teleportation circle on the ice wall at the bottom of the valley. It was probably the entrance to a secret place. Could it be that there was another ancient ruin in this unit world? No matter what, Yu Yang realized that they were only fighting for the teleportation circle. As for the ancient beasts, they couldn't care less. Because they were not from the original world, the Winged Clan who were good at flying were at a disadvantage. Their fighting power was reduced by half. However, they had the advantage in numbers. The 20-plus Winged Clan rankers had the upper hand. Next was the Eastern Goblin tribe. They only had 3 of them, but their fighting power was extremely strong. At least 4 or 5 Winged Clan rankers were needed to fight against one of them. The weakest were the human innates. There were 6 of them. 4 of them were level 6 innates and were all injured. The remaining 2 level 7 innates were struggling. They were invincible in the lower world. Here, the only thing they had to do was to protect themselves. Otherwise, they would be killed on the spot. Forget about the battle between the Winged Clan and the Eastern Goblin tribe, even the attacks from the ancient beasts were a huge threat to their lives. Luckily, the Winged Clan and the Eastern Goblin tribe were fighting fiercely. They didn't have time to care about the 6 innate rankers. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Nonsense. Do you think you can come to heaven beyond heaven with your strength? After Elder Nangong landed at the bottom of the valley, he summoned his grimoire and created a protective shield for the 6 innates to hide inside. He then gently emitted an irresistible force that bounced off all the ice chunks thrown by the diving ice dragon and the ancient great ape, revealing a large empty space in the middle. Although those ancient beasts weren't holy beasts, they were very smart. Seeing that they couldn't defeat an innate ranker, they quickly retreated from the battlefield. They watched from afar and waited for an opportunity. Greetings, Elder Nangong. The 6 human innates who escaped from death were overjoyed and quickly greeted Elder Nangong. Could it be that the teleportation formation here also leads to the ancient ruins? When the Southern Demon King descended, the expressions of the three Eastern Goblin tribes' warriors changed immediately. This was because they were the Dragon Emperor's subordinates and they were sworn enemies with her. Black Hell King, Xiaoda greets you on behalf of the 8-Winged Chief Consul. The leader of the Winged Clan was an innate level 8 ranker. When he saw the Black Hell King descending from the sky, he immediately took a few steps forward and led all the Winged Clan warriors to pay their respects to the Black Hell King. Yu Yang raised his eyebrows. He already knew about the alliance between the Black Hell King and Sky Emperor Ba Yi. This scene was completely within his expectations. Xiaoda, what's going on? War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North also came down. We found out about an ancient ruin and came to this glacier canyon. However, we didn't expect to meet the Eastern Goblin tribe. They were very rude and refused to let us enter, so we started fighting. As for these ancient beasts, they came after hearing the news. They didn't seem to dare to go near the ancient teleportation formation, so luckily we didn't get surrounded. The leader of the Winged Clan, Xiaoda, had 4 wings on his back. He wore a gemstone armor and held a shining golden crystal sword with the characteristics of the Winged Clan. He looked extraordinarily handsome. If that's the case, let's get rid of these 3 fellows. War Tiger of the East turned to face the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members. Nonsense. Among the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members, there was a mountain-shaking bear who was an innate level 8, and 2 thunder gold-eyed leopards who were at the peak of innate level 7. They were afraid of the Black Hell King, but their expressions were resolute and brave. They immediately unleashed their full strength and prepared to fight. Even though they knew that they couldn't win, they wouldn't resign themselves to death, nor would they kneel and surrender. The Southern Demon King didn't say a word. At this moment, Yu Yang stood up and extended his hand. Wait. Since we are all treasure hunters, why do we have to kill each other? A tall and hot-tempered warrior from the Winged Clan stood up and shouted, Who do you think you are? You dare to be the peacemaker? The 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members killed 2 of my friends. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to quell the hatred in our hearts. The Winged Clan and the Eastern Goblin tribe cannot coexist. If you insist on standing on the Eastern Goblin tribe's side, then we will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. Yu Yang immediately spat in disdain, with just a few of you birdmen? His calling them birdmen had completely infuriated the Winged Clan. The Winged Clan hated it the most when people called them birdmen. Now that they heard Yu Yang say it in front of everyone, it was a great humiliation. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. The 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members were extremely grateful for Yu Yang's words. One must know that there weren't many in this world who dared to speak up in front of the Black Hell King. The 3 of them stepped forward and stood behind Yu Yang. They were prepared to fight alongside Yu Yang. The 4-winged Xiaoda sized up Yu Yang. He felt that this person wasn't simple and immediately stopped his angry subordinates. He then asked War Tiger of the East confusedly, Who is this young human? You guys have all misjudged him. This is the 3rd young master of the Yu clan who has the most potential in the Soaring Dragon continent. He is also the little titan who successfully assassinated the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. You guys should be more respectful to him. Other than the Sky Emperor and your 3 senators, none of you are his match. War Tiger of the East seemed to be introducing Yu Yang out of goodwill, but he was actually trying to sow discord in the dark, making the Winged Clan warriors hate Yu Yang even more. I was wondering who it was, so it's Little Titan. As expected, you live up to your name. Xiaoda laughed coldly. Greetings to the 3rd young master of the Yu clan. The mountain-shaking bear and the 2 thunder gold-eyed leopards hurriedly greeted Yu Yang. They even bowed deeply using human etiquette. It's nothing. I have always disliked trash who bully the weak. Yu Yang's words completely offended all the Winged Clan warriors. They didn't have a good impression of Yu Yang in the first place. Now, all the Winged Clan warriors had completely sided with the Black Hell King. Elder Nangong hurried over and waved his hands, Everyone leave this place quickly. I can feel a strange noise coming from afar. If it alarmed the ancient beast king, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. The 6 human innates also rushed to reveal the secret of the ancient teleportation circle. The leader hurriedly said, Mr. Nangong, the teleportation circle will land around the ancient ruins. It rotates at different times every day and will land in 12 different locations. If we don't enter quickly, we might land in the furthest or the most dangerous area. Before us, 2 batches of people had already entered. This is the number that we know of, there might be more. The Black Hell King looked at the Southern Demon King and saw that she was deep in thought. He then looked at Elder Nangong. Seeing that he agreed to enter immediately, he immediately signaled Elder Nangong to lead the way. Elder Nangong naturally wouldn't be the first to enter the teleportation circle. If not, it would be strange if the Black Hell King didn't attack Yu Yang. The 6 human innates were the first to enter, followed by War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. Seeing that his subordinates had entered safely, the Black Hell King looked at Yu Yang again and disappeared into the teleportation circle. Little brat, if there are any changes to the landing point, you must be careful of the Black Hell King. This is my map, it will be valid for 3 days. After I enter, if I am closest to the north at 12 o'clock, I will wait for you at the north. If I am closest to the south at 6 o'clock, I will go to the south. Remember to meet up with me as soon as possible. Be careful. Elder Nangong took good care of Yu Yang. He originally wanted to urge Yu Yang to enter first, but after thinking about it, this brat would probably need to wait for the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members to enter first. It would be better for him to look after the 6 human innates, in case they were attacked by the ancient Beast King. Human innates were very rare, and those who could reach innate level 6 and above were even rarer. Every time one of them died, it would cause irreparable damage to the human continent. This was because they were at least the Heavenly Imperial Guardians, or even the Heavenly Imperial Guardians of the entire continent. Once they died, the demon abyss would invade unscrupulously. After Elder Nangong left, the Winged Clan members were slightly fearful. However, because of the conflict between the Southern Demon King and the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members, they weren't worried that Yu Yang and the 3 Eastern Goblin tribe members would join hands and attack them. Once the battle started, the Southern Demon King would probably kill the mountain-shaking bear and the 2 thunder gold-eyed leopards. Shoda was confident that he could handle Yu Yang. After all, no matter how powerful he was still a newbie. The only problem was that he had Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel. These 2 were extremely dangerous. However, Shoda had a way to ignore Yu Yang during the battle. If he were to attack, it would cause the other party to be annihilated. He had this confidence. The Southern Demon King looked at the mountain-shaking bear and the others and asked, "We have wasted a lot of time. Can we set off now?" "Yes." Yu Yang's aura instantly exploded to innate level 4. He took out his Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel at the same time and attacked the ancient teleportation circle like a madman. The ancient teleportation circle let out a deafening explosion, causing the glacier to tremble. The sound of the explosion spread across the boundless sky and the snowy ground. No one knew how far the sound traveled. The ancient teleportation circle shattered. As the Winged Clan members' expressions changed, Yu Yang stabbed the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar into the glacier. At the beginning, when Yu Yang destroyed the ancient teleportation circle, Shoda didn't react at all. In his eyes, there was even a hint of "you're courting death" ridicule. However, when the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar appeared, his expression changed immediately. The treasure that was hidden in his palm shattered with a bang, turning into countless golden lights and disappeared into the air. At this moment, a pillar of light was shot down from the sky. The Black Hell King's overbearing aura enveloped the entire area. However, when the pillar of light descended, it became distorted under the influence of the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar. The Black Hell King stretched out his hand with the intention of tearing the space apart. However, it was to no avail. He let out a terrifying roar unwillingly. The pillar of light disappeared and the teleportation failed. The Black Hell King's image disappeared. Yu Yang leisurely picked at his ears and brought his little finger to his mouth to blow lightly, as if there was a big piece of ear scraps that he could blow away. He then turned to Shoda, whose face was filled with shock, and said indifferently, "I say, my birdman friend, can I trouble you not to whisper so loudly next time? Don't you know how irritating it is to hear such boring whispers? If you want to kill me, just do it directly. Why do you have to waste so much effort? Do you think that you can kill me just by giving the Black Hell King your coordinates and letting him teleport back? You guys are already hundreds or even thousands of years old, how can you still be so naive?" Southern Demon King also laughed and clapped her hands. Another good show to watch, this is great. The three of you go and bite them to death. The three Eastern Goblin tribesmen shot towards the winged clan warriors like arrows released from a bow. Xiaoda suddenly realized, you guys are in cahoots. That's right. The Southern Goblin King smiled lightly, you idiots, do you think that just because I'm the traitor king of the Eastern Goblin tribe, I'm destined to be enemies with the Dragon Emperor? Even if I'm the traitor king, it's impossible for me to help outsiders to kill our people. Of course, this is just an act for you to see. Because if we, the Eastern Goblin tribe, do not do this, we will definitely become the strongest and most threatening competitor of all the races in Tongtian Tower. We will become the enemy of all the races. We need to create a small disturbance to make people think that we are a divided race and are not a threat. Looking at your expressions, I can tell that our plan is working well. Ba-yi Chief Consul, he will take revenge for us. Xiaoda shouted in exasperation. Yes, these last words are very pleasant to hear. Although Yu Yang and the Southern Goblin King had never fought side by side before, they were very well coordinated at this moment. In an instant, they appeared in front of Xiaoda at the same time. The world-exterminating wheel and the sharp demonic sound of 5 fingers playing the jade pipa simultaneously attacked Xiaoda, the leader of the winged clan. Ding ding ding, a few extremely sharp sounds from the pipa pierced into the ears of the leader of the winged clan. Xiaoda's entire body shook, as if he had been struck by lightning. Even with the protection of energy, his ears could not withstand the demonic sound. In an instant, his ears exploded and blood spurted out. Time seemed to have frozen. Xiaoda floated in the air, motionless, while Yu Yang stared at him coldly. Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill could even trap an innate rancor like Guan Lan, let alone Xiaoda. Under the influence of the demonic sound, Xiaoda's mind trembled, his mind was in chaos, and he had no ability to resist. I'll kill you. Yu Yang had always been an honest and straightforward person. His first move was to kill. The Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Arctic Frost Flower, one on the left and one on the right, attacked Xiaoda's body under Yu Yang's control. Although the power of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was not as strong as the Arctic Frost Flower in this unit world, its impact on one's mind was not reduced at all. Even the Southern Demon King, who was behind Xiaoda, felt as if the entire sky was pressed down by a giant hand, almost suffocating. And this was outside of the attack. She could not imagine how much pain Xiaoda, who had no defense, would feel after being hit by Yu Yang head-on. The shockwave spread out, and the sky on both sides seemed to be cut in half by the giant cold blade. One side became a blazing hell, and the other a freezing hell. All the winged clan members rolled on the ground in pain. Even the valiant mountain-shaking bear and thunder gold-eyed leopard had to support themselves with their hands to barely withstand the power of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. The distant ancient giant ape, ancient demon bear, and ice dragon all fled. They were so weak that they even lay on the ground, letting out weak cries. They no longer had the arrogance of the ancient beasts. Boom, Xiaoda was hit. Half of his body was scorched, and the other half was covered in frost. Yu Yang didn't show any mercy to the miserable Xiaoda. He heavily kicked Xiaoda's chest, and purple lightning ruthlessly bombarded Xiaoda's heart. Without the body of the ancient titan, Wu Su, and in a state of restriction, not to mention a winged clan leader who had just reached innate level 8, even the strongest warrior in the winged clan, Sky Emperor Ba-yi, would be heavily injured and fall to the ground. Without the need for the Southern Demon King to attack again, Yu Yang spun and beheaded Xiaoda, who had lost his ability to fight, with a world-exterminating wheel. So fast. The Southern Demon King finally understood why the Black Hell King was so afraid of this young man. It was because he would turn into the most terrifying god of death once he had the chance to kill someone instantly. If it was an opponent of the same strength, Xiaoda would probably be able to hold on for half an hour even if he couldn't win. However, when faced with Yu Yang, Xiaoda was instantly killed on the spot without being able to counterattack or even react. Xiaoda was a winged clan ranker who had already reached innate level 8. He was ranked top 5 in the entire winged clan. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Yu Yang effortlessly? This was the power of the Yu clan's third young master. This was also the reason why the Black Hell King was afraid of him. The Southern Demon King also knew that this wasn't Yu Yang's full strength. He still had the Nirvana flame and the terrifying sword chi that he hadn't used yet. Otherwise, Xiaoda would be defeated even faster and more thoroughly. Yu Yang kept Xiaoda's corpse. To him, the corpse of an innate level 8 ranker was a rare fertilizer, so he couldn't waste it. The crescent moon roared and raised high in his hand, unleashing a devastating attack. First slash, earth-splitting slash. Ding ding ding. The Southern Demon King's long hair danced in the wind as she flashed behind Yu Yang, using her demonic voice to boost his power. Her jade-like fingers danced in the air as the wheel-sweeping slash flew. The demonic voice pierced the ears from afar, while the sharp blade slashed wildly from close range. There was the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus above and the freezing frost below. The most tragic thing was that the Glacier Canyon had a special law that forbade flying. It was simply a nightmare for the Winged Clan. Under the situation where they couldn't escape, the Winged Clan rankers whose minds were disturbed gathered their strength to defend against Yu Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash. Rumble, a few of the weakest Winged Clan rankers vomited blood as their internal organs were injured by Yu Yang's blade aura. Yu Yang, who was shot into the sky, borrowed the pressure from the law to increase his speed towards the glacier. Yu Qiu's self-created Armageddon slash, second slash, heaven and earth collapse. It exploded in his hands. The power of Yu Qiu's self-created ultimate move coupled with Yu Yang's understanding and revision was absolutely earth-shattering. The unstoppable slash was unstoppable. All the Winged Clan rankers gathered their giant swords together, but they still couldn't defend against Yu Yang's heavy slash. The giant swords shattered and the surrounding Winged Clan rankers were all sent flying into the glacier, vomiting blood. A few of them who were heavily injured even vomited pieces of their internal organs on the spot. This showed how terrifying the power of the blade aura was. The Winged Clan ranker who was standing at the front was cut in half by Yu Yang. Seeing such power, the Southern Demon King couldn't help but be shocked. It wasn't that she hadn't seen powerful ultimate moves before, but she had never seen a platinum-ranked weapon that had the power of a holy-ranked artifact. In the same realm, if it was just based on the aura and power. The Southern Demon King believed that it was Yu Yang without a doubt. Not to mention that this brat had hidden his true strength, just the power of innate level 3 or innate level 8 that he showed on the surface was far beyond innate level 8 rankers like Xiaoda. Even innate level 9 Shen Tian and the Black Prince might not have such power. Again. Yu Yang jumped with all his might again. Under the Forbidden Space Law, he could jump up to a height of 100 meters. If it was the Southern Demon King, she would also sigh that she couldn't do it. The third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains, after the first two slashes, Yu Yang decided to finish off his opponent in one go, in case anything unexpected happened. The third slash would be 10 times more powerful than the first two slashes. Yu Yang believed that after this slash, no one would be able to survive. At the entrance of a faraway valley, a terrifying whirlwind that looked like a snow dragon, 100 times faster than lightning, swept across the ground. Yu Yang slashed down from the sky. When all the Winged Clan warriors closed their eyes and waited for their deaths, the snow dragon had already surpassed the shockwave and sound, arriving one step ahead of them. In the snowstorm, a tall figure with wings on its back stretched out a hand and blocked Yu Yang's earth-shattering slash. The golden palm and crescent moon collided silently. However, an instant later, with the collision at the center, it was as if the universe had exploded. The entire space seemed to shatter, and the spherical shockwave spread rapidly before the sound could be heard. The mountains, ice walls, ground, and valleys all trembled and collapsed under the shockwave. The ice dragon that was circling high in the sky didn't even have time to spread its wings before it was engulfed by the shockwave and snow. The ancient giant ape and ancient demon bear couldn't even stand properly, and both of them rolled on the ground. The only one who could still stand still was the Southern Demon King. Even though she was protected by the Jade Pipa, she still slid back 3 meters. She didn't stay still at the same time. The mountain-shaking flying bear retreated deep into the ice wall, while the lightning gold-eyed leopard brothers were nowhere to be seen. They were probably at least 200 meters away. The Winged Clan members on the ground weren't sent flying. An energy shield protected them. This energy shield came from the mysterious person's left hand, which was facing downwards, while his right hand, which was facing upwards, was still defending against the crescent moon blade that could cut through metal like mud. Ha! Yu Yang unleashed his strength, but the crescent moon didn't slash the mysterious person's palm. Instead, it was sent flying. When he flipped over, the impact dissipated, and he slowly landed. Only then did he realize that there was a powerful winged clan member with 8 wings on his back. The mysterious person was tall and slender, about 2 meters tall. His legs were exceptionally long, and he was extremely handsome. His skin was smooth and white, and he looked like a woman. He had 8 wings on his back, and his snowy feathers fluttered even though there was no wind. Other than a crystal sword with a 7-colored gemstone hanging on his waist, the person didn't have any other weapons. He wasn't even wearing any armor. Just now, he had used his body's defense to block Yu Yang's third slash, Master of the Rivers and Mountains. He even had the energy to release an energy shield to protect his subordinates. Such a powerful person, who exactly was he? The Southern Demon King's expression changed when she saw the person. Of course, she knew who this 8-winged warrior who looked like a woman was. She just didn't expect him to appear here, and coincidentally in this glacier valley, so it's the Sky Emperor. Greetings to your majesty, Sky Emperor Ba-Yi. The Southern Demon King's expression returned to normal as she smiled and greeted the person. You're here too? The Sky Emperor Ba-Yi was a little surprised to see the Southern Demon King. It seemed that this was different from the information he received. However, he returned the greeting politely and looked at Yu Yang. He asked even though he already knew the answer, who is this young man? I don't know why he would kill the warriors who persecuted the Angel clan so crazily. Are you trying to bully the Guangming continent? Your Majesty, this is the 3rd young master of the Yu clan in the Soaring Dragon continent. He is also the famous little titan in the Tong Tian Tower. The Southern Demon King introduced him to the Sky Emperor Ba-Yi. Even if you're the famous little titan, you can't kill people for no reason, right? The Sky Emperor Ba-Yi asked coldly. What do you mean by killing people for no reason? Sky Emperor, although you're one of the 5 emperors of the Tong Tian Tower, you can't slander me. Yu Yang laughed out loud as he pointed at a winged clan warrior under Ba-Yi's feet with his crescent moon. They stole my divine equipment and swallowed my 4 symbols pearl in broad daylight. Everyone has the right to punish them. Could it be that you want to use your power to protect your clan while I, a weak junior, can only suffer in secret and not even have the right to pursue the treasures? There is righteousness in the world. Sky Emperor, if you want to protect the criminals, just say it. If you use force to bully me, I'll leave immediately. Pfft. The winged clan warrior who was pointed at by Yu Yang with his crescent moon was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. The Southern Demon King also pretended that she didn't know him. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen such a shameless person. He was the one who killed them and stole their treasures, but he still tried to frame them. It was no wonder that the other party vomited blood out of anger. The Sky Emperor was so angry that he started laughing. Alright, so that's the truth. Little Titan, if my people were to steal your divine equipment and 4 symbols pearl, Ba-Yi would definitely kill them personally to clear the name of the Angel clan in the Guangming continent. If they did not steal your divine equipment and 4 symbols pearl, what would happen if I found out that you were the one who slandered me and framed me? Would you let me kill you in front of the formation to clear the reputation of the Angel clan? Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders. Hurry up and investigate. They even stole my god's blood and martial soul. Make them spit it out now. The Southern Demon King was speechless. It was already exaggerated enough to say that he stole the divine equipment and 4 symbols pearl, but he even said that he stole the god's blood and martial soul. Even if he was bragging, he shouldn't have bragged so much. How was he going to justify himself later on? She poked Yu Yang's back with her fair finger and urged him using telepathy. Idiot, run away. Why are you still talking nonsense with that birdman? He is obviously trying to stall for time. If you don't run away now, it will be too late. A mysterious smile flashed across Yu Yang's eyes. He replied to the Southern Demon King. You can't just run away randomly. You have to look for the right timing. In the sky, a huge black figure that looked like a demon dragon descended from the sky. It was the Black Hell King. He greeted Yu Yang with an unusually gentle and courteous voice. Don't be afraid, 3rd young master. I am here to uphold justice for you. Brother Sky Emperor should at least give me some face. If it was really his people who stole your divine equipment, he will definitely seek justice for third young master. This time, the Southern Demon King was speechless again. She really wanted to say, Black Hell King, you and the Sky Emperor call each other brothers so intimately. The only thing missing is that you guys are in an alliance. You want to uphold justice? Now she understood. Not only did the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor have an affair, his reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately found an opportunity to cause trouble for Yu Yang. Next, she didn't know how Yu Yang would react. It was highly likely that he would escape. But how would he escape? Suddenly, the Southern Demon King became curious. She wanted to see how Yu Yang would react next. How would he react? Since the Black Hell King is the judge, that's for the best. The Sky Emperor brushed his long hair behind his ear and asked Yu Yang, before we investigate, we need to confirm one thing. Does Yu Clan's third young master have a divine equipment? If you have never had a divine equipment, then it can prove that my subordinates did not steal your divine equipment. Because no one can steal a divine equipment that doesn't exist. The divine equipment chooses its owner. Maybe a genius like third young master would have a divine equipment in his hands. The Black Hell King and Sky Emperor echoed each other. Come on, take out the divine equipment and we will admit that we stole it from you. A few Winged Clan's warriors provoked arrogantly. They thought that the divine equipment wasn't something that could be bought from a street stall. Even the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King didn't have one, so Yu Clan's third young master definitely wouldn't have one. They could force him to take it out now. If he didn't, it would be slander. Then the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King could use this as a pretext to attack. Southern Demon King's gaze turned cold. The Black Hell King was right about the divine equipment choosing its owner. A divine equipment couldn't be stolen. The divine equipment had its own intelligent spirit. Even if it was stolen, it would easily return to its owner. Other than being recognized by the divine equipment, a warrior couldn't steal the divine equipment using external forces. There were 3 points in the Sky Emperor's accusation. First, Yu Yang didn't have a divine equipment. If he didn't have one, then Ba Yi's clansmen wouldn't steal his divine equipment. Yu Yang was intentionally slandering them. Second, even if Yu Yang had a divine equipment, others wouldn't be able to steal it. Yu Yang's words were still slander. Third, other than rebuking Yu Yang, the Sky Emperor's question was also a clever test. If Yu Yang couldn't prove that he had a divine equipment, then other than slandering the Winged Clan and challenging the Sky Emperor's authority, he would also let the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King know his background. If he didn't have a divine equipment, Yu Yang's life wouldn't be guaranteed. The Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King could use this as a pretext to attack. The Southern Demon King knew that the Sky Emperor was not to be trifled with. However, he did not expect that he would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did he successfully counterattack, he even managed to force Yu Yang into a corner. Since you have the divine equipment in your hands, why don't the Yu Clan third young master show us the divine equipment and let us broaden our horizons? Here, not only me, I believe the king of the southern wilderness has also admired the divine weapon for a long time. The Sky Emperor looked at the Southern Demon King. He and the Black Hell King had the intention to kill Yu Yang, but they weren't sure what the Southern Demon King was thinking. If it was someone else, the Sky Emperor would not be too concerned about it. However, it just had to be the Southern Demon King who was an expert in using demonic tunes to kill. It was best not to provoke her. Is that so? Third young master has a divine weapon? I've never seen a divine artifact before. Southern Demon King's words made the Sky Emperor and Black Hell King relax. This woman was very smart, she would not help either side. Of course, it was already very good to have this result. If the Southern Demon King was charmed by the Yu Clan third young master's charm and sacrificed herself to protect him, the Yu Clan third young master might really escape. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome in the future. Ji Zun, that terrifying woman, would kill her way to the Guangming continent or destroy the Black Hell army. If it wasn't for their concerns, the Sky Emperor and Black Hell King would have already made their move. The Southern Demon King remained neutral on the surface, but she secretly sent a message to Yu Yang, "Idiot, why aren't you running? If you delay any longer, the Black Hell King's helpers will return. Maybe the Emperor of the Underworld will also join in." At that time, forget about running, you might not even be able to keep your life. As if he didn't hear the Southern Demon King's secret message, Yu Yang slowly reached into his clothes. His action made the Black Hell King and Sky Emperor nervous. They felt that this brat was going to crush the teleportation crystal and escape. They were secretly on guard and prepared to intercept him. Unexpectedly, Yu Yang took out a rainbow-colored seal. Divine equipment? My family has never been short of these things. Once the seal appeared, the sky above the glacier canyon seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand of God. No life could move. Those ice dragons that could fly even under the law of forbidden space fell straight down the moment they drilled out of the ice and snow. They were completely unable to resist the power of this pressure. If the pressure of Yu Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was compared to the pressure of this seal, the pressure of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was like a small sailboat, while the pressure of this seal was like a 10,000-ton ship. Although they both had the same power of pressure, they were not on the same level. Most importantly, the pressure of this seal contained an irresistible sealing power. Not to mention the ancient Great Ape, ancient Demon Bear and Ice Dragon, even the Sky Emperor and Black Hell King had the urge to escape in fear. They felt an uncontrollable fear towards this kind of pressure and sealing power. Especially the Black Hell King, who was a has-been prison emperor divine general. He was the clearest about what kind of treasure the seal in Yu Yang's hands was. This was the prison emperor divine seal that he feared the most. Compared to the prison emperor divine sword and prison emperor divine staff, the Black Hell King was more afraid of the prison emperor divine seal. This was because if he was defeated by the former two, he might still be able to survive. If he was defeated by the prison emperor divine seal, then what awaited him would be complete death, or perhaps being sealed forever. Prison Emperor Divine Seal, have you entered the Prison Emperor Divine Palace before? The Black Hell King's heart sank. If Yu Yang inherited the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Prison Emperor Divine Staff, and grew rapidly, becoming the new Prison Emperor was just around the corner. Then he, the traitor, would be in danger. Is it really a divine equipment? The Sky Emperor's pupils contracted continuously. He never thought that Yu Yang could really take out a divine equipment. Furthermore, it seemed to be a divine equipment of the highest grade. The ancient beasts in the distance had already knelt on the ground. Under the pressure and intimidation of the divine equipment, they didn't dare to move at all. Behind the Sky Emperor Ba-Yi, the winged clan warriors who had regained their arrogance swallowed their saliva in fear and greed. The legendary divine equipment was right in front of them, almost within their reach, but they couldn't obtain it. How could this make them go crazy? The worst thing was that they had previously said that if the other party took out the divine equipment, they would admit to stealing. What should they do now? The Southern Demon King was also stunned. She only reacted after a long while. She despised the greedy expressions of the winged clan warriors. Not to mention that they didn't have the strength, they didn't deserve to own a divine equipment. Even if Yu Yang gave the divine equipment to them, they would never be able to obtain it. A divine equipment had a spirit and it would choose its own master. It would never choose a weakling as its master. She could somewhat guess what was in Yu Yang's mind when he took out the divine equipment. Firstly, it was to calm himself down. Secondly, it was to attack the enemy. He took out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. To the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor, who were in cahoots with each other, would secretly split up because of the appearance of the divine equipment. It would be fine if the divine equipment had chosen its master, but it didn't. This meant that both the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King had a chance to gain its favor. The Prison Emperor Divine Seal was the best treasure for both the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. Even in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to find a better treasure than this. Killing Yu Yang and obtaining the Divine Seal was a certainty. The problem was, who would the Divine Seal belong to? The Black Hell King would only agree to the Divine Seal belong to the Sky Emperor unless he was an idiot. The Sky Emperor's strength was originally not comparable to the Black Hell King's. If the Black Hell King obtained the Divine Seal, then the Guangming continent would become the Black Hell King's backyard and the Sky Emperor would become the Black Hell King's prisoner instead of an ally. One Prison Emperor Divine Seal, two competitors, how would they split it? Moreover, the Yu clan's third young master wasn't made of tofu. Although the Prison Emperor Divine Seal hadn't recognized him as its master, the Prison Emperor Divine Staff and Divine Sword were two great divine equipment, so it was hard to guarantee that they had recognized him as their master. Southern Demon King finally understood why this brat didn't run away, but stayed behind to play tricks with the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. It turned out that he really had the strength to do so. Thinking of this, she smiled and took 2 steps forward, adding fuel to the fire in this tense situation. Yo, is this a divine equipment? Such a beautiful treasure. Does third young master have any extra at home? Give me one. When she said that, the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King knew that something was wrong. Once the divine equipment appeared, the Eastern Goblin tribe's Demoness was a little tempted. Indeed, if the combination of a handsome young man and a high-quality divine equipment couldn't mesmerize a woman, then there was nothing else that could tempt a woman. I'm not giving it to you, Fourth Mother said, to keep all the treasures at home for my wife. Yu Yang expressed that these were all betrothal gifts for his wife. Stingy. Southern Demon King pretended to pout coquettishly as she stretched out her fair hand and hit him lightly. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor looked at each other. They would definitely snatch it, but the problem was how to snatch it. Also, if they snatched it now, the Southern Demon King would definitely help the Yu clan's third young master. This was undoubtedly an unwise move. The Sky Emperor felt that his stomach was filled with jealousy. He opened his mouth to retaliate against Yu Yang, secretly feeling pleased with himself. He felt that he would definitely be able to take down this young brat who was still young. He didn't expect the other party to have an even more beautiful face-slapping counterattack. Not only did he suffer a setback, he also allowed the other party to sow discord between him and the Black Hell King. Although the Black Hell King was an ally, he definitely couldn't let him have this kind of high-quality divine equipment. Similarly, he wouldn't let him have it either. Therefore, no matter what happens in the future, at least for now, this brat's method of splitting the alliance was successful. The Sky Emperor wouldn't trust the Black Hell King 100% in their upcoming cooperation, and the Black Hell King wouldn't trust him 100% either. All of this was because of the Prison Emperor Divine Seal that Yu Yang had conjured. The Sky Emperor would rather Yu Yang never took out the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. If that was the case, then the Sky Emperor wouldn't be suspicious of his cooperation with the Black Hell King even before it started. Let me touch this Divine Seal, I'll just touch it. The Southern Demon King wanted to touch it, but Yu Yang didn't allow it. No, I let a few birdmen steal my Prison Emperor Divine Staff, just now. If I lose the Prison Emperor Divine Seal now, it would be terrible. If the little girl at home wants to eat roasted chestnuts in the future, there wouldn't be anything left to smash. Yu Yang's words almost made the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King vomit blood. Using the Prison Emperor Divine Seal to smash chestnuts, could this brat do something even more painful? We didn't steal it. The few winged clan birdmen were about to cry. They had never heard of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff. Moreover, a divine equipment had a spirit. How could they steal it? Yu clan's third young master had wronged them too much. If this continued, they reckoned that Yu clan's third young master would make them vomit out their divine blood and martial souls. At that time, they wouldn't be able to find a rope even if they wanted to hang themselves. Moreover, they even said that if the other party had a divine equipment, they would admit to stealing. The few birdmen immediately fell to the ground and pretended to faint. Who? The Black Hell King suddenly roared angrily as he looked towards the northwest sky. Yu clan's third young master, you are indeed a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years in Tongtian Tower. I never thought that you would have so many rare divine equipment in your family. From high up in the sky, a man whose figure couldn't be seen clearly slowly floated down. The image on his body moved slightly, as if he was greeting the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor. He also greeted the Yu clan and the Southern Demon King. I am Yu Ming. I have also admired third young master for a long time. Seeing you today, you are indeed a dragon amongst men. The Black Hell King is the judge. Yu Ming and the Southern Demon King are also willing to bear witness. Sky Emperor, if it is true that your subordinate stole third young master's divine equipment, it would tarnish the name of the Guangming continent. Why don't you let your subordinate return the divine equipment to third young master? You. When the Sky Emperor Ba Yi saw this person, his expression immediately changed. This person who called himself Hades was one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, the emperor of the underworld, on par with the Sky Emperor and the Ocean Emperor. The Emperor of the Underworld was a very mysterious innate expert. It was said that his father was originally a ranker from the demon abyss. 2,000 years ago, he came to the Dark Night continent in the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower and settled there. He married a wife and had children. After the Emperor of the Underworld was born, he was extremely talented and far surpassed his parents. In the end, he became the strongest person in the Dark Night continent and even became one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower. This was because the Dark Night continent and the Guanming continent, which were both hostile forces on the 9th floor, would often go to war. When the Emperor of the Underworld was still young, his father had unfortunately died in battle. Although he wasn't killed by the Sky Emperor, Ba-Yi, the Emperor of the Underworld and the Sky Emperor were mortal enemies. Although the Emperor of the Underworld did not have the confidence to kill the Sky Emperor, they would never be on the same side. As long as the Sky Emperor agreed, he would definitely oppose it. As long as it made the Sky Emperor sad, he would do his best to achieve it. For example, he could use Yu Yang to give the Sky Emperor a tight slap. Although the Emperor of the Underworld didn't know that the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor had joined hands to plot against Yu Yang, and he also didn't know why Yu Yang didn't leave after falling into the trap, and even took out his divine equipment, it didn't stop him from temporarily supporting Yu Yang to embarrass the Sky Emperor. So it's the Emperor of the Underworld. Welcome. The Black Hell King appeared to be courteous, but he sighed in his heart. Now that the Emperor of the Underworld was here, it would be even more difficult to kill Yu Yang. As long as the Emperor of the Underworld kept the Sky Emperor occupied, it would not be easy for him to kill Yu Yang in front of the Southern Demon King. Moreover, Yu Yang was not a simple character. If they were to make a move now, they would be pushing the neutral Emperor of the Underworld and the Southern Demon King to Yu Yang's side. Yu Yang must have obtained the Prison Emperor Divine Seal for a long time. As long as he didn't receive the recognition of the divine equipment, Yu Yang would still have a chance. The Black Hell King was depressed, but he endured it. Sky Emperor Ba-Yi was also depressed. He felt that not only did he not get to eat the lamb this time, but he also got himself into trouble. If he had known that the Emperor of the Underworld had been following him, he wouldn't have needed to show himself. Or he could have remained neutral after he showed himself and not fall out with Yu Yang. He could have only sent the Black Hell King to negotiate with Yu Yang. Now he had become the bad guy. He had provoked an enemy with limitless potential who could improve at lightning speed. Not only did he not gain any benefits, he even let the Emperor of the Underworld laugh at him. Let's go. The Sky Emperor was too ashamed to stay any longer and prepared to leave the Glacier Canyon with his subordinates. Wait. The Black Hell King naturally wouldn't let the Sky Emperor leave just like that. He had to rope in this ally. Since he couldn't get the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, then there was still value in roping in the Sky Emperor. He sent a sound transmission to the Sky Emperor and secretly discussed a few things. On the surface, he also said, the king of the southern wilderness explored the ancient ruins left behind by the predecessors. We were fated to meet here, why would we travel together to explore the void? Seeing that the southern demon king didn't have any intention to reject him, he felt that this woman was really smart. She didn't express her stand at all. She didn't help the Yu clan's third young master, nor did she open her mouth to help him. She only watched the show. The Black Hell King looked at Yu Yang and the Emperor of the Underworld as if nothing had happened. He invited the two of them in a cultured manner. If there really is a secret treasure, let's see who is fated to obtain it. His words caused the Sky Emperor to ponder secretly. Even if there weren't any treasures in the ancient ruins, killing the Yu clan's third young master and obtaining the Prison Emperor Divine Seal would be worth it. If he left with hatred, then the divine equipment would leave him and he would never be able to obtain it. In the end, the Sky Emperor decided to stay. As a witness, Yu Ming is very willing to go together. Maybe the Sky Emperor is fated to obtain another divine equipment and give it to the Yu clan's third young master. The Emperor of the Underworld didn't forget to ridicule the Sky Emperor. Yu Yang didn't say a word and kept the Prison Emperor Divine Seal slowly. No one could guess what the Yu clan's third young master was thinking. Why didn't he run away and instead showed the Prison Emperor Divine Seal to others? It was precisely because they couldn't guess his thoughts that the Black Hell King and the others felt that this young man was terrifying. There were many legends about the Yu clan's third young master, but after seeing him today, they knew that his actions were different from ordinary people. With such strength and intelligence, it was no wonder that he could even kill the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor secretly looked at each other. Seeing Yu Yang's extremely calm behavior, they felt a chill down their spines. There had never been a young man who could give them such a deterrent. This Yu clan's third young master was extremely dangerous. The Black Hell King made up his mind that when he found the opportunity, he would kill him as fast as possible to get rid of this huge threat. If he didn't find the best opportunity, he would kill Yu Yang before he left Heaven Beyond Heaven. He definitely couldn't let this brat leave Heaven Beyond Heaven alive. Otherwise, once he matured, the one who would fail in the end would most likely be him. Seniors, and third young master who has a house full of divine equipment, why don't we head to the ancient ruins to take a look? I don't want divine equipment that can be used to smash chestnuts. Being able to obtain a holy rank treasure is already my limit. The Southern Goblin King lightly smiled. Her slender jade-like hands lightly waved on the pipa, and the music sounded out like pearls falling onto a jade plate. It was pleasing to the ears, causing one to be intoxicated and feel extremely refreshed. The Southern Demon King opened her mouth to expel the mountain-shaking bear and the lightning gold-eyed leopard brothers. The Sky Emperor also quickly ordered his tribesmen who pretended to faint to leave. The Glacier Canyon's teleportation circle had already been destroyed by Yu Yang previously. It couldn't be repaired. Fortunately, the Southern Demon King knew of another teleportation circle. As she led the way, she asked Yu Yang many questions along the way. Her attitude had changed a lot. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor knew that something was wrong. It seemed that the Southern Demon King was still a little interested in Yu Yang. After all, he was a handsome guy with a divine equipment. However, they couldn't stop the two from communicating and developing. The best solution now was to join hands and kill Yu Yang after entering the ancient ruins. If Yu Yang got both the beauty and the treasures of the ancient ruins, then the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor who accompanied him the whole time would be in deep trouble. Along the way, they were secretly communicating. They were planning on how to join hands and kill Yu Yang. The Emperor of the Underworld followed behind without saying a word. However, the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor were sure that if the situation was bad, the Emperor of the Underworld would be the first to attack. Moreover, the first target would definitely be the Sky Emperor. After walking for another 100 kilometers, they passed through the teleportation circle and entered the ancient ruins. Yu Yang suddenly realized that the real test had just begun. Moreover, the environment was extremely harsh and it wasn't any weaker than the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor's threat. The ancient ruins were also located in an unimaginably huge glacier canyon. It was estimated that the glacier canyon that was tens of kilometers long was not even 1/100th of it. Looking at the sky, the top of the glacier canyon could not be seen. Looking at the opposite side, it was estimated that the other cliff that covered the sky was at least 100 kilometers away. If one were to look at the opposite side, they would realize that in the faraway horizon, there was a snow-white silver river that covered the sky. It stood tall and straight into the clouds. The viciousness of the glacier canyon was a ghastly sight. Countless tornadoes continuously descended from the clouds, sucking in the ice and snow on the ground. The frozen ground would also explode for no reason, and a terrifying ice storm would erupt like a volcano. Billions of ice crystals and springs shot towards the sky with boundless power. Those who were hit would probably suffer the same consequences as if they were hit by a peak innate level 10 Supreme Innate. Even the Black Hell King, who was fully equipped with holy ranked equipment, was very wary of the ice crystal storm that shot out like a spring. What was even more terrifying was the strange space shattering. Yu Yang's heaven-eyes divine vision couldn't see why it was like this. Without any warning, the sky instantly shattered. In the shattered space, any substance would disintegrate, turning into ashes. This was the most famous and terrifying scene of the shattering void in Heaven Beyond Heaven. Luckily, the ancient teleportation circle that the Southern Demon King discovered was not damaged at all. Unlike the previous one, its teleportation range was fixed. Yu Yang, the Southern Demon King, the Emperor of the Underworld, the Sky Emperor and the Black Hell King all landed in the same area, not too far away from each other. With the Southern Demon King here, Yu Yang and the rest were safe. Yu Yang saw the Black Hell King waiting for an opportunity to attack a few times, especially when the shattering void appeared. But as long as Yu Yang turned around to look at him, the old man would pretend to be innocent. The only thing missing was a sticker on his forehead that said, "I will never sneak attack you." What is that? Yu Yang saw a huge tornado pillar spinning endlessly in the distance. He asked curiously, could that be the entrance to the ancient ruins? We have not reached the real entrance yet. The real entrance to the ancient ruins is even scarier. The shattering void could be seen at any time. If an innate level 8 were to encounter an ice crystal fountain or the shattering void, they would be instantly killed. Even if they were to defend with all their might, they would still be in grave danger if they were to get hit. The Southern Demon King had already leveled up to innate level 8. It seemed that she still had the energy to level up to innate level 9. This Peeped Demoness abilities were indeed hidden, she was comparable to the impatience from before. Third Young Master seems to have an innate ability to control fire and ice. You are indeed a genius. The Black Hell King said indifferently. I can't be compared to the Black Hell King's innate thick skin and impervious to fire and water. Yu Yang retorted on the spot. The Black Hell King did not get angry and just laughed. In terms of endurance, the Black Hell King was the strongest enemy that Yu Yang had ever met in his life. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to withstand such a sharp and bitter verbal attack. As an innate elder ranker, not only did he have a full set of holy ranked weapons, he even had allies by his side. The Black Hell King was able to endure Yu Yang's provocation. This showed how scheming he was. After walking for a few kilometers, there was a fallen tree in front of them. There was also a small amount of ice fragments. It was estimated that an innate ranker was hit by the ice crystal fountain. When he fell, his head, neck and half of his chest were smashed, leaving only his waist and 2 legs. Help! A black figure escaped from the edge of the never-ending tornado and ran towards Yu Yang in a sorry state. However, before Yu Yang and the rest could see the situation clearly, a huge ancient ice demon king appeared behind them. It was 50 to 60 meters tall and held a long and curved ice blade in its hand. It chased after them with a violent ice crystal tornado. When Yu Yang saw it, he immediately took out his Hui Jin magic blade. However, the Southern Demon King raised her hand to stop him. This ancient ice demon king should be the guardian of the secret passage. It will only chase and kill people who trespass without permission. It will not attack us. If we attack, it is possible that all the guardians will be mobilized. At that time, we won't be able to enter the ancient ruins even if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Before the Southern Demon King could finish her sentence, the ancient Ice Demon King had already caught up to the escaping innate ranker. With a slash, the 10-meter-long ice blade cut the innate ranker into 2. After killing the innate ranker, the ancient Ice Demon King slowly sank into the glacier and disappeared. The innate ranker that was cut into 2 stopped 100 meters in front of Yu Yang. Yu Yang suddenly had a strange feeling. When the ancient Ice Demon King sank into the glacier, it seemed to have looked at him. Was it his illusion, or was there another reason? Ancient Ruins, Entrance. In the center of the gigantic glacier canyon, a crystal mountain stood tall. It was almost 1,000 meters tall and had a radius of a few times its height. It was conical, transparent and pure. Under the reflection of the ice and snow, the mountain gave off a faint sapphire blue color. It was extremely beautiful and indescribable. If it wasn't for the fact that many crystal pillars on the mountain had collapsed, giving it a slightly broken appearance, no one would believe that this was an ownerless ancient ruins. Tornadoes roared around the mountain, wreaking havoc on the glacier land. The broken space also flashed from time to time. But strangely, it deviated from its surroundings and did not harm the crystal mountain at all. The entrance that the Southern Demon King brought everyone through was the Crystal Gate in the west. It was also one of the 3 remaining entrances to the ancient ruins. It was said that there were originally 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north. However, the north gate had completely collapsed and was inaccessible. The south and east gates were also broken a few times, making the passageway extremely dangerous. The only safe one was the west gate that the Southern Demon King had explored before. Everyone be careful, there are many passageways inside. Once you enter some passageways, you will be trapped inside and unable to leave for a few days. The Southern Demon King reminded everyone. Yu Yang suddenly summoned Little Wenli. The Black Hell King, Sky Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld were slightly stunned. There were no monsters appearing yet. Why did this brat summon his guardian beast? Yu Yang had entered the Five Elements Palace before and suffered a loss. If there was a rule in the ancient ruins that forbade summoning beasts, then no matter how strong the summoned beasts were, they would still die tragically. The ancient ice demon king that killed the foreign innates just now was not a holy beast and was only platinum ranked level 10. However, its strength was actually comparable to a level 8 innate. If there were a few hundred ancient ice demon kings or even stronger ancient beasts hiding inside, and no one had summoned beasts, Yu Yang did not dare to imagine the consequences. Regardless of what the Black Hell King thought, his own safety was the most important. Not only did Yu Yang summon Little Winli, he also summoned the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man who possessed the heart of earth and never felt tired. Let's go in. The Southern Demon King did not have any reaction, but the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor paid special attention to Little Winli. They secretly sized her up a few times, as if trying to determine if she was a holy beast or a divine beast. Little Winli was lying on Yu Yang's back like a daughter. Her eyes were closed, as if she was sleeping soundly. When the Black Hell King saw her, his first reaction was to stay away from Little Winli. Although they hadn't fought it before, Yu Yang's little snake demon was very powerful. It had a powerful inherent skill that could bind its opponent. The supreme innates of Tong Tian Tower had long heard of it. Shun Tian and the Black Prince had suffered under the little Lamia Loli's binding chains, inherent skill. Even the great demon king of the demon abyss was no exception. Some people even boldly suspected that the Ocean Emperor Guanlan's death was caused by the combination of the little Lamia Loli's binding chains, inherent skill and the Yu clan's third young master's world exterminating wheel. The Sky Emperor was also wary of Little Winli. After being bound, the Black Hell King still had his holy ranked equipment to protect himself. Since he was slightly weaker, the holy ranked equipment's power wasn't as strong as the Black Hell King's. He, who dominated Tong Tian Tower with his speed, techniques, and light power, had no advantage against the binding chains, inherent skill. It could even be said that he was completely suppressed. This was also the main reason why he didn't want to provoke Yu Yang. Only the silent emperor of the underworld took a few more glances at the barbarian cow Shadow Ah Man. It's really strange. These crystal passages are actually not guarded. The Southern Demon King brought Yu Yang and the others through the West Crystal Door. After walking for a few hundred meters, she stopped uneasily. There should be a type of shadow demon that can hide in the crystal passage at any time. They can copy the abilities of those who enter, and they will never die. It's really a headache. Why is there no one here? Are you sure we didn't go the wrong way? The Black Hell King asked. No. Although the crystal passages here are as complicated as a maze, I am confident that we didn't go the wrong way. The Southern Demon King shook her head. Is it possible that the passage is moving and changing its position? The Sky Emperor asked another possibility. No, that's not possible. I didn't feel any vibration. I am very sensitive to sound and air vibrations. Moreover, the markings here have not disappeared. This is indeed the path I have walked before. The Southern Demon King would place a small silver nail that looked like a musical note every certain distance. The silver nail emitted weak vibrations as her markings. Yu Yang noticed that she would collect the ones she left before and leave new ones every certain distance. Based on these markings, the Southern Demon King believed that she didn't take a wrong step. Let me ask you a question. The markings you left should be a piece of music. What is it? Yu Yang suddenly asked. Palace grudge. The Southern Demon King looked at Yu Yang thoughtfully. Everyone, don't be suspicious. We are walking on the correct path now. However, the distance is not right. It looks like we have walked a few hundred meters, but in reality, we have walked a few thousand meters or even further. Yu Yang pointed at the Emperor of the Underworld behind him. He is the Shadow Demon. I don't know where the Emperor of the Underworld went, but he must have copied the Emperor of the Underworld's hallucination ability to deceive our eyes. What did you say? The Black Hell King's eyes instantly turned bone-chilling. The Emperor of the Underworld was silently replaced by someone else and he didn't even know. If the Guardian had an even stranger ability, wouldn't he be in danger? The Sky Emperor immediately raised his strength to innate level 9 and attacked the Emperor of the Underworld. Sure enough, the Emperor of the Underworld was sent flying with one attack. The Shadow Demon only copied the Emperor of the Underworld's hallucination ability. Without the Emperor of the Underworld's strength, the Shadow Demon who was only innate level 7 was easily sent flying by the Sky Emperor. As it was sent flying, the entire space seemed to have been cleansed by some kind of power and became clear. The ground under their feet did not change, but the space passage changed. It was as if it was still the same, but it had become familiar and strange at the same time. The Shadow Demon who was disguised as the Emperor of the Underworld also revealed a black figure that had no gender, reverting to its original form. The Emperor of the Underworld had already been replaced by the Shadow Demon, and the real Emperor of the Underworld was nowhere to be found. Just as the Black Hell King was about to speak, he suddenly realized that there were a few Sky Emperors appearing from the Crystal Passage. They all pounced towards the Sky Emperor at the same time. Their speed was as fast as the Sky Emperor's. They fought so fiercely that no one could tell who was the real one and who was the fake one. All the Sky Emperors roared in anger and chased after their opponents crazily. Their attacks flew all over the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Sky Emperor, take your time, we'll go look for treasures first. Yu Yang added fuel to the fire, making the Sky Emperor even more furious. Bastard, I'm the real one, help me kill them quickly. Although they are immortal, once you kill them once, they will need to rest for a long time to recover. The Sky Emperor was going crazy. I'm the real one, you're all F*King imposters, I'll kill you all. The few Sky Emperors all said that they were the real one, even the Black Hell King couldn't tell the difference. Seeing that the Sky Emperor was entangled, Yu Yang couldn't care less. One less incense burner meant one less ghost, maybe there was only one secret treasure. Moreover, even if there were hundreds of millions of treasures, he wouldn't give one to the Sky Emperor. Yu Yang pulled the Southern Demon King and flew away. No matter how angry the Sky Emperor was, he wouldn't care. The Black Hell King hesitated for a while, but in the end, he decided to stay. He had a special ability that allowed him to sense his target. Although he could only sense one person, he had already locked on to Yu Yang, so he wasn't worried that he could escape. Moreover, it might not be completely safe in front. The Sky Emperor didn't want Yu Yang to get the secret treasure before him, so he unleashed his innate level 10 power in a moment of desperation. Boundless brilliance. With a big move, he sent all the Sky Emperors who had copied the high-speed flying ability flying away, forcing them to revert back to their true form. Those shadow demons were heavily injured, but they didn't die. One by one, they floated into the Crystal Passage and went into hibernation. They could copy the special abilities of the intruders, but they couldn't copy their true power. For a supreme innate like the Sky Emperor, they could still be dealt with, but he was in a sorry state. After defeating all the shadow demons, the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor hurriedly followed behind Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King. When they arrived at a crystal plaza, they were just like Yu Yang, amazed by the spectacle in front of them. This was definitely a special subspace, similar to the 12 zodiac temples, but without a guardian. The entire crystal plaza was huge. It was empty. According to Yu Yang's estimation, the entire area was more than a few hundred football fields, possibly even bigger than the entire Crystal Mountain. In the sky, there was a beautiful crystal dome, and surrounding it were crystal walls of immeasurable thickness that were nearly 1,000 meters tall. If one were to talk about its current space, the Crystal Mountain outside would not be able to contain it, not to mention the crystal passageway that was thousands of meters long. In the center of the Crystal Plaza, in front of Yu Yang, there was a crystal pillar that was 5 to 6 meters tall. Various heaven runes were recorded on it. Below it, there were 4 chests neatly placed. They were a gold chest, a silver chest, a bronze chest and an ordinary wooden chest. It was so easy to find the treasures of the ancient ruins. The Sky Emperor was stunned. The Black Hell King also felt that it wasn't possible. He even thought that it could be a shadow demon, or perhaps the guardian of the Crystal Plaza used some kind of smokescreen to mislead everyone's eyes. Yu Yang didn't answer. The Southern Demon King sighed softly. I came here before and chose one of the 4 chests. Then, a ray of light appeared. When I came to my senses, I realized that I was already in a unit world of the sky beyond heaven. I was expelled by that ray of light. The Sky Emperor asked, what if I choose all 4? Yu Yang pointed at the heaven runes on the crystal pillar. I say, Sky Emperor, I didn't expect you to be illiterate. Didn't you see what was written on it? It clearly states that if you choose one of the 4 chests, the one who is fated will get the treasures. If you are not fated, you will be expelled, just like her. If you choose wrongly, you are finished. It will teleport you to the Blood Lake Hell for a free tour, and you can even enjoy the white bone ornament and skinning set. Also, if you choose all of them, then congratulations. An extremely powerful and terrifying ancient monster will appear in this crystal field. I believe you will be so happy that you will pee in your pants. Since you are so afraid of death, you might as well not choose any of them. The Sky Emperor couldn't suppress his anger at Yu Yang's mockery. Southern Goblin King, what was the chest that you chose previously? The Black Hell King was more scheming and didn't bother about Yu Yang's mockery. He also understood some heaven runes. Although he didn't understand it as well as Yu Yang, he realized that the meaning of the heaven runes was exactly what Yu Yang said. I have been here twice. Including this one, this is the 3rd time. The positions and order of the chests were all different. I chose the silver chest the first 2 times. The first one was to expel, the second one was an empty chest. I don't dare to say what the 3rd one will be. You guys choose first, I will be the last one. The Southern Demon King didn't have enough confidence. She decided to give the chance to take the risk to everyone. You choose first. The Sky Emperor pointed at Yu Yang. Why? Yu Yang was curious. Why did this guy treat him so well? The 3 of us voted to let you choose first. The Sky Emperor expressed that he was very democratic and even used the method of voting. Is that so? You guys are so nice to me. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yu Yang looked at the Sky Emperor mockingly and laughed coldly. It was as if he already knew which chest contained the treasures, and he took big strides forward. This time, the Sky Emperor was extremely regretful. Damn it, maybe this brat had some special ability to determine which chest the treasures were in. If he really let him choose first, then he would be at a disadvantage. I choose the silver chest. Yu Yang touched the 4 chests for a long time. Finally, he confidently confirmed his target and picked up the silver chest. Wait. Sky Emperor panicked and quickly stopped him. If there was really a treasure in the silver chest, then he would have given it to Yu Yang for free. According to the probability, Southern Demon King's first 2 choices were banishment and an empty chest. Then the 3rd choice would most likely be a treasure. There was at least a 50% chance that it would be a treasure. Now that he let Yu Yang pick the silver chest, Sky Emperor felt like a pig's head. He clearly had the best chance, but he gave it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang rushed to pick up the silver chest, as if there was really a treasure inside. He coldly looked back at Sky Emperor. If I remember correctly, just 10 seconds ago, you guys very generously voted to let me pick the chest first. Are you going back on your words now? Sky Emperor's expression froze, but he reacted quickly and waved his hands. No, of course not. However, you have clearly misunderstood my meaning. Letting you choose the treasure chest first is letting you choose, not letting you take it. In other words, it doesn't mean that you own this silver treasure chest. After all, it's hard to say whether or not there are treasures inside. This risk, as treasure hunting companions, we have to bear together. After we open the chest and confirm the treasure, we can slowly discuss how to distribute it. The Black Hell King nodded his head in agreement. Southern Demon King secretly cursed at how shameless he was, but she did not say anything. She wanted to see how Yu Yang would deal with it. Now, she was getting more and more curious about him. This brat's reactions were always different from others. Sometimes, it was a joy to see him ruthlessly slap his enemies' faces. Yu Yang passed the silver chest to Sky Emperor. Don't you want this chest? Why are you talking so much? I'm embarrassed for you. If you want it, then take it. But do you know how to open it? This can only be opened with heaven runes. Do you know how to open it? Illiterate. Although Sky Emperor did not really understand the heaven runes on the crystal pillar, he could still open the chest. Moreover, he did not need to use violence. Black Hell King pointed his fingers in the air for dozens of times. Rays of light shot out from his fingers. Streaks of finger light formed and shot towards the silver treasure chest. The rays of light hit the connection points of the runic circle on the silver treasure chest. In an instant, the silver treasure chest in the hands of the Sky Emperor gradually emitted a bright light. After a minute of opening by the Black Hell King, the silver treasure chest was opened. A white pillar of light shot up into the sky. This was an important characteristic of a secret treasure that had been sealed for a long time. The Sky Emperor could vaguely see a golden item lying at the bottom of the box. As expected, choosing the silver chest was the right choice. There really were treasures inside. Before Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King could react, the Sky Emperor reached his hand out and grabbed the golden item in his hand. We also have a share of this treasure. Yu Yang was extremely dissatisfied with the Sky Emperor's actions. The treasure hunt is not over yet. I will keep it for now. Once the treasure hunt is over, we can slowly discuss how to distribute it. The Sky Emperor was delighted. He actually wanted to say that before the treasure hunt is over, the Black Hell King and I will send you on your way. Even your prison Emperor Divine Seal will be mine, not to mention the ancient secret treasure in your hand. I think you better put this treasure down immediately. Yu Yang laughed coldly. Is that so? I think it will be best kept in my hands. The Sky Emperor did not care about Yu Yang's threat. He shrugged his shoulders pretentiously. This might not be a treasure. Let it go quickly. The Black Hell King's expression suddenly changed. But his advice was too late. Before the Sky Emperor could show off to Yu Yang, he disappeared along with the white pillar of light. The golden treasure in his hand fell to the ground with a ding. When the Black Hell King saw the heaven runes on the golden mirror-like treasure, he secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because the runes on the treasure said Hell's Key. This was probably the key to open the gates of Hell. As for the Sky Emperor, he was teleported to the legendary Blood Lake Hell. This Blood Lake Hell was not the demon abyss. It was a very terrifying space in the heaven beyond heaven. Countless ancient beasts were imprisoned inside. The terrifying unit world of the ancient ruins was simply the safest place for a vacation to the Blood Lake Hell. Even if the Sky Emperor could return from the Blood Lake Hell, it would not be a matter of a day or two. Yu Yang laughed evilly. The Sky Emperor will definitely have a good time. Let's wish him a pleasant journey. The Black Hell King stared coldly at Yu Yang, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. You did it on purpose. Yu Clan's third young master, you are very smart. However, in the face of absolute power, intelligence is sometimes useless. Do you understand what I mean? You were the one who opened the chests. He snatched the treasures. No one forced him to do so. Everyone can see that. Yu Yang expressed that he was a good child and did not play any tricks. Southern Demon King, if you were to choose, what chest would you choose next? The Black Hell King turned to ask the Southern Demon King. What about you? The Southern Demon King asked back. The Black Hell King suddenly took out a shining golden thunder hammer and smashed it into the chests, shattering all the chests into pieces. All the chests were empty. There was no banishing light. There were no treasures either. The Black Hell King stared at Yu Yang. Yu Clan's third young master, your hands are really fast. I couldn't see when you secretly stole the treasures, but I know that you must have stolen the treasures from these 4 chests. Yu Yang calmly dug his ear and replied nonchalantly, there is no evidence. Although we are familiar with each other, I can still sue you for slander. The Southern Demon King could not stand his arrogance and pulled his ear. Great, you even lied to me. What treasures did you take? Spit them out immediately. I have made 3 trips and lost more than 10 of my subordinates. Now, I have not even seen the shadow of the treasures. You actually dare to play the game of stealing the dragon and changing the phoenix? If you don't hand over the treasures, I will not let you off. Seeing the Southern Demon King fly into a rage, Yu Yang and the Black Hell King were dumbfounded. They really couldn't tell. The Southern Goblin King, who was usually gentle and refined, actually became so ferocious when it came to treasures. Yu Yang was so frightened that he hurriedly took out a gold-ringed golden compass from his bosom. With trembling hands, he offered it to the angry woman. Big sister, there's only this treasure in the 4 chests. There's also a banishing scroll. Banishing scroll? Forget it, it's yours. The Southern Demon King snatched the golden compass and waved her hands arrogantly to dismiss Yu Yang. Then, she held the golden compass in her hands with stars in her eyes and cheered nonstop. Alright, I will give you a name. Let's call you Gucci Compass. From now on, you will be my 1925th collection. Yu Yang and the Black Hell King almost fell to the ground. Good heavens, it turns out that everyone was scheming and fighting openly and secretly. They had all helped her for nothing. Listening to her words, there were actually 1925 treasures. Yu Yang and the Black Hell King maliciously guessed that this Southern Demon King had robbed countless national treasuries. Seeing that the Southern Demon King only had gold-ranked treasures in her hands, the Black Hell King decided not to provoke this woman. His main target was Yu Yang. Especially the prison Emperor Divine Seal on Yu Yang. As long as it was in Yu Yang's hands, the Black Hell King would not be able to eat or sleep. The Black Hell King felt that it was time to act now that he had found the treasures in the ancient ruins. Now that the Southern Demon King had the treasures, she was a smart woman. She would definitely not interfere in the battle between him and Yu Yang. Moreover, even if she sided with Yu Yang, the Black Hell King was confident that he could kill the two of them in this crystal plaza. There was only one crystal passageway to enter. This place did not restrict the summoning of beasts. The Black Hell King felt that as long as he blocked the crystal passageway, Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King would definitely die. Just as the Black Hell King was about to attack Yu Yang, the entire crystal plaza suddenly trembled. The crystal pillar sank rapidly. The ground caved in. A giant crystal spiral staircase mysteriously appeared. No one knew how deep it went down. Could it be that the real treasures were still below? The Black Hell King did not have time to think as he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Countless powerful auras appeared below the crystal spiral staircase. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were about to rush out. Every one of them had the strength of the ancient Ice Demon King that they met previously. There were even a few that were even stronger. Yu Yang extended his hand and poked the Southern Demon King, who was still immersed in happiness. Big sister, we should go. So long-winded. You guys can deal with these few thieves, you don't have to ask me. The Southern Demon King hated it when people interrupted her appreciation of the treasures. Big sister, look above you. Yu Yang pulled her sleeves again. The Black Hell King heard this and looked up. His pupils immediately contracted. At the dome of the Crystal Plaza, there was a giant glowing ball of light floating in the air. The ball of light enveloped a giant ancient giant. The giant that was curled up and sleeping inside the ball of light was at least 10 meters tall. If it were to stretch its entire body, it would probably be the size of an ancient titan. Not to mention Yu Yang, even the Black Hell King was scared out of his wits. This sleeping ancient giant was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Once it awakens, it would definitely cause a huge ruckus. What's going on? The Southern Demon King was also shocked. She screamed as if she had just woken up from a dream. What did you guys do? What happened here? Shoo. Yu Yang quickly covered her mouth. Big sister, now is not the time to talk about this. What we need to do now is to leave quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, the crystal passageway 1,000 meters away rumbled and completely closed up. There was not even a small crack left. The ball of light floating in the air slowly floated down. The hearts of the Black Hell King, Yu Yang, and the Southern Demon King sunk. Which stingy bastard left this ancient ruin behind? They only took a golden compass, but not only did they let the dogs loose, they even sent an ancient giant to bully them. How could they live like this? Huh. The Black Hell King instantly increased his strength and exploded with the power of an innate level 10. A terrifying shockwave swept through the entire Crystal Plaza like a hurricane. Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King hurriedly moved away from this fellow. The Black Hell King felt that it wasn't enough to level up to innate level 10. He tore off his cloak and revealed his real body. He continued to increase his strength. His aura was like a tornado that spun crazily. Countless lightning bolts danced around the Black Hell King's body like silver snakes. A dark domain with a diameter of about 100 meters slowly appeared. With the Black Hell King as the center, it rose rapidly. It formed a semicircle that enveloped the Black Hell King like a shield. Countless amounts of dark energy erupted from the ground like a fountain. After boiling for a while, the dark energy formed into thousands of strange shapes. Some looked like weapons, some looked like beasts, some looked like spirits, and some looked like humans. However, they were all formed from dark energy and were controlled by the Black Hell King's will. They all gathered around him. The Black Hell King's dark sacred armor continuously absorbed the surrounding dark energy and emitted thousands of rays of light. Those rays of light carried a hint of gold, as if they were real. Countless amounts of dark energy in the shape of weapons entered the dark sacred armor, causing it to continuously increase in size. A pair of wings, shoulder pads, a giant shield, and a sharp knuckle blade grew out. After the dark sacred armor's second form, the Black Hell King roared again. His eyes turned red as he forcefully unsealed his strength to Elder Innate Level 1. The dark energy in the shape of beasts quickly pounced towards him and got close to his body. After the Black Hell King summoned his guardian beast, Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger, the dark energy fused with the Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger and transformed into a strange tiger armor. The Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger fused with the dark energy and its appearance changed drastically. It grew horns, wings, a golden saddle, silver chains, flaming claws and an icy tail. It looked extremely mighty. A diamond-ranked level 10 holy beast. Yu Yang used his Heaven Eyes divine vision to observe the Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger and realized that it was extremely powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than Shun Tian's level 9 Golden Emperor. It was also 4 to 5 times stronger than Impatience's Charm Demon Queen, who had just leveled up to diamond-ranked level 10. The Impatient Succubus Queen was the weakest among all the level 10 diamond warriors. After all, she had just leveled up not long ago. Next would be Xianxia's Hell Black Dragon King. It was only slightly stronger than the Charm Demon Queen, but the difference was not too big. As for the Ocean Emperor Guanlan's three-headed Golden Dragon King, it was far stronger than the Hell Black Dragon King and the Charm Demon Queen. It should be at least 3 times stronger than the two. It was because of the three-headed Golden Dragon King's strength that the Ocean Emperor Guanlan was able to defeat Tong Tian Tower's #1 killer, Xianxia, at the Crystal Canyon. This Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger was much stronger than the three-headed Golden Dragon King. If they were to fight, even if the three-headed Golden Dragon King, the Infernal Black Dragon King, and the Succubus Queen worked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for this Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger. Strange, this tiger hasn't transformed into a human. How can it be a holy beast? The Southern Demon King also seemed to have some kind of ability to detect the enemy's beasts, but it wasn't as useful as Yu Yang's Heaven Eyes divine vision. At least she didn't know the truth, she only felt that something was wrong. There's a secret technique from the ancient times that can fix a beast's form into a beast, never to transform into a human again. This kind of fixation can make the beast stronger, but it has to be exchanged with its future potential and intelligence. Compared to a diamond-ranked level 10 holy beast, this Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger only has a beginner level of intelligence. Compared to some holy beasts that have perfect human form and high intelligence and emotions, this tiger is simply a retard. Yu Yang knew about this secret technique from the pitiful guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge, but he was very against this kind of heartless secret technique. Since ancient times, this kind of secret technique had been a taboo, because its use would completely stifle the growth of a beast. The future of a beast was to transform into a human. A holy beast was already very close to a human. When a beast becomes a divine beast, it would be no different from a human. It would also have high intelligence and emotions. It could completely live and contract grimoires like a human. A divine beast could integrate into human society, learn and grow like a human. It could even marry and have children like a human, and prolong its offspring. The Black Hell King used the form consolidation secret technique to fix the Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger in its tiger form forever. By doing this, although the Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger's battle power would increase by several folds, it would never be able to grow even a little bit in the future. Moreover, this was also a kind of slavery. The Heaven-Devouring Demon Tiger would forever become the Black Hell King's mount, and not his battle partner. To Yu Yang, he would never do this. Not only did he treat Little Wenli as his darling, he also treated Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo with love. He even treated the Spirit of Earth Fire and Reaper Mantis who had yet to transform into a human equally, not to mention the hornless dragon Jiangying who he treated like a lover just after contracting. He treated Jiang and the other girls as humans, and not as beasts. Although their forms were different, Yu Yang would never sacrifice a beast just because he needed power. If he did not have enough power, he felt that he should increase it through hard work. He should use his own efforts to obtain power. Yu Yang would never use his beasts' lives, or their freedom, or even their future growth in exchange. The Black Hell King is crazy. The Southern Demon King despised this kind of behavior of sacrificing beasts. She snorted angrily. Not to mention holy beasts that could transform into humans, even normal beasts would wail in grief when their masters abandoned them. The heaven-devouring demon tiger was not only his guardian beast, but also a holy beast. The Black Hell King still wanted to make it his mount. From this, it could be seen how strong the Black Hell King's desire for power was. This kind of mentality could no longer be described with normal words. Because he had reached the realm of cold-bloodedness. Rumble. When the human-shaped dark energy fused into the Black Hell King's body, he instantly grew half a meter taller. His muscles bulged due to the strong energy. The entire dark sacred armor was upgraded to its third form. It emitted a terrifying light. It was as dark as ink, as powerful as a demon, and as swift as an arrow. Even though Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King had already retreated 2,000 meters away, they still felt that the dark light emitted by the dark sacred armor was like needles stabbing into them. The Southern Demon King's jade pipa vibrated slightly. Her expression changed. Looks like we have to be more careful. There is something wrong with the Black Hell King's dark domain. Those beasts and human forms should be the lives he killed, and the weapons should be the treasures he destroyed. He used some kind of secret technique to strengthen the dark sacred armor. This dark sacred armor is completely different from what the legends say. Yu Yang had already seen this with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. The Black Hell King's dark sacred armor was now very close to the power of a divine weapon. This was obviously not its original power, but the result of the Black Hell King using the dark domain's energy to strengthen it. The dark domain had a sacrificial ability. It could absorb a part of the sacrificial target's energy and turn it into its master's. But to be able to strengthen the dark sacred armor to such an extent, it was unknown how many lives and treasures the Black Hell King had killed. The Black Hell King had already leveled up to Elder Innate Level 1. He was like a black sun, not only strange, but also extremely powerful. He pulled out the dark sacred sword from his waist with his left hand and raised the cloud-collapsing thunder hammer with his right. The huge light ball floating in the sky descended to the ground and gradually disappeared. The sleeping ancient giant had just fallen to the ground and had yet to fully wake up. Go and die. The Black Hell King roared. His voice was like thunder exploding in the sky. He raised the dark sacred sword and the cloud-collapsing thunder hammer in his hands at the same time. Together with the hammer that emitted a sword aura that was more than 10 meters long, they ruthlessly struck the ancient giant's head with the force of a thunderbolt. The ancient giant who had just raised his head and had yet to open his eyes fell to the ground with a loud bang. Under the Black Hell King's sneak attack, the ancient giant was heavily injured and fainted. The Black Hell King did not stop there. He was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. The cloud-collapsing thunder hammer and dark sacred sword in his hands danced like raindrops, striking the ancient giant's head repeatedly. He was bent on killing the ancient giant on the spot. Yu Yang frowned. Something's not right. He realized that the ancient Ice Demon King and the unknown monsters that rushed out from the crystal spiral staircase were all staring at the Black Hell King in shock. No one actually stepped forward to stop him. They were all petrified as they watched the Black Hell King attack the ancient giant. At this moment, there was a wave of energy that was as vast as the sea surging through the entire Crystal Plaza. Compared to this wave of energy, the strongest Black Hell King was just a slightly bigger ant. At the same time the vast energy appeared, a mysterious thought wave was transmitted into Yu Yang's mind. In 1 minute, the death arena will open. Participants must kill all their enemies before they can leave. When the battle time is over, all participants who have less than 100 points will have their lives destroyed by the law of death. Before Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King could react, the Crystal Plaza suddenly rose and expanded rapidly. The east side of the crystal wall shattered soundlessly and disappeared. A crystal tunnel that was 1,000 meters wide pointed to the east. About 10 kilometers away, an arena that was 10 times bigger than the Crystal Plaza appeared. At the same time, Yu Yang sensed countless powerful auras appearing more than 10 kilometers away. Among them, there were 3 especially powerful auras. They were all existences on par with the ancient titan, Wusu. If the Black Hell King did not injure the ancient giant, then there should be 4 of them. There was one in each of the north, south, east and west. After being stunned for a moment, Yu Yang immediately reacted. He roared at the Black Hell King, "Black Hell King, you idiot. The giant that you are fighting is our seated player. Do you have nothing better to do? Sneak attack your sister. Our seated player is about to be killed by you. Stop, that's our helper. Without this giant, you won't be able to survive even if you have 100 lives." What? The Black Hell King was dumbfounded. He was a person who would use all his strength to kill the moment he felt a threat. Seeing that the ancient giant was about to awaken and that his life was in danger, he immediately used all his strength to sneak attack. But now, not only did he get involved in this mysterious death arena, he even injured one of his own. The Southern Demon King felt a headache coming on. Now she understood why there was a saying, "Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but afraid of a pig-like teammate." Having a selfish person like the Black Hell King as a teammate was really exhausting. She summoned her grimoire and looked at the information on it. Sure enough, the blood flower map was filled with enemies. On their side, the ancient giant was indeed a seated player. Just like the ancient Ice Demon King and the other warriors, they were completely harmless existences. Quickly heal the giant. Yu Yang wanted to kill the Black Hell King with a single slash. When he flew closer, he realized that the ancient giant was actually a flat-chested giant lowly. He became even more furious at the Black Hell King. "Have you eaten too many retarded pills? How could you hit a child? Quickly scram and block the passage. If we can't save this giant lowly, both of us will die." The Black Hell King was speechless. He really didn't expect such a thing to happen. He had a great time sneak attacking, but who knew that the giant was actually his teammate? It was different from the predicament on Yu Yang's side. The giant's footsteps could be heard from the east, south and north. The Black Hell King panicked. According to their auras, the giants in the north, south and south were all much stronger than him. Once they attacked together, they would definitely be annihilated. What do we do now? The Black Hell King hoped that Yu Yang would come up with an idea at this critical juncture. You're asking me what to do after crippling him? Scram, don't hinder me from saving him. Yu Yang was angry and anxious. He was still asking him what to do now. If it wasn't for the Black Hell King, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The most important thing now was to save this Lolita ancient giant. Only with her powerful strength could they defend against the enemies successfully. Towards Yu Yang's angry scolding, the Black Hell King's eyes flashed with anger. However, he was extremely patient and did not flare up. Moreover, the situation was urgent. He was still counting on Yu Yang's Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel to effectively kill the enemies. The Black Hell King retreated 100 meters away, his expression fluctuating. He completely ignored Yu Yang's words of asking him to guard the crystal passage. Now, even an idiot would know how dangerous it was to guard the passage. Once the 3 giants joined hands, no one would be their match. Hence, the Black Hell King decided to protect himself first and observe the situation before making a decision. In the death arena, the one who could survive till the end was the winner. The Black Hell King scoffed at the heroic act of guarding the crystal passage. Just like that, the Black Hell King stood on the spot without moving. He did not follow Yu Yang's plan to guard the crystal passage, nor did he escape back to the grimoire world. "Let me guard the passage." Southern Demon King saw that the Black Hell King was unwilling to risk his life to guard the passage, and that Yu Yang wanted to save people. She could only grit her teeth and guard the passage herself. She knew that she might not be able to defend for more than a few minutes. But, it was better than letting the enemies charge in without any resistance. The Southern Goblin King screamed, and her power instantly rose to the peak of innate level 9. Her fingers danced on the jade pipa, and a high-spirited and passionate song walking resounded, echoing throughout the entire crystal plaza. The Southern Demon King's body floated towards the crystal passageway like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Along with the sonorous sound of the pipa, the sound of nature spilled out for a long time. She cried out blood with every word, tearing people apart. Yellow sand appears, green grass side, stepping out of the formation, looking at millions of people, how many are of the same age, banners, horsewhips, back view, gazing at the setting sun in the twilight, no return to the distant mountains, in the autumn wind, in the long streets and palaces, pounding clothes all night long, weeping to bid farewell to the family elders, still ringing in my ears, dancing gracefully, singing year after year, warriors bathed in blood, territory 3,000 li, who will remember today's face, the wolf riders go straight in, the flames of war rise continuously, the new recruits go into battle, their ambitions become a natural moat. The saber and the shield collided with each other. His body broke through the tip of the spear. Arrows fell like rain. His eyes were filled with anger. Murderous cries shook the heavens, before the blood-dringer's formation. Although the mountains and rivers remain, the white bones are buried in the 9 peaks. The singing has ceased, the old and the young work in the fields, a white lotus has bloomed in the pond, the family need not think about it anymore. Behind her, countless ancient warriors, facing death with equanimity, followed her to the crystal passage. Yu Yang did not know who these people were. He also did not know why they were here. He only knew that these people had awakened from the ancient seal. Without a word of complaint, they joined the battle without hesitation. Who were they fighting for? Who was the one who created this death arena? What was this person's goal of making people kill each other? Yu Yang couldn't understand it at all. He felt that he was a threatened follower. When he heard the Southern Demon King's soul-resonating song, as well as the Peepa's sorrowful wail, he could not help but feel an uncontrollable thirst for blood. He could not wait to rush forward and fight alongside her. How was it possible for a woman to guard the crystal passage while he, a man, was hiding behind her? Yu Yang's hands were trembling, his heart was burning. Little Wenli hugged Yu Yang's thighs tightly as she tried to dissuade him. The most important thing now was to wake up the heavily injured ancient giant Loli. If she could not join the battle, then this battle could be declared over. Yu Yang bit his lips so hard that blood came out. Only then did he try his best to hold back the surging blood in his heart. He channeled all his innate chi into giant Loli's head and spared no effort to help her recover from her injuries. Under Yu Yang's command, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man, Golden Beast, Spirit of Earth Fire and Reaper Mantis all rushed to help the Southern Demon King defend. Even the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, who was still in a deep sleep, had to stop her evolution and come out to join the battle. As for the hornless dragon Jiangying, who was still in a deep sleep, she was affected by Yu Yang's emotions and showed signs of anxiety. However, she could not wake up at the moment. Her body kept trembling as if she wanted to wake up immediately, but she could not control her body. The Black Hell King still did not have any reaction. He stood motionless on the spot and watched everything coldly. Little Wenli returned to the grimoire world and summoned Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon. Other than Storm Mermaid, who knew how to heal, stayed by Yu Yang's side to help him heal, the other 3 quickly joined the battle. Seeing Yu Yang summon so many beasts, the Black Hell King's eyes turned cold. There were a few times when he wanted to attack Yu Yang. In the end, he held it in. What was certain was that Yu Yang had become a thorn in the Black Hell King's side and had become his biggest threat. If not for this death arena, the Black Hell King would definitely kill Yu Yang at all costs. Now that the Black Hell King was using the enemy to exhaust Yu Yang's strength, why would he be willing to help? Third young master, please stay here to heal, I'll take care of the crystal passage. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. It was the Emperor of the Underworld who appeared out of nowhere. He expressed to Yu Yang that he was willing to guard the crystal passage so that Yu Yang could heal the ancient giant quickly. Not only him, the battered and bloodied Sky Emperor also appeared. The Sky Emperor was clearly teleported to the Blood Lake Hell. Why did he enter the crystal passage again? This is bad. An ominous feeling flashed across Yu Yang's heart. When he saw Elder Nangong's figure appear, his whole body trembled. Little Yu Yang, what happened? Elder Nangong seemed to be unaware of the situation. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, who appeared with him, were even more confused. Yu Yang originally thought that the enemies in the north, south and east were the Emperor of the Underworld, Sky Emperor, Elder Nangong and War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. He did not expect that his expectations were completely wrong. However, this was also what Yu Yang did not want to see the most. If all the people who entered were gathered, then who would be the enemy? Yu Yang thought of a possibility, which meant the most terrifying result. That would be the real war in the outer realm. There might be more than one Tong Tian tower. In another space, there might be 3 other Tong Tian towers. The warriors there would become his enemies. This endless war would decide the final winner, just like the survival of the fittest in nature. Yu Yang believed that he was the most outstanding, but his cultivation time was too short. What if there was a warrior as strong as the Black Hell King, or even someone stronger than the Black Hell King in the other Tong Tian towers? In addition to the fact that their seated player was heavily injured, what were their chances of winning this war? I remember now. After listening to Yu Yang's explanation, Elder Nan Gong actually nodded his head and confirmed in an unusually serious manner, I have heard of a similar legend. This is an ancient war that happens once every 10,000 years. I always thought that it only happened in the heaven realm. I did not expect that we would unintentionally be involved in an ancient war. It's not unintentional. Someone must have done something to trigger this ancient war. Yu Yang did not have time to think further. Because the war was about to begin. It was about to start. Elder Nan Gong hurried forward to help the Southern Demon King defend the Crystal Passage. However, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North and Sky Emperor stayed by the Black Hell King's side and did not join the battle. After Yu Yang's full treatment, the ancient giant Loli opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with confusion, as if she could not remember anything. She swayed and sat up. Because of her dizziness, she fell head first onto the ground, causing the entire ground to rumble. After a long time, she propped herself up and even tried to stand up. Her entire body was on the verge of collapsing. After taking 2 steps, she lost her footing and fell onto the ground, causing the entire Crystal Plaza to tremble. Yu Yang hated the Black Hell King to the extreme. She was originally a super strong giant Loli, but now she had a concussion because of the Black Hell King. Wake up! Yu Yang jumped to the giant Loli's ear and shouted loudly. The giant Loli casually grabbed Yu Yang with her 2 fingers. Her face was filled with confusion as she asked with a thunderous voice, "Who are you?" Yu Yang sweated profusely, "I am your friend, this is not important. The important thing is, do you remember who you are? Battle, we are about to start the battle. Can you remember what you want to do when you wake up?" The giant Loli reached out her hand and touched her forehead. "My head hurts, I can't remember anything." Yu Yang was completely at his wit's end. He quickly comforted her, "Rest well, you have to come and help me later. The enemy will be here soon, understand?" When the giant Loli heard that there was an enemy, she immediately looked around nervously and shouted, "Titan." This shout caused a shockwave that shook the entire place. Yu Yang almost fainted from the shock of her voice. Countless golden lights appeared on the giant Loli's body. It was as bright as the sun, making people unable to look at it directly. An extremely strong energy immediately sent Yu Yang flying 100 meters away. On the giant Loli's body, an extremely beautiful female battle armor appeared. It was gigantic and dazzling with golden light. Countless heaven rune circles were engraved on the battle armor as decorations. There was also a huge ancient rune on the breastplate. There was also a slightly smaller ancient rune on the forehead of the helmet, the palms of the hands, and the knees. Without a doubt, this was a divine equipment set. It contained infinite power. The eyes of the Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor immediately revealed a fanatical greed. Unfortunately, they could only look at it. Even if it was given to them, they would not be able to wear such a huge divine equipment battle armor. Not to mention that the divine equipment chose its owner automatically. "That's it, let's fight together." Yu Yang was very excited. He felt that this giant Loli was too awesome. With such a set of divine equipment, would she still be afraid of the enemy? She would just charge forward and punch the enemy to death. He was happy for less than 10 seconds. The giant Loli who was wearing the divine equipment covered her forehead again. Her body swayed a few times, so dizzy, with a rumble, she fell to the ground and fainted. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. No one would have thought that it would turn out like this. Yu Yang glared at the Black Hell King. He wanted to tear this guy into pieces. The Black Hell King was very embarrassed. He turned his face away and pretended not to see Yu Yang's disdainful gaze and middle finger. On the battlefield outside the Crystal Passage, countless enemies had already gathered. A voice pierced everyone's ears like an arrow. People of the Soaring Dragon sect, are you all so scared that you peed your pants? Another faintly discernible voice ridiculed, the legendary most arrogant people of the Soaring Dragon sect, I didn't expect you to not even dare to come out of the Crystal Passage. You don't live up to your reputation. People from the Soaring Dragon sect, Yu Yang was startled when he heard this. Why did the enemy say they were from the Soaring Dragon sect and not the Demon Abyss or the Eastern Goblin tribe? Could it be that the Soaring Dragon continent was the strongest in the ancient times? Without waiting for Yu Yang to think, 6 shadows moved 100 times faster than lightning from the Duel Plaza. They easily bypassed the Southern Demon King and Elder Nangong who were blocking the Crystal Passage and appeared in the center of the Duel Plaza. Southern Demon King and Elder Nangong realized that the other party had no intention of making a move, so they did not stop them. They only chased after them and landed beside Yu Yang. There were 6 shadows in the plaza. They stood with their backs facing the 4 directions, as if they were afraid of the enemy's sneak attack. Yu Yang, Southern Demon King and Elder Nangong did not make a move. They decided to wait and see first. Black Hell King and Sky Emperor, as well as War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North met up with the Emperor of the Underworld who had rushed back from the Crystal Passage. As for the foreign innates and the human innates, they hid among the ancient warriors, unwilling to reveal their identities. They were deeply afraid that they would be discovered and killed first. The ancient warriors quickly rushed back and surrounded the 6 enemies in the plaza. It was a pity that although they had the advantage in numbers, they paled in comparison. They could not be compared at all. The 6 of them were all elder innates. Among them, there was a handsome silver-haired man with closed eyes. His strength was obviously above the Black Hell King. This handsome man with flowing silver hair was heaven-ranked level 2 on the surface. However, Yu Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to see that this person's true strength was heaven-ranked level 3. Even though he was wearing an ordinary scholar's robe, the invisible pressure he exuded was stronger than the Black Hell King who was wearing the dark sacred armor. Yu Yang could not imagine what kind of power this person would have if he used a holy weapon or a divine weapon. Other than the handsome man with long silver hair, there were 2 other people who were as strong as the Black Hell King. One of them was a man covered in flames. He looked similar to a fire elemental in human form, but he was a real human. The other one was standing beside the flaming man. On the surface, this person looked very normal. However, with Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, he was a strange metallic life form. Yu Yang felt that this guy was similar to the liquid robot T-1000 in the movie Future Soldier. They could freely change their bodies. The only difference was that this guy was a perfect silicon-based life form. Not a robot. This silicon-based life form was very strong. His power was on par with the Flame Man and the Black Hell King, they were evenly matched. The Black Hell King's hidden strength was stronger than the Flame Man and the Silicon Man, but there was still a gap between him and the silver-haired man with closed eyes, the strongest of them all. Although the silicon-based metal body could not be compared to the liquid divine molten meteorite gold, Yu Yang still wanted to dig out a piece of its body to study it. Perhaps he could use this special liquid metal body to create better weapons or even more perfect humanoid battle puppets. Other than the 3 at the front, the 3 enemies behind them were not weak either. Each of them was a true heaven-ranked ranker. They were only slightly weaker than the Black Hell King, but much stronger than the Sky Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld. Among the 3 people, the tallest one was a half-human, half-robot martial artist. He was more than 10 meters tall. Yu Yang could not imagine how a body of flesh and blood could be so perfectly combined with a metal machine. However, the truth was right in front of him. Could it be that this guy's world was like the bio-boosting armor? Yu Yang turned his head and looked at the 5th-ranked warrior. It was a half-skeleton, half-ghost weird race. He did not have a body below the waist, nor did he have a physical arm. He only had an energy arm and a skeletal hand at the front. The skeleton that was half hidden in the energy emitted a faint blue light. The appearance of this weird race stunned the Emperor of the Underworld. This was because the enemy race he saw had evolved to a higher level than the Lich King. They had already completely combined their skeleton, energy, and soul. The 6th warrior was a beastman who was closest to the Eastern Goblin tribe. He was a 3-meter-tall tiger man. He looked similar to the Eastern Goblin tribe. There was not much difference. Yu Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to see through and realized that the meridians in his body were very similar to those of the Eastern Goblin tribe. The only difference was that this tall and strong tiger man had 3 eyes. In the middle of his forehead, he had a golden eye that was the size of a fist. It did not have an eyelid and could not close, but it could look at people. This 3-eyed tiger man was not interested in anyone except for the Southern Demon King. He took another look at her and sniffed her scent. He seemed to be confused by the similarity between the Southern Demon King's Eastern Goblin tribe bloodline and his. What's going on? The tiger man who had just surveyed the scene, saw the giant lowly who had fallen into a deep sleep on the ground. He immediately revealed a dumbfounded expression. Don't tell me you guys knocked out the goddess of war who protects your soaring dragon continent? Ahahaha. The half-human half-robot warrior laughed so hard that he could not stand up straight. White smoke rose from his body. Idiot, what a natural idiot. The half-skeleton half-ghost warrior laughed sinisterly as he laughed mercilessly at Yu Yang and the others. Yu Yang was speechless. Actually, this was all the Black Hell King's idiotic actions. It had nothing to do with him. Now, everyone had to suffer the ridicule of the other races for him. What a tragedy. Of course, the Black Hell King pretended that he did not hear anything. He would never admit his mistake in front of everyone. Moreover, the Black Hell King could not figure out what the 6 strong enemies wanted to do. He could only be on his guard and observe the situation. The handsome man with long silver hair suddenly opened his mouth. I am Huang Quan, the head disciple of the Heaven Realm's Guizhong sect. I have been training in the Heaven Realm for 800 years. I am the Eastern Heaven Realm's chosen one for the ancient war. May I ask who the Western Heaven Realm's chosen one is? Elder Nan Gong, the Black Hell King, the Sky Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld looked at each other. Chosen One, Heaven Realm. Ever since the battle between the Prison Emperor and the 3 great leaders of the Heaven Realm, no one had ever gone to the Heaven Realm. How could there be a chosen one for the ancient war? What is a chosen one? Must one go to the Heaven Realm to start this war? We don't know. The Southern Goblin King thought that it was triggered when she opened the 4 chests. She had been feeling guilty, thinking that if she didn't bring Yu Yang and the Black Hell King to hunt for treasures, this wouldn't have happened. But the enemy's words seemed to have nothing to do with her. There seemed to be another story. Don't tell me you guys have never been to the Heaven Realm? You don't even know who the chosen one is? The 3-eyed tiger man looked as if he was struck by lightning. Country bumpkins, which corner of the world are you country bumpkins from? Are you trying to make me laugh to death with this kind of joke? The half-human half-robot warrior laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground. One of the screws on his body fell off. From the looks of it, the warriors representing the Western Heaven Realm will definitely lose in the battle between the North, South, East and West realms. Before the final battle, you guys must hand over 30 of your companions for us to kill. We are strong warriors and have the right to obtain more points. Otherwise, we will kill all of you before the death arena. As for whether you guys can pass the death arena, that will depend on your luck. My Fire Clan has never been interested in forming alliances with weaklings. The man covered in flames demanded the Black Hell King to hand over 30 people. The foreign and human innates hidden among the ancient warriors were all panicking. The Black Hell King and the rest could not even protect themselves now. How could they care about themselves? The enemy's threat was a way to weaken them, but they could not resist it. Although no one was willing to die here, many of them understood that they would not be able to escape this calamity. No matter where they were, strength was the priority. Without sufficient strength, they would definitely be eliminated. The Black Hell King and the Sky Emperor had another worry about the Flame Man's threat, which was that they did not have enough people. The people that the enemy was talking about shouldn't be the ancient warriors, but the companions that entered together with them. However, there were only 25 people in total. Even if they agreed to compromise, how could they gather 30 people? After the enemy killed 30 people, how could they guarantee that they would not continue to attack them? What is the death arena? Can you explain it more clearly? Yu Yang was still confused. You guys really don't know anything? The 3-eyed tiger man looked embarrassed. We have not been to Heaven Realm for thousands of years. Elder Nangong muttered to himself and said the truth. Impossible. Who knew that the other party would deny it? The humans of the Soaring Dragon continent have always been the strongest race. No matter how much they have fallen, there is no reason why they could not even enter Heaven Realm. Furthermore, if no one entered Heaven Realm, how could they start the ancient war? That's impossible. The man whose body was covered in flames insisted that this was a fact that was forged from iron. Someone must have started the ancient war in Heaven Realm. If not, why would the ancient battlefield appear here? The three-eyed tiger man also did not believe Elder Nangong's words. The person who started the ancient war is the God's chosen one. The half-human half-machine guy added. If he is a God's chosen one, then he would be able to hear the voice of the ancient code, and would be able to lead the entire clan into battle more effectively. The three-eyed tiger man's words shocked Yu Yang. He was a God's chosen one? Wasn't this too ridiculous? He had not even seen Heaven Realm before. How could he start the ancient war? This was like seeing a ghost. Did any of you hear the voice of the ancient code? Yu Yang asked despite knowing the answer. He hoped that the Black Hell King would raise his hand and take the blame for him. The people around Yu Yang were all silent. It's impossible. There must be a God's chosen one. The God's chosen one is equivalent to your team leader. Without your team leader, you wouldn't be able to understand the various conditions of the ancient war. You guys are dead meat. The God's chosen one must be here, but he is hiding. The flaming man waved his hand and raging flames soared into the sky. We don't care if you guys have a God's chosen one. You guys are weaklings, so you guys should have the self-awareness of a weakling. We can only fight to the death. There is no surrender. Elder Nangong's attitude was very firm. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would never surrender. Let Huangquan explain. The silver-haired man with closed eyes spoke slowly. You guys might not know anything when you got involved in this ancient war. I can tell you that this is the death arena. It is also the place where the East, South, West, and North Heavenly Realms' 4 lower-level races fight to the death. The winner will obtain a divine artifact, and the loser will die forever, sealed in this crystal plaza for billions of years. The loser will have to accumulate 100 points in the following battles to escape the fate of being killed by the ancient code. You guys might want to know why we didn't attack you guys immediately since you guys are enemies. This is because even if we kill all of you, we won't be able to accumulate 100 points. The first enemy we have to face is the ancient slaughterer released by the ancient code. In order to prevent the races from secretly forming an alliance, the ancient arena will release 10 ancient slaughterer every hour. These ancient slaughterer will attack randomly. Their mission is to kill all the participants. Every time they kill a participant, there will be one more ancient slaughterer companion. You guys from the Soaring Dragon sect have already lost the right to compete for the divine equipment. According to the rules, you guys have to give us 30 people as our points. Only then will we consider letting the best of you guys join us to kill the ancient slaughterer and earn points to leave. If that's the case, why don't we all join forces and gather our greatest power to kill all the ancient slaughterers first? Sky Emperor felt that they could totally cooperate. At least, they could cooperate for now. After everyone had accumulated 100 points, it wouldn't be too late to decide who would be the final winner. Of course, the enemy definitely wanted to weaken the strength of the people from the Soaring Dragon sect on Yu Yang's side and obtain a certain amount of points first. Not only would they be able to suppress their opponents, it would also be beneficial for them to escape after the battle. They could even reduce the possibility of the ancient slaughterers increasing. The problem was that Yu Yang's side had already killed 30 of their companions. If they lost 30 points, who would be able to walk out of this death arena alive? You guys have to turn useless people into our points. This is the most basic condition. If you don't give them to us, we will kill all of you ourselves. You guys have no chance to negotiate with us. Each of our representatives have prepared for this battle for hundreds of years. Each side has at least 3 heaven-ranked rankers, but you guys only have 1. You guys are no match for us. The man who was covered in flames insisted on killing. The weak have no rights. The liquid metal life form who had been silent all this while also nodded in agreement. Other than this person, the others won't be of much use. I suggest that we kill all of them to prevent the ancient slaughterers from increasing. The half-skeleton half-ghost guy pointed at the Black Hell King in a weird tone. Indeed, only the Black Hell King could obtain their recognition. The others had all become sacrifices for the enemy's points. The Black Hell King was secretly delighted. He was very safe. He reckoned that it wouldn't be a problem to protect the Sky Emperor, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North. As for Elder Nangong, Emperor of the Underworld and Yu Yang, he could just get rid of them. It would be a pity if the Southern Demon King died because she was a smart girl. If she was willing to rely on him, he could still save her life. But he reckoned that it was unlikely for her. The Eastern Goblin tribe was extremely resolute. They would face death in a desperate situation and go against the odds. This was the style of the entire tribe. Forget it, there was no need to force things that didn't belong to him. Furthermore, she was just a woman. The Black Hell King raised his chin arrogantly and didn't look at Elder Nangong and Southern Demon King anymore. On the other hand, the Sky Emperor hurriedly stood beside him affectionately, as if he was his biological brother. The foreign innates and human innates were all in despair. They didn't even need to look at the Black Hell King's expression to know that he was unreliable. Elder Nangong was the only trustworthy person, but he wasn't an innate elder. He couldn't obtain the others' recognition and couldn't protect everyone. The half-skeleton half-spirit guy turned his finger that was guiding death and slowly moved it towards the Southern Demon King. The Southern Demon King's body started to tremble slightly. Yu Yang stepped forward bravely, his body as sturdy as a mountain, blocking in front of her. I originally wanted to kill the woman first, but this human kid seems to have a different opinion. I'll just kill him first. The half-skeleton half-spirit guy laughed sinisterly. Yu Yang had endured for a long time. When he heard that the white-bone demon wanted to kill him, he immediately flew into a rage. Motherf asterisk cur, do you think you're so arrogant just because you look neither human nor ghost? Sun Wukong was able to defeat the white-bone demon thrice in the past. If he can take care of you, I can too. Coincidentally, the watchdog at home has no more bones to chew. I'll tear apart your rotten bones and feed them to the dog. The Black Hell King and the others were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Wasn't this brat too arrogant? The opponent was at least a heaven-ranked level 1 ranker. With his small physique, he wanted to fight with his life on the line. The Southern Demon King quickly hinted at Yu Yang to not be rash. Yu Yang pushed her away. Stay away, so what if he's a heaven-ranked ranker? I'm fighting a heaven-ranked ranker. Everyone was silent. Everyone was speechless at this brat. In the opponent's eyes, this brat was either a fool or a lunatic. Either way, his brain was abnormal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an arrogant challenge. The half-skeleton half-spirit heaven-ranked ranker laughed sinisterly. I'm Wing Jin from the Bone Clan. Before I kill you with a finger, I hope you can tell me your name. I really want to know, what's the name of such an arrogant young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Hee, there's no thrill in killing a weakling in an instant. But you're an exception, because you're too arrogant. It gives me the urge to kill you. This young man is the youngest and most outstanding genius in the Soaring Dragon continent. At the age of 20, he became an innate and reached his current level in just a few years. He can be said to be a genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. The Black Hell King introduced the young man to Yu Yang sincerely. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't bear to kill Yu Yang, so he purposely said, Yu Clan's third young master has challenged countless people and has never been defeated in his life. Not only does he possess a powerful beast, he even obtained the treasure, Prison Emperor Divine Seal, from the previous ranker of the Soaring Dragon continent, the Prison Emperor. As long as the third young master successfully contracts with the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, he would become the new Prison Emperor. A mere heaven-ranked level 1 would be nothing to the third young master. At this moment, all the enemies looked at Yu Yang as if they were going to kill him. Was there any reason for such an outstanding young man to live? The Black Hell King was elated that he had successfully provoked the enemy's killing intent towards Yu Yang. He, the Sky Emperor and the rest retreated and gave way to the battlefield. This action was equivalent to acknowledging the enemy's suggestion of giving away 30 of their comrades to become ranker points. Although they knew that the Black Hell King would not be able to protect them, the foreign innates and human innates were still very disappointed. The feeling of being abandoned was extremely unbearable. They would rather die in battle than be powerless against the enemy. The Black Hell King was a heaven-ranked ranker, but he did not say a word. He was far inferior to the Yu clan's third young master who challenged the enemy. Let's fight the enemy together. Southern Demon King bit her lips and decided to team up with Yu Yang. Even if they were to be killed by the enemy, she could not bear to see him fight alone. No need, I alone am enough. Yu Yang waved his hand and rejected Southern Demon King's good intentions. Yu Yang knew that he would be better off fighting alone. Southern Demon King was not like him. If she was attacked by the enemy, her life would be in danger immediately. Although her intentions were good, he still had to worry about her safety if he really joined the battle. He would not be able to use his full strength, which would be disadvantageous to the situation. There were 6 strong enemies in front of him, and even the Black Hell King would wait for an opportunity to attack. Yu Yang felt that if he did not show his strength, the enemy would think that he was a pushover. Elder Nangong wanted to speak, but Yu Yang secretly transmitted a message to him. He nodded his head slightly. He gestured for the Southern Demon King to retreat with him. Southern Demon King's eyes reddened. She took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. She whispered to Yu Yang, I will listen to you this time, but you must not go back on your words. You must come back alive. Wang Jin from the Bone Clan laughed sinisterly, sorry to disturb you. I have to tell you a piece of bad news. None of my subordinates have survived. Other than the strongest Huang Quan who is slightly stronger than me, even the Fire Clan's Fan Tian and the Gold Clan's Xianxia cannot defeat me. I am an existence that will never die. With the god's bones as my body, I can ignore any kind of energy damage, and the demon soul is immune to any kind of attack. The attack methods of humans will never be able to defeat me, he. As he spoke, his body transformed. There was no shockwave like when a human expert leveled up. All the energy seemed to be absorbed by his body. The skeleton in Wing Jin's body gradually appeared and turned into a strange and unique bone armor. This bone armor and energy perfectly combined, it was both Wing Jin's armor and his body. The inside of the armor was empty. There was nothing, not even a magical crystal or inner core that could be used as an energy source. Although Wang Jin, a heaven-ranked expert from the Bone Clan, was arrogant, he didn't underestimate his weak enemies at all. Other than turning the skeleton inside his body into armor, he also summoned 5 skulls that floated on the surface of his body to protect himself. Those skulls were all holy ranked existences. Their attributes were dark, poison, fire, ice and gold, 5 different types of energy. They automatically rotated around Wing Jin's body and could attack or defend according to his master's will. In front of him, Yu Yang unsealed his power and leveled up to innate level 5. The current him was equivalent to someone else's innate level 10. Facing such a young yet powerful human opponent, the few people on the opposite side revealed a vigilant look. Even Huang Quan, who was the calmest, frowned slightly. The Black Hell King's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect Yu Yang to continue leveling up. Sky Emperor's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the Ocean Emperor Guanlan died in the hands of this brat. This brat had already reached innate level 10. Although the Ocean Emperor Guanlan had reached the peak of innate level 10, he couldn't withstand the combined attacks of Xianxia and this brat. Luckily this brat was going to die here soon. If he were to escape, not to mention himself, even the Black Hell King would be killed by him. His own innate talent was 1 in a million, but he only managed to reach innate level 10 after spending 1,000 years. How did this Yu clan's third young master train? Was there really such a huge difference between him and himself? What moved everyone was not only Yu Yang's leveling up, but also his level. Yu Yang had merely leveled up to innate level 5 and was equivalent to someone else's innate level 10. What if he leveled up to innate level 10? Who would be able to match him then? Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. When Yu Yang leveled up, his body didn't explode with a terrifying shockwave like other innates. To Yu Yang, that was a sign that he couldn't control himself and was a sign of weakness. Ever since he leveled up to innate level 5, this explosive leveling up had gradually become controllable. Under Yu Yang's control, countless energy turned into lotus-like flames. One by one, they danced in the sky. With Yu Yang's body as the boundary, on his left was a blazing inferno filled with blazing flames, on his right was an extremely cold frost hell where even a drop of water would turn into ice. When Yu Yang raised his hands up high, a purple lightning was born from his fingertips. With a crackling sound, it coiled around Yu Yang's body like a snake and flowed to the top of his head, gradually forming a huge lightning ball. When everyone saw this, they were all sweating profusely. This Yu clan's third young master's strength aside, his control had already reached an abnormal level. Fen Tian of the Fire clan was competent in controlling fire and felt that he wasn't inferior to his opponent. However, he knew that controlling fire and ice at the same time would increase the difficulty by more than 10 times. This was definitely not something he could do. Furthermore, the Yu clan's third young master, this young human, not only controlled ice and fire, he also controlled lightning. This level of difficulty caused Fen Tian, a heaven-ranked ranker, to be dumbstruck. He secretly wondered if this brat was really a human. Huh. Yu Yang condensed the huge lightning ball and turned it into a purple lightning-shaped weapon. Materializing lightning, everyone was speechless. If it was an ancient titan who was born with lightning control, he would probably not be able to do it. Very good, it will be satisfying to be able to kill this kind of human ranker. Wang Jin of the Bone Clan did not wait for Yu Yang to throw the purple lightning over. He immediately rushed towards Yu Yang. His bony hands quickly extended and a meter-long sharp finger bone pierced towards Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang raised the almost completely materialized purple lightning in his hands. With the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and Arctic Frost as support, he slashed out the first move of the Armageddon Sword technique. First slash, earth-splitting slash, the entire crystal plaza seemed to be pressed down by a huge hand. The pressure of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus reached its peak. The innate level 8 War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North retreated thousands of meters away, but they still felt suffocated. In the sky, a huge ice and fire giant blade that was 100 meters long was formed by the Yang energy of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and the Yin energy of the Arctic Frost. Under Yu Yang's brandishing, it slashed heavily on Wang Jin of the Bone Clan. Even if Wang Jin was a heaven-ranked ranker, he had no choice but to withdraw his bony hands, give up attacking and defend with all his might. All the energy of the bony hands retreated and returned to the bone armor. The bone armor was densely covered and directly defended against Yu Yang's earth-splitting slash. A heavy slash that could destroy heaven and earth created a 100-meter-long crack on the ground of the Crystal Plaza. It split the ground into two. However, Wang Jin's bony hands did not move at all. Could it really be the bones of a god? Elder Nangong sighed dejectedly. It was not that Yu Yang's attack was not strong enough, but his opponent's body was too abnormal. Even if Wang Jin's bones weren't the bones of a god, they were not far from it. It was an existence that could not be destroyed. Again. Yu Yang did not believe in him. Just as he finished the first move, he started the second move. The second slash, heaven and earth collapse, Yu Yang's attack was very slow. People felt that Wang Jin had hundreds of opportunities to attack him. However, the cautious Wang Jin did not attack. Instead, he defended. He did not even withdraw his bony hands and immediately summoned back the 5 saint-rank skeleton treasures to protect his head. However, it was still too late. The purple lightning in Yu Yang's hand had already struck Wang Jin's head when it left an afterimage in the sky. None of the 5 saint-rank skeletons that were controlled by Wang Jin could block Yu Yang's slash. As a heaven-ranked innate, Wang Jin was struck by Yu Yang until his body sank by 1 meter. The blue skeleton armor actually showed signs of loosening under the attack of the terrifying purple lightning. Wang Jin's hardest skull, the skull that was said to be formed by the bones of a god, had a white scar on it after the purple lightning struck it. The few heaven-ranked innates widened their eyes in disbelief. The toughness of Wang Jin's skull was famous in the entire heaven realm. They did not expect that it would be injured by a human boy who was not even a heaven-ranked innate. Although the injury was light, it was enough to prove that Wang Jin was not invincible. It was also enough to prove that Yu Yang's attack was effective. A level 10 innate fighting against a level 1 heaven-ranked was like a child fighting against an adult. Who would have thought that the adult would be the one injured? Get lost. Wang Jin was furious. He felt that he had lost all his face. He felt ashamed to be embarrassed in front of so many familiar faces. The bony hands were as fast as lightning and they clawed at Yu Yang's chest. The overwhelming power of a heaven-ranked innate burst out with the intention to kill the despicable human boy in front of him in one move. At the moment when Wing Jin gave up on defense and took the initiative to attack, Yu Yang did not retreat but advanced instead. He clasped his palms together and released the third style of the heaven-destroying sword slash, third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. Both of them were hit at the same time. Wing Jin's body shook slightly, but he did not seem to be seriously injured. However, Yu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his attack did not decrease. He flipped and soared into the sky. He cleverly used the strength of his opponent's attack and somersaulted above Wing Jin's head. Yu Yang grabbed the blood arrow that was spat out after his internal organs were shaken by the enemy's strength. He transformed it into a blood blade and slashed it heavily on the white scar. This was the fourth slash, heaven and earth reversal. The fourth slash was 10 times stronger than the third slash. It combined innate chi and Wing Jin's furious attack strength. Under the guidance of the blood blade, it slashed heavily on Wing Jin's head once again, hitting the white scar in the middle. Damn it. Wing Jin never thought that the Yu clan's third young master would be so difficult to deal with. Not only could he not kill his opponent in one move, he was even put in a difficult situation. He was fuming with anger. Wing Jin waved his bony hands and hit Yu Yang, who was in the sky, sending him flying. He did not care about the ridicule of his companions and took off his head. He held it in his bony hand and used his other hand to heal the small crack on his head. It was the first time that a crack appeared on the god's remains. Although this injury was not fatal, it was the biggest humiliation in Wing Jin's life. Because no one had ever hurt him like this before. Wretched soaring dragon people, I will definitely kill you. Wing Jin realized that the crack on his head could not be healed. Yu Yang's attack had caused a permanent injury, which made him even more furious. He put his head back on his neck and pounced towards Yu Yang crazily. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Yu Yang did not dodge but faced him head-on. With his current strength, fighting against Wing Jin was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. People did not even understand why Yu Yang could injure Wing Jin's head and cause a permanent injury. There were too many unbelievable things about this young man. Almost nothing was normal. Looking at Yu Yang and Wing Jin's battle, the Southern Demon King, who was worried about Yu Yang, was no longer worried. She was looking forward to Yu Yang continuing to create miracles. Wing Jin's bony hands carried a destructive power and struck towards Yu Yang's head. He was prepared to explode Yu Yang's head to take revenge on him for injuring his head. A ray of colorful light flashed. A little lowly Lamia appeared behind Yu Yang. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at Wing Jin, who was waving his bony hands. Everyone saw that Wing Jin's lightning-fast hands suddenly stopped. His whole body became sluggish and motionless. Although he quickly regained his movements, the 1 second of pause was enough for Yu Yang to attack 10 times. Yu Yang's hands glowed with runes and the World Exterminating Wheel appeared. The World Exterminating Wheel heavily struck the scar on the top of Wing Jin's head. A long halberd formed by Nirvana flame pierced through Wing Jin's eye socket, and his head flew off his neck. In the sky, the Bloody Queen waved her whip of agony and whipped Wing Jin's head to the ground. On the ground, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman acted like she was hitting a baseball. She swung her rod and hit Wing Jin's head fiercely, sending it flying 1,000 meters away. On the other side, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen waved the golden beast that transformed into a sharp blade and slashed towards Wing Jin, who had lost his head. Wing Jin, who had broken free from the binding inherent skill, was no longer to attack Yu Yang. Instead, it was to escape. He gave up on a piece of his neck because Yu Yang had already grabbed it with his right hand that was burning with Nirvana flame. The bone armor on Wing Jin's body turned into fragments and scattered all over the sky. Then, the fragments shot back to his head and formed the original Wing Jin. However, everyone could clearly see that Wing Jin was in a sorry state now. His right eye socket was burnt black and it was twice the size of the other eye socket. The Nirvana flame had directly burned a big hole in this god's skeleton that claimed to be invincible. Luckily Yu Yang did not have enough time to burn him. Otherwise, Wing Jin would have been done for. There was also a small hole at the top of his skull. That was the work of the World Exterminating Wheel. Damn liar, he is the god's chosen one. He must be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have beaten me up so badly. Wing Jin scolded the other 5 people. You guys didn't even help when you saw me being tortured like this. Are you guys still my comrades? Weaklings have no rights. The enemy is strong but you are weak. It's normal for you to be beaten up. The cool liquid metal man still said the same thing. Damn it. Wang Jin was going crazy. He knew that his abilities were above Yu Yang's. If he fought with his life on the line, he would probably win in the end. However, if he did that, he would be heavily injured and would be easily killed by others. Working so hard just to benefit someone else, this was the outcome he was most unwilling to accept. Wang Jin came here to snatch the divine equipment and not to die. Moreover, Yu Yang's beasts and skills were too powerful. The world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame were even more troublesome. Hence, even though Wang Jin was furious, he did not dare to attack Yu Yang. In his heart, he was afraid of the crazy Yu Yang. This brat was definitely a lunatic. Before the final battle, I will not fight with him. The world exterminating wheel is already scary enough. This brat also has nirvana flame. I would rather let Fentian's nirvana flame burn me for a day than to let nirvana flame touch me. That would really be fatal. Three-eyed tiger man shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he would stay away from Yu Yang's nirvana flame. Nirvana flame, it makes people jealous. Since the appearance of nirvana flame, Fentian from the Fire Clan had never blinked. He stomped his feet angrily, shaking the entire crystal plaza. Although I am jealous, I will not think about things that I cannot obtain, because it does not belong to me. He knew his own limits when he said this. Nirvana flame could not be snatched by external forces. It belonged to the Yu clan's third young master. Fentian could not do anything even if he was jealous. Huang Quan, say something. The half-human and half-robot guy gave the final decision to Huang Quan, who had closed his eyes and had his hair fluttering in the wind. Regardless of whether he is the god's chosen one or not, he has the right to participate in the final battle. The ancient war made us compete with each other, the survival of the fittest. However, before the final battle, I will not kill competitors who are helpful to the battle. Before becoming enemies, we must first be teammates, because we will be facing the pursuit of the ancient slaughterers. Maybe the one who will live to the end will be me, Huang Quan, or this Yu clan's third young master, or even one of you. Before that, I have decided to give up on my request just now. If we continue to fight, both of us will suffer heavy losses. No one can escape from the ancient slaughterers. Huang Quan looked at Yu Yang in the end. It's a pity that you have not grown up yet. If not, you will definitely become my greatest enemy. Live well, I hope that I will be facing you in the final battle with the world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame. Yu Yang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. That was close, he had finally passed. He had used almost all of his strength, including the world exterminating wheel, nirvana flame and innate chi that he had been hiding, to temporarily defeat Wang Jin. In this ancient war, if he did not increase his strength quickly, even if he did not die in the hands of Huang Quan and the others, he would die in the hands of the ancient slaughterers. There was also the Black Hell King who wanted to kill him. The current him was really in danger. Of course, Yu Yang still secretly held back. If there were not so many strong enemies, Yu Yang would not hold back even if there was the Black Hell King and Wang Jin by himself. The death match in the ancient arena had not started yet, so Yu Yang could not display his full strength. Because he was holding back, the Black Hell King and the others did not dare to act rashly. This was because even the Black Hell King did not know where Yu Yang's limit was. They suspected that this brat might have already reached Elder Innate Realm, but he was pretending to be weak. Seeing how he easily defeated Wang Jin just now, they knew that this brat still had something stronger that he had yet to show. The three of you should join the battle too. Huang Quan's words were directed at the Emperor of the Underworld, Elder Nangong and Southern Demon King. After witnessing Yu Yang's shocking performance, Huang Quan and the other 5 heaven-ranked rankers no longer dared to look down on anyone around Yu Yang. This was because in their eyes, these people looked weak on the surface, but they seemed to be hiding their true strength. Although not everyone was as abnormal as the Yu clan's third young master, the Emperor of the Underworld, Elder Nangong and Southern Demon King were all acknowledged by the other party. The Black Hell King was definitely the most disappointed one among them. It was just that he was extremely patient and did not show it. Yu Yang must be killed, but the Black Hell King had not found the best opportunity. Yu Yang, who was standing opposite him, had the same thought. He had also decided to get rid of the Black Hell King in this death arena. Now, it all depended on who would find the fastest opportunity to get rid of the other party. Different from Yu Yang's side, the rankers representing the lower levels of the North, South and East realms were much stronger. Not to mention the fact that each side had 3 innate elders. There were 10 innate level 10 rankers that were close in strength to Elder Nangong and the Emperor of the Underworld. The rest were all innate level 9 rankers, none of them weak. In comparison, Yu Yang felt that his side was really shabby. The only one he could use was the Black Hell King, but he was the traitor who backstabbed them. In addition, the ancient lowly was still unconscious. They had already lost half of this battle before it even started. Central Plaza. Without waiting for Yu Yang to save the giant lowly, the ancient war in the death arena had officially started. 10 dazzling golden light pillars shot down from the extremely high dome. All of you stay here and try your best to save and protect the goddess of war. Yu Yang was speechless that there was no healer innate ranker in his team, but now was not the time to blame them. Yes. More than 10 foreign innates and a few human innates were very respectful towards Yu Yang. Other than Yu Yang's extremely powerful and respectable abilities, they were even more grateful that he stood up and fought against Wing Jin from the Bone Clan. If not for Yu Yang's help, they would have all become the enemy's points. Even the Black Hell King had acknowledged the enemy's strength. Only the Yu clan's third young master dared to challenge the heaven-ranked level 1 Wing Jin as an innate level 10 and even won slightly, gaining the recognition of all the enemies. Not only did he save his own face, he also saved the lives of more than 20 of his teammates. These innate rankers knew their limits when it came to battles. With just their strength, fighting against the ancient slaughterers would be suicide. There was no problem if they stayed behind to heal. The only regret was that none of them were healers, so they couldn't make full use of their abilities. The Black Hell King, Sky Emperor, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North had already set off, while the Emperor of the Underworld waited patiently for Yu Yang. If they didn't team up and relied on their own strength, they would definitely die. Not to mention that they were the weakest. Even the rankers from the North, South and South had to put aside their personal grudges and work together to fight against the powerful ancient slaughterers. 10 metal-skinned ancient slaughterers appeared in the middle of the square. They were shaped like ugly behemoths. Its arms were like a gorilla's, and its fangs were like a hawk's. Its upper body was several times larger than its lower body, and its forelimbs had sharp claws that were 10 meters long. Although these ancient slaughterers looked a little hunched, they were terrifyingly tall. Every one of them was 100 meters tall and they looked like moving castles. Yu Yang looked at them with his heaven eyes divine vision and realized that they weren't holy beasts. It was obvious that their intelligence wasn't as high as holy beasts. Each of them was only platinum ranked level 10. Even the strongest among them wasn't diamond ranked. However, the ancient slaughterers were unbelievably powerful. The leader of the ancient slaughterers had reached the peak of heaven rank level 2, which was comparable to the Black Hell King's strongest power. As for the ordinary members, they were heaven-ranked level 1. If heaven-ranked level 1 was also divided into middle, and high levels, then these normal ancient slaughterer members would all be heaven-ranked level 1 middle stage, which was similar to Wing Jin. Yu Yang felt that they were comparable to the impatiens who had just ascended to the innate sovereign realm. They were much stronger. Fen Tian, Yun Xing, Black Hell King, the 3 of you come with me to kill the ancient slaughterer leader. Even the strongest Huang Quan didn't dare to be careless. Once the ancient slaughterer leader went on a killing spree, all the warriors who were heaven-ranked level 1 and below would be massacred in less than 10 minutes. The ancient slaughterer leader was the biggest threat, so he had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Understood. The Flame Man, the Liquid Metal Man and the Black Hell King flew forward. Roar. The war gods that were guarding the lower levels of the East, South and North realms started to move forward to attack the enemy. The one guarding the lower levels of the East Heaven realm was a gigantic 12-winged angel. The silver-winged golden body and the halo on top of his head was as bright as the sun. The Sky Emperor was mesmerized by it and almost wanted to kowtow. This 12-winged angel was also the strongest among the war gods of the East, South and North realms. Its power had reached the peak of heaven-ranked level 2 and was comparable to the ancient slaughterer leader. The only difference was their height. This 12-winged angel was only about 50 meters tall, only half of the ancient slaughterer leader's height. In terms of power, there was probably a huge gap between him and the ancient slaughterer leader. Because of this, Huangquan wasn't willing to let him fight against the ancient slaughterer leader. Because if they were to fight, both sides would probably be heavily injured or even perish together. The one guarding the South Heaven realm was a gigantic tiger-headed lion-tailed man. It was 80 meters tall and had extremely sturdy muscles. Its power was slightly weaker than the 12-winged angel, but it was still heaven-ranked level 2 intermediate. The last war god that was guarding the lower levels of the North Heaven realm was a gigantic skeleton that was covered in black armor and held a huge black sword. It was 100 meters tall and its eyes were glowing with green light. It was the weakest among the 3 war gods. But it was still heaven-ranked level 2 beginner. It was much stronger than the Bone Clan's Wung Jin. This skeleton giant walked at the back, but its attack was the fastest. Before the 12-winged angel and the tiger-headed giant fought, the skeleton giant waved its sword and released a cold shockwave. The shockwave caused an ancient slaughterer that was roaring like thunder to retreat a few steps. The earth-shattering sword chi split the crystal floor. But it only left an almost negligible white mark on the ancient slaughterer's body. The enemy's terrifying defense made Yu Yang's heart palpitate. It seemed like normal moves were useless against them. 1 ancient slaughterer leader and 9 ancient slaughterers might be able to handle it. This battle wasn't a problem. But an hour later, when the second batch of ancient slaughterers was released, would everyone still have the strength to fight? 2 hours later, when the third batch of ancient slaughterers was released, what would be the result? Yu Yang didn't think that they could defeat 10 ancient slaughterers within an hour. If they couldn't defeat them within an hour, they wouldn't be able to defeat them within 2 hours. The number of enemies would increase and the scales of victory would tilt towards the ancient slaughterers. Among the 9 ancient slaughterers, 3 were welcomed by the ancient war god. The half-human half-machine guy, Bone Clan's Wung Jin and a heaven-ranked golden zombie emperor lured away another 3. There were 3 left. You clan's boy, we have to kill these 3 ancient slaughterers within an hour, or else we will all be annihilated. No matter how much hidden strength you have, use it now. If you don't use it now, you won't have another chance. We alone can't handle 2 or more ancient slaughterers at the same time. Three-eyed tiger man looked at Yu Yang and waved at his comrades who didn't participate in the operation just now, signaling them to start attacking. All right. The 3 innate elders who didn't threaten Yu Yang just now, other than the golden zombie emperor who was in the same northern heaven realm as Bone Clan's Wung Jin, there was also a light man whose body was shining with dazzling brilliance and an insect man whose body was constantly changing shape. Huangquan, Tiger Man and Light Man belonged to the Eastern Heaven Realms camp and were the strongest. Liquid Metal Man Yunxing, the half-human half-machine guy and Insect Man belonged to the Southern Heaven Realms camp and were the second strongest. Fireman Fentian, Bone Clan's Wung Jin and the unknown Golden Zombie Emperor belonged to the Northern Heaven Realms camp and were very close to the Southern Heaven Realms camp. They were probably slightly weaker and were ranked third. As for the Western Heaven Realms camp that Yu Yang belonged to, other than the Black Hell King who was a heaven-ranked ranker, the rest of the warriors weren't. The team was still divided. Yu Yang, Elder Nan Gong and the Southern Demon King were in one group, the Black Hell King, Sky Emperor, War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North were in another group and the Emperor of the Underworld was neutral. In addition, the ancient war god, the giant Loli was injured by the Black Hell King and fainted. It could be said that they were so weak that their allies looked down on them and ignored them. Three-eyed Tiger Man and Light Man worked together to attack one ancient slaughterer, hoping to concentrate their firepower and kill the target within half an hour. Then, they could share the burden of their comrades. The Insect Man restrained one ancient slaughterer. With the help of more than 10 of his comrades, they fought endlessly. As for the remaining one, if the giant Loli was there, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, the Western Heaven Realms camp was in a tragic state. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North couldn't do any damage to the ancient slaughterer. Once they were hit, they would be killed instantly. It was equivalent to sending food to the ancient slaughterer. What was more frightening was that once a participant died, there would be one more ancient slaughterer. The situation would become even more unsalvageable. I'll leave this to you. No matter what, you have to kill it within an hour. Three-eyed Tiger Man's action was already the lowest task for the people of the Western Heaven Realm's Array Palace. But in reality, it was almost impossible to achieve. The only possibility was Yu Yang. If he didn't do something big, this ancient slaughterer would sweep the entire Western Heaven Realm's camp. Let's lure it to the Crystal Passage. Although the central plaza was big, there were too many variables. Moreover, it was easy for them to be accidentally injured by their comrades. Southern Demon King decided to lure the ancient slaughterer to the Crystal Passage first, then think of a way to kill it. The best situation would be for the giant Loli to wake up and kill the ancient slaughterer with her godly might. The problem was that when she was at her weakest, she was hit by the Black Hell King with all his might and suffered a concussion. Even Yu Yang couldn't say for sure when she would fully recover. Yu Yang kept thinking. He wasn't thinking about the enemy's tactics, but the strategy of the entire battle. His task was to kill an ancient slaughterer. He had already expected this. What the Western Heaven Realm's camp needed to do was to restrain it. Huang Quan and the others didn't expect the Western Heaven Realm's camp to be able to kill the ancient slaughterer. Especially to kill it within an hour. Even the two heaven-ranked rankers, Tiger Man and Light Man, couldn't guarantee that they could do it. But he couldn't leave his fate to others. He had to control it himself. Then what should he do? What should he do to win? The battle began. Loud rumbling sounds erupted and shockwaves shook the entire battlefield. Yu Yang finally made a decision. You guys lure it, I'll kill it. You guys don't have to do anything, just think of a way to attract the monster's attention. Leave the rest to me. Yu Yang was confident that he could kill the ancient slaughterer. Even if it was the ancient slaughterer captain, Yu Yang was confident that he could kill it. But it was impossible to kill it within an hour. Yu Yang had to use the famous kiting tactic in the game to kill the enemy. It was impossible for him to kill it with his current strength. But time didn't allow him to do so. Yu Yang had to kill the enemy faster, and he had to do it within an hour. After observing the ancient slaughterer with his heaven eyes divine vision, Yu Yang finally thought of a way. Although it might not change the entire situation, Yu Yang still decided to give it a try. His fate must be in his own hands. Under Yu Yang's signal, the storm mermaid blew the storm horn. Water battles could unleash the maximum strength of Yu Yang's current beasts. The ancient slaughterer in front of him was of the metal attribute and was 100 meters tall. In such a huge space, it wasn't like the ancient titan Wusu who was bound by the god-binding chains. Water battles wouldn't affect it much, but it was better than nothing. The ancient warriors who were familiar with water battles all helped. They summoned and controlled the water, turning the entire crystal passage into an inner lake. The water slowly submerged the ancient slaughtener's ankles to its knees. The ancient slaughtener's movement was affected. It jumped up from time to time and attacked the Southern Demon King who was flying in front of it and using music to distract its mind. Elder Nangong would attack the ancient slaughterer when the Southern Demon King was in a pinch. What he had to do now was to buy time for Yu Yang. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North could only attack from a distance. They couldn't even scratch the enemy's skin. The effect of the attack was minimal. Kill. Yu Yang raised his strength to the maximum. He held out a black light in one hand and used the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus to block the ancient slaughtener's vision. He deceptively attacked the enemy's mouth. In reality, his real target was the ancient slaughtener's eye. As long as the enemy became blind, this kind of low-intelligence enemy's strength would be reduced by half. On the surface, it was the Furious Fire Lotus Slash. Under the cover, Yu Yang took a risk to get close to the enemy. The black light in his hand pierced towards the ancient slaughtener's right eye like lightning. End of chapter 518. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.